God, powerless to turn back time. I am willing to tread upon the countless white bones to uphold the divine scepter of the heavens. If fate treats me unjustly, I shall defy the heavens. Witness the youth as he steps upon the colossal dragon of the underworld, traverses the demon realm, scorches the sea of spirits, severs the hall of death, treads upon the ancestral realm, slays the divine seat, and achieves the pinnacle of divine essence and the supremacy of martial arts. Chapter 1. The Cursed Youth. On the ancient Lawn continent, where martial prowess reigns supreme, only the mighty may establish their foothold through the ages. The sacred land of the Nor Empire lies to the north of the central continent, a region impoverished due to its proximity to the northern wasteland's demon realm, leaving behind only desolate trees and a handful of scattered gold mines. These mines yield tens of thousands of tons of gold annually, sustaining the entire empire, which naturally lacks the capacity to monopolize such wealth. Consequently, families possessing control over these mines have emerged, flourishing in this barren land. St. Lin City, a medium-sized city adjacent to the imperial capital of the Nor Empire, may be modest in size, yet is home to 2 gold mines shared among 4 prominent families. Each family strives to extract as much wealth as possible, resulting in frequent conflicts, schemes, and deceptions that have become norm. Within St. Lin City resides the Lin family. For Lin Yin, today seems to be a day of great significance, albeit one fraught with anguish, for he stands on the precipice of a breakthrough. Over the past 4 years, the cultivation he has desperately suppressed has accumulated with the passage of time. When the water overflows, it must spill forth, and thus Lin Yin must release his surging energy to prevent his realm from advancing. Consequently, he has remained stagnant at the 5th tier of Spirit Master from the ages of 10 to 14. The unique aspect of the 6 Hells Azura extends far beyond this. Even as Lin Yin drifts through his days and a days, the demonic autonomously cultivates, continually siphoning spiritual essence from nature, growing at a pace surpassing that of his kin who toil day and night in training. The spirit devourer has awakened. It is time for the devouring. A man with a scruffy beard, standing beside a stone house, addressed the family elders with an indifferent expression. Since it has awakened, there is no need to delay. Let Lin Yin enter today. His overflowing cultivation is on the brink of a breakthrough. If we do not hasten the devouring, the demonic may seize this opportunity to evolve. At that point, we old fellows may well find ourselves under its control, said the 3rd elder, hands tucked into his sleeves, his eyes narrowed, exuding an air of calm authority. Indeed, let us commence. The other elders echoed in unison. Nearby, Lin Yin, concealed in the shadows, listened intently to their conversation. His youthful visage appeared particularly pallid, especially upon hearing the term devouring. His pale hands trembled involuntarily, and he contemplated fleeing the Lin family. Yet he understood that should he abandon his kin, the demonic would inevitably consume him, and perhaps by then he would no longer be himself, but a demon driven solely by bloodlust, leaving nothing but desolation in his wake. The Empire would undoubtedly dispatch experts to eliminate him before he could pose a threat. Leaning against a long-dead withered tree, a sense of helplessness and despair quietly enveloped his heart. Brother Lin Yin, I apologize for my tardiness, came a sweet, melodious voice from afar, imbued with a lively essence that not only refreshed the air, but also offered Lin Yin a fleeting reprieve from his turmoil. A rare smile flickered across his face at the corners of his lips. The girl before him was Lu Yuehan, the youngest daughter of one of the 4 great families, who was the very person Lin Yin awaited each time he faced the devouring. Yuan, do you have matters to attend to? If so, please do not worry about me, he replied, though his heart belied his words, for it was likely that his ability to endure until today was largely due to her constant encouragement. My father's illness has worsened, and I stayed home to care for him. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Has the devouring begun? The girl naturally approached Lin Yin, tenderly wiping the cold sweat from his brow with a blue handkerchief. Uncle will recover weight here for me. After the devouring, we can go see him together, Lin Yin said, accepting the handkerchief and inhaling its subtle fragrance, which lifted his spirits. Yuehan nodded vigorously, obediently standing beneath the tree, awaiting the young man. Lu Yuehan was not merely the youngest daughter of the Lu family, she was also Lin Yan's betrothed. At that time, the Lin and Lu families were well-known allies in St. Lin City, an unbreakable bond. Lin Yan's grandfather and Yue Han's grandfather, in a moment of enthusiasm, had pledged that should they bear sons, they would become brothers; should they bear daughters, they would unite in marriage. Without waiting for the elders to summon him, Lin Yan stepped forth from behind the tree, each stride weighted with gravity. At this juncture, several younger members of the family had gathered, not to offer their support, but merely to witness the spectacle. Having rarely ventured far, they had never encountered a demon beast, and each time, it was Lin Yan's fortune that allowed them a glimpse of the bizarre spirit devourer. "Huh, Lin Yan, what are you afraid of? This is all for your own good and for the family. The spirit devourer should evolve into a second-tier demon beast after 2 more feedings. At that point, our family will gain another spirit master-level expert, and perhaps we can secure a larger share of the gold mine." They jeered. Yes, Lin Yan, you must persevere. The spirit devourer's hibernation period is growing shorter, is likely to evolve today. As he walked along the bluestone steps, the air filled with caustic ridicule. Lin Yan's expression remained impassive, yet a bittersweet smile crept across his youthful face. Were these individuals truly so callous? Regardless, he had been their companion since childhood. Did they harbor no compassion for him? Perhaps not. They felt no pity for him, for he had become a pariah, a waste of potential, while the family still exerted every effort to capture the spirit devourer. His father risked backlash, using his own blood to forge a contract with the creature. Though the spirit devourer was of low rank, merely first tier, its sharp jaws were formidable. Each strike could pierce a heart like an arrow, and an unprepared opponent might perish instantly. An adult spirit devourer could even contend with a newly ascended spirit master. Furthermore, being a pack beast, it was notoriously difficult to capture. Lin Yan vaguely recalled that during a previous attempt, the third elder had been grievously injured, a wound that still impeded his mobility. The third elder had never harbored any fondness for Lin Yan, and his animosity had only deepened due to his injury. Upon arriving at the stone house, Lin Yan took a deep breath. Perhaps it was due to his frequent encounters with the spirit devourer that he felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety and terror. Yet, curiously, as he stood before the stone door, the fear began to dissipate. "Third elder, why has my father not come?" Lin Yan glanced around, failing to spot the imposing figure he sought. "There was an issue with the mine, and your father has gone to address it. Today, I shall preside over the devouring," the third elder replied, his expression taut, offering little more than a perfunctory explanation as he nodded toward the man on the stone platform. After much internal struggle, Lin Yan gritted his teeth and stepped into the stone house, the heavy door slamming shut behind him. A sliver of sunlight streamed through a small window above, casting a faint glow into the dim stone chamber. Lin Yan extended his pale hand to shield himself from the sun's harsh rays. The light, filtering through his fingers, felt blindingly brilliant. At that moment, a heavy iron grate suddenly descended from above, dividing the room in two, a precautionary measure designed to protect Lin Yan from the spirit devourer's attacks, with gaps just large enough to accommodate the creature's jaws. The spirit devourer, which had been coiled for an extended period, abruptly opened its crimson eyes, revealing its sharp fangs, reminiscent of a great serpent, as it flicked its tongue inquisitively. The creature resembled an oversized anteater, yet no one would suspect that such an unassuming beast could inflict near-fatal injuries to a third elder of the 6th tier of Spirit Master. "Beast, are you hungry? If you wish to feast on delicacies, it will not come easily," Lin Yan remarked, pacing around the grate as he slowly rolled up his sleeves, revealing arms marred by scars. The spirit devourer snarled, its blood-red eyes fixating on Lin Yan's arm. Whoosh! It lunged forward, its jaws transforming into a spear aimed directly at the youth's arm. In the face of this sudden assault, Lin Yan deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the strike. His quick reflexes were a result of years of rigorous training within this stone chamber. He could freely expend spiritual essence, knowing that he would ultimately be drained by the creature. Nevertheless, he refused to make it easy for the beast. Crash! The failed attack sent the creature's jaws crashing into the wall behind Lin Yan. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the expansive wall was riddled with no fewer than 200 indentations. You have drained my spiritual essence. No fewer than 20 times have you made no progress? Lin Yan's words were undoubtedly provocative, inciting the spirit devourer to fury. Its menacing jaws writhed like a snake, each strike faster than a shooting arrow, turning into silver spears that punctured the wall behind the youth, creating several more small holes. For a spirit master at the 5th tier, to completely evade the spirit devourer's onslaught would be a feat of extraordinary prowess. In contrast, Lin Yan bore several shallow wounds along his side. I shall grant you one more chance. If you cannot pierce me, prepare to go hungry, for I have lived long enough, Lin Yan declared, tilting his head with a hint of madness in his gaze bang. As Lin Yan's words fell, the spirit-eating beast suddenly crashed into the barrier like a mad creature. Almost instantaneously, a dent was formed in the barrier, and the sudden occurrence left the young man's face pale. He had come here countless times, and no matter how he provoked it, such a situation had never arisen. In a state of panic, Lin Yan hastily dodged. What sound is that? What is happening inside? The bearded man outside the door furrowed his brow and said, "Don't worry about it. It's probably that boy provoking the spirit-eating beast again." Well, open it half an hour later. Elder San dismissively waved his hand, seemingly indifferent to Lin Yan's life or death. Perhaps, in his heart, he wished for the spirit-eating beast to devour Lin Yan entirely, leaving not even a trace behind. If it weren't for his half-damaged leg, he might not be stuck at the 6th level of Spirit Master, struggling to advance. The source of his resentment was the young man in this stone room. Chapter 2. Restore my powers. Could it be that something has gone awry? As the gravity of the situation dawned on him, Lin Yan no longer cared about his image. He dashed towards the stone door, and the faint spiritual energy swiftly circulated through his meridians. Being at the 5th level of spiritualist was insufficient for projecting his spiritual energy outward. He could only enhance his physical strength. With no other option, Lin Yan swung his fist fiercely against the stone door. Bang! The stone door, forged through special techniques, was not something that could be simply opened. Even the spirit-eating beast's formidable jaws had only left a small dent. "Let me out! The spirit-eating beast is acting strange." Lin Yan shouted desperately to the outside world after his attack failed. "Lin Yan, you have undergone the spirit-eating process no less than 20 times. You should know that the door cannot be opened until the process is complete. The spirit-eating beast will not harm your life. Just endure for half an hour." But Miss Liu, there is no need to persuade him further. The door will remain shut until the time is up. Before Liu Yuehan could finish her sentence, she was met with another refusal from Elder San. "Old scoundrel, do you truly wish for my death? If I get out, I will pull out all your old hairs." Inside the room, Lin Yan seldom resorted to curses, but it was clear that Elder San was intent on harming him. Half an hour? This flimsy barrier could barely last 10 minutes. Lin Yan believed that even if he truly evolved his demon eye, that seemingly omnipotent father of his would find a way to resolve it. After all, he was the foremost among the 4 great powerhouses of Holy Lin City, with terrifying strength. Throughout his life, no matter how troublesome the situations he faced, his father had always acted decisively and resolved them swiftly. With the backing of his father, a spirit battle master, Lin Yan drew the dagger hidden at his waist, glaring fiercely at the spirit-eating beast that was gathering strength for an attack. Whoosh! In the midst of its power-up, the spirit-eating beast did not forget to launch an assault. This time, Lin Yan did not evade instead. He extended his arm, allowing the spear-like jaws to pierce his skin. The jaws clung to his arm, gradually splitting apart, and a tube-like appendage began to voraciously siphon off his spiritual energy. In an instant, Lin Yan felt his internal spiritual energy rapidly deplete, leaving his indeed, with his capabilities, how could he possibly slay the spirit-devouring beast, unless aided by the Eye of Magic? Suddenly, everyone, as if confronted by a demon, cast hostile glances towards the youth on the high platform. The 2nd elder and the 3rd elder, without exception, instinctively began to channel their spiritual energy, ready to unleash a torrent of formidable attacks should Lin Yan make any move. Chapter 3. Proposing marriage? How? Do you intend to kill me? Lin Yan's expression gradually darkened as he surveyed all those present. The 2nd elder, who was not only formidable but also met with hostility. First, since the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from Lin Yan's body. However, it was merely murderous intent, largely attributed to the demonic eye within him, which belonged to the realm of dark attributes. Any negative emotions experienced by its bearer would be magnified infinitely. Fortunately, Lin Yan's level was not particularly high at the moment. Otherwise, even the mere intent to kill could solidify into something tangible, capable of instilling terror in the hearts of many. Indeed, it is the demonic eye. Despite all efforts to thwart it, it has still managed to exploit a weakness. The third elder stepped forward, his aura as a pinnacle spirit master radiating outward, while behind him, a phantom of a vibrant tiger loomed, emitting a series of ferocious roars. This was the Lin family's lower-tier spirit technique, Tiger King Stands Mountain. When practiced to perfection, it allowed the practitioner to manifest a colossal tiger behind them, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. If Lin Dingtian were to utilize it, even a novice spirit king would find it challenging to breach his defenses in a short period. It is no wonder he is regarded as the foremost among the four great powers of Holy Lin City. Indeed, he has earned his reputation, with nearly half of his accomplishments attributable to this technique. The continent boasts a myriad of unique techniques, classified into 4 tiers: mystic, spirit, combat, and divine, further divided into lower, middle, and upper sublevels. This classification has its roots in a legendary tale. It is said that during the ancient era, the first individual to create such a peculiar method of attack was named the mystic spirit combat god, and subsequent powerful figures have adopted his name to distinguish the strengths and weaknesses of various techniques. Feeling the pressure emanating from the Tiger King, Lin Yan's heart raced. What level was he at? And what level was the third elder at? If a battle were to ensue, he knew he would likely be unable to withstand even a single strike from his opponent. The gap between a spirit practitioner and a spirit master was not to be underestimated. Some younger onlookers stepped back in unison, eager to witness the long-anticipated battle. Third elder, Lin Yan did not intend to offend. I beseech you to temper your anger. The exceptionally well-mannered Yuhan tugged at Lin Yan's sleeve and then respectfully addressed the third elder. Miss Liu, this is a matter concerning our clan. As an outsider, it would be inappropriate for you to interfere. I kindly request you to step aside. Lin Yan may already be under the control of the demonic eye. Do not blame me for not warning you, the third elder retorted with a cold snort. Being labeled an outsider before Lin Yan's eyes, even the highly cultivated Yuhan could not help but feel a pang of heartache. Appearing as if she wished to speak but held her tongue. Third elder, since when did Yuhan become an outsider? In my absence, do you intend to overstep your authority? The tense atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a disdainful snort. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged from outside the door, followed by the entrance of a man in his 40s. The man, with a face like polished jade and eyes as cold and starry as the midnight sky, exuded a robust masculinity. This was none other than Lin Yan's father, Lin Dingtian, a true embodiment of his name. Otherwise, how could he maintain control over the 4 elders of the Lin family, who were ever so eager to overreach? It is entirely reasonable for Lin Dingtian to support Lin Yan, as Lin Yan's elder brother, Lin Mo, suffered a grave illness in his youth, resulting in the unfortunate loss of his ability to procreate as he matured. Of course, this only pertains to his reproductive capabilities. All other aspects remain quite normal. Furthermore, with Lin Yan's mother having passed away at an early age, Lin Dingtian has never remarried and has no other offspring. Thus, the solemn duty of continuing the family lineage naturally falls upon Lin Yan. Upon hearing these words, the second elder was taken aback and stepped forward, stating, "It turns out it was merely a false alarm." The third elder acted rashly in his efforts to protect the other descendants, and I hope the head of the family can forgive him. Yuan, Lin Dingtian said with a gentle smile, glancing at the blushing young maiden. Do not take the third elder's words to heart. He is advanced in years and suffers from failing eyesight, unable to recognize the treasures of the Lian pool. Please do not hold it against him. The third elder, upon hearing this, was furious, his beard bristling as he glared, yet he could only swallow his anger in silence. Uncle, you speak untruths. It is I who has not performed well enough, since they were to visit his future father-in-law. Lin Yan could not afford to appear timid. He followed Lin Dingtian's instructions, bringing along some precious medicinal herbs and elixirs to express his sincerity during the visit. Naturally, such a visit required a display of earnestness. So Lin Dingtian also brought the second and third elders along as they made their way to the Liu family. At that moment, the grand hall of the Liu family was bustling with numerous guests, including the Huang and Qiu families from the 4 great clans, as well as a tall, thin man, who sat at the head table alongside the ailing Liu Yang, the patriarch of the Liu family. Behind this man stood a strikingly confident youth, whose attire was remarkably extravagant and whose features were quite handsome, despite being of similar age to Lin Yan. Amidst this grand assembly, Lin Dingtian remained blissfully unaware, leading to an awkward situation. How curious! What wind has brought the Huang and Qiu families to gather here? Could it be that they have come to visit Lu Yang, the family head? Upon entering, Lin Dingtian furrowed his brow. The Huang and Qiu families had historically been at odds with the Lu family, especially with Lu Yang gravely ill, which would undoubtedly provoke their interest in the family's fortunes. Such an unexpected arrival interrupted the amiable discussions among the various factions. Lu Yang, as the host, quickly rose to greet Lin Dingtian with a clasped fist, saying, "It has been some time since we last met. I trust you have been well, head of the Lin family. Please, take a seat. This must be the esteemed head of the Lin family." Lin Dingtian, the tall, thin man remarked with a smile, concealing a hint of ulterior motives. "It is said that seeing is believing. I did not anticipate that such an extraordinary figure would be hidden within the modest confines of Shenglin City. If you were to pledge loyalty to the capital, I am certain you could secure a position of high office." Caught off guard by the mention of his name, Lin Dingtian was momentarily stunned before he inquired coolly, "May I ask who you are?" "Sir, Lin Dingtian, you are not yet old. Yet how have you become so muddled? This is Uncle Wu, and behind him stands the third prince of the current emperor," one of the Lu family elders said with a hint of mockery. "Oh, I see." Lin Dingtian chuckled. "I, Lin, seldom engage with the outside world and have never had the pleasure of meeting Uncle Wu. I beg your pardon. I shall certainly host a grand banquet to welcome you on another occasion." "Ah, there is no need for such formalities. I am here merely to attend to some matters concerning my nephew and shall be departing shortly," the tall, thin man replied with a regal demeanor, his words imbued with an air of authority. "I see. I wonder what the third prince intends to accomplish. In Shenglin City, I still possess a modicum of influence. Should there be any need for my assistance, do not hesitate to let me know." Although Lin Dingtian has never encountered this third prince, being a member of the royal family, it is only natural to extend a warm welcome, while flattery may not be in order. Leaving a favorable impression is certainly essential. In his earlier years, he had heard tales of the current emperor's exceptional son, whose talents were extraordinary, having been taken as a disciple by the esteemed Shengshenman, destined for great achievements, with even the throne prepared for him. This must be the one, as the other two princes have long since established families of their own and are not youthful anymore. You wouldn't believe it. This matter truly requires your involvement. The situation is such that my nephew has harbored affection for the young lady of the Lu family since childhood, knowing she remains unmarried. He has sent me to propose." Upon uttering these words, the entire hall erupted in murmurs, for who in the imperial capital is unaware that the Lu family's young lady and the young master of the Lin family are betrothed by prior arrangement? Such a blatant act of usurpation is tantamount to a public slap in the face, executed without a hint of hesitation. A proposal? What a coincidence. Does the esteemed Uncle Wu not know that Yuehan is betrothed to my son? Lu Yang, as the head of the Lu family, what do you have to say? Although this explosive revelation nearly left Lin Dingtian in a daze, his years of experience enabled him to suppress his fury and respond with a strained smile. "What's the difficulty? Simply dissolve the engagement," Uncle Wu remarked, taking a sip of tea with a nonchalant demeanor. "My lady, given your father's poor health, it would be unwise to provoke him," the steward hastily interjected, stepping forward to restrain Yuehan. Following this exchange, Lin Yan, who had remained silent at the back, was quietly brewing a tempest within. "Alas, esteemed head of the Lin family, I must apologize. Regarding this marriage," Lu Yang cast an awkward glance at Uncle Wu before continuing. Is a mere apology sufficient to resolve this? Let us not forget the agreement made initially. Had your father still been present, I am sure he would not have consented. That I hold a great fondness for this girl. Yuehan. Today's matter is non-negotiable. I suggest the third prince seeks another maiden from a different family," Lin Dingtian asserted, striving to contain his mounting rage as he gestured dismissively. "Humph, who do you think you are? Have you finished speaking? Now it is my turn to voice my thoughts." Lin Yan, who had been silent until now, slowly stood up, dusting off the sleeves of his robe, under the gaze of the assembly. He faced the third prince directly and said, "You are the third prince, are you not? How brazen! As the son of the esteemed 9-5, one would expect you to possess commendable upbringing. Is it customary for royalty to engage in public acts of courtship? Your cultivation at the 7th level of the spirit realm is indeed impressive. but I trust your position as an inner disciple of Shengshenmin was secured through your father's influence." Such unreserved remarks openly insinuated the third prince's lack of decorum. The second elder behind Lin Dingtian hurriedly stepped forward, signaling Lin Yin to withdraw. Setting aside the fact that the other party is a royal, those unfamiliar with Shengshenmin would not grasp its significance. However, individuals of his caliber are acutely aware that it is a formidable entity residing within the sacred territory of the Noer Empire, a coveted institution that many aspire to join. For its resources are ample enough to transform an average martial artist into a celebrated genius. Just this one sentence alone encapsulates immense implications. Upon hearing this, a wave of suppressed laughter rippled through the assembly. Can the eye of magic truly be wielded at will, beneath the heavens? The emergence of the demon eye invariably leads to either self-destruction or death at the hands of others. Only Lin Dingtian has remarkably discovered a means to halt this calamity, which suggests that Lin Yin is destined to remain at the spirit master level for all his days, perpetually ensnared in a struggle against the nightmares of spirit devouring. One should not speak too boldly. Should one fail to maintain control, would that not be akin to slapping oneself in the face? Wu Huangshu chuckled derisively and remarked, "Then may I inquire, Wu Huangshu, has the Holy Land of the Noer Empire not once produced a formidable individual capable of mastering the demon eye? You should be familiar with his name, the Black Flame Demon King?" A name both familiar and foreboding escaped Wu Huangshu's lips, causing those present to exchange glances, their initial trepidation swiftly transforming into raucous laughter. Indeed, the Black Flame Demon King could control the demon eye. Yet he was a peak spirit king. What rank do you hold? Furthermore, did he not also meet his demise, torn asunder by the very demon eye he sought to master while ascending to the rank of spirit emperor? Upon hearing these words, a bitter smile creased Lin Yan's lips. No matter how deftly he wielded his words, in the face of absolute power, he was but a mere jester. Having observed the situation for an Lin Dingtian discerned the underlying motives. Liu Yang's abrupt withdrawal from the engagement was driven by a singular ambition, to ascend the social ladder by aligning with the imperial family. How pitiable. Before succumbing to a grave illness, Liu Yang was the pillar of the Liu family. One could only wonder what sins he had committed in a past life, for the Liu family was woefully sparse in numbers. Possessing but a single expert at the spirit master level, this meant that once he fell ill and was bedridden, the Huang and Shou families would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to usurp the lucrative gold mine. Although his family was the strongest among the four great clans, facing the combined might of the Huang and Shou families left him feeling somewhat vulnerable, as their experts were on par with his own. Following the verbal sparring, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense, the temperature plummeting. The typically composed Lin Yin realized that there existed matters his father could not resolve. Power, after all, remained the prevailing theme of this continent. Chapter 4. A vow of fury. As the situation spiraled further out of control, the second elder of the Lin family could no longer remain seated. Rising, he whispered urgently to Lin Dingtian. "As the head of the family, if we offend the royal family today, how shall the Lin family maintain its standing in the imperial capital? Such an affront could spell our utter ruin. We must bring this to a close at once." Lin Dingtian, regaining his composure, recognized the gravity of the disaster he had inadvertently caused. For the sake of the entire family, comprising hundreds of souls, he could only swallow his pride. For the Lin family was not solely comprised of Lin Yin and himself. Yenner. Since the head of the Liu family has breached the contract, why should we cling so desperately? As honorable men of the Lin family, what need have we for a wife? Having reached this juncture, Lin Yin had no choice but to temporarily set aside his anger, even if he could triumph in battle. Should he accidentally kill the third prince, it would likely result in the Lin family being expunged from the Holy Land of the Noer Empire, just as Lin Yin and Lin Dingtian. Filled with ire, prepared to depart, Wu Huangshu's lips curled into a smug smile as he declared, "Heh, it is wise to recognize the situation. The third prince's coronation ceremony will be held in 3 years, at which time he shall also wed Wei Han. Lin family head, do not forget to bring a lavish gift to celebrate." The moment these words were spoken, a palpable aura of spirit warrior level erupted from Lin Dingtian. A tempestuous force that resonated like a tiger's roar echoing into the heavens. The elders present were instantly filled with a sense of anguish. Had the esteemed Uncle Wu's mind been muddled by a kick from a donkey? Just as he was about to depart, he had to utter such words. Was this not a blatant slap to the face? Even Uncle Wu could not help but furrow his brow, for it was estimated that within the entirety of the sacred land of the Noer Empire, there would be but a handful of spirit warriors capable of standing alone against Lin Dingtian. What now? Are you prepared to take action? As the second in command of the imperial capital, Uncle Wu naturally possessed some strength. And his initial stage of spirit warrior cultivation erupted in an instant. At this moment, the two were locked in a fierce confrontation, their formidable auras nearly sweeping across the entire Lu family, plunging the scene into chaos. Alas, do not be angered. Are we not merely in discussion? How about this, Master Lin? This breach of contract is entirely my fault for not considering all aspects. I am willing to compensate for all losses. Lu Yang, dragging his ailing body, rose to speak. Compensation? What do you have to offer? Do you take me, Lin Dingtian, for a fool? Throughout sacred Lin City and much of the imperial capital, who does not know of the engagement between my son and Yuhan? Today, you break the contract. How will others perceive me? Lin Dingtian spoke with barely contained fury. Do not speak so freely. The Lu family is now considered kin to the imperial capital, destined to be the future national in-laws. Are you not afraid of implicating your entire clan? Upon witnessing the overwhelming spirit essence emanating from Lin Dingtian, Uncle Wu felt a twinge of trepidation, such a threat of collective punishment. When my father was alive, he repeatedly drove away external enemies from the imperial capital, and now he faces the dire fate of annihilation. Does the old emperor even know of this? Lin Dingtian's words were a clear indication that the current imperial capital was not yet under your control. As matters had escalated to this point, Lin Yan slowly stepped out from the crowd, his eyes shimmering with a hint of bloodlust, and declared, "This matter arose because of me. It is not the Lu family's fault. If your third prince possesses true manhood, then let us engage in a contest 3 years hence. If you prevail, you may kill or destroy me as you wish, and I shall not resist. However, should you lose, I require you to kneel before the citizens of the sacred land of Nowhere and apologize to my Lu family." Upon uttering these words, a wave of gasps swept through the crowd. In 3 years, the third prince would ascend to the throne as the emperor, and to compel one of such exalted status to kneel in contrition. If this were to leak out, what would become of the empire's dignity? You, young man, must not be so arrogant. To demand the third prince kneel is sheer hubris. Uncle Wu's face turned a shade of iron. Ha. Of course, if the third prince is afraid and declines, that is no matter. 3 years from now, I shall still come. Lin Yan's provocation was unmasked. The third prince's brow furrowed deeply, yet upon glancing at the weeping maiden beside him, he seemed to feel a loss of dignity before his future wife. A contest it is then. 3 years, I await you. Should you lose, I will show no mercy and ensure you pay dearly for today's arrogance, the third prince declared furiously. Hearing this, Lin Yan exhaled a long breath of relief. It appeared his tactic of provocation had succeeded. Whether in victory or defeat 3 years hence, at least his own family would not be drawn into the fray. The third prince had made a promise in front of so many witnesses and was unlikely to retract it. For a sovereign's word is not to be taken lightly. The second elder discreetly nodded, as it appeared that this tempest had passed. Eye in his eyes, as long as his own interests and the lives of his descendants were not jeopardized. The fate of the youth before him, whether he lived or died, held no significance whatsoever. What? Do you, royal uncle, not believe me? He is merely a 5th-tier spiritual warrior at present. Even if he were to become a spiritual master or a spiritual battle master 3 years hence. What of it? I am an inner disciple of the Holy Heaven sect. You should be more aware than any one of the heights I shall attain in 3 years. The third prince exhibited signs of rising anger as he spoke. Alas, let us hope so. I in this land brimming with miracles. One must not underestimate anyone who harbors resentment and has made a promise, especially one who is a successor of the demon eye. You should not interfere with this matter. I shall take covert measures. How could I allow someone who offends the future sovereign to live beyond 3 years? Haha, it has been 4 years. Do you still remember me, boy? A shadow emerged from the youth's chest, transforming into a gaunt old man clad in a black robe, his visage exuding an aura of terror. You. The youth gazed at the old man before him, his complexion turning ashen. Memories from 4 years ago surged forth like a dam that had broken, flooding his mind. It was precisely this self-proclaimed old man of the underworld who had brought him such calamity. What is this? What? After 4 years of absence, you are rendered speechless upon seeing me again. The shadow drifted closer to the youth. Tauntingly, I curse your ancestors. The youth, like a beast unshackled, suddenly swung his fist with a gust of wind, striking fiercely at the old man's chest. Go ahead, strike away. If delivering blows can cleanse my shame, I would not mind allowing you to pummel me a few times, the shadow remarked, unfazed by the youth's powerful strike. Why did you bestow the demon eye upon me 4 years ago? Without it, How could I bear this humiliation today? The youth gritted his teeth, glaring at the shadow in fury. How can you blame me? At that time, I asked you if you wished to become powerful, and you responded affirmatively, which led me to grant you the demon eye. The shadow replied, feigning innocence. Damn it. You could randomly grab someone on the street and ask them if they wish to become strong. Without the demon eye, even if you were a prodigy, you could only become a spiritual master at best. Do you believe that a mere spiritual master could turn the tide? The old man waved his withered hand dismissively. Huh. You are indeed correct. Yet I never desired to find myself in a position as helpless as this, merely awaiting slaughter. The youth's eyes ignited with a fierce rage, his voice trembling, observing the youth's uncontrollable emotions. The old man displayed no sign of anger. Instead, a wry smile graced his lips. Perhaps, if only you would trust me once more, I possess a way to help you cleanse this shame. Of course. The power to decide lies with you. Chapter 5. The Creator. Regarding the old man's words, Lin Yin furrowed his brow, contemplating whether he should place his faith in him once again. This individual was a stranger to him. What motive could he possibly have to assist him? On what grounds should I trust you? You left me with a demon eye and subject me to 4 years of suffering. Should you deceive me again, I may very well find myself incapable of standing here alive next time. Lin Yin questioned with skepticism. Trust me, and I can elevate you to become a being above both warriors and alchemists. What say you? The revelation of this momentous bomb caused Lin Yan's expression to shift subtly. In this continent, strength reigns supreme, and alchemists are an exceedingly rare profession, possessing the ability to concoct elixirs and forge weapons, thus holding a status that towers above the masses. Every formidable individual seeks to curry favor with alchemists, for the elixirs they produce can significantly enhance a warrior's prowess. Many venerable old-timers, despite their pride, are willing to humble themselves in order to solicit the crafting of advancement elixirs from these alchemists. This alone attests to their influence on the continent, standing above all others. Lin Yin could scarcely fathom a profession that could surpass this. Stop keeping me in suspense. Surely the alchemist is the foremost profession on the continent. What could possibly rival it? You are quite uninformed. Have you not heard of the legendary profession of the continent? The Creator? Old Ming replied with a hint of indifference. Creator? That name sounds strikingly familiar. Lin Yin murmured, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Suddenly, his expression froze in astonishment as he exclaimed, Are you referring to the one who can create techniques and puppets? Indeed, if an alchemist can compel a group of powerful beings to serve them, a creator can command an entire formidable force to do their bidding. Their status on the continent is truly transcendent. Old Ming spoke with unabashed pride. This assertion is not without merit. When it comes to techniques, their value far exceeds that of elixirs. Consider this. A single spiritual level technique allows Lin Ding Tian, a formidable spirit warrior, to contend with a spirit king in their infancy. Among the 4 great families, they undoubtedly hold the esteemed title of the first family. The strength of a force ultimately hinges on the abundance of techniques and the number of powerful individuals it possesses. The Creator is an ancient profession that has vanished for over 100,000 years, while techniques have been depleting without effective replenishment, resulting in a skyrocketing price for such knowledge. Most war-level and even divine-level techniques are held by some extraordinary forces, and the most commonly circulated techniques within families and across the continent are merely advanced spiritual-level ones. If Lin Yin were to become a true creator, he would find himself besieged by countless forces eager to recruit him without him ever having to leave his abode. Should a force possess a creator, it signifies their ability to continuously produce techniques, dramatically augmenting their overall strength. The allure of this prospect far surpasses that of an alchemist, considering that alchemists have not vanished entirely and can still be sought after with a bit of coin. Gulp. Lin Yin swallowed hard. Despite the fact that this old man had once deceived him, the temptation he now presented was overwhelmingly enticing. With no alternative path available, he had no choice but to follow this old man into the depths of darkness. The current situation no longer permitted the youth to choose a different path. Strictly speaking, the road ahead for him was a dead end, leaving him with no option but to resolutely take a gamble. What are you waiting for? Hurry and become my disciple, Old Ming commanded, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone nonchalant. Yes, Lin Yin exclaimed, taking a deep breath before kneeling with a resounding thud as he bowed 3 times earnestly. Now that's more like it. You may rise, Old Ming replied. Having already bowed in apprenticeship, do you not have any form of initiation gift? Lin Yin gazed at the elder with a hint of significance. For years ago, I had already prepared this for you, but at that time, you were not yet qualified to become a master artisan. Now, however, it seems you barely meet the criteria. The elder's fingers flickered slightly, and in an instant, the stone resting against the youth's chest began to levitate gently. Is this not a demon crystal? Lin Yin gazed at the round stone, puzzled. Its worth cannot possibly be compared to that of a demon crystal. This is a 3-pattern artisan pill. The foremost requirement to become an artisan is to condense the artisan pill. If you were to attempt it on your own, it would likely take you 50 years to achieve it. Which is why I prepared this for you long ago, the elder said with a hint of annoyance. Upon hearing this, the youth's expression shifted slightly. No wonder this old fellow appeared now. It seems this was all meticulously arranged. He had clearly allowed himself to be devoured by the spirit-eating beast, awaiting the right moment. The distinction between an artisan and an alchemist is significant. Alchemists are categorized from grade 1 to grade 9, while artisans range from 1 pattern to 6 pattern. Achieving the first pattern signifies the ability to create techniques from the lower to the higher levels of the profound stage, while the second pattern allows for the crafting of spirit stage techniques, and so forth. However, reaching the 4th pattern artisan pill is sufficient to forge the legendary divine stage techniques. Should one advance further, who knows what incredible creations might emerge, from ancient times to the present. The highest level achieved has merely been the 4th pattern artisan pill, with no one ever reaching the 5th pattern, let alone the 6th. A 3-pattern artisan pill. Are you implying that I can now create battle stage techniques? Craft puppets. Lin Yin exclaimed with excitement as he stared at the stone before him. You are overly optimistic. Although this is a 3-pattern artisan pill, if you were to absorb it, you would at most become a 1-pattern artisan. As you continue to grow, it will gradually evolve into a 3-pattern pill, and if your comprehension ability is strong enough, perhaps you could attain that transcendent existence of a 4-pattern artisan. The elder spoke in a long, contemplative tone. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin felt no reason to be disheartened. After all, such fortunate circumstances are rare in this world. A martial artist who is not even a spirit master could create battle stage techniques. That would be truly extraordinary. Nevertheless, this thought filled the youth with excitement. The fact that it is a 3-pattern artisan pill means that as long as he consistently advances and comprehends, he will eventually reach the 3-pattern stage without encountering significant bottlenecks. A high-level battle stage technique is already exceedingly rare on the continent, with power sufficient to obliterate an entire city. If he were to fortuitously become a 4-pattern artisan, then divine stage techniques would possess the might to completely annihilate an entire civilization. Even a mid-tier nation like the Holy Land of Noel would crumble before such techniques. Furthermore, one could also craft puppets, which are classified into 5 levels: human profound puppets, spirit profound puppets, earth profound puppets, sky profound puppets, and divine profound puppets. The creation of puppets is extraordinarily challenging. The foremost requirement is that the creator must possess a fully formed 1-pattern artisan pill. Additionally, it is necessary to procure the corpse of a powerful individual, with the deceased cultivation at least at the level of a spirit warrior. There are numerous intricate procedures, all of which are essential. In ancient times, the crafting of puppets necessitated the use of a powerful being's body as a foundation. Given this, it is rare for artisans to kill a strong individual merely for the sake of a puppet. If one possesses the capability to slay a spirit warrior, then why bother creating a human profound puppet of the same rank? Furthermore, the creator is not merely an object of fervent attraction for the continental powers. His own strength is equally formidable. Unlike an alchemist, who, aside from concocting elixirs, bears little distinction from an ordinary warrior in terms of genuine prowess. The creator possesses an intimate familiarity with the techniques he forges. He can unleash the full potential of his own methods, achieving nearly 100% efficacy. Any technique, when confronted by the creator's hand, can be meticulously analyzed. Mastering a technique can yield a speed of cultivation equivalent to tenfold that of an ordinary practitioner. For instance, a spirit king who has mastered a high-level spiritual technique, even if proficient, can only utilize about 60% of its power. In contrast, a spirit king creator, even wielding a high-level mysterious technique, can withstand an ordinary spirit king equipped with a high-level spiritual technique. This alone is sufficient to render the creator virtually invincible among peers, with few rivals to contest his supremacy. Do you recall why I initially entrusted the demon eye to you? It is because the method of merging the Dan is peculiar. It necessitates a constitution with an exceptionally strong adhesive quality for successful integration. Otherwise, one cannot possibly harness the Dan. Once you merge the Dan, the demon eye will naturally become quiescent, and your cultivation speed will experience a significant enhancement. Although the 3-year pact seems daunting, it is not insurmountable. The weighty revelation dropped by Elder Ming left Lin Yin gasping in astonishment. The former Black Flame Demon King, not being a creator himself, was nonetheless nearly invincible among his peers. The demon eye, as a form of mental assault, could imperceptibly eliminate adversaries, a fact beyond dispute. Can I merge it now? Lin Yin inquired eagerly. Yes, it's time. Swallow it. Elder Ming gently instructed as he extracted the Dan from the stone with great care. Swallow it whole, like this. Lin Yin stammered in surprise. What? Would you prefer to summon a few royal chefs to prepare it for you? Elder Ming quipped. Feeling somewhat awkward, Lin Yin took the Dan and, with a gulp, swallowed it directly. Strangely, the Dan did not traverse the esophagus to reach the stomach. Instead, it rapidly disintegrated mid-descent, transforming into countless diminutive energy entities that surged through the minute gaps in the esophagus toward the dantian. At that moment, the demon eye situated in the Tianling began to pulsate with fervor. Threads of black energy surged along the meridians toward the dantian, startling the youth. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the Dan did not remain dormant after entering the dantian. It began to expand like a balloon. Gradually, Lin Yin felt as if he were pregnant for 10 months, his abdomen swelling round and full. Elder Ming, you wouldn't be tricking me again, would you? What manner of monstrosity is this? As Lin Yin exclaimed in shock, the demon eye successfully reached the Qi Sea, where the black energy coalesced like a sealed jar, gathering all the Dan's energy and compressing it with every breath he took. His abdomen alternated between expanding and contracting. Gradually, the Dan began to revert to its original form, albeit surrounded by a layer of fiercely turbulent black energy. That it was only at this moment that Lin Yin comprehended the reason behind Elder Ming's decision to leave him the demon eye. Without its control, swallowing the Dan would undoubtedly result in his explosive demise. The demon eye will constrain the Titan, while the Titan will simultaneously weaken the power of the demon eye. They are mutually restraining. And you can derive benefits from this interplay. When you gain complete control over the demon eye and Titan, your strength will significantly increase. Currently, you have merely initiated their fusion, which is just the first step. The next task is to seek the ancestor crystal. Without it, your cultivation will face great difficulties. With his hands tucked into his sleeves, Ming Lao's face suddenly bore an expression of sinister delight. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's expression turned cold in an instant, and he retorted angrily, "You old fool, you are indeed deceiving me." Chapter 6. The effects of training. In ancient times, the continent of Gulen was governed by deities, renowned as the 24 ancient gods, whose existence was dedicated to the protection of Gulen. It was not until the end of the ancient era that these gods vanished, leaving behind 20 precious ancestor crystals imbued with elemental energy. Since the ancient period, the ancestor crystals have only appeared 3 times, each occurrence unleashing a torrent of bloodshed. The power of a single ancestor crystal can elevate a complete weakling, lacking the strength to even bind a chicken, to a formidable force at the pinnacle of the continent. For Lin Yin, the quest for the ancestor crystal seemed nothing short of a fantastical dream, setting aside the difficulties involved, even if he were to find one. What guarantee did he have of safeguarding it? Do not look at me with such an expression. The power you will require for your future ascension is immensely vast. At present, you cannot fathom its magnitude. Although the demon eye aids in cultivation, both the demon eye and Titan will gradually grow alongside your ascension. The combined energy they require could deplete the spiritual essence stored by a spirit warrior. You are currently at the 5th level of spiritual practitioners and should soon break through. At that point, perhaps you could try, Ming Lao remarked lightly, though Lin Yin was skeptical of the old man's words. Uncertainty loomed in his heart. If what Ming Lao said were true, would he be unable to ascend without finding the ancestor crystal? Seemingly reading the youth's thoughts, Ming Lao slowly replied, "You need not worry about lower-tier ascensions. Once you reach the level of a spirit master, the disparity will become evident. Focus on your cultivation." On a small hill, a bare-chested youth sat within a black energy sphere, which resembled a vacuum environment with minimal air circulation. Only slender black tendrils, akin to serpents, continuously coiled around him. After enduring for merely 3 minutes, the youth was drenched in sweat, his entire body trembling slightly. This method of physical refinement was devised by Ming Lao, employing the technique of refining puppets for body training. Gritting his teeth, the youth gazed at the elder before him and inquired, "Why the haste? It has only been a brief moment. This is the first time employing such a method to refine the body, and one must endure for at least the duration of half a stick of incense. Otherwise, not only will your body fail to strengthen, but it may even yield counterproductive results. The old man, Ming, disregards the youth, his withered hands continuously forming simple hand seals, clearly exerting no true effort. Were he to harness the genuine power of puppet refinement, Lin Yan's soul and spirit would have been utterly shattered by now. Gritting his teeth, the young man endures the growing weakness within him, as the somewhat insubstantial spiritual essence within begins to circulate through his meridians, striving to resist the external pressure. This effort is undeniably akin to a drop in the ocean. For within less than half a stick of incense, he begins to feel the debilitating effects of spiritual essence depletion, had it not been for the relentless suppression of the demonic eye. The youth would likely have lost control by now as time stretches on. The smooth, unblemished skin of the youth begins to exude faint traces of black impurities. These dark energies are deftly controlled by the old man, with the black filth representing the refuse within the body. By expelling them, pure strength will remain, and should he continue his training, both the density of his physique and his resilience to impacts will significantly enhance. As the pressure mounts, the youth starts to experience shortness of breath, his heart also feeling the strain, akin to being submerged in 300 meters of deep water, where the overwhelming pressure leaves one gasping for air. Were it any ordinary person, they would have long since called for a halt, but Lin Yan dares not. He cannot afford to gamble with his future dignity. Thus, while others may take the liberty to slack off or indulge in comfort, he alone cannot allow himself such a luxury. Perhaps it is the unwavering support of his convictions that enables the youth to forget the burden, focusing solely on his breathing, striving to adapt to the intensifying pressure. Crack. The bones emit a series of crisp sounds. However, this is not a fracture, but rather an increase in bone density. While body refinement typically progresses from the exterior to the interior, the process of puppet crafting operates conversely. From the inside out. It is akin to establishing a solid foundation for physical training. Only when the base is stable can the upper body bear sufficient pressure to unleash its power. Observing the youth, whose initial impatience has gradually transformed into tranquility, a rare smile graces the wrinkled visage of the old man. Ming, perhaps the endurance and tenacity exhibited by the boy at this moment indeed reflect the qualities of a true warrior. A raw gem, uncarved, can at best be considered a mere stone. Thus, the youth before us must undergo a myriad of trials and training before ultimately attaining the privilege of standing atop the pyramid of success. After an entire hour, Lin Yan finally liberates himself from the clutches of the black energy, exhaling deeply, twisting his body slightly, only to realize that he lacks even the strength to lift his arms. Left to languish helplessly on the ground. Get up and run a few laps, he admonishes himself. Should his muscles remain under duress without prompt training, the consequences are all too clear. The old man, Ming, embodies the role of a stern mentor, allowing no room for complacency in his disciple. Lin Yan was acutely aware of the severe repercussions that would ensue if he did not allow his body to relax. Reluctantly, he managed to force himself upright, yet his legs buckled once again, leading him to collapse back onto the ground. Beads of sweat clung to his skin, thoroughly soaking his back. Despite this, the youth gritted his teeth and stood once more. It took 4 attempts before he finally found his footing and began to walk unsteadily. Gradually, his pace quickened from a slow walk to a light jog, and he could feel his strength slowly returning. In this moment, Lin Yan sensed an enhancement in his physical resilience. Although still modest, he firmly believed that with daily rigorous training, his body would grow stronger. Accustomed to solitude, it seemed that his family had nearly forgotten the existence of Lin Yan. Shifting the focus to the modest dwelling where the youth resided, the furnishings were simple yet tidy. Hovering above his head was a rapidly spinning pellet, a symbol of his unadvanced 3-patterned dandan. However, faintly, a delicate crimson line began to emerge upon the dandan, a sign that it was gradually maturing through Lin Yan's relentless training. It was only when the dandan reached a single pattern that he would be qualified to create profound techniques. The moment the dandan transformed into a fiery red hue, Lin Yan opened his mouth wide, and a powerful suction drew the dandan into his abdomen. Moments later, an intense wave of scorching energy erupted from his nostrils and ears, causing his face to flush red. This was a necessary undertaking to forge the dandan, as the youth's body was not yet robust enough to sustain its rotation internally. Otherwise, his flesh would likely be torn apart by the dandan. Still no advancement. The youth felt a twinge of disappointment. Although the Dandan had undergone several external rotations, the dragon-shaped patterns showed no sign of transformation. There was no use in fretting. The advancement of the Dandan required a substantial amount of insight and spiritual essence. For now, the only course of action was to allow it to rotate and absorb on its own. Without receiving his spiritual essence, the Dandan would find it exceedingly challenging to progress in a short time. If you reach the level of a spirit master, the Dandan will smoothly transition into a single pattern, Elder Ming remarked as he extended his hands from his sleeves. Lin Yin nodded, realizing that he would need considerable time for cultivation. Knock, knock, knocked out at the sound of a knock at the door. Elder Ming instantly transformed into a wisp of black mist and vanished. Come in, Lin Yin said slowly as he donned his clothing. Lin Ding Tian entered, and upon seeing the spirited youth, he instinctively expressed surprise. Yinner, tomorrow marks the day for ancestral worship. Come with me to the mountain to pay respects, Lin Ding Tian said after a brief moment of astonishment. Ancestral worship? Am I allowed to attend? Lin Yin inquired hesitantly. Of course, you haven't honored your mother in several years. It's time to pay her a visit, Lin Ding Tian replied gently. Yes, father, the ancestral halls of the Lu family and ours are both located at the foot of Yayu Mountain. Will they be attending? Lin Yin asked after a brief pause. Humph, I am curious to see what face Lu Yang has to pay respects to his ancestors. After all, old Master Lu promised to unite our families. Yet he broke his word. Lin Ding Tian's face darkened with anger as he recalled that day's humiliation. A week has elapsed since the disgrace of the Lu family, and it has been a week since the young man last beheld Duhan. This absence has stirred within him a longing for that lively and innocent girl. Yet, what could he possibly achieve upon encountering her? Yinner, it has been a week. Your demon eye has not flared up. Has it? Lin Ding Tian, seemingly unable to dismiss his concerns about the ticking time bomb within his son, inquired. I am much improved, Lin Yin assured himself, resolute in his decision to conceal the existence of the old man Ming. He could not divulge his ability to control the demon eye, not even to his father, for walls have ears. That is well, Lin Ding Tian replied, gradually exiting the room. Observing his father, who appeared to have aged a decade. The young man's fists clenched tightly. Father, rest assured, next time, I shall make the Lu family regret the foolishness they committed that day. Chapter 7. The family heirloom. The soul-suppressing demon spear at the break of dawn the following day. The Lin family's young members donned formal attire in preparation for the ancestral worship ceremony. This event is a grand tradition that every family must observe annually. All members reaching the age of 12, regardless of gender, are required to participate. In previous years, Lin Yin would not have qualified, yet now Lin Dingtian wishes for him to attend the ceremony. The reason is simple. Every generation of powerful warriors in the Lin family disperses their energy upon nearing their demise. Filling the ancestral hall with spiritual essence, Lin Dingtian intends for Lin Yin to elevate his level, a decision fraught with peril, yet he harbors ulterior motives, the youth in the square brimmed with vigor. Eagerly anticipating this annual commemoration, for it represents a golden opportunity to enhance their strength, one not to be missed. Lin Yang, Lin Shi, Lin Mu. 2, the third elder, holding the list for the ancestral worship, noted that most names belong to the younger members of the Lin family, who are destined to become the future leaders. However, upon reaching the end of the list, his expression soured at the sight of an addition. Lin Yin, are you mistaken? I knew you would inquire. Yinner is the rightful descendant of the Lin family, and his demon eye poses no immediate danger. Thus, he shall accompany us, Lin Dingtian stated, casting a glance at the third elder, head of the family. But, enough with the buts. I shall make the decision. Lin Dingtian's piercing gaze silenced the third elder, who promptly shook his head in resignation. How peculiar. Why has my father suddenly decided I should partake in the ancestral worship? Is there some ulterior arrangement? Lin Yin pondered to himself, though still uncertain. He knew clarity would come in due time. The distance from Shenglin City to Yayu Mountain is a mere half-day's journey. Out of respect for their ancestors, Lin Dingtian's party chose to walk rather than utilize any mode of transportation. As the family members moved ahead, Lin Dingtian slowed his pace to match Lin Yan's. Yinner, do you understand why I have brought you along this time? I do not know. Could it be that you wish for me to cultivate? Lin Yin replied, taken aback. That is half correct. You are aware that our family possesses a weapon passed down for a millennium. The soul-suppressing demon spear, an artifact bequeathed by our ancestors, which has always been stored within the ancestral hall. Lin Dingtian hesitated briefly before continuing. It bears the strength of generations of Lin family warriors and should aid you in suppressing your demon eye. Take it with you when you depart. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless for a considerable time. Was he not already aware of what the Jinhuan demon halberd was? The ability of the Lin family ancestral hall to facilitate rapid cultivation was fundamentally attributable to it. Throughout generations, the formidable warriors of the Lin family had imparted their entire life as cultivation to the Jinhuan demon halberd before their demise. If he were to take it away, it would signify the irrevocable loss of the ancestral hall's capacity to enhance their cultivation for centuries, regardless of the tumultuous trials faced by the Lin family. No head of the family had ever contemplated removing it. The reasoning was quite simple. It was the very foundation upon which the Lin family stood as the foremost clan in Shenglin City. Without the Jinhuan demon halberd, the younger generation of the Lin family would never match the cultivation speed of other families. Father, that is out of the question. The elders would undoubtedly oppose it. Moreover, how could I deprive the rest of the family of their opportunity to enhance their strength for my own sake? Lin Yin promptly expressed his dissent. You should be aware of the promise made to the Lu family. If you cannot defeat the third prince 3 years hence, even if the Lin family remains unscathed, the third prince will surely take lethal action, Lin Dingtian remarked, letting out a heavy sigh. What father could bear to watch his son meet such a grim fate? Sensing Lin Yan's silence, Lin Dingtian continued, rest assured, with the Jinhuan demon halberd, entering the spirit warrior realm within 3 years should not be overly arduous. After defeating the third prince, it can be returned. Consider it a borrowing. Surely, the ancestors of the Lin family would not hold it against you. Observing his father's relentless arrangements, Lin Yin felt he had little ground for refusal. The fact that he could now manipulate the demon eye was not something he could disclose. Each time he attempted to voice it, the ancient presence within him would emit waves of resistance, leaving him no choice but to endure in silence. After a considerable time, the group from the Lin family arrived at the ancestral, which lay at the foot of the Yayu mountain. Several Lin family warriors were stationed as guardians, most possessing strength around the 5th level of the Spirit Master realm, including a blind old man. Naturally, no one would underestimate this blind man as merely being blind. They had remained in seclusion for years, rendering them virtually invisible to outsiders. In truth, they were the dedicated sentinels of the Jinhuan demon halberd. Above the Lin family's ancestral hall, atop the mountain, stood a shrine belonging to the Lu family. That moment, Lin Yin beheld the girl he yearned to see but could not approach. She stood at a distance, ethereal and graceful, her enchanting eyes gazing down at the foot of the mountain. Upon spotting the boy in the distance, a delicate smile graced her lips. The third elder scrutinized each individual sternly. After all the Lin family juniors had entered, Lin Yin glanced at Yuehan, who had been watching him from the mountain, before slowly making his way forward. The third elder prepared to stop Lin Yin. He was met with the unwavering gaze of Lin Dingtian beside him, compelling him to relent. The energy reserves within the hidden chamber of the ancestral hall accumulated annually, providing enough for 10 individuals for 10 days, thereby aiding the lesser cultivators in enhancing their strength. This time, only a handful of juniors entered, totaling merely 5, including Lin Yin. Lin Dingtian and the elders departed beforehand, naturally unwilling to wait idly for 10 days. Hold on, Lin Yin, the family summoned you to pay respects to the ancestors, but they did not state that you were permitted to enter for cultivation. What do you think you are doing? Lin Yang suddenly stepped forward, blocking Lin Yan's path, and mockingly remarked, Indeed. What if you were to lose control inside? He must not be allowed to enter. In an instant, the younger members of the family all stepped forward, forming a barrier before Lin Yin. Lin Yin had anticipated this. His desire to enter and cultivate was not going to be so easily fulfilled. This troublesome group held no affection for him whatsoever. As he gazed at the stone door just within reach, the youth's expression darkened slightly. Who says I cannot enter? It is you, on the other hand, who are older than I, and your levels are all at the 6th or 7th tier of spirit warriors. Entering would simply squander the energy left by our ancestors, Lin Yin stated calmly, surveying everyone. Such bravado. I am a 6th tier spirit warrior. If you truly wish to enter, then defeat me, and we shall not hinder you. Lin Yang replied with a smirk. Lin Yin was well aware that Lin Yang was the grandson of the third elder, who frequently sought to trouble him. However, he felt no concern, although his opponent was a 6th tier spirit warrior. Their physical strengths were not on the same level. Not to mention, he had endured 4 years of spirit devouring, and the intense body training from Old Ming was no mere formality. While he might not be able to match Lin Yang in terms of spiritual essence, in terms of physique, he could easily outclass him. Very well, I am grateful for your gracious invitation, Brother Lin Yang. Did Dio proceed? Lin Yan waved dismissively. Humph. Arrogant. With a swift stride forward, Lin Yang's faint azure spiritual essence began to manifest. Swirling around him, several younger members of the Lin family watched with discontent as the youth prepared to be beaten. Take this punch. Lin Yang's expression turned serious as his fist transformed into a gust of wind, aimed directly at the youth's face. Lin Yan effortlessly evaded the blow, having dodged the jaws of spirit devourers before. Could Lin Yang's punch possibly be faster? Too slow, he muttered as he seized Lin Yang's arm, executing a low sweep with his leg, causing Lin Yang to stumble dangerously, nearly falling flat on his face. Having faltered on the first move, Lin Yang's face flushed with embarrassment. If he couldn't even defeat a family waste, did that not imply he was inferior to one? Enraged by this thought, he turned to retaliate. Earth-shattering fist, low-grade mystical technique. Lin Yang, unable to tolerate another failure, unleashed his technique, his fist enveloped in azure spiritual essence, an oppressive force radiating from him. Bang! The punch connected with Lin Yan's chest, causing him to cough heavily and stagger back a few steps. Although his physique was formidable, he still felt somewhat vulnerable against the family's earth-shattering fist. Previously, he might have coughed up blood from such a blow, but now he could brush off Lin Yang's attack, as their strengths were not drastically different, with only a minor tear separating them. Damn it! How is this possible? Lin Yang stared in disbelief at Lin Yan, who had quickly regained his composure. Lin Yan, not willing to waste words, dashed forward, his hands slightly curved, akin to an eagle's claw, firmly gripping Lin Yang's throat, and bang! He slammed him against the stone door. Do you yield? Lin Yan's eyes emitted a chilling light. Although he claimed to harbor no murderous intent, the amplifying effect of his demonic eyes rendered the seemingly harmless youth exuding an aura of lethal menace. I concede. Lin Yang stammered in terror, recognizing that he was not foolish. He could palpably sense a wave of killing intent permeating the air. Provoking this inheritor of the demonic would likely result in his own demise. A fate that would hardly raise any eyebrows. Chapter 8. Advancement. Lin Yan decisively struck, defeating Lin Yang, and the other younger generation dared not impose further difficulties. Upon opening the stone door, a circular space was revealed. Neither too large nor too small, it could accommodate over 50 individuals if fully occupied. Surrounding the space were small stone doors. Upon a cursory count, there appeared to be 10 in total, presumably leading to the areas for cultivation. Lin Yan slowly stepped into the center of the stone door and immediately sensed an exceptionally rich spiritual essence enveloping him, so potent that each breath he took was infused with it. The spiritual essence here had thickened to a liquid state after a year of accumulation. No wonder the family maintained such stringent oversight of this place. The other younger members, familiar with the terrain, arrived annually to claim their designated stone doors, swiftly occupying the prime positions that in no time. Lin Yan found himself alone in the underground hall. His purpose for entering this place was not solely for cultivation. His father had mentioned the existence of a legendary weapon here, likely referring to the rust-covered long spear resting on the stone platform in the center of the space. The long spear measured approximately a yard in length, roughly equivalent to the height of an adult male, featuring a trident design in the realm of weaponry. It was commonly referred to as a trident, which, while possessing relatively weak defensive capabilities, was typically employed for aggressive assaults. In close combat, it could unleash unexpected power. However, this spear appeared rather peculiar. Its tines were blunt rather than sharp, and the central portion was riddled with numerous protrusions, densely and systematically covering the entire shaft. Upon glimpsing the family heirloom weapon of legend, Lin Yan felt a twinge of disappointment. He had envisioned a resplendent weapon radiating golden light and weighing hundreds of pounds, only to find this unremarkable item instead. Despite its unassuming appearance, one should not be deceived. Given its capacity for energy storage, it was undoubtedly no ordinary weapon. The old spirit, having lived for innumerable years, possessed a discerning eye for treasures. Lin Yan harbored no intention of retrieving it just yet. He deemed it prudent to wait until he completed his cultivation. Then, he could perhaps surreptitiously take it without attracting attention. Even if he could not take it, it mattered little, for he had no immediate use for it. With his plans set, Lin Yan casually entered a secluded chamber to begin his cultivation. Upon entering the small room, he noticed a stone mat laid out for sitting. Without hesitation, he intended to take a seat. But a shadow swiftly appeared, unexpectedly occupying the spot before him. Old Ming, what are you doing? Lin Yin inquired, observing the old spirit comfortably settled in his place. Do not look at me like that. I, too, require spiritual essence. Given the abundance of energy here, I must seize this opportunity to consolidate my soul, Old Ming replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. You still need to cultivate, as the sun and moon take turns in their celestial dance. The passage of time dedicated to cultivation slips away in the blink of an eye. After nearly 3 days of seclusion, Lin Yan's once withered reservoir of energy gradually began to swell. In contrast, although the venerable Ming Lao's form remained ethereal, a hint of flush appeared on his wrinkled visage, suggesting that he had absorbed a considerable amount of spiritual essence. The youth, with his eyes tightly shut, felt a sudden crackle in his bones as the flow of external energy into his reservoir abruptly ceased. This long-forgotten sensation caused a subtle shift in his expression. It had been 4 long years. This was the first time in that span he felt an impending transformation within his body. Exhaling softly, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in his eyes, an unmistakable omen of impending advancement. Lin Yin dared not linger, for the opportunity to ascend was fleeting. If not seized, he knew not when the next chance would arise. Sensing the restlessness of the spiritual essence within, he wasted no time in forming intricate hand seals. The ethereal essence in the air swiftly converged, and the magical eye submerged in his reservoir emitted a potent allure, voraciously devouring any stray spiritual essence that drifted nearby. That moment, the docile core within him suddenly began to whirl with astonishing speed. Akin to a self-rotating planet, its formidable gravitational pull absorbed all the spiritual essence claimed by the magical eye, forming a transient vortex within his being. This tumultuous struggle left the youth in despair. He had anticipated that absorbing these essences would consolidate within him, yet he found that all 3 entities were greedily vying for the same essence. This compelled him to continuously alter his hand seals, hastening his absorption. This endeavor persisted for approximately 3 hours, yet to his astonishment, the once burgeoning reservoir of energy began to dwindle significantly. Typically, a martial artist ascending from the 5th to the 6th tier of spiritual cultivation required minimal time, provided their innate talent and environment were stable. Indeed, some prodigious talents could break through in mere minutes. However, Lin Yin realized that despite frantically absorbing spiritual essence for 3 hours, he had yet to meet the conditions necessary for advancement. Observing the youth, drenched in sweat and nearing exhaustion, Ming Lao slightly opened his eyes and extended a finger, lightly tapping the void. Instantly, a plume of dark mist escaped through his fingertips, coalescing into a bizarre little beast. This creature, with its gaping maw, inhaled and exhaled clouds, stirring the surrounding spiritual essence, which surged wildly into the youth's body. With Ming Lao's assistance, the youth felt an immediate alleviation of pressure and promptly attempted to break through. What is happening, Ming Lao? He inquired, astonished. Does ascending from a lower tier truly require such an immense amount of spiritual essence? Indeed, the core also requires nurturing through spiritual essence. The magical eye is inherently designed to restrain the core. Thus, its demand for essence is no less than that of the core itself. Combined, they necessitate more than your individual requirements. Your current realm has yet to transcend the foundational level. Only upon reaching the level of a spiritual master will you grasp the true challenges of advancement. Ming Lao replied slowly. Upon hearing this, the youth's expression transformed with intrigue. It seemed that upon entering the rank of spiritual master, he would need to seek out the ancestral crystal. That was a treasure left behind by the ancient 24 deities. It could be regarded as a cultivation aid. An ordinary martial artist could ascend to the levels of spiritual king or even spiritual emperor solely through the ancestral crystal, without absorbing any spiritual essence. Its worth was beyond measure, and even some transcendent powers might not possess a single piece. Upon advancing to the next stage, Lin Yin was instantly aware of the surging spiritual essence within him. As a trickle of black golden energy oozed from his palms, lingering momentarily before hastily vanishing. This was his inaugural experience of externalizing spiritual essence, and he had yet to master its control. With time, he would inevitably uncover the immense power it harbored. Still reeling from the surprise, Lin Yin was abruptly alerted by the near-manic roars from outside. Why? Why had the spiritual essence dissipated? It was only the 3rd day. Lin Yong burst forth from the stone gate, his exclamation instantly drawing out the other younger members of the Lin family. Indeed, it was merely the 3rd day. We have only just begun, and yet it has vanished? There must be something amiss. Hearing the clamor from outside, Lin Yin smirked slightly. It seemed that the demonic eye and the binding fruit truly possessed an insatiable appetite, beyond the means of ordinary individuals to sustain. Coupled with Old Ming, the spiritual essence accumulated over a year had simply vanished without a trace. Humph, let the family head and the elders investigate thoroughly. Lin Yang snorted coldly and ceased further conversation. Gazing at Lin Shi, Lin Yin revealed a subtle smile. Although he had little interaction with him, Lin Shi never targeted anyone maliciously and did not harass him as Lin Yang did. Overall, there was a flicker of goodwill. With the spiritual essence gone, there was no reason for the others to linger, and one by one, they departed, appearing somewhat dejected. Only Lin Yin lingered at the end, his gaze perpetually fixed upon the soul-subduing demon halberd at the center of the stone platform. Though he refrained from seizing it, this session of cultivation had been far shorter than 10 days. At this juncture, taking it would not provoke his father, but the elders, who were always looking for a reason to pick a fight, would not stand idly by. Thus, it was not yet the opportune moment to claim it. Despite only being 3 days, the benefits Lin Yin had accrued were likely the most substantial among the younger generation. In contrast, Lin Yang's efforts over these 3 days, though fervent, bore little fruit. Once everyone had vacated the area, Lin Yin turned to descend the mountain. So, that must be Lin Yin of the Lin family. A 6th-tier spiritual practitioner, one level above what the mission brief indicated. High or not, let us swiftly claim the first head. Do not let a mere child delay the next task. 4 Shadowy figures materialized on a distance, each cloaked in conical hats concealing their faces, an array of daggers and concealed weapons strapped to their waists. After a brief exchange, they all surged down the mountain in unison. Chapter 9. Assassination Home. It appears you have also noticed, Old Ming remarked nonchalantly. What do you mean by that? Those 4 individuals are likely from a certain assassin organization. They have been lying in wait since your first day here. Probably deterred by the few guards from your clan. Now that you have emerged, they are likely to take action. The path to the Demon Jade Mountain is to my left. Why not venture in? If a fight breaks out here, Lin Yang and his companions may not escape the calamity. Lin Yin adjusted his brow slightly and suggested. Lin Shi remained silent, giving a slight nod before expressionlessly leading the younger clan members away. Watching Lin Shi and the others grow increasingly distant, Lin Yin maintained a composed demeanor, channeling his spiritual essence swiftly into his legs, standing still for several seconds before suddenly propelling himself forward with a forceful thud. A deep thud echoed as the ground was indented by a powerful impact, propelling the youth forward several meters in a swift rush, before he vanished like a wisp of smoke down a narrow path. Lin Shi abruptly turned his head, catching a glimpse of the already disappeared boy. His expression shifted slightly, hesitating for a moment before continuing onward. Damn it! Could this brat have discovered us? The lead assassin exclaimed in astonishment. Let us pursue him. It's better to distance him from his kin to avoid unnecessary slaughter. Another assassin instantaneously altered his course and sprinted back the way they came. The Yaoyu Mountain. Located on the borders of the sacred Noer Empire, is the empire's only remaining expanse of primeval forest, surrounded by mountains. Its area may appear modest, yet it stretches long, marking the confluence of the neighboring Chuya Dis and the northern wilderness demon domain. Abundant in resources and teeming with demon beasts, this region is notorious as the Empire's sole sanctuary for such creatures, making most of them quite ferocious. Territorial disputes frequently erupt into beast tides. A violent clash among the demon beasts themselves. Without a formidable leader, ordinary individuals would seldom venture into this wild expanse. Gradually distancing himself from the assassins, Lin Yin maintained his speed, swiftly advancing into the depths of Yaoyu Mountain. How infuriating. He runs quite swiftly. Air. San, you two head to the right. I and C will take the left. Once we catch him, no need for chatter. Just eliminate him. The lead assassin commanded with urgency, sensing the sudden absence of the pursuers behind him. Lin Yan's expression darkened. Though his demonic eye allowed him to perceive the cultivation levels of those stronger than himself, it faltered against those exceeding a single realm. Judging by their agility, any one of the assassins possessed a higher cultivation than he did. In a confrontation, he would likely not endure even 3 exchanges. After approximately half an hour of travel, Lin Yin abruptly halted, his keen perception discerning an impending danger ahead. He had neared the outer forest of Yaoyu Mountain, where the distant roars of beasts resonated powerfully, indicating he had encroached upon the territory of the demon beasts. With beasts ahead and pursuers behind, Entrapment by either would make it exceedingly difficult for him to escape unscathed. Moments later, two figures materialized, standing atop a tree trunk, their keen eyes scanning the surroundings before they swiftly leapt down. Racing forward, the pang of anxiety gripped Lin Yan's heart as he quickly ascended a large tree. Utilizing the dense canopy to conceal his form while he awaited the opportune moment, the two assassins gradually appeared below him. The youth unsheathed his dagger, a malevolent glint illuminating his eyes. How fortunate I am. These two assassins are only at the 7th tier of Spirit Master, and the Spirit Master level assassin did not follow. Lin Yan mused, slightly bending forward. With a sudden, thunderous crash, the boy launched himself from the tree. His dagger imbued with a frenzy of murderous intent. The metallic clash resonated as Lin Yan's lethal strike was effortlessly parried by his adversary. Realizing his oversight, the youth acknowledged the prowess of his opponents. They were true assassins, distinguished in agility and physical strength among their peers. To display such a meager skill is rather audacious. The third assassin scoffed, observing the boy who had just landed before them. Lin Yan sensed impending danger and was about to flee when whoosh 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 3 gleaming flying daggers swiftly followed. The speed of the daggers surpassed that of the jaws of the spirit-devouring beast, though not by much. Despite dodging 2 of the daggers, one still grazed the youth's arm, sending a searing pain coursing through him. We must eliminate him quickly to avoid any unforeseen complications, one of the assassins remarked slowly. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before they quickly pursued him. Lin Yan sprinted through the dense forest. He felt no fatigue, having just entered the 6th level of spirit mastery. His internal energy surged at this moment, providing him with the perfect opportunity to expend it. This brat runs quite swiftly. Let us have some fun, one of the assassins thought as they split up. To them, taking him down individually posed little challenge, and perhaps dividing their efforts would hasten their success. Within the shadowy embrace of the densely wooded forest, 4 figures split up in pursuit, moving with remarkable speed. Judging by their expressions, they felt no hint of difficulty. This assignment was likely a mere recreational outing for them. The price offered by Uncle Wu was exceedingly generous. 2,000 gold coins for the elimination of a 6th-level spirit master was undoubtedly free money. While they approached the task with a casual mindset, for Lin Yan, it was a matter of life and death. This was also an opportunity to hone his skills, as real combat was the finest teacher. I intentionally feigned injury. They should harbor no suspicions. Lin Yan mused as he perched atop a tree, observing the approaching assassin. Before long, one of the assassins halted directly beneath him, with a sudden rush. Lin Yan descended, his fist transforming into a gust of wind as it struck down fiercely. The assassin, known as Lao San, wore a grim expression and swiftly evaded, drawing forth his flying daggers for a furious barrage. As daggers whizzed past his forehead, Lin Yan seized the moment, planting his foot firmly on the ground and surging forward once more. With a resounding impact, his punch landed squarely on the assassin's chest, causing the latter's face to flush and forcing him to stagger back several steps. The assassin's Uncle Wu employees must possess formidable skills. It seems your organization understands resource allocation well. Sending you to eliminate me is quite the strategic move, Lin Yan remarked, flexing his wrist with a grin. Humph, do you think it takes a master to deal with you? You should consider your own worth, Lao San retorted. If I were in the Assassin's Guild, I would dispatch a spirit warrior, for I know that a person burdened with disgrace does not perish easily. Lin Yan's eyes began to fill with bloodlust, a wave of frenzied killing intent emanating from him, fueled by the intensified negative emotions that rendered him exceedingly sinister. You overestimate yourself, Lao San exclaimed as dark energy began to seep from his body, revealing that the assassin organization had nearly mastered the art of assassination. Tension crackled between them as Lin Yan, nearly driven to madness, closed the distance in a single stride. Just as Lao San reached for his dagger, Lin Yan seized it, twisting the blade to viciously stab at the assassin's thigh. Ack! The assassin barely had time to react before he felt the sharp pain in his leg. With a powerful kick, he shoved Lin Yan away, retreating several paces, hearing the sounds of more assassins rushing toward him. Lin Yan gritted his teeth and abandoned the thought of further assault, turning to flee. Useless. It is rather astonishing that a mere 6th-tier spiritual practitioner managed to injure you. Had I not arrived in time, your life would likely have been forfeit, the lead assassin exclaimed with a hint of exasperation. Let it be, brother. The third one is merely a novice, yet he wields throwing knives quite adeptly. If the enemy were to engage in close combat, the third would undoubtedly be no match for the second, the latter remarked with a furrowed brow. Humph. I believe he is destined to only throw concealed weapons throughout his life, the lead assassin retorted angrily. For now, let us pause and tend to the third's injuries. After all, there is but one path down the mountain, and I doubt he can escape, the second remarked, his gaze lingering on the blood-stained ground. Very well, it seems we have no other choice. Let us hope no further complications arise. Observing the assassins halting in the distance, Lin Yin exhaled a long sigh of relief. He had not rested for even a moment. Having run tirelessly for nearly an entire day at present, he was still unable to disregard his physical fatigue. Thus, utilizing this brief respite could significantly replenish his depleting spiritual essence. 3 hours later, as the sun began its descent towards the horizon, the young man leaped down from the tree trunk and ventured deeper into the forest. Remaining here was not a viable option. He was faced with two choices: either eliminate them all or seek a path to escape the mountain. Clearly, the first option was impractical. The fact that he was able to injure one assassin was likely due to the latter's lack of aptitude in close-quarters combat, judging by the assassin's movements. It was evident that he was a novice, even less skilled than Lin Yin himself. Chapter 10. Sword Energy Long Rainbow, Sword Pavilion. The heavily injured assassin granted Lin Yin a fleeting moment of respite. From a young age, he had heard tales of the various rare demonic beasts inhabiting the Demon Jade Mountain, as well as the numerous extraordinary treasures that could be found there. Having spent 2 days and nights in this place, Lin Yin had yet to encounter any formidable beasts. Instead, he had only come across numerous lowly creatures with feeble offensive capabilities. This realization kindled his desire to delve deeper, as it appeared that the Demon Jade Mountain was not as fraught with peril as his elders had claimed. Rather, it seemed to exude an air of tranquility. Perhaps, the elders merely wished to deter the younger generation from wandering aimlessly, fabricating tales of danger in the wilds. Lin Yin held this belief firmly. Embracing a spirit of exploration, Lin Yin continued deeper into the mountain, marveling at the breathtaking scenery while also opening his heart to contemplate the wonders of the world. This introspection would greatly aid in his advancement. The tension of fleeing and cultivating had left his mindset particularly strained. With this release, Lin Yin began to perceive the genuine transformations occurring within his body. Buzz, whoosh, the melodious and piercing sound of a sword slicing through the air echoed from afar. Reminiscent of a celestial lute, a captivating melody that flowed like water through the clouds. Each swing of the sword bore an ethereal lightness, gliding effortlessly through the atmosphere. The sword's brilliance danced against the setting sun, releasing waves of energy that effortlessly cleaved falling maple leaves in twain. With precision and grace, Lin Yin meandered along the narrow path. He gradually came to a halt, his core resonating in response to the enchanting sword song. Miraculously, it seemed to stir a profound resonance within his nascent core. In a clearing adorned with flourishing flora, a young woman clad in blue, seemingly in her 20s, wielded a 3-foot-long azure sword, lost in her own world of swordplay. Entirely oblivious to the pair of slightly entranced eyes observing her from afar, Lin Yin stood at a distance, his heart sinking as he remained steadfast, fully immersing himself in the subtle resonance brought forth by the dandan and the sword dance. This was the first time since he absorbed the dandan that it had vibrated, and remarkably, it did so without any external force. Upon closer inspection, one could clearly see the dragon patterns on the dandan beginning to crack, revealing strands of crimson light. Do not stop. Under no circumstances should you cease, Lin Yin murmured to himself, and continued to comprehend the unfolding phenomenon. If this persisted, he might inadvertently ascend to the rank of a one-pattern craftsman. The rate of the dandan's cracking accelerated, and the dragon-shaped patterns gradually revealed their true form. A 5-clawed golden dragon, poised to burst forth, its claws bared as the woman completed her final move. She suddenly sheathed her sword, a charming smile gracing her lips. Raising an elegantly arched brow, she inquired, "Who are you?" "Me? Oh, I am merely a humble woodsman, of no consequence," Lin Yin replied with a cheerful grin. That moment, a strikingly handsome man in white attire suddenly appeared. His hollow sword pointed directly at Lin Yin. "Humph, a woodsman? You appear too delicate for such a role. You wouldn't even be able to tell a lie. Speak truthfully, who are you?" Confronted by the man's pointed question, Lin Yin's expression shifted slightly. Judging by the man's aura and the faint sword marks in the vicinity, it was evident that he was a master of the sword path, his prowess far surpassing Lin Yan's own, even instilling a breathless sense of pressure. Observing the sword so close to his throat, Lin Yan awkwardly stepped back a few paces, saying, "It's a misunderstanding, truly. I merely saw her dancing with the sword and gained much from it. I meant no other intentions." If you had ulterior motives, you wouldn't have made it this far." The man in white sheathed his sword and added, "You should leave quickly. We are here to ambush the 8-back iron bull, lest we suffer an unwarranted calamity." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's expression grew grave. The 8-back iron bull was a third-tier beast, powerful enough to contend with experts at the spirit warrior level, its pair of iron horns capable of obliterating any living creature in its path. Who exactly were these individuals? "Xingyan, let us just leave. There's no 8-back iron bull here if he doesn't leave." "We shall," remarked another robust man, scratching his head. The woman sheathed her sword without casting Lin Yan a glance and slowly departed. The other two men following closely behind. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. These three were indeed peculiar. Why were they so eager to leave? He was hardly a fearsome creature. After all, he had finally stumbled upon a pathway to enhance his dandan. Would they truly abandon it so easily? Xiao Lan, in the future, do keep an eye on your surroundings while dancing with the sword, lest someone take notice, Xingyan said sternly to the woman. How was I to know someone was behind me? This desolate wilderness, and you, Brother Mu Li, do nothing to manage it. Xingyan is always picking on me. The woman pouted defiantly. Let it be. What can we expect from our Xiao Lan? With her ethereal constitution, even her sword dance can inspire breakthroughs. To be honest, I owe my ascension to the 8th layer of Spirit Master to watching you dance. Mu Li chuckled heartily. You indulge her far too much. Who in the sword pavilion can rein her in now? She doesn't even regard me, her elder brother, Xingyan scoffed. Lin Yan gazed at the three individuals drawing ever closer to him, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Their pace was neither hurried nor slow, appearing leisurely. Yet despite his near sprint, he found himself unable to keep up. This fellow truly was a persistent specter, reappearing once more. Were it not for the elder's admonition against causing trouble, I would have relished the opportunity to eliminate him. Xingyan glanced back at the shadowy figure lurking behind, muttering, "Let it be." From the way he looks at Xiao Lan, I can discern nothing but admiration and enlightenment in his gaze. There are no ulterior motives. If he wishes to follow, so be it. Once we locate the 8-back iron ox, he will surely be frightened into submission. Hopefully, that will be the case. Ignoring the youth trailing behind, Xingyan quickened his pace along with the others. Suddenly, the echoing footsteps came to an abrupt halt, and Lin Yan's expression shifted dramatically. A hoarse and powerful beastly roar reverberated through the air. Unmistakably belonging to a creature of considerable rank, as anticipated, a colossal beast, nearly 3 meters in height, burst forth from the thicket, uprooting every tree in its path with its massive horns. After searching for so long, it has finally revealed itself, Xingyan remarked with a cold sneer, setting his sights on the 8-back iron ox. The creature earned its name from the 8 distinct muscles adorning its back, each encased in a hide akin to forged steel, rendering ordinary blades and swords ineffective against it. Moreover, its strength was extraordinary. Its dual horns could be fashioned into weapons or refined into elixirs, making it an exceptional resource. Many mercenary groups would risk annihilation for the chance to capture one, for it was a veritable treasure trove. At last, my golden horn twin sword shall find their mark. Mu Li's greedy eyes fixated upon the ox's formidable horns. Point 3 Divine Sword Formation. Activate. Xingyan wasted no time, bellowing as the trio swiftly repositioned themselves into a triangular formation, encircling the iron ox. Each of the three played a distinct role. Lin Yan ascended to the treetops, observing quietly, as expected. They were sword cultivators. They represented a force more formidable and savage than martial artists, and a cryptic, mysterious name surfaced in Lin Yan's mind. Sword Pavilion. The Sword Pavilion is the second largest sect following the Sacred Heavens sect. There exists a saying within the martial world, to amass power, one should seek the Sacred Heavens sect. To attain strength, one should go to the Sword Pavilion. This alone testifies to the Sword Pavilion's esteemed status within the sacred land of the Noer Empire. In contrast to the Sacred Heavens sect's flamboyant and unrestrained demeanor, the Sword Pavilion maintains a notably low profile. Tales of the Sacred Heavens sect frequently circulate in the sacred land of Noer. Yet the Sword Pavilion remains shrouded in mystery. So much so that even those who seldom traverse the empire may be entirely unaware of its existence. It is likely due to its unassuming nature that the development of the Sword Pavilion has faced suppression. The Holy Heaven sect maintains a favorable relationship with the imperial capital, and the royal family sees no need to undermine it. wary of the formidable offensive capabilities of the sword pavilion. Consequently, the royal family deliberately imposes restrictions, such as limiting the sword pavilion's operational areas and the number of disciples it can recruit each year. This has resulted in the sword pavilion gradually fading from public view, leading to a situation where the Holy Heaven sect dominates alone. However, no one would dare to assert that the Holy Heaven sect surpasses the sword pavilion in strength. After all, the sword pavilion has concealed its prowess for centuries, and its profound heritage is comparable to that of the Holy Heaven sect, its only drawback being that it lacks the expansive influence of the latter. After observing for a while, Lin Yin realized the immense power of the sword formation they were employing. The woman played a crucial role in restraining opponents, while the man in white launched relentless attacks. The burly man wielded a broadsword that maximized defensive capabilities, creating a perfect synergy of offense, defense, and control, thereby amplifying the formation's might to its zenith. Xing Yan appeared pale, his arm trembling violently, indicating that utilizing the sword formation exacted a considerable toll on the body. Without uttering a word, Mu Li swiftly ascended, transforming his broadsword into a mighty hammer that struck fiercely upon Iron Bull's head. The unexpected impact caused Iron Bull to lose his balance and collapse, kneeling before the ground with a resounding thud. Suddenly, a divine sword, charged with energy from the sky, descended, delivering a chilling blow that it seemed that our execution of the three divine sword formation was far from optimal. Were it to be wielded by an elder, the consumption would be significantly less. After Xingyan landed, he staggered a few steps and exclaimed, "Haha, my golden horn dual swords are finally in my possession. Thank you," Mu Li replied excitedly, cupping his hands in gratitude. "Brother Mu Li, you needn't mention it. We are all fellow disciples. That it was you who helped me acquire the hollow sword." Lin Yin gasped for breath, evidently feeling a sense of emptiness within. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. How powerful! Is this the might of a spirit master? Chapter 11. Beast-Tide Kid, have you had enough of the show? Why don't you leave? Xingyan stood up and slowly addressed the boy perched atop the treetops. "Brother, I merely wish to watch her perform with the sword. I assure you, once I have seen it, I will depart immediately without delay," Lin Yin insisted, determined to follow them in hopes of qualifying as a one-pattern craftsman. "Humph, why should this lady perform for you? A martial artist at the 6th level of spirit mastery is commonplace in the sword pavilion," Xiaolan retorted with a disdainful expression. "Junior sister Xiaolan, I perceive no ill intent from him. Perhaps he is on the brink of a breakthrough and simply lacks an opportunity. Why not perform for him? It could foster a newfound friendship," Mu Li suggested. Observing Lin Yan's eager demeanor, "No, I will only perform for my brother and you too, no one else." All right, consider it a performance for me, then. I believe this lad possesses some talent, that if he truly advances to the 7th level of spirit mastery, he might be welcomed into the sword pavilion, especially given his youth. Attaining the 6th level of spirit mastery at such an age is no small feat, Mu Li continued to persuade. Lin Yan's face lit up with joy as he jumped down from the treetop, respectfully cupping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, both brothers, and thank you, Mississippi. Lin Yan, shall be sure to repay this great kindness. Let it be, for I have no place to utilize the prowess of a 6-tiered warrior." With that, Xiaolan extended her delicate, pale wrist, a subtle tremor coursing through it. As a wave of sword energy emanated outward, the deep, resonant melodies of the sword echoed like a gentle stream, imbued with a formidable essence of creativity. Lin Yin stood still, relishing the immense benefits bestowed by the sword's intonations. That moment, the youth seemed to merge with the very essence of the sword song, his eyes gleaming with a captivating brilliance as he listened intently to the harmonious notes surrounding him. "This lad is somewhat peculiar. Despite the absence of any fluctuation in his spiritual essence, he appears to be in a state of profound enlightenment," mused Mu Li. "Indeed, it is rather odd. Typically, those witnessing Xiaolan's sword dance would exhibit a strong reaction in their spiritual energies. Yet this fellow shows none. Could it be an alchemist?" Mu Li interjected, exclaiming in astonishment. "Impossible! How could an alchemist be present here, especially one so young, scarcely 18? At that moment, Lin Yan's inner core resonated once more with the sword's melody, causing a frenzy of vibrations within him, as dragon-shaped patterns began to radiate vitality, as if on the verge of fully materializing. Just as Lin Yan prepared to seize the moment and ascend, a piercing shriek suddenly pierced the air from an unknown source, reverberating deafeningly. Summer Lawn, poised to complete her final moves, abruptly halted, her lithe form quivering, her beautiful eyes turning toward the depths of the shadowy forest. It was akin to the sensation of a sneeze, pent up for days, only to be interrupted at the last moment. Lin Yan's eyes flew open, blood vessels rapidly spreading, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surging forth from his brow. Regardless of what beast you are, you shall perish today. The young man radiated an overwhelming aura of slaughter, and one could only imagine the frustration of his long-awaited ascension being repeatedly thwarted. A lesser person would have surely lost their mind. This is dire. The Iron Bull has been slain, and this territory is now unclaimed. Other beasts will surely take notice that we must depart. Mu Li realized the gravity of the situation. The absence of beasts here was due to the dominance of a third-tier Iron Bull. Now that it has been vanquished, other creatures will undoubtedly rush to claim this territory. Such a phenomenon is hardly surprising in this forest, where resources are scarce and every inch of land is fiercely contested by formidable creatures. Whistle, whistle. Suddenly, 3 grotesque beasts appeared, their crimson eyes fixated intensely upon the gathered individuals. Lin Yan recognized old acquaintances. His expression darkening. It seemed this forest remained infested with spirit-eating beasts, notorious scavengers that were the first to arrive at the scene of any high-tier beast's demise. Though not particularly powerful, their sheer numbers compensated for this shortcoming. We must retreat. We have just battled the Iron Bull, and our strength is severely depleted. We are no match for the spirit-eating beasts. Xingyan, too, was acutely aware of his physical state. The recent 3 divine sword formation had nearly drained the trio's entire reservoir of spiritual energy, and his unfamiliarity with the formation had nearly resulted in self-inflicted injuries. There is no escape. They are too numerous. Mu Li observed the gathering shadows, his expression growing increasingly grim as the spirit-eating beasts multiplied from 3 to a swarm of dozens. It seemed they had emerged in droves to contest this territory. This is all your fault. A blood-red maw clamped fiercely onto Xing Yan's wrist, leaving him with the disconcerting sensation of his essence being rapidly siphoned away. The scant remnants of his spiritual energy utterly depleted amidst the frenzied assault of the spirit devourer. It was overwhelming. At this juncture, Mu Li appeared somewhat flustered, brandishing his broad sword and charging forth. Yet, the situation was glaringly apparent. Xing Yan lacked the knowledge of combat, while Mu Li, being a defensive sword cultivator, possessed great strength but was astonishingly slow against the arrow-like strikes of the maw. He found himself at a severe disadvantage. And within mere moments, the pair fell into a dire predicament. "Elder brother, senior brother, I shall assist you," Xiao Lan exclaimed, grasping her azure-long sword, only to be abruptly halted by the young man beside her. "Do you wish to court death?" Lin Yan admonished, unwilling to witness the woman suffer injury at such a critical moment, lest his aspirations of becoming a pattern creator be dashed. "Let me go? This is all your fault. Hand me the sword." Lin Yan gazed at the dazed woman and insisted. Can you manage it?" Xiao Lan stammered. "For heaven's sake, questioning a man's capabilities in his presence is rather disheartening, especially coming from a beauty like you. Whether I can manage is something you'll only know if you let me try," Lin Yan declared, seizing the long sword without further ado and darting away in an instant. In all likelihood, no one in the entire holy land of Noer Empire was more familiar with these beasts than he. They had accompanied him for a full 4 years, and he knew their every move by heart. Just as he was on the verge of a breakthrough, this pack of brutes disrupted his progress, inciting immense fury within him. When confronting the spirit devourers, there was no need for flamboyant attacks. One merely had to seize the opportunity for a single, lethal strike. Racing to Xing Yan's side, Lin Yan grasped one of the spirit devourer's maws, his arm channels instantly filled with spiritual energy, an overwhelming force enabling him to pull the beast towards him. Close combat was essential against the spirit devourers, as they excelled in ranged attacks. Once the enemy closed in, they were left with no choice but to be slaughtered. Seizing the moment, Lin Yan unleashed a flurry of strikes with his longsword. There was no extravagance, no complex maneuvers. He wielded the sword with raw power, and with a single strike, he severed one of the beast's hooves along with its shoulder and elbow. A brutal attack elicited a piercing, mournful screech from the spirit devourer. Observing the swift and decisive youth, Xiao Lan stood frozen in place, pondering. Who is he? In less than a moment, Lin Yan had slain 3 spirit devourers, and Xing Yan felt an immediate sense of relief, swiftly maneuvering to extricate himself from the fray. "What are you still doing? Run!" Lin Yan was not foolish enough to engage the horde alone. Though he could evade the maws, A prolonged battle would ensure his demise, leaving him vulnerable to being torn apart. Utilizing the path of carnage Lin Yin had carved, the trio exchanged glances and fled in haste. In an instant, Lin Yin found himself the sole survivor on the battlefield, the spirit devourers rampaging violently, their maws flying like arrows. This lad possesses remarkable skill. He cannot possibly be a disciple of the Sacred Heaven sect, mused Mu Li as he observed the relentless and tenacious young man engaged in battle. It is unlikely. That group from the Sacred Heaven sect is nothing but a bunch of arrogant layabouts, he thought. Xing Yin was equally taken aback, as the ferocious beast horde, which he himself could not escape from, seemed to pose little challenge to this seemingly inconspicuous youth. Perhaps they were unaware that the young man before them had endured years of torment at the hands of such creatures. And it was precisely this experience that allowed him to handle them with such ease. After slaying the last beast that obstructed his path, Lin Yin finally broke free from the encirclement. At this moment, he was drenched in blood, though it was solely that of the spirit devourers. They beheld the escaping youth. Xing Yin and his companions dared not linger, with their last ounce of strength. They dashed away, vanishing into the dense foliage, leaving only a cacophony of roars from the spirit devourers behind. Half an hour after the four had disappeared, shadowy figures emerged, their expressions darkening as they surveyed the carnage of beast corpses scattered around. Eldest brother, these are the remains of the eight-back iron bull and the spirit devourers, remarked the third brother slowly, as he took in the grisly sight. Could it be that the iron bull clashed with the spirit devourers? That is impossible. The iron bull reigns as the sovereign of this forest. The spirit devourers would not dare to confront it, for their mandibles are ineffective against its armor, replied the leader of the assassins coldly. The iron bull's horns have been removed. It is a third-tier beast, comparable to a formidable human spirit warrior. Could there be other experts lurking within this forest? He continued, frustration evident in his tone. Damn it. We must locate that young man swiftly to avert any unforeseen complications. With that, the four figures moved rapidly, racing towards the direction in which Lin Yin had vanished. Chapter 12. The vast reservoir of techniques since you have rescued us. I shall naturally express my gratitude. Once my sister has regained her strength, I will assist you in your comprehension, Xing Yin stated with a calm demeanor. Lin Yin nodded in agreement, for he had no intention of departing from their company until he had ascended to the rank of a one-pattern creator. Such fortuitous opportunities were not to be squandered. The three of them settled into a meditative position within the cave, closing their eyes and entering a state of cultivation. Young friend Lin Yin, you must have expended considerable energy during the recent battle. Here, take these 2 condensing essence pills, which we from the Sword Pavilion have crafted ourselves. They are the finest elixirs for restoring spiritual essence, offered Mu Li as he produced a small cloth pouch and retrieved 2 pills, extending them towards the young man. Upon seeing the condensing essence pills, Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly accepted them with eagerness. These pills were of the 2nd grade, lower tier, renowned for being the forte of alchemists, affordable and effective, making them quite popular. They could swiftly replenish lost spiritual essence, and their ingredients were remarkably gentle, posing no risk of adverse effects. However, Lin Yin had never encountered such a thing before, as he had previously lacked the opportunity to engage with such elixirs. Now, circumstances had changed, and these pills could very well become his lifeline in the future. Having acquired the elixir, Lin Yin placed it gently within his bosom and slowly made his way outside, taking a seat at the cave's entrance, standing guard over the 3. The moon hung high in the sky, adorned by a tapestry of twinkling stars. As night fell, the 3 finally emerged from their meditative slumber, their previously frail bodies now restored to a semblance of vitality, most likely due to the efficacy of the. Otherwise, such swift recovery would have been unattainable. Xiaolan's petite bosom rose and fell delicately, exhaling like an orchid, and upon collecting her thoughts, she noticed the youth at the cave's mouth, gazing at her with a dazed expression. Am I beautiful, dear sister? Beautiful. Have you had your fill of gazing? Not yet. Lin Yin squinted slightly, chuckling. Look again, and I'll pluck out your eyes. Haha, since my junior sister has recovered, why not perform a sword dance? It would be a favor to our young friend, Mu Li remarked, flicking his sleeve. Haha, there's no rush. Then let it be. Xiaolan lazily lifted her enchanting gaze and replied nonchalantly, don't. The youth suddenly jolted upright. Observing Lin Yin's comically distressed expression, the girl erupted into a fit of giggles, subsequently taking up her longsword and gracefully stepping out of the cave, Xiaolan slender. Alabaster fingers caressed the sword lightly, her elegant and graceful form resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens, captivating the somewhat foolish Lin Yin, witnessing the girl dance with her sword from such proximity. Lin Yin inhaled deeply, feeling the core of his body resonate, as if he and the sword were harmonizing in a melodious union, relishing the exquisite sensation before ascension. This time, no one would interrupt. In Lin Yin's mind completely relaxed, the dragon patterns on his core suddenly fracturing. Roar. A sound, audible only to him, emanated from the heart of his core, as a miniature golden dragon soared forth, frolicking in the limited expanse of his chi si. Time ticked by, and after the golden dragon gracefully traversed 2 small cycles around the chi si, it once again alighted upon the core, causing the youth to abruptly open his eyes, a flash of golden light sweeping past. With a sigh of profound relief, Lin Yin felt as if he had been elevated. Just then, a series of strange and chaotic characters began flooding his mind, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Fortunately, Elder Ming provided timely clarification. Haha, remarkable to have entered the realm of in such a short span of time. It seems this young lady has contributed significantly, Elder Ming jested. These characters, what on earth are they? Lin Yin stood still, bewildered. These are all techniques, ranging from 2, created by the previous master of the core. You can take this opportunity to practice diligently. Upon hearing this, the youth's expression transformed with excitement. Such a vast reservoir of techniques. He would never be able to learn them all in a lifetime. What exactly was the background of the original master of this core? Of course, despite the abundance of techniques, Lin Yin would not hastily select any. He must seek out the most formidable among them, lest he waste time on the trivial. Just as Lin Yin was fervently searching, the chaotic characters suddenly aligned neatly, suspended in the air above his head, forming 2 orderly rows of comprehensive technique manuals, numbering in the hundreds, arranged from high to low. Lin Yin cast a sweeping glance over the ocean of martial arts techniques, where dozens of golden rays shimmered incessantly, as if awaiting the summoning of their master. Without uttering a word, Lin Yin promptly summoned his Dan, casually extracted 2 techniques, and unfurled them swiftly. The advanced Shin-level Golden Light Palm and the intermediate Spirit-level Heavenly Throne Demon Shadow. Observing the names of the techniques, a smile crept upon the youth's lips. It appeared that these 2 techniques were among the rare high-tier arts within this vast sea of knowledge. Indeed, entering as a first-level craftsman proved to be immensely beneficial. Even his family's most formidable techniques barely reached the spirit level, and he had not anticipated that 2 random techniques in his mind would rival his family's high-tier arts. Still at the 6th level of spirit? Has this lad not advanced? Mu Li observed the boy, who remained utterly still, and remarked with puzzlement that it seems he has missed the optimal time for advancement. Even with Xiaolan's assistance, he still could not progress. Xing Yin shook his head and stated, "Humph, what a waste of my efforts." Xiaolan thrust her sword fiercely into the ground and approached the boy, her voice laced with anger. After gazing for a while, Lin Yin suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Evidently, perusing these techniques demanded a tremendous mental toll, and he could only afford to study them gradually. However, since these 2 techniques were crafted by the Dan, would his cultivation yield results more swiftly? Lin Yin appeared to harbor some doubts about the Dan, as this was his first genuine encounter with a first-level Dan, and he was still entirely ignorant of its efficacy and power. Now that he had the opportunity to cultivate these techniques, Lin Yin was eager to give it a try. Brother Mu, you are a master of the 8th level of spirit. I have just learned an inconsequential technique. Why don't we engage in a friendly competition? It would allow me to gauge the strength of my new techniques. Lin Yin directed his gaze toward the seemingly rough, yet gentle-hearted Mu Li. Just learned? Mu Li's expression shifted slightly, astonished as he spoke. Lin Yin chuckled and instantly dashed forward. For techniques birthed from the Dan, Lin Yin need not engage in painstaking practice, for the Dan inherently contained the secrets of technique release and power assessment. The Dan's true might lay in this very aspect. Techniques could be mastered intuitively. As he observed the swiftly approaching youth, Mu Li remained unfazed. After all, he was a formidable 8th-level spirit master, capable of handling a mere 6th-level spirit warrior without difficulty. There was no need to employ excessive force against a chicken with a bull's knife golden light palm. As Lin Yin neared Mu Li's face, a burst of resplendent golden light erupted from his palm, enveloping it in a shimmering golden sheen, accompanied by a swift, whistling wind with a dull thud. The impact resonated as Mu Li's robust physique stood firm like a 2-meter-high wall. Astonishingly, despite Lin Yan's fierce strike, he merely took a single step back, his expression unperturbed. Witnessing the power of his palm strike, Lin Yan's countenance shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. It seemed his familiarity with the technique was not as profound, and he had overestimated the Dan's capabilities. It appears this is your first time employing this technique as well. Judging by the strength and speed of your attack, this must be no less than an intermediate Xian-level technique. Am I correct? Mu Li remarked, tapping his chest and smiling. Brother Mu, your insight is remarkable. Prepare to receive another strike from me. At this moment, Lin Yan gathered all his strength, with the spiritual essence within him swiftly circulating and gradually converging into the meridians of his arms. The Dan was also spinning rapidly, analyzing the attack trajectory of his technique and directing the flow of spiritual essence. The synergy between both aspects resulted in a significant depletion of his internal spiritual essence. With a fierce roar, the young man's neck veins throbbed like a coiling dragon, and his palm radiated a dazzling golden light. Thud. Observing his opponent's unrestrained laughter, Lin Yan's face flushed crimson. He could not simply concede. Summoning the last remnants of his spiritual essence, his eyes blazed with fervor as he launched a sudden attack. In that fleeting moment of striking, Lin Yan distinctly felt a strand of pure black energy emanating from within him, attaching itself to his palm, infused with a hint of ferocity. Bang! This time, as the searing pain surged through his chest, Mu Li's pupils constricted violently. He felt an overwhelming surge of intensely violent negative emotions swiftly engulfing his consciousness. As if his entire body had ceased to belong to him, in desperation, Mu Li trembled violently, releasing a wave of earthy yellow energy that rapidly dissipated that strand of ferocious energy. His expression then shifted. Young friend, this strike seems rather peculiar. Chapter 13. The ones to be protected by the sword pavilion. Brother Mu, are you all right? Xiao Lan stepped forward to support him. I'm fine. Just a moment of carelessness. I hadn't anticipated that this lad still had some restraint, Mu Li replied, casting a profound glance at the youth. Although this attack did not possess the overwhelming strength he had anticipated, Lin Yan realized the advantages of the Dan. The technique could be utilized merely by reading it once, a feat that likely no other powerful individual could achieve. This signified that once his strength grew, he would no longer have to worry about a lack of techniques. Moreover, judging from the power of his recent attack, it appeared to incorporate some abilities of the six realms Azure Eye, capable of disorienting his opponent's mind and inducing a brief stupor. If Mu Li were a martial artist of equal caliber, then the golden light palm could unleash an unexpected force. I only knew that sword cultivators were renowned for their might. I hadn't realized that Brother Mu's defenses were equally formidable. Lin Yan hastily shifted the topic, speaking slowly to its nothing. The elder is in seclusion. By the way, Brother Lin, you haven't joined any sect, have you? Mu Li subtly redirected the conversation to Lin Yan. I have been at home, seldom interacting with the outside world, so I have not joined any sect. Lin Yan shook his head in reply. How about this? In 2 months, the Sword Pavilion will hold its annual recruitment competition. If your strength and overall capabilities are commendable, there's a great chance of joining the Sword Pavilion. At that time, you would receive fixed monthly elixirs and offerings. What do you think? Mu Li's words were evidently laced with an intent to recruit. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan furrowed his brows. Should he join the Sword Pavilion? Speaking of the Sword Pavilion, its heritage was not inferior to that of the Holy Heaven sect. If he could join, receiving elixirs monthly would indeed be quite advantageous. However, the Holy Heaven sect would also be holding its recruitment competition in 2 months. It seemed inevitable that he would find himself in the spotlight with both sects recruiting simultaneously. It is evident that one is the most esteemed sect within the empire, while the other, the Sword Pavilion, is rapidly developing in the shadows. They will undoubtedly observe and test one another. Almost all exceptionally talented young martial artists in the empire have joined the Holy Heaven sect. When recruitment commences in 2 months, it is likely that fierce competition will ensue behind the scenes. Rest assured, the Sword Pavilion is not one of those antiquated and rigid sections. Once you join, your freedom will not be curtailed. As long as you participate in the sect's activities, that suffices, Mu Li added. Observing his senior brother's repeated exhortations left Xing Yin and Xiao Lan momentarily perplexed. Although their senior brother possessed a kind demeanor, he harbored lofty standards and had never regarded peers of equal strength with much esteem. Why, then, did he hold such admiration for this fledgling who had yet to attain the rank of spirit master? As he continued to persist in his counsel, Lin Yin found little reason to refuse. Moreover, joining a sect whose power was not inferior to that of the Holy Heaven sect could yield only benefits. Very well. However, Brother Mu, do not harbor excessive expectations for me. I may not be present in 2 months. If I have the time, I shall certainly attend, Lin Yin replied, not wishing to make an absolute commitment. For it remained uncertain whether he would still be in the Holy Land of Nor Empire in 2 months, with the aid of the Dan of Binding and the Eye of Magic. His cultivation speed was extraordinary. Once he achieved the status of Spirit Master, he would immediately venture to the mainland in search of ancestral crystals. Although 3 years may seem lengthy to a martial artist, it is but a fleeting moment. Agreed. Then, let that be settled, Mu Li smiled. Xing Yin cast a cold glance towards the thicket. The Assassin's Hall is conducting its business. I kindly ask you to refrain from interference. In due time, the Assassin's Hall shall express its gratitude. His voice echoed once more. The palpable sense of caution in the assassin's tone was unmistakable. After all, to intercept a blade with one hand and snap it between 2 fingers was a feat possible only for those of formidable strength. If the opposition were merely a few forest-dwelling woodcutters, it would be no surprise if the assassins had already dispatched them. Upon hearing this, Xing Yan's gaze shifted to Lin Yin, clearly indicating that the target of their pursuit was not him, but rather the seemingly unassuming youth. Standing his ground, the young man squinted slightly, gazing intently at the thicket. Humph, the Assassin's Hall, a third-rate sect of the Empire, engaging in unsavory dealings that I wonder what grievance my 3 brothers have caused you. Mu Li seemed unaware of the true focus of their ire. Esteemed 3, I respect your prowess, but I implore you to choose your words wisely. We are here to seek him, and it is of no concern to you. Should you depart now, I shall consider it as though the Assassin's Hall has not laid eyes upon you. Otherwise, at that moment, a man clad in black emerged from the shadows, speaking in a calm tone. Otherwise, what will happen then? I fear no one. Are you threatening us? Xiaolan retorted, stepping forward with a hand resting on her slender waist. The lead assassin, accustomed to traversing the martial world and having eliminated many, recognized at a glance that the 3 siblings before him were not to be trifled with. Brother, why waste words? They are likely just affluent scions here for leisure. Allow me to claim his head. The third brother, who had previously suffered defeat at Lin Yan's hands, was eager for achievement and instantly surged forward, launching a flurry of knives. Arrogance. Mu Li swung his broadsword with a swift motion, and in an instant, 5 sharp flying daggers were reduced to mere metallic shards that a tempest of sword energy surged forth, striking directly at his opponent's face. Crash. Lao San felt an immediate loss of sensation in his arm. A torrent of crimson blood gushing forth, his body soaring several meters like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against a tree trunk. Lao San, how infuriating! Not act recklessly. He is a formidable 8th-tier spirit master. The leading assassin's pupils dilated sharply, halting the imminent strike from his fellow assassin. Regardless of who has dispatched you to eliminate him, he is now a disciple of the Sword Pavilion. Should you slay him, it would be tantamount to challenging the Sword Pavilion itself. The Sword Pavilion, fear not such challenges. As Mu Li took a step forward, the aura of an 8th-tier spirit master enveloped the area, causing a weaker assassin to turn pale instantly. The Sword Pavilion. Damn it, the mission has failed. Retreat. The leading assassin's expression darkened, as if he possessed an acute awareness of the Sword Pavilion's might and the immense power concealed within this understated faction. Elder brother, what is the Sword Pavilion? The youngest assassin, seemingly oblivious to its significance, inquired. The Sword Pavilion, at the height of its glory, overshadowed even the current Holy Sky sect. It is not a force we dare provoke. We must retreat for now. The leading assassin glanced at the 3 standing before the youth, scoffing. Do not take solace in the Sword Pavilion's backing. I do not believe you can remain behind them forever. Next time we meet, luck may not be on your side. We leave. It is of little consequence. Merely having offended someone. I suspect they have come at his behest, Lin Yin remarked nonchalantly, his demeanor suggesting indifference. My master, Jian Kuang, still holds some influence in the sacred land of Nowhere. Perhaps we could discuss that individual, and who knows, it might lead to a reconciliation on your behalf. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin felt a surge of gratitude. Recognizing the underlying politeness in Mu Li's words, his character was commendable, indeed a friend worth cultivating. The individual I have offended is not someone whose issues can be resolved through mere words. You cannot assist me. Lin Yin evaded the topic, for he understood that the humiliation of that day could only be avenged through absolute force. Xing Yin, observing the faint glimmer of murderous intent in the young man's eyes, seemed to grasp the implications and gestured for Mu Li to refrain from further inquiries. Very well, Brother Lin, my siblings and I have not informed the elders of our departure and may not linger much longer. Here is the map of the Yaoyu Mountain. Please take it. We shall take our leave now, Mu Li said, offering a respectful bow. Accepting the map, Lin Yin returned the gesture, acknowledging that all gatherings must eventually disperse. This parting signified the promise of future encounters. The youth extended his hand to receive the map without pretense, speaking slowly. I am truly grateful to Brother Mu, Brother Xing, and Sister Xia for your assistance. Should the opportunity arise, I shall certainly pay you a visit. Humph, you little rascal, I am older than you. You should call me sister. Do not confuse the order of our ranks, Xiaolon pouted, visibly displeased. Indeed, Sister Xiaolon. It seems that we have all become quite familiar with one another. Lin Yin began to scrutinize the willful yet gentle woman before him, pondering how, were it not for her, he would likely still be at a loss regarding Dan. After all, her kindness towards him was not insignificant. He would surely find an opportunity to repay her generosity in the future. Chapter 14. The tomb within the tomb. What is that black dot on the map? Lin Yin rubbed his hand thoughtfully, suddenly halting as he gazed at the conspicuously darkened mark on the map, perplexed. The area of this black dot was still on the periphery. Why was it not clearly marked? As the saying goes, a single leaf can obscure one's view of Mount Tai. Since it was obscured, there must be some secret hidden within that someone wished to keep concealed. Upon uttering this thought, Lin Yan's expression turned slightly peculiar. What is the Sword Pavilion? It is one of the foremost sects of the Holy Land of Noer. Could there possibly be some hidden secret concerning the Yaoyu Mountain? Could it be a treasure? They often say that curiosity killed the cat, and Lin Yin felt an irresistible urge to investigate. If it truly was a treasure, he would not mind taking it along. And even if he could not carry it away, merely witnessing it would broaden his horizons. With this question lingering in his mind, the young man turned a corner and moved toward the direction of the black dot. The location of the dot was marked quite clearly on the map, even illustrating the surrounding peaks of ironwood firs with precision. Lin Yin skillfully made his way there, finding the area devoid of any ferocious beasts, making it relatively safe. After walking for about half an hour, an inconspicuous cave came into view. The cave was exceedingly well hidden, and with the towering shrubs and trees surrounding it, had it not been for the conspicuous black dot, a passerby would likely not have glanced inside. With curiosity piqued, Lin Yin pushed aside the underbrush and cautiously stepped inside. A chilly, eerie wind blew from the cave's entrance, starkly contrasting with the mild weather outside. Although this place indeed served as a splendid refuge from the summer heat, it was strange that there were nearly no signs of life, not even those creatures that typically inhabit caves could be found, which was certainly unsettling. The interior of the cave was remarkably spacious, with some water pooling on the ground and a steady stream of clear water trickling down from above, presumably from a spring. Moreover, the surrounding rocks bore markings of deliberate excavation, suggesting that the cave had existed for at least a century, if not longer. At that moment, a rusted iron sword stood firmly embedded in the farthest recess of the cave. Lin Yin approached it and noticed a pendant on the hilt, a small sword, which reminded him of the decorative piece hanging from the tail of Mu Li Kuo's sword. It seemed that this cave was indeed hewn by the Sword Pavilion. But what purpose could there be in creating something like this without reason? At the tip of the iron sword, a piece of paper was also lodged, its writing now faint and blurred. But he could make out the words, Elder of the Sword Pavilion. Forbidden ground. Those who intrude shall be punished. The two characters likely referred to seclusion, as the Elder of the Sword Pavilion was in a state of retreat. Upon hearing this, the young man's face brightened with joy. It seemed his conjecture was indeed correct. This place was specifically excavated by the Sword Pavilion. To his astonishment, it was a location where the Elder of the Sword Pavilion was in retreat. However, the entire cave was devoid of anything, not even a ghostly shadow. How could one be in seclusion here? Your strength is still lacking. This place is riddled with restrictions that one cannot perceive without the power of a spirit king, remarked the old man. Ming. Restrictions? Could there be hidden chambers? Lin Yin pondered aloud. This is a tomb from which one can only enter but never exit, Ming continued, as a plume of black mist emerged from the youth's chest. Hovering in midair, with a subtle flick of his finger upon the iron sword, ripples radiated outward, illuminating the cavern instantaneously. Suddenly, a resonant hum echoed as the rusted sword was drawn forth. spinning in the air before firmly embedding itself into the ground. Revealing numerous fissures across the surrounding walls, even the ground began to fracture at a tomb within a tomb. Lin Yan's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the ground collapsed beneath him as if an immensely powerful force was dragging him into the abyss. With a thud, he landed clumsily, unveiling a far larger expanse. The previously fractured opening above seemed to mend itself, as if nothing had ever transpired. Damn it. Am I trapped? The abrupt turn of events left Lin Yan in a state of bewilderment. Suddenly, the dark surroundings were illuminated by flickering flames that ignited on their own, revealing a vast stone platform, rough around the edges and etched with countless sword marks, as though carved by a blade. In the dim light, a robust figure sat cross-legged upon the stone dais. "Predecessor, I inadvertently trespassed here and had no intention of disturbing you," Lin Yan exclaimed, immediately kneeling and clasping his fists in respect upon seeing the shadowy figure. Initially believing he had stumbled upon a treasure trove, he was left disheartened to realize it was merely the retreat of a powerful being. With no other recourse, he humbly sought forgiveness, yet the figure remained as motionless as a statue. "What are you afraid of? This person has been dead for a century," Ming grumbled, observing the kneeling youth. Embarrassed, Lin Yan scratched his head and slowly rose, but a new question emerged. After a century, how was the corpse untouched by decay, appearing as lifelike as a living being? Emboldened by Ming's presence, Lin Yan strode confidently towards the stone platform, finally glimpsing the true visage of the deceased. It was the likeness of a man in his 40s or 50s, as robust and imposing as Mu Li. Beneath the corpse lay a letter, which Lin Yan picked up and began to read. As he perused its contents, his expression changed drastically. "Friend, by the time you read this letter, I may have been dead for hundreds, perhaps thousands of years, or merely a few months. Do not be alarmed. Your entry here in discovery of this letter confirms you are a spirit king, that I am the Black Flame Demon King. Should you consult historical records, you may find some accounts of me. I was besieged by the Holy Heaven sect and the imperial capital, and regrettably, I could not withstand the onslaught. Falling in battle, I ask for naught but vengeance. I implore you to swear an oath with your blood to slay the members of the imperial family. And I, the Black Flame Demon King, shall offer you generous rewards that if you are willing, please make the blood oath, and I shall surely deliver the promised recompense." Upon reaching this juncture, Lin Yan's expression turned grave. He had long been aware that the Black Flame Demon King was unparalleled among the spirit kings of the Holy Land of Nuar Empire. It was said that even formidable beings of the Spirit Emperor level dared not confront him. As he wielded the power of the Demon Eye, rumors in the populace suggested that the Black Flame Demon King perished due to a backlash from the Demon Eye during his ascension. To his astonishment, however, he learned that he had been orchestrated into a fatal ambush by the Holy Heaven sect and the imperial capital, although the adversaries promised vengeance in exchange for rewards. Lin Yan was not naive enough to pursue revenge against the imperial capital at such a perilous time. Furthermore, should he also find himself at odds with the Holy Heaven sect, the consequences would be utterly disadvantageous. It was likely that the powerful individuals within the Sword Pavilion were also cognizant of the true circumstances surrounding the demise of the Black Flame Demon King, if even their own dared not seek retribution. What right had he to do so? Lin Yan resolved not to exploit this situation, carefully sealing the letter before placing it beside the Black Flame Demon King. However, just as he set it down, another letter emerged from a hidden compartment nearby. "Friend, you may have placed down the letter, but I know you fear offending the imperial capital and the Holy Heaven sect. Yet, you find yourself with no alternative. You must swear an oath with your blood. Otherwise, even as a spirit king, you will find it exceedingly difficult to breach the constraints. I urge you to consider this carefully." Lin Yan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This individual truly had a cunning plan, and it was evident that, regardless of the spirit king's capabilities, he was not among them. "Old Ming, this do not look to me. The arrangement of these constraints is astute. Only those of Spirit Emperor caliber can attempt to break through. Even if I were to force my way, this place would undoubtedly collapse, and at that moment, I would find it challenging to ensure your safety." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan felt as though he had fallen into a trap. Indeed, curiosity had led him into peril. However, upon further reflection, this was not entirely implausible. His relationship with the imperial capital had already soured, and he would need to face them eventually if he were to assist in avenging the Black Flame Demon King. Casually eliminating a member of the royal family was not beyond the realm of possibility. The promise of rewards, perhaps even valuable resources for his cultivation, made the endeavor seem worthwhile. You must consider carefully. Swearing an oath with blood is a profoundly subtle curse. For 5 years after taking the oath, should you fail to uphold your promise, not even a celestial being could save you. Old Ming seemed particularly knowledgeable regarding this curse. Are you unable to lift it as well? Indeed, forcibly breaking the contract would not only harm you, but I too would likely be affected, Old Ming stated, his tone gravely serious. In that moment, Lin Yin found himself at an impasse. It appeared that swearing an oath with blood was his only viable option. As if the hesitation had lingered too long, the hidden compartment beside the corpse opened once more, revealing a long, peculiar black blade. This blade was unlike any ordinary weapon. Its edge was elongated, resembling a single-edged sword, while the hilt appeared somewhat crude, as if hastily carved. Yet, the intense malevolence emanating from the blade could not be concealed. Clearly inscribed upon it was a message: "This blade shall shatter the constraints." It was evident that this was the weapon wielded by the Black Flame Demon King during his lifetime. Since it was intended for a spirit king, its material must be extraordinary, and beside the blade lay a tome of techniques, likely to complement its use. As Lin Yin reached out to grasp it, a jet of dark light suddenly shot forth, mercifully not intending to take his life, merely grazing his skin slightly. It appeared that only by swearing a blood oath could he claim it. The generous reward mentioned in the letter from the Dark Flame Demon King consisted of a single cultivation method and a long sword of uncertain prowess. This seemed to be the only thing he could offer. Chapter 15. Blood Oath. Crouching beside the corpse, Lin Yin furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. After a moment, his palm involuntarily rubbed together. Since he had resolved to swear a blood oath, there was no room for hesitation. For he had no other choices. Randomly picking up a sharp stone shard from the ground, it grazed his fingertips with a slight force, and a drop of bright crimson blood immediately welled up. After a brief moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, forcing the blood from his finger. Drip, the blood fell onto the letter, quickly permeating it, vanishing without a trace in a short while. The letter began to transform, changing from ordinary paper to a parchment inscribed with mysterious runes. To Lin Yan's astonishment, the parchment suddenly ignited spontaneously, turning to ash, while a peculiar blood-red rune abruptly manifested on the young man's forehead. Flickering a few times before sinking back into dormancy, it seemed he had been cursed. If he failed to fulfill his promise within 5 years, the rune would activate, resulting in a most tragic demise. Lin Yin swallowed hard, his fingers lightly brushing the long sword on the stone platform. Suddenly, a shrill buzzing sound erupted, and the sword leapt from the ground, hovering in front of him, circling around a few times. Grasping the sword, Lin Yin felt an unprecedented exhilaration. Though it appeared to weigh 100 pounds, it felt insubstantial in his grip. Moreover, the magic eye within him began to emit a resonating hum. The moment Lin Yin seized the sword, the blade began to transform into a blood-red hue, with the overall appearance shifting to a strange black and red combination. With a whoosh, Lin Yin attempted to swing it a few times, and immediately, wisps of elusive black malevolence surged forth from the blade, forming waves of energy. Had his cultivation level been slightly higher, these malevolent waves could likely have inflicted harm. It seemed that the magic eye resonated with this long sword. As the Dark Flame Demon King had also been a bearer of the magic eye, Old Ming nodded and remarked, "I have one more question. When you left the magic eye for me, did you perhaps extract it from the body of the Dark Flame Demon King?" Lin Yin sensed the cheerful buzzing within the sword, puzzled. After the demise of the Dark Flame Demon King, the Eye of Magic sought a new successor. However, that particular heir did not possess your remarkable qualities and was swiftly perished by the eye itself. Thus, I intervened to retrieve it. Truth be told, there exists a certain bond between the eye and the Dark Flame Demon King. This long blade was likely crafted specifically for the eye, which is why it feels so intuitive in your grasp. Old Man Ming quickly conducted an analysis. Now that it belongs to me, I shall bestow upon it a name. Let it be known as the Blood Blade of the Abyss. Lin Yin spoke. The long sword seemed to resonate, emitting a joyful hum. Upon grasping the technique, Lin Yin was astonished to discover that the swordsmanship was of a high spiritual tier. However, the intricacies of the moves were exceedingly complex. Without at least 3 to 5 years of training, its true power would remain untapped. Thus, whether to pursue it or not seemed inconsequential, and he casually pocketed it, having pledged to avenge the Dark Flame Demon King. It was only fitting that his possessions should not be limited to these 2 items. Lin Yan's gaze fell upon the dark flame demon king's index finger, where a ring emanating a silvery glow stood out prominently. A silver spirit ring. Upon sighting the spirit ring, the youth smiled, realizing that this journey was not in vain, for he had obtained a silver spirit ring, a space ring for storing items, which commanded an exorbitant price in the market. Even his father wore merely an iron spirit ring. Spirit rings are crafted from a unique type of spatial stone, with varying qualities depending on the stone used, leading to different grades of spirit rings. The first grade is the iron spirit ring, priced around 50,000 gold coins, with an internal space of approximately 2 to 3 square meters, suitable for storing essential items such as elixirs and weapons. The second grade is the silver spirit ring, which offers about 5 to 6 square meters of storage. Then there are the jade spirit ring and the gold spirit ring, each representing distinct standards of space. Typically, most families or high-tier warriors wear iron spirit rings, while only those whose power reaches the Spirit King or Spirit Emperor levels can don silver spirit rings. It is not that the rings choose their bearers, but rather that the silver spirit ring is exceedingly expensive, with market prices reaching up to 300,000 gold coins. That a person lacking sufficient strength wearing a silver spirit ring is akin to a commoner lugging around a bag filled with gold. A gentleman is not guilty of possessing treasures, yet such wealth can invite peril if one lacks the means to protect it. Lin Yan eagerly adorned the ring on his finger, its size adjusting to fit snugly as he put it on. It appeared that the dark flame demon king had anticipated he would not be able to keep the ring, erasing the soul imprint before his demise, thus allowing Lin Yan to easily leave his mark. Unless a warrior possessed a soul strength surpassing his own, none could erase it. Delving his soul power into the ring, it was unsurprising to find that the dark flame demon king had dispersed all his belongings before his fall. The ring was now devoid of contents. Yet, Lin Yan felt no regret, for after a century, even if the ring had once contained elixirs, most of their energy would have long since dissipated. Is this satisfactory? Do not forget that the corpse of a being at the level of a spirit king serves as an exquisite material for crafting puppets. In the future, as your alchemical prowess strengthens, transforming the black flame demon king into a puppet would undoubtedly provide significant assistance. Observing the youth who was lost in thought while fiddling with his ring, Ming Lao spoke slowly. This statement undoubtedly served as a reminder to Lin Yan that his alchemical abilities extended beyond merely creating techniques. The dragon-shaped patterns of alchemy exist specifically for the purpose of puppet crafting. Senior, since I have promised to aid you in avenging your grievances, you too must contribute my apologies, Lin Yan declared as he extended his ring, his mind exerting control, causing the corpse of the black flame demon king to be instantaneously absorbed into the ring, along with the blood blade of the abyss. The black flame demon king had once reached the pinnacle of spirit king strength. Had he not encountered the combined forces of the imperial capital and the holy heaven sect, he might very well have become the foremost power of the sacred land of Nor. It is evident that a spirit emperor capable of controlling the demon harbors immense power, enough to potentially overturn an entire empire. It is regrettable that such a prominent figure has fallen. However, Lin Yan was intrigued by why the imperial capital had targeted the Black Flame Demon King. Yet, the identity of the Black Flame Demon King left the youth somewhat perplexed, according to the introductions outside. He was supposedly an elder of the Sword Pavilion, a fact known to very few. The people of the imperial capital believed the Black Flame Demon King to be a singular individual, when in reality he was backed by a formidable entity. Despite the numerous questions swirling in his mind, Lin Yan felt disinclined to investigate further. For now, his priority was to exit this place, after taking a blood oath. Lin Yan approached a stone door. With a subtle movement of his fingers, a black silhouette suddenly surged forth. Grasping the hilt, he felt the blade enveloped in a crimson energy, a sinister aura permeating the air. With a shout, he swung the blade, his muscles seeming to be summoned. Gathering the spiritual essence within him, he sensed the extraordinary nature of the blood blade. The tip sliced through the stone door, revealing a profound chasm. Indeed, it was as if cutting through iron like mud. With successive strikes, the forceful gust from his blade carried a potent essence of dark malevolence. With a resounding impact, Lin Yan took a deep breath and unleashed his most formidable strike against the stone door. Following the explosion, fissures rapidly spread across the rock, culminating in a thunderous crash as the nearly half-meter-thick door shattered before the might of the blood blade. Given his familiarity with wielding the blood blade, had he encountered those assassins, he would not have found himself in such a dire escape. That earlier strike against the stone door had it been directed at a spirit master caught off guard, would likely have cleaved them in two. After all, the Bloodblade was originally crafted to harmonize with the demon eye. Perhaps an ordinary person would be unable to unleash its full potential. Only he could awaken the violent malevolence hidden within the long blade. Unaware of the situation outside, the cavern was cloaked in darkness as clouds obscured the sky, compounded by the encroaching dusk. Estimating the passage of time, he realized he had been out for nearly 10 days. After all, he had already spent 3 days in the family shrine. Even if he had Linsher inform his father that he was merely out for recreation, it was likely that his father would still be concerned, especially since only he knew of his ability to control the demon eye. Certainly, Lin Yan's ability to control the demon eye and his intention to keep it confidential is indeed a matter of careful consideration. Although he could trust his father to maintain secrecy, there is no wall in this world that is impervious to whispers should the news of his control over the demon eye inadvertently spread. He would undoubtedly find himself in grave peril. One can only imagine the chaos that ensued when the Black Flame Demon King stirred the imperial capital, allying with the Holy Heaven sect to vanquish foes. The capital certainly does not wish to see the emergence of another Black Flame Demon King. Although the Black Flame Demon King was ultimately defeated, it is likely that both the imperial capital and the Holy Heaven sect paid a steep price for this victory. With the Black Flame Demon King's strength reaching the pinnacle of the Spirit King realm, even he could not escape the fate of demise. Thus, Lin Yan, who is far weaker, must tread carefully. As long as he remains adept at concealing his true abilities. Even if Uncle Wu's assassination attempt fails, there would be no significant repercussions. However, should Uncle Wu learn of his control over the demon eye, it is probable that the caliber of his assassins would escalate dramatically. Presently, Lin Yan finds himself too vulnerable to withstand significant turbulence, and he has no desire for his family to become embroiled in such turmoil. Therefore, concealing his strength remains the wisest course. Of course, this concealment must be contingent upon circumstances. If the imperial capital becomes excessively oppressive, Lin Yan would not hesitate to surge forth and unleash a torrent of bloodshed. His youthful temperament seems to dictate that if you give him an inch, he will take a mile. If you offend him by an inch, he will repay you tenfold. Chapter 16. A changing tide, a spirit warrior of Lin Dingtian's caliber is sufficient to uphold a family. And should another spirit warrior puppet be added to the mix, the Lin family status in Holy Lin City would gain an additional safeguard. Even the Huangqiu families, should they unite, would find it challenging to derive any advantage, particularly as they have pledged allegiance to the imperial capital. Serving as pawns for Uncle Wu. Is likely that they will soon take action. This is not mere conjecture from Lin Yan. The Huangqiu families have long harbored ambitions to alter the Lin family's dominance in Holy Lin City. This is a straightforward reality that everyone understands, which is also why the Lu family is eager to find protection. After all, once the Lin family becomes a target, resistance may be feasible, but if they cannot withstand the onslaught and are annihilated, the focus will inevitably shift to the Lu family. 3 years hence, when the new emperor ascends the throne, the third prince will undoubtedly seek to establish his prestige, naturally aiming to cultivate his own power base. Given that the families in other towns remain loyal to the late emperor, they are compelled to undermine Holy Lin City, a phenomenon not uncommon in any nation. Lin Yan, too, senses the oppressive atmosphere, which drives him to relentlessly pursue strength. Once he attains power, he will genuinely possess the ability to protect his family and those around him. I had thought you could only cower behind the sword pavilion forever. How is it that you have been cast aside in just a few days? The lead assassin suddenly appeared above Lin Yan on a tree branch, mocking him. I thought you all had departed. To my surprise, you remain undeterred, Lin Yan replied, confident with the black prison bloodblade at his side. That is your assumption. Speak. How would you like to die? I'm afraid I have never contemplated such an end for myself. Rather, it is you who are unfortunate to have taken on my task. Lin Yan stepped forward, his spirit essence swiftly coalescing around him. The leading assassin descended in an instant, soon followed by 2 others, their murderous gazes fixated intently on the youth. Their brother had been ruthlessly slain by Mu Li, and naturally, this vendetta would be attributed to Lin Yan. After all, they were acutely aware that even 3 of them combined could not match Mu Li's might. Additionally, even if they possessed the capability for retribution, they would not dare provoke the Sword Pavilion, a force exponentially more powerful than the Assassin's Guild in this world, where the strong devour the weak and the weak consume the weaker. Everything is dictated by strength. Eldest brother, stop wasting words. We cannot let the third brother die in vain. The second brother said with barely contained fury that a wicked smile crept across Lin Yan's lips as his body surged forward explosively, shifting from defense to offense. How dare you act before us? Do you not know who has granted you such audacity? The leading assassin, at the initial stage of the Spirit Master realm, unleashed his power in a clash with Lin Yan, with a resounding thud. Lin Yan was sent reeling backward. Pain radiating from his arm. It was evident that the disparity between a spirit practitioner and a spirit master was indeed considerable, had it not been for the rigorous training under the guidance of the old man from the underworld. That blow alone could have shattered his meridians. Onward, the leading assassin, now indifferent to the dishonor of a 3-on-1 scenario, regarded the spirit practitioner at the 6th level as his equal. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. Surrounded by 3 adversaries, Lin Yan dodged with precision. His muscles, honed over 3 years of battling spirit devourers, had long since developed a memory for high-speed movements. As long as the opponent's speed did not exceed that of the spirit devourer's jaws, he could evade with remarkable orderliness. This was indisputable. Shadow binding kill. The leading assassin murmured to himself, seemingly employing an assassination technique of mid-tier mysterious grade. Upon activation, he felt a distinct surge in speed. Lin Yan sensed an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, his expression shifting slightly. It appeared the opponent had lost patience for a protracted engagement. Thus, he resolved to hold nothing back. Golden light palm. His arm became adorned with golden patterns, emanating a brilliant beam of golden light from his palm, infused with an immense force mingled with a fierce black energy, even without the awakening of his demon eye. The energy radiating from him could wield devastating power. With a thunderous boom, Lin Yan's palm collided forcefully with the fist of the leading assassin, sending fallen leaves on the ground spiraling outward, forming a circular wave of energy. Sensing the opponent's formidable strength, Lin Yan quickly retreated. It seemed his mastery of the golden light palm was still lacking. Although the dandan possessed memory capabilities, it was not inherently his own. Only through relentless practice could he unleash its true potential. After retreating several meters, Lin Yan's elbow struck against a tree trunk, using it to dissipate the impact on his arm, thus regaining his footing. Overestimating oneself. Just as the leading assassin prepared to strike again, he suddenly felt an unfamiliar force surging within him. The tendrils of black energy coiling around his fist transformed into writhing serpents, violently coursing through his body, wreaking havoc within. His breath became increasingly unstable, and a torrent of violent negative emotions began to flood his mind. What a splendid opportunity! Upon witnessing the other party lost in thought, the youth summoned all his strength, channeling his spiritual essence in a sheer muscle power. His fist, imbued with this formidable force, struck directly at his opponent's face. Brother, be careful. The second brother, sensing impending danger, swiftly positioned himself between the leading assassin and his target. However, before he could defend himself, the adversary's fist collided brutally with the side of his face, sending him into a dizzying spin as he crashed to the ground, momentarily dazed by the blow. Puff! Gazing at the 3 broken teeth on the ground, the second brother's face contorted with rage that he abruptly drew his long sword, frantically slashing towards Lin Yan's forehead. Block! A crisp sound of impact resonated as the long sword in the second brother's hand splintered into 2. Lin Yan had summoned the Black Prison Bloodblade, initially intending only to defend, but was astonished to discover he had severed his opponent's sword entirely. Go down and accompany your unfortunate brother. The youth leapt into the air, the blood blade shimmering with radiant arcs. Crack! The second brother felt as if his neck had been struck by an electric jolt, a tingling numbness coursing through him. Just as he was about to lower his head to inspect the sensation, his head uncontrollably descended. This death felt strangely liberating, devoid of pain even in its final moments. What a fine blade! Lin Yan exclaimed with exhilaration, gripping the weapon tightly. He had not anticipated the Black Prison Bloodblade to be so remarkably sharp, cleaving through his opponent's head with precision, revealing the flesh beneath without a hint of raggedness. Approximately a minute later, the leader of the assassins, having dispelled the dark energy of the demon eye, suddenly regained his senses, only to find a corpse sprawled on the ground, alongside the visibly shaken fourth brother. You wretch! How dare you slay my brother? The leader's complexion shifted dramatically, his aura surging as he retrieved a pill from his pocket and swiftly consumed it. It seemed the recent exertion of the demon eye's dark energy had drained too much of his spiritual essence. compelling him to ingest a condensing essence pill. Subsequently, his aura escalated rapidly. A few days ago, I might not have been your match, but now, you stand no chance. Upon catching sight of a familiar figure, Lin Yin momentarily froze, instinctively retracting the black prison bloodblade. Before he could react, Lin Shi suddenly dashed forward, his dagger unhesitatingly plunging into the back of the leading assassin, driving straight for his heart. You thief! You. The leader of the assassins gazed in disbelief at the blade protruding from his chest. Before he could utter another word, he collapsed to the ground with a thud, vitality swiftly draining away. His breath extinguished. I knew something was amiss, Lin Shi remarked, extracting his dagger with a calm demeanor. Lin Yin awkwardly scratched his head, expressing, "Thank you, brother Lin Shi, for your timely rescue. Forget it. I did not save you. The family head was concerned about you falling into the ambush of the Huangqiu clans, so he sent me to check on you. I did not expect to arrive only to find they had already struck," Lin Shi remarked, surveying the three bodies sprawled across the ground. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's expression shifted, realizing that not only had Uncle Wu dispatched assassins to eliminate him, but the Huangqiu clans had also begun their assault. "I hope father is safe," Lin Yan inquired, a hint of worry lacing his voice. "The family head is unharmed. The mines have been repeatedly attacked by mysterious assailants. Upon investigation, we discovered it was the doing of the Huangqiu clans. The family head has urgently convened a family meeting to prepare for a counterattack," Lin Shi explained. "Has it begun?" Lin Yan mused, recognizing that this impending storm had erupted earlier than anticipated. If Uncle Wu intended to ensure he would not survive until the third year, then there was no reason for him to hide. He would take decisive action to shatter all of his schemes. Chapter 17. Stalemate. As the foremost family in Shenglin City, the Lin family naturally boasts numerous descendants. Typically, they rise early for their morning exercises. However, today, the training grounds were devoid of any presence. Lin Yin traversed the martial arts arena and made his way to the family hall at this moment. Lin Dingtian and the esteemed elders of the family sat in solemn silence, their expressions grave and contemplative, as if collectively brooding over some unspoken grievance. "What of you? Where have you been these past few days? Causing your father to dispatch people in search of you?" Lin Mo inquired, tilting his head to regard the youth, his tone sharp yet imbued with a gentleness that softened the reprimand. Lin Yin scratched his head, hastily concocting an excuse to evade the inquiry. "Elder brother, what has transpired?" "Alas, a few days ago, a landslide occurred at the mine, and upon investigation, it was found to be man-made. 3 individuals lost their lives in this incident. Although none were from our family, the deceased were laborers from nearby villages. Their families have been blocking our entrance for several days, and it was only today that father agreed to address them, which prompted their departure. It is suspected that the Huangqiu families are behind this mischief. Listen closely, a dispute is on the verge of erupting," Lin Mo lamented, sighing heavily. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin found himself torn between relief and concern. Given the gravity of the situation within the family, it was evident that his father would not inquire about his whereabouts in the ancestral hall. However, this also signified impending turmoil within the clan. A tempest that had long been brewing, now threatening to engulf the Lin family. Head of the family. Although our Lin clan stands as the preeminent family in Shenglin City, this status has been maintained for several decades. If the former patriarch were still with us, I would have no objections to a counteroffensive. However, our current strength pales in comparison to the combined forces of the Huangqiu families. Should the 3 of us engage in open conflict, one must consider the young descendants of our family. The third elder interjected, voicing his concerns. "Are you suggesting we continue to endure? Let us not dwell on the grievances and humiliations suffered at the hands of the Liu family. Now, the enemy has brazenly encroached upon us, and you still advise restraint. Pray tell, if the Huangqiu families are already at our doorstep, what course of action shall we take?" Lin Dingtian replied, his expression stern, a cold smile gracing his lips. As soon as these words were spoken, several elders began to whisper among themselves, engaging in hushed discussions. Lin Yin could glean the general sentiment from their murmurs. The Lin family had 4 influential elders, yet currently, 3 of them did not support a confrontation with the Huangqiu families, leaving only the Grand Elder, who remained non-committal, squinting with an air of aloof wisdom. The other senior family members were also turning against each other, some in agreement, others in dissent. This scene resembled the court of a dynasty, where civil officials favored peace, while military officials advocated for war. However, It was evident that the Lin family had more proponents of peace than of conflict. Even though Lin Dingtian was the head of the family, he still prioritized the clan's interests. Any decision that transcended the bounds of those interests necessitated a discussion with all the elders, inevitably leading to heated disputes. Lin Yin had anticipated this predicament back when his grandfather, Lin Ying, was alive. His authority was beyond challenge. He held absolute power within the family, commanding actions without opposition. Yet now, the situation was markedly different. Lin Dingtian had not yet reached the realm of a spirit king and lacked the strength to turn the tide. Thus he had to weigh the pros and cons before taking action. The stalemate persisted, and unable to contain his frustration, Lin Dingtian addressed the family elders, stating, I, Lin Dingtian, am honored to be the head of this family due to your trust. I acknowledge my shortcomings compared to my father's formidable presence. However, our Lin family has thrived for a century in Shenglin City, evolving from an obscure clan to our current stature. What has been our foundation? It is our decisive nature, not mere rhetoric. If we bow our heads and concede this time, what will become of us? Are we to wait idly for the Lin family to decline into beggary? Lin Dingtian's impassioned speech was indeed uplifting for some of the younger members. Yet for those seasoned veterans who had navigated the complexities of the world for years, it merely seemed a display of bravado. Head of the family, I understand your lingering resentment towards the Liu family, but we must not oppose the Huangqiu families at this juncture. You must realize that the imperial capital will hold a coronation ceremony in 3 years. With the third prince ascending as the new emperor will undoubtedly seek to consolidate his own power base, especially since the old emperor's authority still looms large. The Huangqiu families have clearly positioned themselves as the third prince's right hand. If we sever that connection, do you think Uncle Wu, that cunning old fox, will simply let it go? The second elder rose to speak. As soon as he voiced this, everyone present felt the weight of reason in his words. Yet, Lin Dingtian's perspective was equally pragmatic. The decision of whether to pursue peace or conflict was not one that could be made hastily. Lin Yin sat in the corner, his brow furrowed. Although the imperial capital had long been eyeing the Lin family, the current predicament had indeed been instigated by his own actions, with the entire Lin family embroiled in this verbal battle on his behalf. He felt a twinge of inner conflict at this moment. However, he could only remain silent, as he felt unqualified to partake in the discussion. Very well, since you all advocate for peace, then there is no need for me to speak further. I cannot afford to lose face as you prefer peace. You may proceed as you see fit. This arrangement is acceptable. Let it be so. The third elder could only nod in agreement, and soon everyone gradually departed from the hall. However, in Lin Yan's perspective, conflict was inevitable. The Huangqiu families were akin to weather vane, swaying with the prevailing winds. Seeking reconciliation was no simple task. Aware of the impending strife, yet still attempting to ingratiate themselves with a cold reception, these two elders truly had no sense of shame. Accompanying Lin Mo to Lin Dingtian's chamber, Lin Yin fell silent, gazing at his increasingly frail father, his nose unwittingly tinged with a sense of sorrow. Father, I am sorry. The root of this matter lies with me. The youth murmured, lowering his head. It was bound to happen sooner or later. It has merely occurred prematurely. Lin Dingtian seemed to recall something, adding, Yinner, have you attended to the matters I entrusted to you? Upon hearing this, Lin Yin naturally understood what was being referred to and helplessly shook his head. Lin Yin regarded the elderly man before him and gently inquired, what are the materials required for crafting a puppet? 2 types are necessary. A minimum of a second-tier demon crystal and the blood of a second-tier demon beast, the elder replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the youth's brow furrowed. When Mu Li had slain the Iron Bull, no demon crystal had been discovered. It appeared that the 8-backed Iron Bull lacked the bloodline of ancient demon beasts. Had it possessed such a lineage, acquiring the blood would not have been difficult. Reflecting on this, Lin Yin felt considerable regret. Now, he was left wondering where to procure a second-tier demon crystal. Puppets are inanimate. They lack vitality and possess no spiritual essence. Their combat relies purely on their iron-like physique, necessitating a source of power that can bear strength, supplemented with binding inscriptions to allow for control. Historically, most creators have employed demon crystals for this purpose, as demon beasts are inherently stronger than humans, and the power of demon crystals is formidable. Thus, utilizing them as the core of the puppet is most fitting. It seems I must exercise my wits once more. Lin Yin couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Chapter 18. The Falling Snow Mountain Manor. To acquire a demon crystal, I must venture into the underground trading market, the largest gathering place for warriors in Shanglin City, where various weapons, techniques, and elixirs are traded daily, including the rare demon crystals. However, as Lin Yin rummaged through his meager pockets, he found himself in a predicament. Although he occasionally received some pocket money 3 years prior, it amounted to no more than a few gold coins. During the 3 years he had been tormented by the Eye of Demons, he had not a single coin to spare, and the steward, aware of his financial constraints, had withheld his allowances. Now, in his hour of need, he found himself without resources. "Old Ming, do you have any savings to lend?" Lin Yin turned his gaze to the elder. "You little rascal, are you looking to me for funds?" "I have no savings. I disdain such mundane possessions," Old Ming replied, casting a disgruntled glance. "What then? Am I to sell my silver spirit ring?" Lin Yin glanced at the still warm ring, chuckling bitterly. "Foolish boy, the silver spirit ring is a rare treasure. How could you consider selling it?" "Absurd," Old Ming scolded, his tone filled with exasperation. "You are, in fact, a boundless source of wealth. How could you possibly lack for funds?" "What do you mean?" Lin Yin was taken aback, puzzled by the elder's words. Within the Dan of Creation are stored over 100 martial arts techniques. Each of these techniques, when transcribed, could fetch hundreds or even thousands of gold coins. Should one succeed in crafting a profound level technique, a price exceeding 10,000 gold coins is not beyond the realm of possibility. The words of the Venerable Ming resonated deeply with Lin Yin, illuminating his understanding. He realized that with the plethora of techniques stored within his Dan, mastering them all was an unattainable task. Thus, it would be prudent to transcribe those that were either unnecessary or of lesser potency, thereby alleviating his financial constraints. After an enlightening dialogue with Ming, Lin Yin began to organize the myriad techniques swirling in his mind. A rough estimate revealed a total of 108 techniques stored within his Dan, of which only 8 belonged to the spiritual tier. The remaining 100 were classified as profound level. Notably, several of these were of advanced profound status, typically valued between 2,000 and 3,000 gold coins in the market. In the event of encountering affluent buyers or techniques of compatible attributes, a purchase of 5,000 gold coins would not be out of the question. However, while the prospects sounded facile, the actual extraction of these techniques required considerable effort. Through Ming's meticulous explanations, Lin Yin learned that transcribing these techniques was no simple feat. It necessitated the use of blank scrolls devoid of any recorded techniques. This presented a significant challenge. In ancient times, when forgers were commonplace, craftsmen specializing in the creation of scrolls were abundant. Yet, now, millennia have passed since the last forgers vanished, leaving only a scant few who produce blank scrolls for sex. The necessity for blank scrolls arises from the fact that many techniques, having endured the ravages of time, have become tattered and require replacement. However, the production of these scrolls is not only intricate, but also reliant on rare materials, specifically silks that are over 20 years old. Although such materials are rare, Lin Yan's extensive family connections proved advantageous. After perusing numerous ledgers, he uncovered information regarding the procurement of blank scrolls. He discovered a small family specializing in scroll production located just outside Shanglin City. Their craftsmanship has been passed down through millennia, and they are among the very few in the entire empire. Lin Yin was uncertain if he could afford to purchase from them, as the ledger indicated that a low-tier blank scroll cost 20 gold coins, a medium tier 50, and a high tier reached as much as 150 coins. There were also exquisite scrolls, presumably intended for recording divine-level techniques, but these were rarely bought due to their exorbitant price, soaring to 3,000 gold coins. For the recording of profound-level techniques, a low-tier scroll sufficed. So Lin Yin did not intend to purchase a medium-tier scroll, especially since he possessed only a little over 20 gold coins. Resolute in his decision, he set forth while his family deliberated on strategies to counter the machinations of the Huanqiu clans. Lin Yin ventured beyond the city, in search of the small family renowned for their scroll-making expertise. After a rapid 2 hours of travel, Lin Yin arrived at a place known as Luoxia Mountain Villa. The villa was modest in size, merely a quarter of Shanglin City, yet it was relatively large when compared to other villages. However, this expansive estate was eerily desolate, with scarcely any signs of life. In such a vast expanse, merely a handful of individuals stand guard. It appears the family has fallen into disarray, undeniably. The Luoxia Manor is recorded in the annals of Shanglin City. Once a member of the 4 great families, initially, They narrowly escaped extermination due to their dissent against the late emperor's summons, ultimately relocating from Shenglin City to establish this manor. At it is undeniable that if the Lin family cannot withstand the pressures from Uncle Wu, it will not be long before Luoxua Manor becomes the next Lin family. This is a crucial area of Luoxua Manor. No outsiders are permitted entry. Before Lin Yin could step inside, a burly man blocked his path, exclaiming, "Hold it right there. Brother, you misunderstand. I come merely to purchase scrolls, not to intrude," Lin Yin stated as he dismounted and clasped his hands in greeting. "Purchase scrolls? Which sect do you belong to?" the burly man inquired, his brow furrowed. "From Shenglin City. I am Lin Yin of the Lin family." "Lin family? The last time I provided scrolls to your family was several years ago. You should be aware that Luoxua Manor has ceased production of scrolls. Best seek elsewhere." The burly man waved dismissively. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin furrowed his brow. After much difficulty in locating a supplier, he found that they had halted production, rendering his journey in vain. "Brother, do me a favor. I only wish to purchase one scroll and then be on my way. My family is in urgent need," Lin Yin persisted. "Alas, the golden silkworms nurtured by our family have been ravaged, leaving us with no capacity for production. You should depart," the burly man replied with a pained expression. At this, the youth's expression shifted slightly. Even a lean camel is larger than a horse. Despite the family's decline, they still possess some strength. Who would dare to endanger their means of survival? Just as Lin Yin prepared to speak again, an elderly man emerged from the manor, his hair as white as snow, leaning on a dragon-headed cane, his countenance a stormy shade of blue. Without regard for who stood before him, he thundered, "Are you a messenger sent by the Chiu family? I have already stated that even if you dismantle Luoxua Manor, my daughter will never wed that scoundrel Chiu Yueming." Old sir, you are mistaken. I am not from the Chiu." Lin Yin attempted to explain, but the elder struck the ground with his cane, furiously retorting, "You have poisoned all our golden silkworms essential for our livelihood. Is that not enough? Must you drive my manor to ruin? Let me tell you, others may fear the Chiu family, but I do not. I, an old fool, will ensure you do not have it easy." As he spoke, the aura of a spirit master began to emanate from the elder, though it was evident that age had diminished his strength. His true combat capability likely fell short of that of a younger spirit user. Witnessing the elder's wrath, the burly man leaned in to whisper a few words, calming the elder's erratic energy somewhat. "Master, they have come again." The burly man's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed upon the approaching procession of suitors, numbering in the dozens. "Alas, truly, the heavens seek to extinguish the Shui family." The elder trembled. Clearly agitated. "Father-in-law, I come again, uninvited." A pale-faced young man dismounted and mockingly clasped his hands in greeting. "Silence. How could you, Chiu Yi, give birth to such an unfilial son? My daughter, Xue Yang, will never marry you. You should abandon this futile desire." The elder thundered with palpable fury. Standing nearby, Lin Yin, with his eyes narrowed, felt a peculiar shift in expression upon hearing the name Chiu Yi. It appeared that this pallid and somewhat ailing young man was none other than Chiu family's eldest son, Chiu Yueming, who in the entire Shenglin City was unaware of the notorious playboy reputation of the Chiu family's young master, who spent his days reveling in the pleasures of the world. It was likely that his body had long been depleted, leaving only a frail shell. Nevertheless, Lin Yin, aided by his mystical vision, discerned the young man's cultivation level, an 8th-tier spirit practitioner, presumably augmented by the use of elixirs. "I call you father-in-law out of respect. Do not refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. Xue Yang is destined to be my wife. I would not hesitate to set your precious golden silkworm aflame. Nor would I shy away from burning this dilapidated manor to the ground. What harm would it be for Xue Zhang to marry me? You, old relic, could bask in the glory as well," Chiu Yueming taunted, swaying his ailing form with a mocking smile. At this proclamation, the elder slammed his cane upon the ground with a fierce intensity, unleashing a gust of wind that quickly dissipated due to insufficient follow-up energy. Nevertheless, it startled Chiu Yueming, who hastily concealed himself behind a stoic bodyguard. "Old relic, are you attempting to intimidate me? Damon, show him some color." Chiu Yueming glanced around, noting the burly gatekeeper and the elderly spirit practitioner, before settling his gaze on the seemingly vulnerable youth beside him. "Let us use this boy as leverage. If he does not yield, then let us slaughter all living beings within this manor." Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by the absurdity of the situation. Merely a spectator, yet he found himself unwittingly embroiled in conflict. Chapter 19. A soft target? Faced with this sudden targeting, Lin Yin felt a touch of resignation. Observing those around him, he soon understood. Qiu Yueming appeared to fear losing face in a confrontation, opting instead to prey on the weak. Despite the Elder's advanced age, he was still a second-tier spirit practitioner, and the Gatekeeper's strength was no less than that of an 8th-tier spirit practitioner. It seemed that the only target left for Qiu Yueming was himself. My friend, I believe you have misunderstood. I have merely come to seek the Elder's counsel regarding a matter and am not affiliated with anyone from the manor, Lin Yin stated, keen to avoid any unwarranted entanglement with Qiu Yueming. The prospect of failing in his mission and subsequently facing a throng of assailants was rather daunting to Lin Yan's dismay. His words not only fell on deaf ears, but also incited raucous laughter from the crowd, with several casting disdainful glances in his direction. Oh dear father-in-law, it seems your prestige diminishes by the day. Your own kin fear the repercussions and have forgotten their lineage. In that case, allow me to teach him a lesson. Qiu Yueming's words were laden with veiled insults, with Lin Yin unwittingly becoming the target. Having remained largely isolated from the outside world for the past 3 years, Lin Yin was unfamiliar to Qiu Yueming, and it appeared that an inevitable confrontation loomed. Initially anticipating the elder would interject with an explanation, Lin Yin was instead met with silence as the elder withdrew, revealing an unexpected cunning. It seemed he recognized that a confrontation was unavoidable and chose to utilize Lin Yin as a pawn in their unfolding drama. The elder was acutely aware that Qiu Yueming was, after all, the eldest son of the Qiu family. Should he truly inflict a state of infertility, it was certain that Qiu Yi would retaliate. A mere small mountain village like his could hardly withstand the wrath of one of the 4 great families, the Qiu clan. Heh, young man, since your village master seems to have abandoned you, why not indulge me in a little practice? Fear not, I am exceedingly gentle. The man, swaying with his nearly 300-pound physique, grinned broadly, his eyes and nose crinkling into a single mass, making Lin Yin appear as defenseless as a little chick in comparison. It seemed that the Qiu family was indeed wealthy and influential, for even Qiu Yueming's lackey exuded such a palpable aura of oppression. Lin Yan's lips curled into a wry smile. It appeared there was no escape. Since the other party had come to him, he could hardly blame anyone else. He replied with a smile. Is that so? Allow me to witness just how gentle you truly are. The words were clearly provocative, and a man, with a grim countenance, resembled an immovable wall of flesh. With each step he took, the excess flesh on his body quivered, causing the ground beneath to tremble noticeably. The opponent charged forward with the intent to embrace him. If caught in the clutches of such a monster, the pressure could likely shatter the bones of an adult. Lin Yin shifted his feet, and with a seemingly soft and feeble punch, struck directly at the man's lumbar region. The hidden force within his fist sent the colossal figure staggering uncontrollably. With a single move, he rendered his opponent unsteady. The elder, who had been observing with narrowed eyes, suddenly gasped. As a second-tier spiritual master, he naturally perceived the youth's cultivation at a glance. The disparity between a 6th-tier spiritual practitioner and an 8th-tier was not negligible. The man, have you not eaten? I have treated you to an entire pig. Do not hold back. Qiu Yueming's face flushed with anger. Rest assured, master, I simply lost my footing just now. Watch me crush this brat into a meat pie. The man turned, resembling a rampaging gorilla, charging headlong. Such a haphazard assault posed no threat to the agile Lin Yin whatsoever. Qiu Yueming glared at the youth, who had remained so nonchalant, his frustration mounting to the point where he nearly leaped 3 feet into the air. Further inciting the increasingly frenzied the man suddenly lunged, his massive form blocking all of Lin Yan's escape routes, intent on capturing this slippery creature. Golden light palm, break. Lin Yan's palm returned to him, his stance firmly anchored to the ground. Spiritual energy coalesced within him, radiating a golden brilliance as he struck heavily against the man's belly. The surging energy erupted forth, released without restraint, and those with keen eyes could distinctly see the ripples akin to those on the surface of water appearing across the man's corpulent abdomen. Pooh! The man expelled a mouthful of stomach fluid, clutching his belly, momentarily at a loss for reaction, leaving all spectators utterly astounded. This is a high-level mystical technique. Who on earth are you, kid? Qiu Yueming's expression shifted dramatically. He exclaimed, someone who seeks your life. Lin Yin suddenly turned, his eyes exuding a fierce malevolence as he locked his gaze onto his opponent. But the man, get up! Qiu Yueming, terrified, recoiled repeatedly, shouting in panic. Just moments ago, Lin Yin found himself perplexed by the extraordinary power he had managed to unleash with the golden light palm. Despite having utilized it fewer than 5 times, to his astonishment, he was able to contend with a formidable creature whose defenses rivaled that of a flesh-and-blood shield. And this was achieved without the aid of his magical EYE. It appeared that with further practice, the next application of this technique might yield even more remarkable results. I will tear you apart. The colossal beast, agitated, lunged at him once more. Stubborn fool. Lin Yan's expression darkened as he suddenly darted forward. His fingers brushed against the concealed silver spirit ring, and in an instant, a flash of black and crimson erupted, visible for but a fleeting moment before vanishing. Thud. The beast's arm shot upwards, blood gushing forth like a fountain, its massive form collapsing to the ground with a resounding crash, clutching its severed limb and letting out a howl of pure anguish. Observing the abrupt shift in the young man's demeanor, the elder could not help but click his tongue in astonishment, whispering to the burly gatekeeper, "This individual is no ordinary person. He is either immovable as a clock or strikes with the ferocity of thunder." Showing no hint of hesitation in his actions, it seems he is indeed a formidable character. Lin Yin bore no ill intent, for he discerned little bloodlust in his opponent's gaze. It was likely that even if captured, he would only sustain severe injuries, as the beast was merely following orders. Thus, the severing of an arm was quite fitting. Before Qiu Yueming could make a move, Lin Yin boldly stepped forward, standing defiantly before him. "Do you think I am a soft persimmon? Do you still wish to squeeze me? Who are you? Have the audacity to reveal your name and lineage." Qiu Yueming stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "You are not worthy to know." Bang! Lin Yin delivered a swift kick, striking the opponent squarely in the groin. A heart-wrenching scream echoed, and it was likely that one of his eggs had been shattered. He would not recover for at least 2 to 3 months. You will pay for this. I only desire the blank scroll. Since you have promised, hand it over," Lin Yin said unceremoniously. "Young friend, this is not the place for discussion. Come with me to the manor for a sit-down." The elder's weathered face broke into a smile, though it felt as if he had ulterior motives. In light of the manor owner's earnest invitation, Lin Yin did not decline, following the elder into the estate. Upon entering, he was struck by the serene beauty of the surroundings, the quaint bridges, flowing streams, and fields adorned with peach blossoms, alongside a few literati composing poetry and painting. Lin Yin marveled, realizing this locale was indeed a splendid retreat for leisure and reflection. Though the chaos caused by the Qiu family had somewhat marred its essence, do not find amusement in my plight, young friend. I am aged and my family has fallen into decline, with scarcely a dozen kin left. It seems this manor cannot be sustained much longer, the elder lamented. Old master of the manor, I cannot afford to purchase so many. One will suffice, Lin Yin replied, regarding the blank scroll with a measured tone. Young friend, you are too modest. Today, you have saved my manor from peril, and these are but gifts for you to accept graciously, the elder insisted, pushing the scroll towards Lin Yin. After sipping his tea, Lin Yin felt no hesitation. Having driven away Qiu Yueming, receiving a token of appreciation was hardly taking advantage of him. After exchanging a few polite words, he accepted the scroll. Well then, since the master is so generous, I shall accept it. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Lin Yin said as he stored the scroll within the silver spirit ring, his tone measured and deliberate. The aged man, having roamed the world for many years, discerned at a glance that the ring adorning Lin Yan's hand was no ordinary trinket. Although it had been disguised with black lacquer, it nonetheless emanated a subtle spatial fluctuation. There is one more matter I wish to discuss. If you would be so kind as to assist me. The elder paused before continuing. Please, do not hesitate. In my twilight years, I have been blessed with a daughter, whose beauty has unfortunately attracted many unwelcome suitors. I wonder, dear friend, do you have intentions of settling down? The elder squinted his eyes and chuckled. The implications of his words were clear even to the dimmest of minds. He was evidently seeking a son-in-law. For someone like Qiu Yueming to make repeated proposals, the girl must be extraordinarily beautiful. Yet, Lin Yan's heart was already entwined with Yuehan, bound by a 3-year vow, leaving no room for entanglements with other women. Indeed, I am already betrothed. There's something else you wish to discuss, esteemed elder? Upon hearing Lin Yan's response, the old master appeared somewhat crestfallen, as if he had taken a liking to this seemingly unremarkable youth. It seemed he was unaware of the events that had transpired in Shenlin City. The humiliation Lin Yin suffered at the hands of the Liu family had reverberated throughout the capital. Had the old master been aware, he likely would not have broached the subject of marriage. Chapter 20. The sealed divine eye of Tianyu Lin Yan's meaning was unmistakable, prompting the old master to exhale a sigh and shake his head. Since the young man had declared his engagement, it would be inappropriate to press further. Pursuing the matter would only diminish his own standing. Father, are there guests? Just as Lin Yan prepared to take his leave. A voice as ethereal as a hidden orchid echoed from outside the door, softening hearts with its delicate timbre. A young maiden clad in a flowing white dress entered. Her hair was styled in a simple elegant bun, with strands of silken black cascading to her shoulders, adorned with a jade hairpin askew, exuding a subtle fragrance. Her slender figure radiated a gentle and ethereal aura, yet her large eyes bore a glimmer of desolation. As she was assisted inside by a maidservant, upon first laying eyes on the girl, Lin Yan felt an undeniable beauty emanate from within her, rivaling that of Yuan. It was evident that the estate harbored a hidden gem, explaining Qiu Yueming's relentless pursuit. Any normal man would be compelled to sigh in admiration at such a vision. Shuyang, come, come. Allow me to introduce you to your benefactor. The old master beamed, his face creased with smiles. Esteemed friend, this is my daughter. She suffered an illness in her youth that left her blind. I hope you do not take offense, the old master continued. Lin Yan merely shrugged. He had no reason to be offended, as it was not his concern. After all, he had come merely to procure a scroll, and now that he had it in hand, lingering any longer might lead to complications. Father, I believe I can see his figure. The girl blinked, as if sensing a dense fog before her, only to have a beam of black light pierce through, clearing the haze enough to reveal the young man's outline. What? You can see? The old master trembled with urgency. That I can only see him. Everything else remains shrouded in mist, the girl replied, her brows furrowed in concentration. Hearing this, Lin Yan nearly stumbled in astonishment. Was it truly possible that he had somehow healed a blind girl simply by standing here? Master, I have pressing matters to attend to and must take my leave. I shall certainly return to pay my respects another day, Lin Yan said, clasping his hands in a gesture of farewell. Upon hearing this, the old landlord could only manage a bitter smile. Before he could rejoice in the realization that his daughter had gained clarity, he found that she could only perceive this little fellow. Unable even to see her own father, the old landlord clasped his hands and remarked, "Very well, young friend, safe travels." Lin Yan cast a fleeting glance at the young lady before hastily departing from the manor. In former times, he might have teased such a stunning beauty, yet at present, he was devoid of such inclinations. His own matters took precedence. The girl seemed to exchange a glance with him, her eyes brimming with inscrutable emotions. The landlord, are we truly allowing him to leave? Inquired the imposing gatekeeper as he stepped inside. Alas, what can be done? It would be futile to compel him to stay, regardless of his modest cultivation. He possesses treasures beyond measured. I speak the truth. Should we both wish to retain him, it would be utterly impossible without exerting our full strength, the elder sighed, stating, Then what shall we do when Qiu Yuming returns to create trouble? This lad is the scion of the Lin family, a prestigious lineage in Shanglin City. It seems only the Lin family can keep the Qiu family in check, the burly man expressed, appearing somewhat disheartened. Let us wait and see. In the short term, that scoundrel from the Qiu family likely won't even manage to rise from his bed. Furthermore, it was the Lin family that injured him, which is not our concern. If Qiu Yu truly comes knocking, we will have our own words to say, the old landlord slowly replied. Father, who is he? It seemed that whenever she faced a dilemma she could not resolve, the venerable Ming would unexpectedly appear to provide her with answers. You insolent brat, are you blind or merely feigning superiority? Such a breathtaking beauty, and you remain unmoved? Ming scolded, exasperated. Who could gaze upon her without feeling stirred? I am but a clay bodhisattva crossing the river, struggling to ensure my own safety, with a 3-year oath looming ahead and Wu Huangshu's schemes lurking behind. How could I possibly entertain any other thoughts? Lin Yan replied with a wry smile that if you were truly captivated by her beauty, I might indeed be a bit disappointed. However, your loss of her would be a significant detriment, Ming muttered, laden with insinuation. How so? Even your demonic eye resonated with hers. Is that not worthy of suspicion? I too find it perplexing that such a fragile woman could evoke a response from the demonic eye. Lin Yan mused, if my old eyes haven't deceived me, she should be the inheritor of the Tianyu divine eye. However, this type of constitution should experience a meteoric rise in cultivation. What is truly strange is that her powers seem forcibly sealed within her, obscuring the divine eye, hence her blindness, Ming appeared to possess considerable knowledge regarding this type of constitution. And what exactly is this Tianyu Divine Eye? The Tianyu Divine Eye, much like your 6 Hells Azura Eye, belongs to ancient legacies. However, there is a distinction. Yours is a demonic lineage, while hers is likely connected to the ancient 24 deities. Yet, her powers are completely sealed. If possible, your demonic eye might assist in unraveling her seals. As Lin Yin listened to Ming's words, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Although he yearned to assist her, he couldn't help but ponder the implications. If he truly aided her, what if she were to offer herself in return? Lin Yin gazed at the scroll, a smile gracing his lips. After all, this was his very first martial art he had created, and although it was not born from his own enlightenment, the sense of accomplishment surged within him. Ever the impetuous Lin Yin did not linger. He clutched the technique and hurried towards the trading hall. The trading hall, constructed underground, spanned several hundred square meters. Here, the majority of the patrons were warriors and mercenaries, as ordinary individuals lacked the qualifications to enter. Even if they possessed entry, without substantial assets, they would find themselves unable to purchase anything. A single gold coin could suffice for an ordinary family for several days. In this establishment, the minimum expenditure was at least dozens of gold coins, rendering it unaffordable for the average person. Lin Yin did not disguise himself, for in St. Ling City, few could recognize him at a glance. Even amidst the crowd, he was unlikely to attract significant attention. After searching for some time, he finally spotted a shop that offered high prices for martial arts techniques. However, the establishment appeared somewhat desolate. After all, who would casually sell their martial arts? Such a business was akin to a venture that only opened once a year, profiting for three. The shopkeeper, if lacking in patience, would find it hard to sustain. An elderly man with a head of white hair sat behind the counter, dozing off with a hint of boredom, until Lin Yan's entrance prompted him to stretch and inquire, "Are you here to buy or sell techniques?" "Young friend, to sell." "How much for a mid-level Xiantier technique?" Lin Yan replied succinctly, producing the scroll and speaking slowly. The old man squinted as he reached for the scroll on the counter, scrutinizing it carefully. After several minutes, he remarked, "A mid-level Xiantier technique, neither too good nor too bad. I can offer you 800 gold coins. What do you think?" Upon hearing this price, Lin Yan's lips curled in disdain. After all, he had expended considerable effort to create it, only to find it valued at a mere 800. This old fellow was indeed quite ruthless. 1,200, not a penny less. Lin Yan retorted, snatching back the technique. 900. "It cannot be higher," the old man countered. 1,001, "or I shall seek another place," Lin Yan declared, unwilling to suffer a loss. "Very well, it's a deal," the old man readily agreed. Observing the other's promptness, Lin Yan felt as though he had been taken advantage of once more. The 6 strikes convergence was an additive technique. The first strike bore average power, while the second strike compounded the first strength, and so on. Should it reach the 6th layer, its might could rival that of a high-level Xiantier technique. However, as he was in need of funds, he chose not to dwell on it. "Senior, I wish to inquire where I might procure demon crystals and the essence blood of demon beasts," Lin Yan asked, looking at the old man who was counting coins. "Demon crystals? I am uncertain of the tier you seek, but I do possess demon beast essence blood," the old man replied, setting down the gold coins. "Second-tier demon crystals and second-tier demon beast essence blood," Lin Yan specified. "How fortuitous. I have a second-tier demon crystal from the earth tiger and the essence blood of a third-tier demon beast. However, this demon crystal has lost some potency, as the earth tiger had been deceased for several days when discovered." "Do take a look and see if you wish to proceed," the old man said, retrieving a jade vial and a crystal radiating a faint red glow from his drawer. "What is the price?" Lin Yan inquired. "This demon crystal is of no use to me. I will part with both for 300 gold coins," the old man stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this price, Lin Yan felt it reasonable, for a fresh second-tier demon crystal was nearing the market value of a Xiantier technique, and thus, the offer of 300 did not seem excessively high. Having purchased the demon crystal and essence of blood, I find myself left with a modest sum of 800 gold coins. It appears that creating techniques for sale is far more lucrative than the endeavors of an alchemist, especially since my sole requirement is a blank scroll, whereas alchemists necessitate an extensive array of materials, which entails a significant initial investment. Chapter 21. Semi-finished products. Gazing at the neatly arranged materials upon the table, Lin Yan rubbed his hands together, contemplating the possibility of attempting to forge a puppet. After all, the Black Flame Demon King was a pinnacle spirit king in life, his physical strength having been greatly enhanced by the Eye of Magic. In terms of constitution, he surpassed even the mightiest of spirit emperors. However, Lin Yin felt a tinge of apprehension regarding the puppet creation process, as he had never engaged in it before and was uncertain whether he could execute it flawlessly. Elder Ming stood by, arms crossed, seemingly disinclined to intervene, allowing Lin Yin to proceed independently. Elder Ming, may I commence? Is there any danger involved? Lin Yin inquired, his voice tinged with nervousness as he retrieved the corpse of the Black Flame Demon King. Fear not. Crafting a puppet is far simpler than comprehending a technique. As long as you adhere to my instructions, success is assured, Elder Ming replied nonchalantly. Within the essence of Dan, there exist methods for puppet creation, albeit overly simplistic, suggesting that the previous owner of this essence was not particularly adept at such craftsmanship. Lin Yin lifted the second-tier demon crystal, and the essence suspended in his energy seemed to respond. Commencing a rapid spin. At this moment, the essence had achieved a single pattern, spinning at a velocity surpassing that of its pre-evolution state. The dragon-shaped patterns resembled a pulsating sprite, gradually detaching from the essence and flowing through the meridians to converge at the center of his palm, where a small golden dragon encircled the demon crystal, exhaling continuously. Witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, Lin Yin was overcome with elation, astonished by the essence's remarkable cooperation. Release the spiritual energy, allowing the dragon pattern to adhere to the demon crystal. Remember, the amount of spiritual energy released must be just right, Elder Ming advised, nodding slightly. Neglecting the beads of sweat dotting his forehead, Lin Yin concentrated intently on controlling the demon crystal, then summoned a wisp of spiritual energy, guiding it like a deft hand to leave an imprint of the golden dragon upon the essence. This was a protracted endeavor, as the spiritual energy transformed into a carving tool, meticulously sculpting the demon crystal until a perfect groove, capable of accommodating the golden dragon, was engraved upon its surface. However, as time passed, Lin Yin realized that this task was not as straightforward as he had presumed. The meager spiritual energy within his energy was insufficient for sustained supply. Observing the carving tool's waning strength, he realized that without adequate energy, the demon crystal would likely become irreparably damaged. With a flick of his fingers, a fragrant round elixir fell into his palm. This was the second-tier essence-gathering pill that Mu Lia gifted him, and it was fortuitously timely. Swallowing the slightly bitter pill, a surge of spiritual energy rapidly coursed through his body, flowing seamlessly into the carving tool. The once flickering tool radiated brilliance once more, its carving speed accelerating. Impressive. Achieving such a feat on the first attempt at sculpting a demon crystal, Elder Ming remarked, a hint of approval gracing his features. Suddenly, a faint crack appeared on the demon crystal just as Elder Ming's words fell from his lips. Lin Yin's expression shifted, hastily adjusting the angle of the carving tool to avoid a direct collision with the crack. Damn it. Whether this earth tiger has been dead for days or months, I can hardly believe this demon crystal is so fragile. A flicker of anger surfaced on Lin Yan's face. It appeared he had indeed been deceived, as the shopkeeper had clearly been speaking falsehoods. However, this was a critical moment in the carving process, and halting now would render all his prior efforts futile. The demon crystal seemed unable to withstand the energy of the golden dragon and the carving knife. Its once hard shell began to fracture, revealing the core of energy within. Just one final step remained. At that moment, was that the soul of the Black Flame Demon King? Lin Yin exclaimed. Indeed, it was merely a remnant soul, destined to dissipate eventually, even if it lingered within the corpse. The old man of the underworld intensified his efforts, and Lin Yin could distinctly sense the remnant soul gradually fading away. Wait, old man Ming. Let us not refine this last trace of the soul. It wouldn't do any harm to keep it. When the time comes, I will let it witness how I ascend to the Lin Yin interjected with a raised hand. Upon hearing this, old man Ming paused momentarily before easing his pressure. The remnant soul of the Black Flame Demon King floated back into the body, and the skin on the corpse began to harden, resembling scales. Even from a distance, one could feel an overwhelming sense of power. Beast, continue the bloodline, complete, old man Ming declared, puncturing a jade vial, from which the demon beast's essence seemed to defy gravity, dispersing and flowing into the Black Flame Demon King's nostrils, mouth, and eyes. As time slipped away, the body of the Black Flame Demon King began to undergo a transformation. The once dry and rigid form displayed a glimmer of vitality, though this spark was fleeting, fading away in mere seconds. Beneath the puppet's skin flowed the scorching essence of the demon beast, akin to lubricant in a machine, preventing the muscles from becoming overly stiff. Old Man Ming worked swiftly and seamlessly, completing 1/3 of a puppet with formidable defensive capabilities. After nurturing it for a full 2 hours, he finally set about embedding the demon crystal at this juncture. The demon crystal, shaped and polished by Lin Yan's carving knife, appeared smooth and rounded in its raw state. The demon crystal had been irregularly shaped, yet it now possessed a certain allure, under Old Man Ming's adept handling. The demon crystal emitted a fiery crimson glow, firmly embedded in the chest of the Black Flame Demon King, resembling an external heart. Under the influence of the demon crystal, the essence of the demon beast began to surge chaotically, continuously supplying the energy required for the puppet's movement. The young man guided the puppet with his consciousness, making it perform various actions typical of a living being. Although it appeared somewhat stiff, there was a semblance of humanity to it. Lin Yan believed this puppet was a significant success. However, Old Man Ming wore a look of disappointment. The demon crystal had suffered considerable damage in life. The Black Flame Demon King had reached the pinnacle of Spirit King status, and even in puppet form, it should possess the power of a Spirit King. Yet now, it was merely at the peak of Spirit Warrior strength. If the opportunity arises, you might consider replacing the demon crystal. The current puppet is only a semi-finished product. Old Man Ming remarked with a furrowed brow that a semi-finished product is sufficient. Lin Yan replied, feeling content despite Old Man Ming's dissatisfaction. His aspirations were not excessive. He did not seek a Spirit King as an aid. Merely a puppet at the peak of Spirit Warrior status would suffice to command respect throughout the Holy Lin City. Even when faced with assassins, he believed he would not find himself in perilous circumstances. You are now a master of crafting talismans, possessing a solitary dragon motif. Should you progress to the rank of a dual motif craftsman, with 2 dragon designs, this puppet would then harness the strength of demonic beast. Engage in diligent training. Moreover, I shall take a brief respite. If there are no pressing matters, kindly refrain from disturbing me. The Elder Ming spoke softly. Observing the Elder Ming's slightly despondent form, Lin Yan nodded gravely, realizing that the process of crafting puppets exacted a considerable toll on him. Subsequently, the Elder transformed into a wisp of black mist and drifted into the jewel adorning Lin Yan's neck. As he stowed away the puppet, Lin Yan gleaned the significance of the dragon motif. It not only enabled the creation of techniques but also elevated the puppet's rank. For instance, possessing a single dragon motif would allow the puppet to wield pure strength. Yet with 2, it could tap into the power of demonic crystals. With 3 motifs, the puppet might even cultivate spiritual essence. And as for 4 motifs, who could ascertain the After a day filled with tension, Lin Yan finally found a rare moment of relaxation. With the puppet by his side, a sense of security enveloped him, allowing for a tranquil night's sleep until the break of dawn the following day. As the sun emerged from the horizon, the Lin family bustled with fervor. The younger members of the clan stood in unison in the square, yet Lin Yan chose not to rise early, remaining indoors with no intention of joining the festivities, having opted out of such grand occasions 3 years prior. This marked the family's annual period of training, during which numerous juniors came of age. Unlike in previous years, the family would not retain them, but rather send them to various industries for practical experience, preparing them to become the heirs of the clan. Through the window, Lin Yan observed the beaming expression of the 3rd elder, who appeared notably more jubilant than usual, likely due to the fruitful negotiations with the Huangqiu families a few days prior. Nevertheless, Lin Yan remained skeptical. If the Huangqiu families were truly so amenable, the recent disturbances would not have arisen. They were likely scheming something, and it would be the 3rd elder who bore the brunt of it. Lin Yang, Lin Shi, you 2 have been assigned to oversee operations at the family mine. You are expected to perform admirably, as the family's future relies on your generation, the 3rd elder announced, producing a list to read from. The younger members of the clan flushed with excitement, eagerly anticipating their assignments. Each envisioning their futures, some aspired to become clan managers, while others dreamed of wielding real power like the 3rd elder. Chapter 22. The Wrath of the Lin Family. 2 months later, it has been 2 full months since the allocation of tasks among the younger members of the clan. While everyone was busily engaged in their duties, Lin Yan too was occupied. During these 2 months, not only had he undergone rigorous physical training under Elder Ming's insistence, but he had also mastered the Golden Light Palm to perfection, elevating his overall prowess to a new echelon. His cultivation at the 6th level of the spirit realm had stagnated for over 2 months, yet through various forms of training and trials, Coupled with the experiences gained on Demon Jade Mountain, the path to his advancement became effortlessly attainable, requiring no deliberate activation. Although faced with a potential breakthrough, Lin Yin remained utterly vigilant. After all, each of his advancements required a substantial reserve of spiritual essence. This time, he had exerted considerable effort. The spiritual essence accumulated over the past 2 months was nearly overflowing, to the point where even the slightest exertion of his magical prowess could cause it to dissipate. This was the very limit of what his chi could contain. Seated upon his bed, the young man formed a hand seal and closed his eyes tightly. Suddenly, he unleashed his spiritual essence, which surged within him like a tempestuous wave, relentlessly battering against the 7th layer of the spirit master realm. This process was protracted. With each impact, significant amounts of spiritual essence were consumed by the demon eye and the dandan. Although it seemed negligible at first, over time, the once mighty tide of spiritual essence had dwindled to mere remnants of veteran troops. Lin Yin produced a gathering essence pill, the sole one in his possession. Reluctantly, he resolved to consume it for the sake of his breakthrough. As the pill entered his abdomen, it transformed into an unceasing torrent of spiritual essence, coalescing within his chi with a resonant hum. A halo of white light emanated from the young man's body. Internally, the area of his chi had expanded to twice its previous size. This signified that he was on the verge of entering the 7th layer of the spirit master realm. Having learned from past experiences, this ascent was relatively smoother. Achieving the 7th layer marked Lin Yan's formal entry into the ranks of advanced martial artists. Perhaps before long, he would ascend to the much-anticipated level of spirit master. Even the puppet, after numerous days of meticulous control and synergy, had become remarkably agile, in stark contrast to its initial clumsiness. The puppet was manipulated directly through the soul imprint within the demon crystal, allowing Lin Yin to remain stationary while commanding the puppet to perform any task, albeit within a distance of no more than 10 miles. Exceeding this range would render the puppet incapable of receiving commands. Under the blazing sun and an unclouded sky, Lin Dingtan gazed at the 3rd elder, whose eyes were devoid of life, and exclaimed in frustration that it was no wonder, given that the 3rd elder had but one treasured grandson. The elder's son had succumbed to a grave illness years prior, leaving Lin Yang as the sole heir to the 3rd elder's bloodline. The 3rd elder was not a true descendant of the Lin family. His ancestors had merely joined midway and adopted the surname. Now, this cherished grandson lay lifeless, severing the bloodline completely. The Chiu family had committed a grievous act by extinguishing the 3rd elder's lineage. Head of the family, please permit me to confront the Chiu family immediately. I shall make them pay a commensurate price, the 3rd elder declared, restraining the fury that threatened to erupt. Are you seeking death? Do you believe the Chiu family would treat us with the same civility after slaughtering our ZC? They are likely on high alert, anticipating our approach. Lin Dingtian admonished to my grandson, I am so sorry. If the head of the family will not assist me, then I shall go alone to the Chiu family and exact a bloody vengeance upon them. The 3rd elder knelt before Lin Yang, weeping inconsolably, utterly devoid of the demeanor expected of a powerful elder. Meanwhile, Lin Yin, concealed in the shadows, emanated an intense aura of murderous intent. This ferocity was not born from Lin Yang's demise, but rather from the realization that Uncle Wu had commenced plotting the annihilation of the Lin family. Lin Yang's death was merely the prelude. Should the Lin family fail to mount an effective counterattack, the current state of the Snowfall Manor would foreshadow the family's bleak future, perhaps even worse. What to do? Could it be that the 2nd elder, his countenance grim, remarked, Humph, the Chiu family is indeed quite astute. Chiu Ye's son, Chiu Yueming, has always been a debauched libertine, yet now he remains obediently at home, rendering our vengeance exceedingly difficult. Lin Dingtian slowly articulated. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's lips curled slightly in surprise. He had not anticipated that his father would contemplate the assassination of Chiu Ye's son. However, it seemed that his own previous intervention had proven more effective than expected, leaving Chiu Yueming's capacity for normalcy in question. Cease all operations at the mine, and immediately notify all clan members currently on missions. Inform them that the family is in dire straits. Urgency is paramount, Lin Dingtian declared, brandishing the command token reserved for the clan leader. Several clan members nodded, accepting the token, and promptly set off to gather the clan. It appeared that a great conflict could not be avoided. Despite the numerous drawbacks of such a course of action, Lin Dingtian was beyond caring. The only viable strategy now was to assault the Chiu family and exact justice through overwhelming force. Humph, the Chiu family, is it? Since my father intends to retaliate comprehensively, allow me to serve as the vanguard. Lin Yin stretched his limbs, having been cooped up at home for 2 months. Now that the two families were on the brink of war, he could not afford to miss such an opportune moment. His puppet, crafted for battle, had yet to see any conflict. The current situation would serve as excellent practice, allowing for unrestrained aggression. Naturally, Lin Yin was not foolish enough to directly confront the Chiu family. Given that Chiu Yu was a genuine 6th-tier spirit warrior, only slightly beneath his father in strength, and as the head of the family, he undoubtedly possessed formidable skills. Thus, Lin Yan's destination would be the Chiu family's mine. The Chiu family's mine was separated from the Lin family by merely a few hills. On foot, the distance could be traversed in less than half an hour, making it remarkably easy for Lin Yin to seek revenge. While the family convened to deliberate on how to deal with the Chiu family, a young man, who had consistently maintained a low profile and hidden presence, stealthily slipped away once more, his objective crystal clear: the Chiu family mine. Meanwhile, news of the slaughter at the Lin family's ancestral hall spread through various channels, and in the vast information network of Holy Lin City, nearly every family had spies from other families. Consequently, the Lin family's deliberations regarding the campaign against the Chiu family had become a hot topic of discussion. The Lu family. What? Could you repeat that? Lu Yong exclaimed as the cup in his hand shattered suddenly. The old steward, panting heavily, responded, Master, it is absolutely true. We have just received word that the Lin family's ancestral hall has been attacked. Although we are still uncertain of the assailants' identities, Lin Dingtian is infuriated. If the Chiu family does not receive reinforcements from Uncle Wu within the next few days, they will surely face utter ruin. Alas, if one were to meticulously trace the origins of this war, the fault lies with me. Had I not aspired to climb the royal tree and embrace the Lu family, Lin Yin would not have been sent to his demise, sighed Lu Yong. Father, what do you mean? What has happened to brother Lin Yin? The young maiden who had just stepped out turned pale at the sudden mention of Lin Yin. Alas, Han heir, I suppose you should relinquish hope now. When Uncle Wu conversed with us, I distinctly heard what he and the third prince discussed. How could a future monarch be threatened by a mere family? Thus, Lin Yin is undoubtedly unlikely to survive beyond 3 years. Now that Lin Dingtian is in a fury, it is surely because of this. Although Lu Yong was uncertain of Lin Yan's fate, he seemed resolute in his ambition to align with the royal family. I refuse to believe it. Chapter 23. A comprehensive counterattack. After a relentless day and night of swift travel, Lin Yin finally arrived at the Chiu family's mine. The sky appeared dim, yet the mine remained bustling with activity. To secure financial dominance, the Chiu family tirelessly exploited the mine, their pace of extraction relentless. Meanwhile, on various hilltops surrounding the mine, large groups had assembled, armed and engaged in jovial banter. Those past few days were truly exhilarating. That wretched lad from the Lin family sought trouble and was beaten so thoroughly he lost his bearings, boasted a burly man, raising his ghostly axe with a hearty laugh. Indeed, we, the Chiu family, have become the right and left arms of the third prince. In 3 years, when he ascends the throne, we too shall be ministers in the court, able to rectify the years of being overshadowed by the Lin family. I dare say, the Lin family is likely already plotting their revenge. Little do they know we have allied with the Huang family, eagerly awaiting their approach. The overseers of the Chiu family were all smiles, discussing the recent heavy blow dealt to the Lin family. Yet, they remained oblivious to the figure clad in a gray robe, standing on another hilltop, surveying the layout of the mine. The youth was not in a hurry to strike, choosing instead to wait until the sun had fully set and darkness enveloped the land, for that would be the optimal moment to act. This juncture, Lin Dingtian was leading his kin directly towards the Chiu family, exuding an overwhelming aura. After all, the Lin family had cultivated their strength for decades. Since the disappearance of Lin Ying, they had severed all ties with the outside world, focusing solely on development, despite not reaching their peak strength after years of dormancy. They were formidable enough that the Chiu family alone could not contend with the current Lin family. The Lin family boasted 2 spirit warrior level experts, Lin Dingtian and the Grand Elder, while the other 2 families only had Xiu Yi and Huang Xiao at that level, thus giving the Lin family the upper hand. Head of the family, all personnel are assembled and await your command to storm the Chiu family and seek justice. Spoke the 4th elder slowly. Very well. Today's battle will determine the Lin family's standing in Shenglin City. Success is imperative. Failure is not an option. Our time of languishing is far too prolonged. The Chiu family has forgotten how fierce the wrath of the foremost family in Shaolin City can be. Let them pay the price for their foolish actions, Lin Dingtian declared, gazing at the several high-ranking members of his family. On ordinary days, the third elder of the pro-peace faction had succumbed entirely to a tempest of rage, consumed by a singular desire for vengeance, heedless of the consequences. This fervor unexpectedly unified the entire family. Although Lin Dingtian appeared to be ablaze with fury, he secretly felt a twinge of gratitude towards the Chiu family for their aggression, as it provided the Lin family with a pretext for retaliation and solidified the positions of the third and second elders firmly on the war front. Humph! This time I shall bring the Chiu family to utter disgrace. Not only will I seek to wash them in blood, but I shall also sever their financial lifelines. Second elder, fourth elder, I implore you to pay a visit to the Chiu family's mine. Eliminate as many as you can, and if necessary, blow the mine to smithereens, Lin Dingtian commanded. The second and fourth elders nodded in unison, promptly gathering a few individuals before parting ways with the main contingent, hastening towards the mine. Meanwhile, Lin Dingtian wasted no time. Encircling the Chiu family with the first and third elders, that it seemed as though every citizen of Shaolin City and all the concealed masters sensed the impending storm of bloodshed. Some hastily flocked to the nearby tea houses and theaters. Even the brothels were occupied, all eyes fixated on the formidable army of the Lin family advancing towards the Chiu residence. Sigh, Shaolin City has been too peaceful for too long. This battle is simply unavoidable. Indeed, yet the Chiu family has gone too far, challenging both the royal family and the Lin family. They have truly provoked the Lin family this time. Have you heard? It seems that the one who was killed was the Lin family's young master with the demonic Is that true? If so, won't Lin Dingtian go mad? The patrons in the tea house whispered amongst themselves. Some nibbling on snacks, eagerly anticipating this long-awaited clash at that moment. The sky seemed to sense the impending conflict. Before the sun had fully set, dark clouds enveloped the mine, an imperceptible aura of killing intent wafting down from the mountaintop. The youth smirked slightly. Once these dark clouds disperse, the battle will be over. With that, the young man transformed into a gust of wind, racing downwards. The overseers of the Chiu family, aside from a burly man wielding a ghostly axe and standing at the third tier of spirit mastery, were predominantly of the higher ranks of spirit practitioners. For Lin Yin, who possessed the black prison bloodblade and puppets, they posed no threat whatsoever. Did you kill Lin Yang? Lin Yin appeared like a specter atop the mountain, his blood-red eyes locking onto several Chiu overseers who were indulging in food and drink. How strange. When did this kid appear? The burly man turned to regard the youth. Buffed at a 7th-tier spirit practitioner? Could he be here for revenge? The Lin family truly has a flair for the dramatic, sending a mere child to seek vengeance. Bang! Before the 8th-tier overseer could finish his sentence, the youth, like a deity of death emerging from the underworld, unleashed a flash of golden light. The overseer was sent hurtling backward, and one could clearly see the deep indentation left in his chest. With that strike, Lin Yin had utilized his technique, shattering the opponent's heart in that instant. Damn it! Is that the sound from the Chiu family's mine? The fourth elder, who had yet to arrive, furrowed his brow at the noise by the time he reached the scene. The sight before him utterly stunned everyone present. The lifeless bodies continued to bleed. The mountaintop stained a deep crimson, while the sun broke free from the clouds, casting its light upon the earth. Who could have done this? As the second elder swiftly led the group away from the scene, they made their way directly to the Chiu family. At this moment, the Chiu family was already engulfed in panic, with Chiu Yi and the family elders awaiting the arrival of the Lin family at the entrance. Ha! Esteemed head of the Lin family, I have been anticipating your arrival for quite some time, Chiu Yi boomed, casting a hearty laugh towards Lin Dingtian. Humph, since you are aware of our impending visit, you must be prepared for the consequences. I, Lin, have never been fond of war, yet I do not shy away from it. Your Chiu family has repeatedly provoked the limits of my patience. Today, allow me to teach you a lesson. Stepping forward, Lin Dingtian unleashed the full extent of his cultivation at the 8th level of the spirit warrior, exuding an overwhelming aura. I, Chiu Yi, am not easily intimidated. Your Lin family has maintained its position as the foremost clan in Shaolin City for quite some time. Yet our Chiu family is no longer weak. So it is time for a change of leadership. Chiu Yi responded calmly, unperturbed. Do not boast so brazenly, lest you hurt yourself. Let me see just how much your Chiu family has grown over the years. Lin Dingtian declared, showing no intention of delaying the confrontation. Since you are here, if we do not demonstrate the might of the Lin family, how can we establish ourselves in Shenlin City? As Lin Dingtian launched the first attack, Qiuyi was not one to back down, stepping forward with resolve as their powerful auras collided with a thunderous roar. The battle at the spirit warrior level shook the very earth. The fierce energies crashing together created shockwaves that reverberated for half a mile. Although Qiuyi was the head of his family, the undeniable truth remained that they were outmatched by the Lin family. In the initial skirmish, Qiuyi found himself at a disadvantage, each encounter more harrowing than the last. Old fool of the Qiu family that returned my children's lives, the third elder roared in anger, unleashing his pent-up fury as he charged into the fray. In an instant, everyone sprang into action. As the elder of comparable spirit warrior rank, he struck with a fierce determination. The Qiu family was forced to dispatch two of their strongest spirit warriors to counter this assault, further plunging them into a precarious position, with several elders sustaining injuries in mere moments. Feeling the inadequacy of his own strength, Qiuyi retreated several paces, calling out to Huang Xiao, the head of the Huang family, who had long been lying in ambush. Huang Xiao, if not now, then when? Upon hearing this, aside from Lin Dingtian, who had anticipated the Huang family's involvement, nearly all the Lin clan members were taken aback. Without the Huang family, the Qiu family would have been no match for the Lin family. However, with their presence, the dynamics shifted dramatically. The Huang family and the Qiu family were of comparable strength. Yet in recent years, the Huang family had quietly developed their power, now arguably surpassing the Qiu family, especially with their spirit warrior level experts who could stand toe-to-toe with the Lin family. Haha, esteemed head of the Lin family, your imposing presence is palpable from 10 miles away. Huang Xiao, in my folly, intend to spar with you, he said, stroking his goat-like beard with a sinister grin. Humph, you Huang and Qiu families collude shamelessly, willing to serve as lackeys of the imperial capital. Truly, you bring shame to your ancestors. I, Lin, do not mind teaching you traitors a lesson on behalf of your forebears. Lin Dingtian suddenly unleashed his power, a wave of intense pressure cascading outward. Even those observing from hundreds of meters away could perceive it, while the common folk gasped in astonishment. Tiger King. Mountain suppression. Haha. Indeed formidable, Huang Xiao remarked, feeling the oncoming pressure, his expression shifting slightly. The sudden emergence of the Huang family's forces threw the first elder and the third elder into disarray, transforming their previous confidence into a struggle for mere survival. For the Huang family boasts numerous formidable members. This time, the Huang and Qiu families seem resolutely intent on extinguishing the Lin family. Chapter 24. The mysterious strongman in the ongoing battle. Those with clear minds might easily discern the underlying truths. This does not appear to be mere retaliation from the Lin family, but rather a long-conceived plot by the Huang and Qiu families, designed to provoke the Lin family into action. Once the Lin family strikes, the Huang and Qiu families are bound to ally against them. It is rather straightforward. Among the four great families, the Lu family is devoid of any combat capability, leaving only three. It is evident that should the Lin family successfully eradicate the Qiu family, the Huang family alone would stand no chance against them. The battle intensified with Huang Zhao's involvement, as Lin Dingtian faced two opponents single-handedly. Yet with his formidable techniques, he remained deftly in control. In contrast, within the realm of spirit masters, the first elder's presence was particularly striking, as his surging spiritual essence vastly surpassed that of his adversaries. The melee resembled a vast dye vat, with colors of spiritual essence splattering and coalescing in a chaotic display. Haha. Exhilarating. Truly worthy of being the head of the Lin family, Huang Xiao remarked, as he staggered back slightly from a powerful assault by Lin Dingtian, creating distance while grinning. Humph. Do not think that the two of you can defeat me. I have long anticipated that you two families would join forces against me, Lin Dingtian retorted, also stepping back with a cold snort. Since you are aware, why do you dare to come? Qiuyi coldly inquired. Would I dare to come without absolute certainty? Lin Dingtian suddenly launched another attack, his overwhelming spiritual essence transforming into a colossal wave crashing downwards. Arrogance. The combined forces of the Huang and Qiu families struck with remarkable swiftness, developing a tactical synergy of offense and defense, which instilled a sense of veiled pressure upon Lin Dingtian, who had previously held the advantage. As the conflict raged on, the Lin family began to falter within the realm of spirit masters. Were it not for the first elder's staunch resistance, they would likely have already succumbed. for the combined forces of the two families far exceeded that of the Lin family. The first elder valiantly faced 3 peak spirit masters, while the third elder launched an all-out assault, effectively stalling 2 opponents of equal rank. The battlefield was unmistakably clear, although the overall strength of the Huang and Qiu families far surpassed that of the Lin family. They noticeably lacked spirit master-level experts. Had it not been for the first elder's formidable support, the tides of battle would have already turned decisively. I am eager to see how much longer you can endure. Huang Xiao coldly laughed before suddenly retreating and signaling, as hidden experts, long laid in ambush, instantly revealed themselves. Huang Xiao, truly devious. You even held back. The first elder felt an immediate surge of pressure, exclaiming in fury. As Huang Xiao summoned the hidden masters, the battlefield underwent an instantaneous transformation. The Grand Elder, being merely an early-stage spirit warrior, could barely withstand the onslaught of 3 peak spirit masters. Yet now, he was confronted by no fewer than 5 formidable spirit masters. In light of this, the Lin family found themselves in an exceedingly precarious position. Lin Dingtian was acutely aware that, without some fortuitous turn of events, this battle, characterized by a stark disparity in power, would likely culminate in a disastrous defeat for him. Everyone understood the implications of a loss for the Lin family. It would signify the obliteration of the foremost family in Shenlin City. Uncle Wu had resolutely set his sights on annihilating the Lin clan, showing no inclination towards the leniency afforded to the Shuem Mountain Manor. Just as the conflict escalated, 2 figures hastily approached, Elder 2 and Elder 4, accompanied by several skilled members of the Lin family, who were en route to the Qiu family mine. Upon spotting the unexpected duo, Qiu Ye's expression grew peculiar, and as if recalling something, his visage darkened to a pallor of rage. He abruptly withdrew from the fray, bellowing, Lin Dingtian, you are truly treacherous. Haha. Qiu Yi, you fool. Do you think you alone possess cunning tricks? Lin Dingtian retorted with a hearty laugh. I shall sever your financial lifeline. Even if I cannot ascend as the foremost family in Shenlin City, it shall not be your turn either. Upon hearing this, Lin Dingtian was not the only one puzzled. Even Qiu Yi was momentarily taken aback, his countenance growing even more sinister as he muttered, Humph, to act and then shift the blame onto others, truly befitting of the first family of Shenlin City. I never intended to shirk responsibility. Destroying your mind was always my plan. If someone outpaces us, that is all the more delightful that I wish to express my gratitude to that mysterious powerhouse, Lin Dingtian said with a booming laugh. Meanwhile, Lin Yin, who had been racing forth, had now arrived at Shenlin City. Naturally, their battle was not one he could partake in. He had yet to truly engage with a spirit warrior-level adversary, leaving him ignorant of their true strength. However, this did not imply he could remain idle, for the figure lying within the silver spirit ring, Xian Kuei, was no mere decoration. Draped in a gray cloak, Lin Yin entered a tea house, casting a calm glance around before selecting a relatively quiet private room and walking in. Wait staff, regardless of who arrives, do not disturb me, Lin Yin stated coolly, tossing 5 gold coins onto the counter. Sir, the view in this room is rather poor. Might I suggest we switch to another? Witnessing the Lin family battle against the Qiu family is a once-in-a-century spectacle, the eager waiter exclaimed, clearly not grasping the gravity of Lin Yan's intentions. Unnecessary. This room is perfectly adequate, Lin Yan asserted, dismissing the waiter. He settled comfortably within the private room, locking the door behind him. Once assured that there was no connection to the outside world, he subtly moved his fingers, summoning Xian Kuei, a colossal and imposing puppet, standing like a loyal sentinel, awaiting the command of its master. Controlling a puppet from a distance demands an exceedingly high proficiency in soul power. Although this distance is close, it remains challenging for a novice such as yourself. Are you certain you wish to proceed here? Elder Ming observed the youth, whose face was alight with murderous intent, and spoke in a measured tone. They are all formidable masters at the level of spirit warriors. I fear that if I venture too close, I may be discovered. This distance is sufficiently near. I am eager to ascertain just how powerful this individual's puppet can be. Lin Yin spoke softly, gradually closing his eyes, channeling all his focus into the puppet. Severing all connections to the external world, his entire being seemed to merge with the puppet. Generally, there are 2 methods to operate a puppet. The first is to issue direct commands, to kill someone or to protect someone. This is the most common application of puppetry, but to employ this method, the compatibility between the puppet and the user must be exceptionally high. The second method is immersion, where the user invests their entire spirit into the puppet. wielding their sole power to control every movement, even the most minute gestures. For a novice like Lin Yin, who has only just begun to use a puppet, the first method, though efficient, is beyond his current capabilities. Thus, the second method is far more gratifying. Qiuyi, having witnessed his own mind obliterated to the last remnant, teetered on the brink of fury. Shadow would form. All-encompassing nature. Qiuyi stood firm, invoking his signature technique. In an instant, the air was thick with potent wooded tribute spiritual essence, and within mere moments, green tendrils coalesced from all directions. Advanced spirit level, it seems Qiuyi is genuinely enraged. The Grand Elder squinted. Feeling the spiritual essence within him begin to surge, the battle reignited, with Lin Dingtian leading the charge, delivering punches and palm strikes that shattered the conjured green tendrils. Given that this was a signature technique of the Qiu family, it was hardly weak. In almost no time, the number of tendrils increased dramatically, their density astonishing. A lesser-skilled Lin family expert was struck by a tendril, sustaining a horrific wound to the chest. Nearly flayed open, each tendril bore small barbs, capable of tearing flesh from the skin upon contact. At the command of Huang Xiao, all Huang family experts launched a counterattack. In an instant, the previously balanced skirmish was shattered by the furious Qiuyi, plunging the Lin family into a disadvantageous position. While Lin Dingtian might have been fearless against the tendrils, the others in the Lin family lacked the formidable defenses of the Tiger King's mountain. Their strength was significantly diminished. And at every moment, Lin family disciples fell, stripped of their ability to resist. Yet Qiuyi's countenance was not without concern. Employing such a broad and control-intensive technique posed a significant challenge to the user themselves. Just when everyone assumed the Lin family would face a devastating defeat, a blood-red sword light suddenly descended from above. Wherever the sword light passed, all tendrils were severed, and upon being cut, they were enveloped in a shroud of malevolent energy, rendering them incapable of regenerating. Who dares? This is a matter between myself and the Lin family. I beseech my friend to refrain from interfering. Qiuyi bellowed as he cast his spell. The mist dissipated. A figure cloaked in black robes stood resolutely, his imposing stature and the black prison bloodblade in hand exuding a potent and solemn aura of lethal intent. Qiuyi, when did you accumulate such enemies? Huang Xiao shouted, his expression darkening as he observed the ceaseless malevolence emanating from the figure. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I presume that the Qiu family's mine is also your doing. The second elder laughed heartily. The puppet controlled by Lin Yin lacked the ability for speech, merely nodding in response to the second elder. This simple nod was of little consequence, yet the expressions of nearly everyone shifted from astonishment to sheer shock. Even Qiuyi was at a loss, unable to comprehend how such a formidable figure had come about, pondering for quite some time without arriving at any conclusion. Lin Yin had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with his opponent. He urged the human puppet to charge directly at Qiuyi. Renowned for its defensive capabilities, the puppet withstood the merciless lashes of the tentacles conjured by Qiuyi, yet even such tremendous force merely left a shallow mark on the puppet's surface. Without a single drop of blood being shed, for Lin Yin, this was hardly surprising. The puppet was, after all, an inanimate object, rendering such damage utterly inconsequential. However, for Qiuyi and the other formidable individuals present, it was somewhat terrifying, as even Lin Dingtian dared not approach the tentacles lightly, yet his opponent was able to completely disregard them. Chapter 25, The Radiant Path of the Strong. From the eyes of Qiuyi, one could distinctly sense a mix of fear and astonishment. Although his family's wood element cultivation technique was not considered top tier, he could guarantee that few among the same rank could withstand it head-on. Yet this man, cloaked entirely in black robes, exhibited not a hint of defensive posture. It was as if he was entirely relying on his body to absorb the tentacles. Such overwhelming and terrifying defensive strength could only belong to either a peak spirit warrior or a spirit king. Either possibility was a near dreadful existence. Friend, if you relent, the Huang and Qiu families are willing to offer a substantial reward. Huang Xiao, sensing the situation turning dire, immediately called out. The black giant suddenly halted its movements, and the Lin family members observed the immobile, mysterious figure, initially believing it to have been swayed by the promise of reward. However, the scene that unfolded next left Huang Xiao both amused and exasperated. After a moment's hesitation, the puppet abruptly pivoted, transforming into a gust of wind, brandishing a 3-foot blood blade that lunged toward Huang Xiao. Damn it! Are you a mad dog? Huang Xiao retreated repeatedly. Roaring in fury to at this moment, he dared not approach, for in his eyes, should he be struck by the mysterious figure's bloodblade, he would likely not escape unscathed, witnessing the mysterious powerhouse nearly single-handedly contending against two spirit warriors. Lin Dingtian and the other elders were at a loss for how to proceed. This was supposed to be their home turf, yet a bizarre entity had emerged from nowhere, possessing not only formidable defensive strength but also wielding a weapon of astonishing might. Anything touched by the bloodblade was instantaneously reduced to ashes. A shadow suddenly appeared atop the Chiu family residence, its leopard-like black eyes scanning the entire estate. "Where is Lin Yin? Come forth and meet your demise." The shadow barked menacingly. This sudden and eerie scene startled Lin Dingtian momentarily, before he inquired, "Might I ask who you are? What enmity exists between my son and you?" "Enmity? Humph, my only younger brother was brutally slain by Lin Yin. His body desecrated. Although one must be prepared for the perils of our profession, I cannot accept that my brother met his end at the hands of such a lowly cultivator." The shadow spoke. His palms slightly opened, and a dark aura began to waft forth, drifting towards the tea house where Lin Yin resided. Upon witnessing this display, Lin Dingtian and the others instantly realized it was the unique secret technique of the Assassin's Guild. Once mastered, it allows the user to detect the presence of their intended target through subtle fluctuations in energy. Could it be that Yenner is here as well? Lin Dingtian furrowed his brow, gazing at the distant tea house, and spoke coolly. Before long, a youth clad in an ordinary black robe descended step by step from the loft, under the watchful eyes of the bustling crowd. "You are Lin Yin?" The shadow swiftly darted down, coldly inquiring. "Indeed, if I am not mistaken, you must be here to avenge those assassins," Lin Yin replied, calm and unhurried. "Correct, the one slain on Yaoyu Mountain was my brother, Luo Xin. I am Luo Qing." The shadow slowly lowered his cloak, revealing a visage almost identical to that of the lead assassin. "And what of it? This sudden emergence of an assassin might just serve as a stepping stone on my path to becoming a formidable force." The three prominent families had recently engaged in a fierce battle, their fury not yet fully extinguished, and now, unexpectedly, another assassin guild had arisen. "Yenner, do not waste your breath with him. With me here, I shall see who dares to lay a hand on you." Lin Dingtian knew well the strength of his opponent that he stepped forward, unleashing the entirety of his spiritual essence. Observing his father personally entering the fray, Lin Yin could not help but smile bitterly. The adversary had made his intentions clear. The conflict was one he must face alone. Even if he were to slay this foe, the Assassin's Guild would not retaliate, should the Lin family intervene now. It would undoubtedly draw the guild's attention, and Lin Yin was not inclined to create unnecessary enemies. Some challenges could only be resolved by oneself. "Father, Grand Elder, you need not intervene. I can handle this," Lin Yin said with a half-smile, stepping forward to tee his words. Both Lin Dingtian and the Grand Elder were taken aback in astonishment. Perhaps due to the multitude of events that had transpired, it seemed the clan members had almost forgotten about this young master with the demonic eyes. The reason Lin Yin sought to challenge his adversary beyond his level was partly to re-establish his presence. If he aimed to grow strong, then he must rise with force. What is meant to come will inevitably arrive. Previously, he might have endured in silence, but now, that was no longer necessary. Is this not the young master with the demonic eyes from the Lin family, who claimed he was dead? Clearly, he is alive and well. Indeed, who would have thought he would dare to confront a spirit master? Is it possible that a change is afoot in Shenglin City? Listening to the hushed whispers of the townsfolk, Liu Yang's cup suddenly developed a fine crack. His eyes, slightly weary, were fixated on the black-clad youth below the tea house. "Brat, although I know not how my brother met his demise at your hands, to perish by mine would indeed be your fortune," Luo Cheng declared, suddenly dashing forth, his speed and power several times that of his peers. Feeling the overwhelming pressure closing in, Lin Yin remained unperturbed, his palm abruptly glowing with a brilliant golden light. Bang! The initial clash between the two resulted in a shockwave that spread a full 10 meters. As the dust settled, two figures remained steadfastly rooted in their respective positions. "Master of the house, when did Lin Yin acquire such formidable strength? Did you not notice?" The Grand Elder gazed in disbelief and remarked, "Yin has always been one to act with discretion, often reluctant to divulge his thoughts. It seems the humiliation of the Liu family has significantly impacted him. He is even capable of controlling the demon eye." Lin Dingtian's eyes shimmered with a hint of excitement as he spoke. "The demon eye," the Grand Elder murmured to himself, his mind wandering to the legendary Black Flame Demon King from a century ago, swallowing hard as he took a moment to process. This young man must not be allowed to remain. We must devise every possible means to eliminate him. Otherwise, should he ever rise, what place would remain for our two families? Qiu Ye's face darkened with fury as he declared. Chapter 26. A battle to renown, although Qiu Yi remained unwilling to concede. It was undeniable that the Lin family held the upper hand at this moment. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was that the entire Shenglin city regarded the cursed young master with the demon eye, who now stood against a spirit master of the 7th tier with the strength of a spirit practitioner of the 7th tier, an entire realm apart. Moreover, his opponent was a skilled assassin, adept in the art of stealth. Lin Yin understood this better than anyone. Ever since his encounter with the assassin organization at Yayu Mountain, he had gleaned an understanding of their capabilities. They were not warriors, but rather specialists in assassination. It was undeniable that Luo Qing was indeed a spirit master of the 7th tier, but if he were to conceal himself in the shadows for an assassination attempt, he might strike with lethal precision, his prowess comparable to that of a spirit battle master. However, in broad daylight, Luo Qing's strength could only be expected to manifest at the level of a spirit master of the 3rd tier. With no hesitation, Lin Yin unleashed his full potential during the initial strike. The golden light palm collided with his opponent. A wealth of information flowed into his mind, which explained why Lin Yin dared to issue the challenge. After shaking off the numbness in his arm, a bloodthirsty smirk graced the young man's lips as he charged forward once more, sending dust swirling into the air. Competing in speed, Luo Qing chuckled ominously, his body darting forward in an instant, and the two were soon entangled in a fierce struggle as their techniques intertwined. Lin Yin sensed a shift. It appeared that Luo Qing, a spirit practitioner of the 7th tier, trained in assassination techniques, had surpassed him in speed. The velocity with which he wielded his dagger even outstripped that of the soul-devouring beast. With a swift slash, the dagger transformed into a silver glimmer, leaving a shallow gash across Lin Yan's chest. Had he not evaded in time, it would have been sufficient to inflict severe injury, relying on his spirit practitioner status to engage in battle for so long. It seems Luo Xian's demise was not in vain. Luo Qing's eyes glinted with malice as he scrutinized his opponent, seeking a flaw. All of this was observed by Lin Dingtian, who, despite feeling a constant sense of trepidation, found himself inexplicably trusting the young man, as if this battle had been orchestrated by him. Master, should I intervene and offer assistance? The Grand Elder inquired, a note of concern in his voice. Upon hearing this, Lin Dingtian, who had been frowning, suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha. No need, no need. This young man, with his current thoughts, is even beyond my comprehension. He is remarkably similar to his mother. Observing the inexplicable Lin Dingtian, the Grand Elder's expression subtly shifted. This seemingly low-key youth, who preferred solitude, resembled a ferocious tiger, its claws poised for action. In this moment, its fangs and talons unfurled silently, ready to rend any creature that dared to provoke it into shreds. Not only did the Grand Elder harbor such thoughts, but Lu Yang, who had been spectating from the tea house, was likewise affected. The cup in his hand had been crushed into powder by an overwhelming force, and an inexplicable sense of regret surged within him, though it was swiftly suppressed after a mere second. The impact of my assertiveness should have been achieved by now. Within 3 days, this news will undoubtedly reach the imperial capital. I am eager to witness the helplessness of Uncle Wu, a cruel smile gracing Lin Yan's lips. Boy, it is time to conclude this. Suddenly, Luo Qing ascended into the air, his fingers deftly forming a seal. Shadow binding kill. With a low shout, Luo Qing's speed and strength surged once more, transforming into a tempest that spiraled downward. It is time to put an end to this. Standing firm, Lin Yin felt a spark of golden light erupt from his palm, encircled by dark energy, as a long blade radiating an ominous aura emerged, accompanied by an intensified murderous intent. Who could still perceive this youth as the waste that had been scorned for 3 long years? The pent-up fury of those years seemed to culminate in this very moment. The clash between the golden light palm and Luo Qing's shadow-binding kill resounded violently. Lin Yin swung the black prison bloodblade, seizing the fleeting moment of Luo Qing's distraction, and mercilessly sliced across his neck, a stream of crimson erupting forth. Now, Lin Yin had become increasingly adept at wielding both the golden light palm and the black prison bloodblade. After months of practice, bolstered by the extraordinary ability of the Dan creation, the golden light palm could now unleash a power exceeding 60% of its original might, perhaps even more, as they beheld the lifeless form of Luo Qing. Not only the Huangqiu clans, but also the dense throng of citizens filling the streets of Shenglin City seemed utterly astounded. The actions of this youth had completely subverted their understanding of cultivation levels. A 7th-tier spiritualist vanquishing a 7th-tier spirit master in such a brief span of time. Few, if any, in the entirety of Shenglin City, let alone the imperial capital, could accomplish such a feat. Yet he had done it. This young master of the demon eye, once thought destined to remain a 5th-tier spiritualist forever. With no hesitation, Lin Yin swiftly sheathed the bloodblade, surveying his surroundings as he exhaled deeply. 3 years, an entire 3 years of enduring the pointed fingers and various accusations from these people. Yet today, all of that would become history. In the next 3 years, he would stand in the imperial capital. Thoroughly cleansing himself of all the indignities he had suffered, Lin Dingtian gazed at the youth, who stood motionless for a long while, filled with profound emotion. Perhaps the purpose of his actions today was to demonstrate before the scrutiny of all Shenglin City that he was far from the so-called demon eye young master. The expressions on the faces of the Huangqiu families at this moment were so dark that they could only be described as twisted. That a person capable of manipulating the demon eye with such finesse is destined to become a formidable force on the continent. The Black Flame Demon King serves as a blatant example. Although this young man is still in his nascent stage, given sufficient time, it is undeniable that the next Black Flame Demon King will emerge from Saintling City. Born under the watchful eyes of all. Do not speak so lightly. The family head is merely a lad who has yet to reach the level of a spirit master. Let us not forget the third prince, who is a core disciple of the Sacred Heaven sect. I can assure you that in a confrontation with this boy, 3 moves would suffice. The old steward flattered. Indeed, I am not mistaken. Forming an alliance with the imperial capital is the best way to ensure the continuation of the Liu family. Liu Yang's eyes flickered with a hint of malice as he slowly departed the tea house, supported by the old steward. At this juncture, the Lin family, having triumphed over the Huangqiu families, was hosting a grand banquet. Lin Yin, who had unexpectedly emerged as a key player in this battle, became the center of attention at the gathering. All conversations seemed to revolve around the topic of how the demon eye was controlled. Naturally, Lin Yin was astute enough not to divulge the details. After consuming a couple of cups of wine, he began to speak in disjointed phrases. Noticing the boy's desire to leave, Lin Dingtian assisted him in departing. "You insolent brat! Are you still putting on a facade before me?" Lin Dingtian scolded the boy with a tone of irritation. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lin Yin scratched his head awkwardly and knelt, saying, "Father, forgive my filial impiety. I have concealed many matters from you." Raising the boy, Lin Dingtian replied, "You are now grown. There are many things that I, as your father, am powerless to influence. However, how exactly do you control the demon eye? I have read in ancient texts that many dubious practices rely on malevolent sorcery to manipulate the demon eye, which leaves me somewhat uneasy." Lin Yin understood his father's concerns. After all, his sudden rise to prominence, transitioning from a low-profile, forgotten individual to the focal point of Saintling City, was bound to raise suspicions. Perhaps his arduous training over the past few months had gone unnoticed. They only recognized him as the waste who had suddenly become powerful today. The secrets of the Dark Elder and the Dan of Creation must never be revealed. The only way to reassure his father would be to present the puppet crafted from the Black Flame Demon King and weave an elaborate lie. This was, of course, a last resort. The fewer who knew about the Dan of Creation, the better for him. After all, the immense power of a 3-pattern Dan is not something that mere families can uphold. Should this matter come to light, the entire continent would surely go mad in pursuit of him. It was likely that Lin Yin would have little chance to resist before being forcibly taken away, reduced to a mere machine for crafting techniques. "Father, this is a puppet I fortuitously obtained on Demon Jade Mountain. It is the Black Flame Demon King," Lin Yin said, brushing his fingers over the silver spirit ring. Suddenly, a puppet radiating a powerful malevolence appeared. Upon witnessing the puppet, which resembled the description in the texts, Lin Dingtian gasped in astonishment that it seemed his son had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. The Black Flame Demon King was recognized as a formidable figure a century ago across the entire empire. His mastery over the demon eye was unparalleled, and it was only natural that Lin Yin, having inherited his legacy, could control the demon eye as well. Chapter 27. The assault on the 8th layer. The Liu family entered a uniquely designed chamber, surveying the surroundings. The simplicity and brightness of the space were accentuated by the intricate floral carvings adorning the furniture. Apart from a solitary pot of orchids perched on the windowsill, There seemed to be no further embellishments within the room. Though minimalistic, it exuded a delicate and gentle aura characteristic of a daughter's home. With a subtle yet refreshing floral fragrance wafting through the in the center of the room sat a young maiden, her chest rising and falling like a budding flower, with each inhalation and exhalation. The surrounding spiritual essence danced around her, akin to playful sprites. Miss, I have gathered some news." A sudden, urgent knock reverberated through the door, jolting the young girl from her meditative state, her countenance growing increasingly solemn. "Have you found out? How's my Linyan brother?" Wehan eagerly inquired, tugging at her maid's sleeve. "Miss, Master Lin is doing well. You won't believe it. Just yesterday, he single-handedly defeated a formidable opponent who seemed to be at the 7th layer of spirit mastery. Now, the entire Shenglin city is abuzz with the news." The maid's face lit up with delight that I knew my Lin Yin brother would not disappoint me. I must strive harder, so he does not bear too heavy a burden alone. The maiden gently touched the purple crystal pendant hanging around her neck, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. The crystal appeared to respond, emanating a faint purple glow that Mississippi you that you have been cultivating. The maid's expression shifted to one of shock and disbelief. "Shoo, keep your voice down. Do not let my father find out, or I will be scolded again," Wehan whispered, placing a slender, pale finger against her lips. "Miss, the master has said you must not cultivate," the maid exclaimed, her demeanor tinged with panic. "If neither of us speaks of it, who will know? Rest assured, I progress swiftly in my cultivation, and I feel no discomfort. Father was merely deceiving me when he said I could not cultivate." Yuehan replied dismissively. Seeing her mistress so resolute, the maid hesitated but ultimately chose not to press further, gradually retreating from the chamber. In the aftermath of the fierce battle, Shenglin City was particularly tranquil. The Huang and Xiu families, both severely wounded, began to settle down, especially the Xiu clan. The entire mine had been obliterated by Lin Yan's flames, and restoring it to its former glory would likely take at least 3 years. Alone, the Huang family posed little threat. Although the news had reached the imperial capital, it was akin to a grain of sand cast into the ocean, creating not a single ripple. This left Lin Yin somewhat astonished. However, upon reflection, he soon found solace in the reasoning behind it all. With merely 1 month remaining until the sacred heavenly sect opens its doors to accept disciples, the imperial capital is eager to cultivate a favorable relationship with the sect, and thus is bound to engage in extensive promotion. Perhaps the cunning and astute Uncle Wu has long since cast aside such considerations, in comparison to a youth who may very well ascend to become the next infernal flame demon king. The allure of a sect appears to hold greater appeal. Lin Yin firmly believes that had the erstwhile infernal flame demon king not been jointly vanquished by the imperial capital and the sacred heavenly sect, one can only speculate what heights he might have attained by now, perhaps even reaching the pinnacle of spiritual emperorship or possibly attaining the fabled spiritual sect status. However, had such a scenario unfolded, Lin Yin might not have experienced his current situation, for the curse of the demon would not have befallen him. The Lin family, as a whole, recognizes that this young man has shed the curse title, now radiating with the brilliance of a prodigy. Upon careful reflection, Lin Yin is merely 14 years old, soon to be 15, yet a youth not yet of age has been identified as possessing the formidable prowess of a 7th-layer spiritualist. After exhaling, the young man concluded his day's training, stretching his somewhat rigid muscles and bones. In his recent sparring with a 7th-layer spiritualist warrior, although he triumphed through the advantages of his demon eye and the opponent's innate gifts, he nonetheless gleaned numerous insights from the encounter, which proved immensely beneficial. Most importantly, Lin Yin discerned that the speed he had previously relied upon appeared rather inadequate amidst the ranks of higher-tier spiritualists. Once one attains the status of spiritualist, one's senses and capacity for perceiving the external world are significantly heightened. Moreover, both agility and strength are augmented, which elucidates why Luo Cheng could perceive Lin Yan's movements while Lin Yin found it utterly impossible to grasp his opponent's actions. "Are you preparing to break into the 8th layer of spirituality?" Old Ming inquired, observing the increasingly spirited demeanor of the young man. "Indeed, I aim to reach the 8th layer of spirituality before the Sword Pavilion opens its doors for disciples. This final month is my critical window for advancement," Lin Yin replied, clenching his fist, sensing the urgency of time slipping away, compelling him to seize every fleeting moment. Indeed, the path of cultivation relies fundamentally on one's own consciousness. "It is not a feat that can be accomplished in a single day," Old Ming remarked, with a hint of approval in his tone. "Long ago, The Sword Pavilion was a formidable force that could rival the sacred heavenly sect, with admission standards that were arguably more stringent than those of the sect itself. Any warrior under the age of 60 was required to attain at least the 6th layer of spirituality, while adults were expected to reach around the 8th layer. Such rigorous admission criteria have undoubtedly barred countless young warriors from entry. In contrast, the conditions set by the sacred heavenly sect are considerably more lenient. To speak candidly, as long as one is not foolish and possesses a modicum of talent, entry is attainable, albeit limited to the status of an outer disciple. It is the inner disciples and core disciples who represent the lifeblood of the sacred heavenly sect. The imperial capital has also conducted statistics, revealing that the sacred heavenly sect enrolls over 1,000 outer disciples annually, with several hundred in the inner ranks. After years of proliferation, it is not unreasonable to envision the formation of a formidable army composed of numerous warriors, which elucidates the imperial capital's apprehension towards the sacred heavenly sect. The Sword Pavilion has not been as fortunate. It has offended the imperial capital before it could mature. Now, aside from a handful of truly dedicated practitioners, most have defected to the Holy Celestial Sect. After all, what they receive is inferior to that of the Holy Celestial Sect, and what can they use to compete? This reality is not lost on the Sword Pavilion, which has conducted itself discreetly over the years, diligently avoiding any interactions with the Holy Celestial Sect, resulting in the current state of mutual non-interference. Point 1 of Lin Yan's motivations for joining the Sword Pavilion was to find a comprehensive environment for self-cultivation, rather than seeking refuge. Who among those who could enter the Sword Pavilion is not a prodigious talent? Perhaps upon arrival, one might encounter peers whose innate abilities and cultivation surpass one's own. Under the protective wings of his father, Lin Yan might never truly grow. Only through personal trial, confronting danger, and overcoming challenges can one grasp the true essence of growth. The journey of cultivation requires a harmonious balance between effort and rest. Although time may feel constrained, Lin Yan's practice continues at a steady and unhurried pace, with each day meticulously segmented, as if he cannot bear to waste a single moment. Shadow of the Celestial Seat. Flash, outside the city of Shenglin, a black figure leapt several meters like a leopard, moving with a speed akin to lightning. Each leap left behind a long black arc on the ground, and if one did not look closely, they might mistake it for a specter in the night. With 3 consecutive flashes, each within a distance of 10 meters, Lin Yan, nearly exhausted, leaned against a tree. He had come to appreciate the formidable nature of mid-level spiritual techniques. Not only are they significantly more challenging to cultivate, but each application feels akin to a grueling long-distance run. The shadow of the Celestial Seat was a movement technique Lin Yan had discovered within the Dan formation. Once employed, the user's speed would surge dramatically, rivaling that of lightning. However, this came at a terrifying cost to one's spiritual energy. Even as a 7th-level spiritual practitioner, after 3 applications, Lin Yan felt a profound emptiness within. It was at this moment that he realized the importance of advancing his realm. An array of high-level techniques lay before him, yet he could only observe. You little rascal, to have cultivated to this extent in just a few days puts you above those who consider themselves geniuses of technique. The old man Ming remarked, eyeing the evidently unsatisfied youth with a hint of irritation. Indeed, Xian-level techniques cannot be compared to Ling-level techniques. Even with the Dan formation, I find cultivation markedly arduous, Lin Yan said, rubbing his sore waist. Your current Dan formation is merely a single pattern. Once you reach the 2nd pattern, cultivating Ling-level techniques will become considerably easier. Worrying now is futile, old man Ming replied with a shrug of resignation. Lin Yan was acutely aware of this. A single pattern Dan formation signifies that he can navigate Xian-level techniques with ease. With diligent practice, minor accomplishments in a short time are achievable. However, when it comes to Ling-level techniques, a single pattern Dan formation feels somewhat inadequate. After all, this requires the power of a 2nd pattern Dan formation for comprehension and evolution. That Lin Yan could learn Ling-level techniques with a single pattern Dan formation seemed extraordinary. For an ordinary spiritual practitioner would find it nearly impossible to learn Ling-level techniques without a solid foundation. Chapter 28. Farewell. 1 month later. In the depths of arduous cultivation, Lin Yan has managed to endure what seemed like an interminable month, which has vanished in the blink of an eye. His strength has steadily ascended to the 8th layer of the spirit practitioner realm. While this may astonish ordinary martial artists, it is important to note that spirit practitioners, despite being at the initial level of martial arts, undergo a complex and challenging training process. Much like the foundation of a grand edifice, the spirit practitioner stage is of utmost significance, necessitating a patient and deliberate approach to cultivation. Typically, if an ordinary martial artist were to take half a year or more to advance a single layer, it would not raise any eyebrows. However, those who manage to progress within mere months are often regarded as prodigious talents. Indeed, the ancient Lan continent is replete with such extraordinary individuals to transform from a gifted prodigy into a formidable force or a prominent figure. One must navigate the intricate interplay of time and opportunity, diligently honing their skills to earn the right to stand atop the continent. Nevertheless, there are instances of exceptional talents who, before realizing their potential, meet with untimely demise. In essence, one must refrain from flaunting their present accomplishments until they have truly become a powerhouse. For at any moment, they may find themselves at the mercy of a formidable adversary or even fall victim to a meteoric strike from the heavens, having reached the 8th layer of the spirit practitioner realm. Lin Yin has no intention of remaining in Shaolin City. At this juncture, he requires practical experience, prompting him to embark on a journey to the Double Emperor Mountain in the imperial capital. There, he hopes to join the Sword Pavilion, a place where he might receive invaluable training amidst a congregation of genuine powerhouses. The Double Emperor Mountain derives its name not from its geographical prominence within the capital, but rather from the historical significance of its founding. A millennium ago, both the Sword Pavilion and the Holy Sky sect emerged simultaneously, established by two formidable emperor-level practitioners. Thus, it was aptly named Double Emperor Mountain. With the opening of both sects to disciples, the entire Holy Land of Nowhere has erupted with fervor. Typically, the Sword Pavilion and the Holy Sky sect do not recruit on the same day each year. But this time, an unexpected turn of events has led to their simultaneous opening, igniting a veritable frenzy throughout the Holy Land. These two sects are recognized as the titans of the imperial capital. Their influence far surpassing that of smaller sections. The grandeur of their presence is undeniable. If one remains oblivious to the Sword Pavilion, it may be excusable, but ignorance of the Holy Sky sect suggests a profound unfitness for the martial way. Gaining entry into either of these sects heralds the dawn of a prosperous era for an aspiring martial artist. Within these institutions, an array of dazzling techniques, weapons, and monthly distributions of elixirs await, resources that are exceedingly rare in the outside world but readily accessible within the sect. Furthermore, the sects are typically established in areas of the imperial capital with the most auspicious geomancy and abundant spiritual essence, resulting in a cultivation speed several times that of the external realm. Only upon reaching the rank of spirit master does one gain the privilege to venture into the central continent, which compels Lin Yin to seek his fortune at the Sword Pavilion. Remaining in Shaolin City for an extended period may well prevent him from attaining the status of Spirit Master. It is evident that he has expended tremendous effort to achieve his recent breakthrough to the 8th layer. And the 9th layer represents a critical juncture among spirit practitioners. Though seemingly insignificant, it requires extensive time for contemplation and understanding before one may aspire to reach it. Only upon surpassing the 9th layer does one earn the right to approach the realm of Spirit Master. According to Lin Yan's preliminary assessment, without any external forces or fortuitous circumstances, it would be utterly impossible to ascend to the status of a spirit master in less than 6 months to a year. By that time, the third prince, equipped with superior resources and formidable external assistance, would likely have already reached a high echelon among the spirit masters. With the royal family's vast treasury and the relentless nurturing from the Holy Heaven sect, it was evident that Lin Yin could not deal with the third prince as simply as he had with Luo Qing. The future third prince, destined to become a sovereign above all, would undoubtedly possess an air of authority. Given that Uncle Wu had repeatedly plotted against him only to fail, it was reasonable to surmise that the third prince would soon come to recognize the gravity of the situation. Perhaps 3 years hence, he would find himself embroiled in a fierce battle. Should he emerge victorious, he would redeem his past shame and embrace his beloved. However, defeat could mean he would never stand upon the sacred ground of No again, either killed or exiled to a desolate wasteland. Such outcomes were far from what he wished to witness, thus leaving him no choice but to succeed without the option of failure. Having resolved to depart, Lin Yin found himself unable to resist the urge to catch a glimpse of the girl who held such an important place in his heart. He made his way on foot to the Lu residence, only to find the gates firmly shut, seemingly at the changing of the guard. With the attendants yet to emerge. In the past, the Lu family had guards who were all spirit masters, which led Lin Yin to lament the decline of what was once one of the 4 great families, now reduced to such a state. After standing in place for a considerable time, Lin Yin refrained from knocking on the door, for Lu Yong had placed his family on a blacklist, and his visit would likely result in being turned away, given Lu Yang's notoriously foul temper. Once he had made a decision, it was nearly impossible to alter it. The maid furrowed her brows and remarked, "Perhaps you are mistaken. Since Lin Yin has come, he must surely be looking for me." Yuhan's beautiful eyes sparkled with a glimmer as she gazed at the somewhat desolate street, speaking softly to herself. "Miss, the master has instructed that no one is to be allowed entry into the Lu residence without permission, let alone someone from the Lin family, with whom we have already severed ties. Why didn't you wait for me? I am on the verge of reaching the 6th tier of spirit mastery. Once I attain the 6th tier and gain spiritual essence, I will be able to evade my father's scrutiny and come to find you," she continued. Just then, a shadowy figure appeared suddenly, like a wraith. Wearing a mischievous smile as he looked at the tear-streaked girl, the young man gently caressed her cheek with his thumb, wiping away the tears that were about to fall, and with a hint of reluctance, said, "Silly girl, how could I possibly leave without waiting for you? I haven't departed yet." Lin Yin, upon seeing the young man, the girl reacted as if they had not met in decades, her usual reserve evaporating in his presence. Clinging tightly to his warm, jade-like figure and inhaling the long mist scent, Lin Yin felt a profound tremor within him, and unwittingly, tears began to well in his eyes. "Little one, you must behave at home. At the very least, in 2 years, or at most 3, we will meet again. By then, no one shall dare to bully you," the young man said softly, tucking a strand of her hair behind her ear. After uttering these words, a faint smile graced Lin Yin's lips as he added, "Let this old wretch spy on you." At that moment, the man inside the house, who had been meditating, suddenly flushed red. His robust aura surging forth, dissipating the turbulent fog around him. As he opened his eyes, his expression was one of fury. Lu Yong was clearly incensed. "Didn't your father say you weren't allowed to cultivate? How is it that you've reached the 4th tier of spirit mastery in just a few days?" Ming Lao, I cannot shake the peculiar feeling that there is something unusual within Yuhan's being. Yet I am unable to articulate precisely what it is. Can you see through it? Lin Yin inquired slowly, seemingly burdened by some unshakable concern. Indeed, I too sense a strangeness. It appears as though she is enveloped by a radiant beam of light. Yet within that luminescence lies a hint of gloom. Perhaps it is due to my diminished prowess that I am unable to perceive more clearly. Ming Lao pondered with evident confusion, regardless of what it may be. As long as it poses no threat to Yuhan, I will stop at nothing to uncover it. The vast expanse of the ancient Lan continent is teeming with an array of human physiques, with the sacred body alone encompassing 1,300 varieties and the divine body 560, she may very well possess a unique physique akin to a sacred body by all accounts. There should be no significant issues. To reassure the young lad, Ming Lao could only offer a different explanation. Upon hearing this, the youth chose not to dwell on it further and spurred his horse onward toward the Twin Emperor Mountain. Chapter 29. The Alchemist. The imperial capital has always been the heart of a nation, far more resplendent than other locales. Although Lin Yin had yet to arrive at the capital, he could already feel the throngs of martial artists bustling around him, all with a singular aim: to reach the Twin Emperor Mountain faster than their predecessors. The Sacred Heaven sect has a stringent recruitment criterion. Each year, it may accept hundreds or perhaps only a few dozen disciples, depending on the availability of positions within the sect. Thus, if one arrives too late, their place may very well be forfeited. Fortunately, Lin Yin need not worry, given that both the Sword Pavilion and Sacred Heaven sect are recruiting. The latter will undoubtedly have the majority, and even if the Sword Pavilion's recruitment concludes, the number of new entrants will likely be minimal. After all, the Sacred Heaven sect wields far more influence than the Sword Pavilion in the entire nation. Many individuals harbor the mindset of trying this year and returning next if unsuccessful. The Sacred Heaven sect excels in self-promotion, in stark contrast to the often stifled and inactive Sword Pavilion, as they adeptly understand the art of self-packaging. Most importantly, the Sacred Heaven sect is known for its protective nature. For instance, should a martial artist of no notable background join the Sacred Heaven sect, he is publicly regarded as one of their own. Even if he stirs trouble outside, the sect will defend him based on his talent and potential. Conversely, if a scion from an alchemical family were to offend a minor faction after joining the Sacred Heaven sect, the sect would intervene based on the resources provided by his family to ensure justice. Typically, the minor faction would find themselves swallowing their grievances, as few would dare provoke a formidable entity entrenched in the imperial capital. Accompanying the throng of martial artists, Lin Yin finally set foot in the imperial capital. As soon as he entered, the cacophony surrounding him filled his ears and overwhelmed his senses. Before him stretched a street nearly 1,000 meters long, teeming with people. Lin Yan's eyes shimmered with a faint dark light, and upon surveying the crowd, he discerned that nearly half of them were martial artists. The warriors varied in rank from the 5th tier of spirit practitioners to spirit masters, and among them were a few formidable individuals, likely at the level of spirit warriors as for those of the spirit king caliber. Even if they existed, Lin Yan might not be able to discern their presence. Not to mention, there were certainly some hidden experts among the crowd. Observing the throngs of people, Lin Yan had no intention of heading directly to Shuangdi Mountain. After all, the Sword Pavilion had yet to officially commence its recruitment. With Mu Li and the others by his side, even without any backdoor assistance, his own strength would surely grant him entry. For the time being, it was prudent to find a place to satiate his hunger and enjoy a good night's rest. As he had spent most of his journey atop a horse at his current level, Lin Yan could not afford to disregard sustenance. That privilege belonged to those of the Spirit Emperor rank, who could endure 5 to 6 months without food, or even an entire year, sustained solely by their powerful spiritual essence. Choosing a modest inn, Lin Yan prepared to settle in. "Dear guest, would you prefer to dine or rest?" inquired a wiry, sharp-featured man, holding a towel in a rather perfunctory manner. "Both. Please. I shall require a room with a view of Shuangdi Mountain," Lin Yan replied, tossing a few gold coins onto the counter. "Certainly, noble guest. Please wait a moment," the attendant responded eagerly, noting that the man before him was not one to be trifled with. The inn was neither particularly luxurious nor excessively shabby. It boasted 3 floors and a bustling lobby filled with patrons, indicating a thriving business. While Lin Yan surveyed the establishment, 4 individuals entered, 3 men and a young woman. The men included a tall figure and an elderly man, while the girl appeared to be in her teens, around 14 or 15 years of age, possessing a refreshing beauty that could be deemed enchanting. "Owner, we require 3 rooms on the upper floor, all with views of Shuangdi Mountain," shouted the tall man in a commanding voice. "I apologize, esteemed guests, but all rooms with views of Shuangdi Mountain are currently reserved. There is only one left, and it has already been paid for," the attendant said, shrugging helplessly. "Paid for, but not occupied," the tall man pressed. "Not yet.so why the fuss? Just have them vacate the room. I will pay double," he insisted. Glaring at the attendant. It was evident that he was a martial artist of considerable rank. The attendant, aware of the situation, dared not show any disrespect, yet he could see that the young man beside the tall figure, with his compact frame and upright posture, was also likely a martial artist, certainly not someone he could afford to offend. "That may not be appropriate," the attendant stammered, glancing nervously at the silent, squinting young man beside him before turning back. "Hey, my lady is staying at your inn. That should be a privilege for you. How dare you be so choosy? Are you not afraid I might tear down this shabby establishment?" The tall man barked angrily at the attendant. The attendant, an ordinary person devoid of talent, quivered under the threat, his legs shaking as he approached Lin Yan, seemingly seeking to explain. "Esteemed sir, might it be possible for you to switch rooms?" The attendant wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Lin Yan furrowed his brow. The advantage of a room with a view of Shuangdi Mountain was manifold. Simply opening the window would allow him to observe anyone departing, thus sparing him the need for a long trek. How could such a prime location be relinquished so easily? It was evident that these 3 individuals were not to be trifled with. Otherwise, the attendant would not be so visibly shaken. "What? You fear them, yet not me?" Lin Yan's eyes gleamed with a hint of darkness as he spoke. The waiter glanced at the 3 individuals, seemingly caught in a dilemma. At that moment, a tall man approached, arrogantly gesturing towards Lin Yan with a slight bow. "My friend, a step back can lead to friendship. This room has caught the fancy of my young lady. If you relinquish it, we shall cover all your expenses at this inn today. Indeed, a step back can foster camaraderie. However, this room holds great significance for me as well," Lin Yan replied, his eyes narrowing slightly, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Impudent brat, are you truly so bold as to defy us? A mere spiritual practitioner thinking he can oppose us?" the tall man retorted angrily, as the atmosphere around them began to heat up, an aura of early-stage spiritual master radiating from him. Observing the escalating tension, Lin Yan shook his head. Having slain warriors of the 7th tier of spiritual mastery, how many moves could a mere early-stage spiritual master withstand in his presence? "My friend, were I in your position, I would choose to laugh it off rather than foolishly resort to violence." As the youth turned away, a dark energy began to emanate from his body, intertwined with a hint of ferocity. Since the cessation of the demonic eye's affliction, It appeared that its aura had permeated his spiritual essence, and each release was accompanied by a palpable sense of rage. The tall man swung his hand in anger, but his blow did not land on Lin Yan's face. Instead, it was captured by an elderly figure behind him. Cease this. A gentleman resorts to words rather than blows. You must temper your impulsive nature, the elder admonished, his voice tinged with irritation. The tall man turned to the elder, perplexed. His master had never intervened in his brazen behavior before. Why now, when he sought to deal with a mere youth? Did the elder choose to intervene? The elder, being of advanced age and rich in experience, quickly discerned the underlying situation. Though his eyes appeared clouded with age, they sparkled with a keen insight, seemingly perceiving the disguised ring upon Lin Yan's finger. While ordinary warriors might overlook it, the elder sensed the subtle spatial fluctuations emanating from the ring. That a faint smile graced Lin Yan's lips. Had it not been for the elder's intervention, the man's slap would likely have been met with a swift and lethal response from his shadowy blade. Ah, my friend, my disciple has a rather fiery temperament. I hope you will not take offense, Deus, for that room. It is of no consequence, the elder said with a genial smile directed at Lin Yan. As the elder stepped forward, Lin Yan's gaze flickered toward the elder's chest, where 3 small hammers, radiating a faint golden hue, caught his attention. Surely, one need not have witnessed a pig run to recognize the emblem of an alchemist. And a third-tier one at that. The waiter seemed to have noticed the insignia on the elder's chest as well, his expression shifting to one of trepidation as he stammered, "3 esteemed guests. I have 3 other rooms available. Although they are not by the window, they are still quite satisfactory. You may stay there. I shall attend to the cleaning immediately. There's no rush. First, please serve us our dishes." The elder waved his hand dismissively. The waiter, now acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, dared not delay. After all, a third-tier alchemist held considerable influence in the imperial capital, and a single third-tier elixir could entice even the mightiest of spiritual warriors. Indeed, I am most grateful. Lin Yan harbors little enthusiasm for alchemists, for he considers himself a creator of a superior rank, albeit one whose talents remain undiscovered. Nevertheless, the pride embedded deep within him forbids any display of humility. The old man squinted his eyes. While others regarded him with utmost reverence, his counterpart did not even deign to lift his eyelids. It appeared that the individual had formidable backing. After Lin Yan ascended the stairs, the girl behind him, visibly displeased, remarked, "Old Fan, you are an alchemist, yet apart from our clan leader, the most esteemed presence in my family. Why should we fear a mere young lad? What do you understand? Do not let his youthful appearance deceive you. His cultivation has already reached the 8th level of Spirit Master, marking him as exceptionally gifted. Furthermore, his aura is profound, and the essence within him is remarkably stable. Just now, had Xiao Long chosen to strike, there was a significant chance he would have severely injured the old man. He replied, his eyes narrowed. Chapter 30. The unexpected trouble following the commotion outside. A series of anguished cries echoed. Lin Yan, who preferred tranquility, felt compelled to ascertain the identity of those disturbing his rest. Upon exiting his chamber, he was greeted by the sight of shattered furniture and a nearly lifeless attendant sprawled on the ground. Observing this scene, Lin Yan furrowed his brow. This attendant was merely an ordinary person, powerless to provoke anyone. Damn it, how can one be so blind to the mountain before them? Who do you think I am? Open your eyes and tell me where Xia Yin's room is. A youth clad in a white robe, seething with rage, was mercilessly beating the attendant. My lord, the guest has instructed us not to disclose such information to anyone. Is this not causing us distress? The innkeeper pleaded desperately. That is not for you to disclose. I am her fiancé. Do you dare to obstruct me? To his astonishment, the disciples of the Sacred Heaven sect all exhibited similar arrogance. Reveling in their status as disciples, several onlookers, wary of incurring trouble, kept their distance. Surrounding the youth were 3 similarly dressed men, presumably his companions. Hong Pu, cease this nonsense. Who is your fiancé? Just then, a furious voice emanated from the upper floor. It was the young woman who had previously contended with Lin Yan for the room. Oh dear, Xiaoyin, so you were hiding up there. I've been searching for you. I heard you arrived in the imperial capital, and here I am, having come to see you without even having eaten, Hong Pu exclaimed, his previously tense expression transforming upon seeing the girl. Hong Pu, do not overstep your bounds. How could my lady ever wed you? You should abandon this foolish notion and retreat as far as possible. Xiao Long leaped down from the loft, his demeanor confrontational as he regarded the youth. Noticing the old man step forward, the youth displayed a hint of trepidation. After all, the man was a third-tier alchemist, and even his grandfather, an elder of the Sacred Heaven sect, would afford him some measure of respect. Old fan, I hold you in high regard as a senior. It would be best if you refrained from meddling in this matter. I assure you, I shall not treat Xiaoyin poorly. Should the opportunity arise, I will certainly have my grandfather personally propose to the Xia family. The youth boldly asserted, stepping forward. As soon as the words were spoken, the old man's expression noticeably darkened, and the aura of the spirit warrior began to subtly manifest. Lin Yin, as an observer, felt his countenance shift to one of gloom upon hearing the term betrothal. However, standing in the role of a mere spectator, he refrained from voicing any objections, especially considering that the other party belonged to the Holy Sky sect, notorious for their fierce protectiveness. Who would dare provoke them without cause? Hong Pu, how shameless can you be? I have already declared my disinterest in you, yet you persist relentlessly. I shall marry no one but the one of my choosing. Xia Yinbai's youthful face clearly reflected her ire. Relationships can be cultivated, can't they? If you don't fancy me, then whom do you desire? Who do you wish to wed? Watch as I leave him a mere shadow of his former self. The youth spoke with a hint of teasing. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyin found herself at a loss for words, her beautiful eyes darting around until they settled on a young man in a gray robe atop the loft. She gently pointed with her jade-like finger. And thus, I shall marry him in the future. Once these words were uttered, several low-ranking warriors standing before Lin Yin mistakenly believed she was referring to one of them, their faces lighting up with hope, only to witness the young man's expression souring below. Instinctively, they edged away to the left. Damn it. Who are you to compete with me for a woman? Hong Pu glared at Lin Yin, seething with anger. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I do not know her. Lin Yin shrugged, feigning innocence. That don't know her. How could you not be known by Xiaoyin? Come down here. While Lin Yin preferred to avoid trouble, he saw no reason to fear it when it found him. A faint surge of spiritual energy instantly enveloped his feet, triggering the heavenly seat demon shadow, and in a flash, he descended so swift. This lad undeniably has an impressive backing. Otherwise, such speed cannot be easily attained, Van Lao thought, his gray eyes glinting with a hint of brilliance. Observing that the boy displayed no fear, Hong Pu's expression shifted, and he bellowed, Damn it. Do not presume that a modicum of strength grants you the right to be arrogant. I can wield such techniques too. I suggest you keep your tongue in check. I have already stated that I do not know her. Should you wish to pursue trouble, do not blame me for my fists not recognizing friend from foe. Lin Yan's eyes glimmered with a trace of murderous intent, pure, unadulterated malice. Upon hearing the other's undaunted tone, Hong Pu became increasingly agitated. Had the boy immediately lowered his head in supplication, he might have escaped unscathed. However, this fellow clearly held no regard for the title of the Holy Sky sect, a privilege the youth had long enjoyed. Are you threatening me? The two henchmen, both at the 7th to 8th levels of spirit mastery, posed no threat to Lin Yin whatsoever. Puffed. Both men spat blood simultaneously, collapsing to the ground, clutching their chests, grimacing in pain. To injure two with a single strike. This lad is formidable indeed, Van Lao assessed, his pupils contracting as he offered a sober evaluation. You dare to harm my subordinates? You seek death. The youth's countenance changed dramatically, unaware that the boy had struck without even a blink, clearly exceeding his expectations. Moreover, several martial artists spectating from the aghast in astonishment. They were well aware of the Holy Sky sect's might, yet this young man acted without hesitation. This not only led to speculation but also suggested that the latter had a commendable force backing him. I see that it is you who wishes to perish, Lin Yin remarked, turning his head, his gaze brimming with a palpable intent to kill that sent a chill down the spines of those present. How many lives has this young man extinguished? The mere aura of his bloodlust was enough to instill fear. Perhaps the power of the demon I would grow even more formidable with the passage of time, as it incessantly absorbed every trace of spiritual essence within its reach. Is that enough? Are you not his match? The youth scoffed, reiterating the elder's words, and added, He has grievously wounded me. If I were to relent here, even my grandfather would not wish for me to be timid or cowardly. Witnessing the situation deteriorate, Elder Fan appeared to regret not intervening sooner. Lin Yin narrowed his eyes, seemingly disinclined to prolong the confrontation, preparing to depart. Yet, before he could take a step, a long sword gleamed with cold light, lunging towards the boy's back. Seeking death, Lin Yan's eyes glowed crimson as he flicked his fingers, and a blood-red long blade was instantly drawn, severing the opponent's sword before it could even reach its target. My sword. If I do not slay you today, I am unworthy of being a disciple of the Holy Heaven sect. Hong Pu retreated swiftly, his fingers forming a rapid series of seals. Spirit rank low, Golden flame explosion. Chanting the incantation, a sphere of golden flame coalesced in Hong Pu's hand, and without hesitation, it surged towards the boy. The onlookers, sensing the escalating tension, hastily withdrew several paces to avoid being collateral damage. Golden light palm. Lin Yin exhibited no hesitation. His palm erupted with a dazzling golden radiance, casting a blinding circle of light around the two. Upon impact, both parties staggered back, particularly Hong Pu, who nearly lost his footing. Had he not grasped the doorframe, he would have suffered great embarrassment. Do you still wish to fight? Lin Yin inquired, his expression somber. As he tossed the long blade before him, speaking with a calm indifference, Hong Pu glanced at the dazed girl, gritted his teeth, and launched another assault. With each successive strike from his opponent, Lin Yan's bloodlust intensified. Young friend, you must not resort to lethal force. Noticing Lin Yan's growing impatience, Elder Fan swiftly darted forward, but perhaps due to his age, he was unable to intervene in time. The blade, imbued with deadly intent, had already pierced Hong Pu's abdomen. Relying on the might of the Holy Heaven sect, you are nothing but an arrogant wastrel. Today, I shall shatter your energy sea. Lin Yan yanked the long blade free, and Hong Pu's eyes flared crimson as his body crumpled to the ground, watching helplessly as his spiritual essence rapidly dissipated. For a martial artist, the existence of the energy sea was crucial before advancing to the spirit warrior rank. However, once one attained that status, spiritual essence would transform into refined essence circulating throughout the body. Yet, the destruction of the energy sea before such an advancement meant a total loss of cultivation. Reduced to the status of an ordinary person, my cultivation, you would do well to kill me. Otherwise, I shall ensure that you suffer for this. Hong Pu's fists clenched tightly, his voice nearly a roar. It is finished, Elder Fan instinctively uttered upon hearing those words. That's so? I have no desire for others to linger in their thoughts of vengeance. If you wish for death, then I shall grant your wish. As Lin Yan spoke, the long blade pierced the heart of the latter without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 31, Provocation. Gazing at the cold steel embedded in his chest, Hong Pu appeared dazed. You. Before he could articulate his thoughts, a mouthful of thick blood erupted forth, and his body began to weaken, collapsing onto the ground in convulsions. The old man, witnessing this scene, turned pale with terror and swiftly darted forward to support the young man. Retrieving a pill from his robes and forcing it into the latter's mouth, presumably a life-saving elixir. It is futile. The old man lamented as he observed the young man devoid of any signs of life. Had the injury been elsewhere, there might have been a chance for salvation, yet this strike had completely pierced the heart, making even a deity's intervention nearly impossible. Standing nearby, the icy-faced youth, Xia Yin, covered her mouth in shock, unable to react for a good while Xia Long stood dumbstruck, rendered speechless by the boy's ruthless decisiveness in taking a life so effortlessly, as though slaughtering pigs, witnessing their master's demise. The expressions of the two martial artists morphed into sheer panic. Just as they prepared to flee, Lin Yan moved like a wraith, his sword gleaming as he struck without mercy, and in an instant, two vibrant lives were extinguished, their bodies collapsing lifelessly to the ground. He then stepped forward to the girl. Young friend, indeed we were in the wrong, but you have truly stirred up a great calamity this time. He was the sole grandson of an elder from the Holy Heaven sect. Now that you have slain him, the sect will undoubtedly seek retribution. The old man spoke slowly, fear evident in his tone. Wary of the consequences? Calamity? Sooner or later, one must incur the wrath of others. What is there to fear? Lin Yan replied, gripping the hilt of his blade nonchalantly. I warn you. What will you do to me? My sister and brother will not let you off. They are disciples of the Sword Pavilion. The girl retreated a few steps, declaring, Humph, is that so? Lin Yan suddenly swung his blade, the bloodied edge swirling around her flowing hair. And in an instant, a lock was severed. The onlookers collectively gasped. If he dared to kill a disciple of the Holy Heaven sect, he would certainly not shy away from the Sword Pavilion. Let me tell you, my elder sister is Xiaolan, and my brother is Xing Yan. They are core disciples of the Sword Pavilion. Surely you have heard of their names. That to offend the Holy Heaven sect is to also offend the Sword Pavilion. Boy, do you value your life so lightly? Xia Long exclaimed angrily. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's expression shifted slightly, as if recalling something. During his time at Yaoyu Mountain, it was Xia Lan's assistance that enabled him to advance to a one-pattern craftsman. And both Mu Li and Xing Yin had treated him well. He had not anticipated that this headstrong girl had connections to them. Xia Lan, Lin Yin murmured, then abruptly sheathed his long blade, choosing not to regard the others any further as he slowly departed. Could it be that he is afraid? Master, have I erred? Lin Yan's face bore a bitter smile as he spoke to Taha. What right does a grown man have to be concerned about right and wrong? Even if you did not leave, what could have happened? In this continent, I cannot guarantee anything, but the small holy land of nowhere does not possess the capability to challenge my disciples. Ming Lao chuckled heartily. Although uncertain of the truth behind Ming Lao's words, Lin Yin felt a surge of emotion. Lin Yin hurriedly departed from the scene. A remarkably potent aura suddenly descended from the heavens. Akin to a thunderclap, the young man's expression instantly darkened. He perceived a shadow soaring with astonishing speed towards the inn. Merely sensing a fraction of this aura, Lin Yin discerned that its owner was at least of the Spirit King caliber. Although he had yet to behold the true visage of this Spirit King, the overwhelming aura had already left Lin Yan's chest feeling constricted, and he surmised that a confrontation would likely result in his swift demise. Upon arriving at the inn, the shadow revealed itself to be an elderly figure. Upon witnessing the carnage strewn across the ground, the withered face of the old man turned ashen, as if he had lost his entire family. Before the onlookers within the inn could fully comprehend the situation, a pressure akin to a colossal boulder was unleashed, saturating the air. Even from a considerable distance, Lin Yin could distinctly feel it. Hong Pu, who could have slain him? The old man nearly roared, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Observing the silence of those around him, the elder extended a hand resembling an eagle's claw. And a sudden force erupted, yanking a spectator martial artist toward him. Tell me, who did this? Forefather, I truly do not know. The martial artist stammered, visibly shaken by the elder's oppressive presence. You have 1 second to contemplate. Otherwise, with that, the elder's finger abruptly exerted pressure, and a resounding crack echoed as bones shattered, leaving the low-ranking martial artist in a daze. Soon, a harrowing scream escaped his lips. Forefather, please show mercy. All I know is that a youth clad in a gray robe wielded a bloody black blade. I cannot ascertain his background, he lamented, glancing at his nearly ruined arm. Are there any other distinguishing features? The elder pressed further. It seems there were 3 others, an old man, a tall individual, and a young girl. The old man is a 3rd-tier alchemist, that is all I know, the martial artist recounted, fearing that any lapse in focus might lead to his demise. Damn it. The Xia family. The elder's countenance darkened ominously as he flung the martial artist violently against the wall. Oblivious to his plight, in the midst of the stunned silence that enveloped the crowd, the elder, akin to a tempest, swiftly whisked away Hong Pu's corpse. Lin Yin, who had long distanced himself, observed the elder soaring through the sky. A smirk adorning his lips. It was fortunate he had departed swiftly. Otherwise, encountering a spirit king could have proven perilous. Yet, witnessing the elder defy gravity with such abandon only intensified Lin Yan's yearning for ascendance. Attaining the rank of spirit warrior would allow one to momentarily defy gravity with abundant spiritual essence, though true flight remained elusive. However, upon reaching the spirit king level, one could ride the winds, albeit for a limited duration, as such feats demanded immense spiritual resources. Yet, achieving the spirit emperor rank would grant the ability to traverse the void, covering vast distances, and at higher levels, one could engage in aerial combat, free from the constraints of structures, unleashing their formidable power with confidence. The capital is not far from Mount Shuangdi, and it did not take Lin Yin long to arrive. However, the scene before him left the young man slightly awestruck. The peak of Mount Shuangdi soared into the clouds, while at its base, a broad path diverged into 2 as it approached the foot of the mountain, one leading to the Holy Sky Sect and the other to the Sword Pavilion. There were at least several thousand martial artists who had come to seek mentorship, though this was merely a portion of them. As Lin Yin walked through the throng, he quickly spotted the path leading to the Sword Pavilion. Raising his gaze, he beheld a colossal stone sword, meticulously carved from a massive rock, standing majestically on the mountainside. It was indeed a breathtaking sight. Meanwhile, the Holy Sky Sect was equally impressive, with a humanoid stone statue positioned at the center of Mount Shuangdi. Resembling an ancient giant supporting the immense mountain with its hands, the Sword Pavilion and the Holy Sky Sect were established concurrently, yet the former had always maintained a low profile, resulting in several towns on the periphery of Mount Shuangdi being occupied by the Holy Sky Sect. Leaving the Sword Pavilion to safeguard its modest territory, Brother Muli, before Lin Yin could proceed further, a robust figure appeared before him. It was Muli, who was welcoming martial artists at the outer gate. Accompanied by Xing Yin and Xia Lan, both core disciples of the Sword Pavilion with considerable prowess. Lin Yin, why have you only just arrived? I thought you might not show up at all. Muli remarked, momentarily taken aback upon spotting the young man at the end of the crowd. Has the recruitment begun? Lin Yin inquired as he squeezed to the front. Yes, it has commenced, this time. The Sword Pavilion aims to recruit 100 disciples, and we have already filled 98 spots. Your arrival from a prestigious family is quite timely, Muli noted, seemingly realizing something as he leaned closer. Quickly discerning the young man's cultivation level, he exclaimed, You are at the 8th level of Spirit Master? Muli's astonishment stemmed from their previous encounter at Yayu Mountain, when Lin Yin was merely at the 6th level of Spirit Master. In just 3 months, he had surged ahead by 2 levels, a feat that rivaled even some prodigies. It was merely a fortunate breakthrough, Lin Yin shrugged, chuckling lightly. Haha, with such a rapid cultivation speed, if I mention you to the elders, you could bypass the trials and gain direct entry, Muli said, giving the young man an encouraging pat on the shoulder. Must there still be trials? Lin Yin asked, his brow furrowing slightly. Chapter 32. The clash of physiques seemingly sensing Lin Yan's confusion. Xia Lan, who was leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, interjected, Of course there will be trials. The Sword Pavilion is not like those small sects, nor is it a chaotic place like the Holy Sky sect that accepts anyone. At her words, Lin Yan's lips curled into a slight smirk. Regardless, he had made it just in time, with only 2 spots remaining. Was there truly a martial artist among them with greater talent than his? After all, a 14-year-old martial artist at the 8th level would be considered a genius in any faction. If his identity as a creator were to be revealed, it would likely make others eager to bestow upon him the status of an elder. Well then, let the trials commence, Lin Yin said, feigning indifference. Humph, you seem quite confident, Xia Lan remarked, her eyes sparkling. There are 2 spots left, but still dozens of martial artists remaining. Do you think I would be inferior to them? Lin Yin calmly stated, surveying those waiting outside for the trials. Actually, it's not 2. It's 1. The other spot has already been reserved by me, Xia Lan said, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Reserved? Is that even possible? Lin Yin's lips twitched slightly, revealing a hint of confusion. Naturally, I am a core disciple. My family belongs to the illustrious Xia clan, which has been passed down from millennia. My sister possesses a talent comparable to mine. Hence there is no need for trial, Xia Lan remarked with a touch of pride. Upon hearing this, the youth's expression grew peculiar. Could it be that Xia Lan's sister is the very girl who had devised a scheme against him at the inn? Is your sister named Xia Yin? Lin Yin inquired slowly. Why, have you met her? Not only have I met her, but your sister's cunning is remarkable. Even at such a tender age, her scheming exceeds that of ordinary people. Lin Yin emphasized with a weighted tone. Seemingly oblivious to the undertone of the conversation, Xia Lan's face brightened as she replied, Hee, that is only natural. I shall have the opportunity to introduce you both. No need for that. I have no desire to make her acquaintance. I wish to live a few more years. Hey, you little brat. What do you mean by that? Xia Lan retorted angrily as she stepped out. All right. The trial has commenced. I have already spoken with the elder, and I should be able to pass with just a little display of my abilities. Muli waved his hand dismissively, following Muli's explanation. Lin Yin gained a general understanding of the trial's content. Compared to the Holy Sky sect, the trials of the Sword Pavilion appeared somewhat more stringent, comprising 3 distinct stages. The first stage involves a contest of realms, which, of course, is contingent upon one's age. For instance, if there is a Spirit Master at the 8th level and a Spirit Practitioner at the same level, but the Spirit Master is over 20 years old while the Spirit Practitioner is yet to reach 20. The Sword Pavilion would undoubtedly prefer the latter, as a younger Spirit Practitioner at the 8th level has substantial potential for advancement. Contrarily, the admission criteria of the Holy Sky sect are merely a facade. Since there are no restrictions on the number of disciples it can enroll in the imperial capital, anyone with a modicum of talent or a prestigious background can be accepted as an exception. This explains why disciples of the Holy Sky sect often carry an air of arrogance, as they are backed by formidable connections, which greatly benefits the sect. The Sword Pavilion, in contrast, tends to attract those who are dedicated to rigorous cultivation. Its standards are exceedingly high, and it can be said that there are no subpar disciples among them. Even the outer disciples of the Sword Pavilion possess combat capabilities that can rival those of the inner disciples of the Holy Sky sect. The strength of the Holy Sky sect lies in its numbers. Thus, should the Sword Pavilion engage in confrontation, it would find itself in a situation akin to 1 against 10, and even then, there would still be a few serving tea and water. The second trial assesses the proficiency and power of one's techniques, with an elder of the Sword Pavilion personally overseeing the proceedings, allowing the opponent to attack to gauge their true strength. This is indeed a formidable challenge. No matter how extravagant or powerful your techniques may be, only with the elder's approval can one be deemed successful. The third trial evaluates one's physique. Naturally, possessing a sacred body or divine body would result in mutual delight. As dusk approaches, several trial elders of the Sword Pavilion gradually make their appearances. Although their recruitment lineup is not as formidable as that of the Holy Heaven sect, the elders remain earnest, for this matter pertains to the infusion of fresh blood into the Sword Pavilion. The disciples being recruited are destined to become the future leaders of the pavilion. Thus, there is no room for negligence. It is precisely for this reason that the Sword Pavilion has stood resilient through the ages. We are deeply grateful for your recognition and support of the Sword Pavilion. Yet trials are an unchanging ironclad rule that has endured for centuries. There remains but one slot for recruitment, meaning that among the 30 or so of you, only one shall gain entry into the Sword Pavilion. I ask for your understanding as one elder offers the customary pleasantries before leading everyone into the Grand Hall. Only one slot remains. Had I known, I would have sought entrance into the Holy Heaven sect instead. Without a family background, possessing merely martial prowess, do you think it's so easy to enter the Holy Heaven sect? I thought I might try my luck. After all, the Sword Pavilion is the second largest sect after the Holy Heaven sect. I believe I can receive excellent training here. But a few warriors trailing behind the elder began to whisper among themselves, contemplating their forthcoming fates, while a silent youth lingered at the back. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Lin Yin beheld an elder clad in a black robe, holding an object resembling a bronze mirror. This item was familiar to Lin Yin. His own family possessed one, although it had long since ceased to function. This was the demon mirror, specifically designed to assess one's strength and constitution. Unlike humans, the mirror harbors no sentiments. No matter how well one disguises their prowess, their true nature will be laid bare before it. The 30-odd individuals formed a long line, awaiting their assessments. Lin Yin stood in the middle, bracing himself for the trials to commence. The monotonous evaluations began with a command from the elder. Many warriors had already passed the trials, and had Lin Yin not eliminated a disciple from the Holy Heaven sect, he might have missed this opportunity altogether. Thus, the remaining 30 were all that was left, lacking any noteworthy distinction, which rendered the trial elders somewhat impatient. Spirit Master Level 7, Age 19, Constitution, Ordinary, Spirit Master Level 9. Age 21, Constitution, Ordinary. As the assessments progressed, the elder appeared increasingly disheartened. All the candidates exhibited only the most mundane constitutions, suggesting their future accomplishments would be limited. It seemed that reaching the Spirit Warrior tier would be the pinnacle of their potential. Just as the elder neared a state of disappointment, a youthful figure, seemingly around 12 or 13 years of age, stepped forward. Despite his tender years, the boy emanated an enigmatic aura that intrigued Lin Yin. A glimmer of black light flickered in Lin Yan's eyes as he endeavored to discern the boy's true nature, only to discover that his constitution was rather extraordinary. Although it could not rival Lin Yan's own demonic eye, it still piqued his curiosity. The next trial elder, with heavy eyelids, slowly proclaimed, "Next." Upon hearing this, the boy stepped forth, standing before the elder. As the demon mirror emitted a faint glow, the previously drowsy elder suddenly opened his eyes wide, astonished by the information displayed on the mirror. Spirit Master Level 9, Age 13, Constitution, Sacred Body. A collective gasp resonated throughout the hall, as both participants and onlookers alike inhaled sharply. What, indeed, is this sacred body? Such a physique possesses formidable shaping power, and the various physiques of the world can be broadly categorized into three major types: the divine body, the demon body, and the holy body. If we were to liken Lin Yan's 6 Hell Shurai to the demon body, then this young man embodies the holy body. To possess a holy body signifies that this youth's ancestors were once spirit saints, a mere mention of which is enough to send tremors across the entire continent. Spirit saints are almost transcendent beings. Some say that beneath the spirit emperor, all are mere ants, and in the presence of a spirit saint, even ants pale in comparison. However, possessing a holy body does not guarantee that one can ascend to become a spirit saint. For the highest recorded rank in the current era of the ancient Lan continent is merely that of a spirit sect. It seems that at the level of spirit saints, this continent can no longer accommodate their immense power. Alas, the emergence of a holy body means we are out of luck. The martial artists present all sighed and shook their heads, seemingly resigned to the notion that unless one were a legendary divine body, the Sword Pavilion would never forsake a holy body to recruit them. Ha. I did not expect that the final spot would lead me to discover a rare holy body. In that case, I shall bestow this last spot upon you, the elder declared with a hearty laugh as he set down the magic mirror. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin clearly expressed his discontent. How could this spot slip through his fingers when the final trial had yet to be completed? Moreover, he had not even attempted the first trial. Elder, this may not be appropriate, as there are still several individuals who have yet to undergo their trials, Mu Li interjected, noticing the youth's bitter smile. Mu Li, this holy body is a once-in-a-century occurrence. The fact that he chose to come to our Sword Pavilion instead of the Holy Heaven sect is surely a boon from the heavens. The elder responded with evident delight. The holy body youth stepped forward, raising his azure eyes. Elder, I believe we should continue with the trials. I would rather not be the subject of gossip. This caused the elder to furrow his brow, as he appeared somewhat hesitant, for who would wish to prolong such tedious trials unnecessarily? Indeed, if we do not proceed with the trials, they will remain unconvinced, Xiaolan added, glancing at Lin Yin before speaking softly. Very well, let us continue with the trials, the elder conceded, unable to resist their persuasion, and resumed with the magic mirror. Lin Yin felt a surge of gratitude in his heart as he noticed Xiaolan advocating for him. Offering her a faint smile in return, the next elder waved his hand impatiently. The youth observed the elder's expression, a slight smile curving his lips, as he eagerly anticipated the old man's reaction. Age, 14, realm, spirit practitioner level 8, physique. Before the elder could scrutinize further, a mass of black gas suddenly materialized within the magic mirror, transforming instantaneously into a palm-sized black eye, radiating an intensely ferocious aura. Witnessing this bizarre scene, not only the elder but also the onlookers were taken aback in shock. This is the Six Hells Shura Eye. The elder's chin nearly trembled off as he appeared unable to fathom the sight before his eyes. Among those present were Mu Lixia and others who, although acquainted with Lin Yin, were oblivious to his physical constitution. However, this revelation profoundly reshaped their perception of the youth in their minds. Chapter 33. The Elder's Trial. Once the elder had spoken, all gazes converged upon the young man. If others were unfamiliar with the Six Hells Shura Eye, the Sword Pavilion would surely be the subject of ridicule if they were unaware. After all, the infamous Black Flame Demon King, who once struck fear throughout the sacred territory of the Noer Empire, was not only an elder of the Sword Pavilion, but also the inheritor of the Shura Eye. Who could possibly be ignorant of this? To their astonishment, several hundred years later, the Sword Pavilion would again witness the Shura Eye. Truly, a blessing for our Sword Pavilion. The elder, trembling as he clutched the magic mirror, inquired, Elder, could the Six Hells Shura Eye be the same constitution that our forebear, the Black Flame Master, possessed? Mu Li's expression subtly shifted as he exclaimed, Indeed, our Sword Pavilion gained renown throughout the Empire due to our forebear's constitution, even earning respect across much of the ancient land. In the realm of spirit kings, he was an invincible force. However here, the elder halted, as if reluctant to divulge certain matters. You should consider yourself fortunate not to be the inheritor of the demon eye. Lin Yin interjected, waving his hand slightly, a hint of bitterness in his tone, but he was acutely aware that, during the time before the appearance of the old demon, he had been tormented to the brink of death by the demon eye. Had it not been for his resolute will, he might not have survived to this day. Yet, with two constitutions at stake, one sacred, the other demonic, and only a single slot available, what was to be done? Xing Yin furrowed his brow and slowly stated, Haha, what does it matter? Let them both be accepted. Aside from Xiaolan's ethereal constitution and Jian Kuang's sword heart, our Sword Pavilion has not produced any other unique constitutions. With two emerging at once, I dare say the Holy Heaven sect will certainly be envious. The trial elder chuckled heartily. This assertion held truth. While the Holy Heaven sect was indeed large and prosperous, most of their disciples were nurtured within a sheltered environment, lacking any distinctive constitutions. Were it not for a few formidable individuals among the sect's upper echelons, one might find that the strength of the Sword Pavilion surpassed that of the Holy Heaven sect. At that moment, a voice, slightly hoarse, rang out. Are you not being a tad greedy, Sword Pavilion? There is but one slot, and I have no desire to share it with others. Thus, a comparison must be made. The owner of the voice was none other than the Sacred Body Youth. Yet, his tone evoked a peculiar sensation within Lin Yin. Despite his youthful appearance, His voice bore an air of experience surpassing that of the trial elder. One thing was certain, however. This youth possessed formidable strength. Though younger, his realm was indeed superior to Lin Yan's. Such martial talent would surely leave those who fancied themselves strong feeling inadequate. The trial elder's brow furrowed in concern. Sensing that the sacred body youth might not be as amicable as he appeared, Lin Yan stood to the side, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. It seemed that for no apparent reason, he had become the target of scrutiny. And this youth appeared quite curious about his constitution. "What is wrong? Are you afraid?" the young man inquired, gazing at Lin Yan with a measured tone. Afraid? Lin Yan responded with a laugh. "What is there to fear? Since this esteemed friend wishes to engage in a contest, Lin shall naturally oblige." Lin Yan chuckled with narrowed eyes. Two equally gifted individuals, both possessing extraordinary physiques, now exhibited a hint of rivalry. And those who had little hope of joining the sword pavilion were eager to witness this clash of talents, instantly erupting into cheers. "Let us avoid any discord. I shall conduct the trial and ascertain the true extent of your abilities." The trial elder's eyes glimmered with fervor, seemingly eager to test the might of the demon eye. For the Black Flame Demon King had once been a legend within the sword pavilion. Through the demon eye, Lin Yan discerned that the trial elder's strength was at the 9th level of the spiritual warrior realm. Almost stepping into the spiritual king tier, coupled with his identity as a sword cultivator, his combat prowess was significantly more formidable than that of an ordinary 9th-level spiritual warrior. Xingqian. The holy body youth greeted the elder with a respectful gesture. "Hee. I am Zhang Lao from the outer sect of the sword pavilion, known as Jian Yan. Everyone observed the holy body youth taking the lead in the trial. They could not help but click their tongues in astonishment. His cultivation was at the 9th level of the spiritual realm, yet he dared to challenge an elder 2 tiers above him. Could it be that this holy body truly possessed the ability to transcend levels in battle? As the trial was about to commence, the onlookers instinctively shifted aside. Even Mu Li and others were eager to witness the combat capabilities of the holy body, for this was their first encounter with such a being. Xingqian appeared utterly unperturbed, taking the initiative to strike. In an instant, he was enveloped by a radiant halo of holy light, dazzling in its brilliance. This was hardly surprising. As a holy body, he naturally possessed protective holy light. Unlike the demon eye, which was passive, the holy body was a legacy of ancestors and a symbol of light, easily wielded with minimal cultivation. However, Lin Yan's situation was somewhat different at this moment. The demon eye was merely restrained by the Dan. Unable to unleash its full potential, truly control the demon eye was beyond Lin Yan's current capabilities. Perhaps he would achieve this in the future, but for now, it would only manifest its power in the face of extreme danger or life-threatening situations, a phenomenon often referred to as protecting its master. Let me experience the legendary holy body. Jian Yin extended his withered hand, and a stream of energy coiled forth like a serpentine wind from his arm. Though it was but a mere demonstration, it elicited gasps of amazement from the crowd. Any warrior acquainted with the sword path would recognize this technique as a significant realm of swordsmanship, transforming chi into sword energy, symbolizing a sword cultivator's entry into the realm of mastery. 1 would not ascend to the position of an elder in the outer sect of the sword pavilion without possessing considerable skill. Xingqian held nothing back in his assault, channeling nearly all his strength into the holy light, transforming it into a tempest that struck Jian Yin directly. Upon impact, a resounding boom echoed, and a wave of energy dispersed outward. Forcefully countering Xingqian's holy light, the energy intensified. The holy light began to wane, as if it might vanish in the next moment. Xingqian, nearly exhausting his strength, found himself unable to maintain his offensive for more than a fleeting moment. Compelled to shift from attack to defense, the tremor coursed through Xingqian, as the sacred light enveloping his form suddenly manifested a myriad of cracks. Ultimately shattering with a resounding crash, he stumbled backward, barely managing to regain his footing. After this confrontation, a collective sigh of disappointment arose among the onlookers. Despite Xingqian exerting every ounce of his strength, he had been unable to breach the elder's defenses, who appeared to have exerted little effort at all. Having witnessed the initial clash, Lin Yan observed with clarity that the technique of chi transformation into sword was indeed formidable. Both Mu Li and Xing Yan were at the early stages of the spirit warrior realm, and while they were only separated from the elder by 7 or 8 levels of cultivation, the disparity in power was glaringly evident. The might of the sword pavilion lay in its mastery of the sword arts. and it was likely that even if Mu Li and Xing Yin joined forces, they would find it impossible to gain any advantage against the elder, after the first attack yielded no results. Xingqian did not seem to concede defeat. Instead, he shook his body, gathering an even more potent surge of sacred light for another assault. However, this time the elder clearly shifted from mere defense. After all, without engaging, it would be challenging to gauge the true extent of the opponent's strength. In an instant, Jian Yan's figure vanished, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage on the ground. Xingqian's palm struck true, hitting the illusion before it dissipated. Yet before the remnants could fade away, Jian Yan reappeared behind the youth, his withered hand descending like a mountain, delivering a crushing blow. Boom! The sacred light that Xingqian had concentrated was squashed as if it were a balloon, sending ripples of force radiating outward. Although the sacred light was shattered, the boy emerged unscathed, having cleverly evaded the attack. The defense of the sacred body is indeed formidable, even after receiving my strike. You remain unharmed, Jian Yan remarked with a grin as he retracted his power. Xingqian's face flushed. He was acutely aware that should the elder strike again, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injury. After all, the sacred light could not be continuously gathered, and withstanding two powerful blows from someone on the verge of the Spirit King realm was already the pinnacle of what his sacred body could endure. Given the vast difference in their respective levels of cultivation, Jian Yan spoke. A fresh surge of energy stirred once more, akin to a multitude of enormous serpents with gaping maws lunging toward Lin Yan. Heavenly Seat, Demon Shadow. Lin Yan formed a seal with his fingers, and in an instant, his body darted away, causing the energy to collide with the ground and unleash a wave of force that spread outward. Martial technique. Seeing Lin Yan's lightning-fast movement, the elder's interest was piqued, and he once again directed the energy serpents to charge. Golden Light Palm. Break. Confronting a warrior whose strength far exceeded his own, Lin Yan could not afford to hold back in the slightest. He utilized nearly all of his capabilities, mindful that the Black Abyss Bloodblade must remain concealed, uncertain if they would recognize it. Chapter 34. Compulsory Apprenticeship under the barrage of the youth's tempestuous assaults. Jian Yan remained utterly unmoved, as though he regarded these strikes as inconsequential. This left Lin Yan in awe, realizing just how formidable a half-step Spirit King truly was, even with all his strength. He found it nearly impossible to make even the slightest impact. To the spectators, the youth's attack seemed no different from a mayfly attempting to shake a mighty tree. It appears you are still holding back. Do you not find my pressure sufficiently overwhelming? Jian Yan remarked, observing the boy's ineffective strikes with a hint of amusement. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among the crowd, and Xingqian's lips curled into a slight smile. Seemingly reveling in the notion of his own superiority. Is that so? Lin Yan retorted, a smirk gracing his face as he swiftly transformed his fist into a palm. In a moment of the elder's carelessness, a blinding golden light erupted from the youth's palm. 90% of my strength. Golden Light Palm. Break. The youth abruptly struck with his palm, channeling the ethereal energy within him into a tumultuous wave. All of it converged into his hand, intermingled with a barely perceptible aura of ferocity. The demonic eye seemed to sense the elder's provocation, continuously releasing its magical power from within. With a thunderous clash, his palm collided with the colossal serpent formed by the currents of air, sending shockwaves that pushed everyone back several paces. This strike was Lin Yan's most formidable attack aside from the Bloodblade. Although it did not land on the elder as anticipated, it successfully dispersed the air currents, surpassing even the strength of the stars. The elder's figure trembled slightly, his pupils dilating in surprise, seemingly taken aback that the youth could shatter his chi-transformed sword. While it was true he had managed to disperse the chi-transformed sword, it did not inflict any harm upon the elder. However, Lin Yan felt utterly exhausted, unable to unleash another powerful strike at that moment. Is the demonic eye at this level? It pales in comparison to my master. A hint of mockery laced the elder's words. Of course, those with insight understood that the elder was employing a tactic to provoke. He believed the youth had yet to unleash his full potential, and he was indeed correct. Lin Yan possessed the Black Prison Bloodblade, which would significantly enhance his strength once drawn, for the Bloodblade could effectively harness the ferocious aura of the demonic eye, elevating its power to an entirely new realm. The elder's strength was formidable, and Lin Yan felt inadequate in comparison. With a wry smile, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, choosing not to continue the trial, knowing it would be futile. What? Is this the end? I haven't had my fill yet. Xiaolan blinked her beautiful eyes and remarked. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's lips curled slightly. He held no interest in a battle so devoid of suspense. Regardless of the power he wielded, Jian Yin appeared utterly nonchalant, showing no sincerity, rendering the fight rather tedious. Very well, let this trial conclude. Although you could not harm me, your ability to shatter my chi-transformed sword indicates a battle prowess comparable to that of a spirit master. The elder stated, regaining his composure. How could such a battle be complete without me? Just when everyone believed the trial had come to an end, a resounding voice echoed down from the mountains, followed by a figure that descended with the swiftness of lightning. Lin Yan's pupils dilated in shock. Even with the use of the demonic eye, he could not discern the identity of the figure. Master, you have emerged from seclusion. Mu Li was momentarily stunned, gazing at the middle-aged man approaching from afar, exclaiming in surprise at these words. The youth's expression shifted slightly. Mu Li called him master. Could that be the inner sect elder? Jian Kuang, from the sword pavilion? As the man stepped out of the shadows, his features became visible. His hair was somewhat disheveled, and the sparse stubble obscured whether he exuded masculinity or dishevelment. Most striking were the 4 long swords slung across his back. With another sword hanging from his waist, this man carried 5 swords. Was he perhaps a sword enthusiast, originally intending to depart? The onlookers were now captivated by the middle-aged man's descent. The name Jian Kuang was renowned throughout the sacred land of the Noer Empire. Are you the inheritor of the demonic eye? Jian Kuang inquired, his eyes narrowing slightly in skepticism. Elder Jian Kuang, I am indeed Lin Yan. The youth replied with a slight bow and clasped hands. Although the man before him did not exude the overwhelming arrogance he had envisioned, Lin Yan could still sense a formidable sword intent emanating subtly from within him. After all, he was one of the newly appointed top 10 powerhouses of the empire, possessing strength that had reached the 4th level of the Spirit King. He was akin to the infamous Black Flame Demon King of Ur. Unless one was an extraordinarily exceptional being, they stood no chance against him at the Spirit King tier. Jian Yan, has the trial concluded? It has indeed come to an end. There are 2 promising young talents, one possessing a sacred body and the other endowed with the 6 Hell's Sure Eye. It has been ages since our sword pavilion has recruited disciples of such exceptional talent. Both of them are quite remarkable, Jian Yin remarked with a look of approval. Very well, I have come here to take on disciples. So let this one with the demon eye accompany me, Jian Kuang stated unabashedly as he sat in the center of the grand hall, leisurely speaking while holding a toothpick in his mouth. Take on a disciple, Jian Kuang, you already have Mu Li and Xing Yan. Are they not sufficient? Jian Yin inquired slowly, his brow furrowing slightly. What, have you taken a liking to this lad as well? Jian Kuang raised an eyebrow and asked. What are you saying? We are all elders of the sword pavilion. What does liking or disliking matter? I have never considered taking on a disciple, but seeing as my lifespan is drawing to a close. I pondered the need for an heir. Jian Yin replied with a smile while rubbing his hands together. Nonsense. Lifespan drawing to a close, back when you and I were vying for Mu Li. You said the same thing. Yet, where is your demise? Jian Kuang suddenly rose, speaking with a tone of irritation. Standing to the side, Lin Yan squinted, seemingly grasping the situation. This Jian Kuang had come here to take on disciples. And judging by his demeanor, he appeared to be acquainted with the Black Flame Demon King. It was common knowledge that the fall of the Black Flame Demon King occurred 200 to 300 years ago. Could it be that this middle-aged man before him was several centuries old? In the realm of martial arts, human lifespan could be extended based on one's own cultivation realm. Reaching the Spirit Master level did not enhance lifespan, nor did that of the Spirit Battle Master. Only upon stepping into the exalted tier of Spirit King could one enjoy a lifespan extending over several hundred years. Some powerful spirit emperors could even live for 1,000 years. This was why martial artists aspired to ascend higher. The benefits of higher realms were not merely the increase in lifespan, but also a symbol of absolute power. Ahem, how about this? The sacred body will belong to me, and this lad shall be yours, Jian Yin suggested, seemingly unwilling to provoke the other party. Taking a step back, observing the two engaging in what resembled a negotiation, Lin Yan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. In the past, he would have eagerly sought to take any elder as his master, but now that he had an enigmatic mentor in Ming Lao, why would he need to seek another? To put it another way, he was already a disciple of Ming Lao. How could he possibly take on another master? Esteemed seniors may have misunderstood. This young one merely wishes to be an outer disciple and does not seek to take anyone as a master, Lin Yan said as he slowly stepped forward. Upon his utterance, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly, for within the sacred land of Noer, countless talented youths yearned to be taken under Jian Kuang's wing. Yet here stood one who wished to decline, It was indeed a rare spectacle. What? Do you believe I am unworthy of being your master? The swordsman, Jian Kuang, turned his head, and an intense aura of sword energy surged forth from within him, causing warriors 3 meters away to feel a shiver run through their bodies. Lin Yin, my master is regarded as one of the finest elders of the Sword Pavilion, and he was once close friends with the Black Flame ancestor. He may be able to assist you in harnessing the true power of the 6 Hells Azure Eye. Upon noticing his master's growing ire, Mu Li stepped forward and addressed the youth. Brother Mu, you misunderstand that I already have a teacher, so it would be inappropriate for me to seek another. Lin Yin awkwardly scratched his head and replied, You've already taken a master? Is there truly someone in this world better than me? Jian Kuang, bring him forth. I wish to see what qualifications he possesses to teach the 6 Hells Azure Eye. Jian Kuang suddenly laughed heartily, his words dripping with unmasked sarcasm, observing the expression on his face. Lin Yin quickly realized that his earlier assumptions were entirely correct. This old fellow was indeed an ancient entity who had lived for centuries, and given his friendship with the Black Flame Demon King, it was no wonder he could make exceptions in accepting disciples. Clearly, he understood that if the 6 Hells Azure Eye were to mature, it would inevitably become a harbinger of death, just as Lin Yin intended to refuse once more. The stone he wore on his chest began to emit a faint glow, even feeling somewhat scorching. As anticipated, Elder Ming seemed displeased with the words of his opponent. Jian Kuang, what of the newly appointed top 10 powerhouses of the Holy Land nor is nothing more than a buffoon in my eyes. Elder Ming's voice drifted ominously from the stone, clearly discontented. What should I do, Elder Ming? Must I truly consider him as my master? Lin Yin furrowed his brow. Challenge him and establish a pact. I shall assist you when the time comes. Upon hearing Elder Ming's words, Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback. Since meeting Elder Ming, he had never witnessed him in action, let alone comprehend his strength. It was not a matter of disbelief. Rather, his curiosity regarding Elder Ming's enigmatic identity stirred a sense of eagerness within him. Predecessor Jian Kuang, how about this? If I can withstand 3 of your strikes, you shall accept me as your registered disciple. If I fail, then you may take me as your 3rd disciple. What do you say? Lin Yin proposed with a hint of a smile that I could see the sound of the youth's words. The expressions of everyone present transformed dramatically. 3 strikes. You barely managed to withstand 2 strikes against Jian Yin just now. Moreover, Jian Kuang is several times stronger than Jian, and don't even think about enduring 3 of his full force attacks. 3 strikes. Youngster, I am not shamelessly seeking to take you as my disciple. It is simply because I have made a pact with Black Flame. Whenever I encounter a successor of the Demon Eye, I will accept them as a disciple if possible. Since you wish to spar with me, I am curious to see just how formidable a successor of the Demon Eye truly is. This young man indeed harbors intentions to hold back. Jin Yan's expression grew even more peculiar. In the previous battle, it seemed as though his opponent had exerted all his strength, yet he had not anticipated that there was still a reserve of power, which revealed a depth of strategy. Nonetheless, it is perhaps for the best that he understands the wisdom of concealing his blade, refraining from revealing his true prowess. Lin Yin stepped forward. The spiritual essence that had been accumulating within him for an extended period erupted instantaneously. Engaging in battle with the Spirit King demanded utmost vigilance. In Lin Yan's mind, he possessed almost no knowledge regarding the formidable realm of the Spirit King, unaware of the precise extent of their power. However, with the presence of Elder Ming, he felt that the next 3 moves should not pose much difficulty, and he seized this opportunity to witness Elder Ming's prowess firsthand. Chapter 35. A Strong Man's Promise. Jian Kuang was exceedingly familiar with the 6 Hells Azure Eye, fully aware of the immense power it harbored. Yet, the question remained whether this youthful individual could genuinely harness that power, perhaps considering the opponent's cultivation level to be too low. Jian Kuang took a step forward without drawing his sword, unleashing a pressure far surpassing that of Jian Yin, at least tenfold. If one were to draw a comparison, Jian Yan's presence was akin to a boulder, whereas Jian Kuang's resembled a mountain, capable of suppressing a martial artist of spiritual cultivation without granting them a chance to resist. Confronted by Jian Kuang's mountain-like oppression, Lin Yan's eyes turned slightly red, and the magic eye within him trembled subtly, seemingly unwilling to be subdued by the opponent and striving to break free. It was undeniable that had it not been for the constant restraint from the Dandan, the magic eye would have likely erupted by now. Kid, while I have no idea what trump card you possess that allows you to face me without fear, My method of teaching disciples is akin to a lion using its full strength to catch a rabbit. If you wish to challenge me, I certainly do not regard you as an ordinary spirit practitioner, Jian Kuang remarked with a hint of indifference. Ha ha. It is indeed my honor to spar with a powerful spirit king. Senior Jian Kuang, please feel free to make your move, Lin Yan replied with a smile. However, scarcely had the words left his lips when Jian Kuang's figure vanished like a specter, and before the young man could register his astonishment, he felt a chill run down his spine as Jian Kuang's hand rested upon his neck, mockingly declaring, "Haha, had you truly been my enemy, you might already be dead. Damn it." Lin Yan's expression changed dramatically as he propelled himself away, sparks erupting from his feet as he swiftly retreated several meters. Even while fully exerting the heavenly seat magic shadow, Lin Yan did not believe that his opponent had failed to see through his movements. "Haha, indeed quite swift, yet still too slow for me," Jian Kuang remarked, maintaining his smile and remaining utterly still, causing those present to feel perplexed. "Kid, do not be deceived by his sword energy's lingering image." Elder Ming's voice, tinged with disdain, echoed from behind. With a dull thud, Lin Yan's palm pressed firmly against Jian Kuang's chest, apart from a gust of wind that caused Jian Kuang's clothing to flutter. It barely grazed him without inflicting any harm. "Impressive," the young man exclaimed involuntarily. Although he had not used his full strength, Lin Yan was astounded, realizing that his golden light palm, which posed some threat to a spirit warrior, was nearly as ineffective against a being of the Spirit King level as a child slap. Have you seen through it? Is it the work of the magic eye?" Jian Kuang mused, his expression revealing a hint of surprise as he gazed at the youth. "This fellow, he truly has concealed his strength," Jian Yin remarked, his tongue clicking in disbelief. Even I must treat Jian Kuang's sword energy's lingering images with utmost seriousness, yet I did not expect them to be so effortlessly discerned. "This child is extraordinary." Xing Chun observed the young man's reaction, his expression shifting slightly, soon replaced by a bittersweet smile. "So, this is the physique of the six hells Shurai. It seems that Lin Yan, my younger brother, is slightly stronger than the saintly body. If you believe that this is my master's technique, you are mistaken. The power he is currently exhibiting is but a fraction of his full strength. Less than 1/10. Oysters sighed with a rueful smile, shaking his head as he spoke. The youth was well aware of this. Just moments ago, whether dodging or attacking, he had felt no trace of spiritual energy emanating from Sword Mad, indicating that he had exerted no force whatsoever. "Kid, consider that a mere test. What follows will be my trial. If you cannot withstand it, just say so." Sword Mad suddenly raised his head, his previously dull eyes now gleaming with sharp intensity, radiating an aura that could ensnare the very soul. To the onlookers, the fact that Lin Yin could anticipate his opponent's movements was already beyond the capabilities of a mere spiritual practitioner. Even if he had failed to land a single blow, no one would dare to criticize him. After all, the gap between a spiritual practitioner and a spiritual king is not something that can be bridged in a day. A spiritual practitioner aiming to ascend to the rank of spiritual king, without any external assistance, would require decades, if not centuries, to achieve such a feat. Old Ming, do you think I can withstand a blow from a spiritual king's might without your power?" Lin Yan murmured, his nerves taut with focus. "Unless you employ the Black Prison Bloodblade, it is utterly impossible," Old Ming replied, and Lin Yan understood well the implication of his words. Even with the Bloodblade, he would only be able to withstand a single strike at the peril of severe injury. "I'm coming," Sword Mad announced, then transformed into a whirlwind, charging forth with a force akin to raging waves. Faced with the immense pressure surging toward him, Lin Yan felt utterly immobilized, unable even to twitch a finger. At that moment, a wisp of dark energy emanated from the stone adorning the youth's chest, exceedingly faint and imperceptible to ordinary warriors. Yet, this slight power seemed to slice through constraints like a keen blade, rendering Lin Yan's body light and unburdened. "Kid, watch closely. This is the true demon shadow of the celestial seat," Old Ming declared, channeling the dark energy into the youth's 6 meridians. It was as if divine power surged into his leg muscles, enabling him to dart past Sword Mad in a flash. In that fleeting instant, Lin Yan could distinctly sense that had he been struck, he would surely face grave injury or death. Sword Mad's initial attack had missed, and a hint of gravity returned to his expression. Although he had yet to exert his strength, being seen through repeatedly by a mere child who had not even reached the level of a spiritual master was a blow to his pride. Who would believe such a tale if spoken aloud? "Crack! How is this possible?" Sword Yin exclaimed, his cup shattered in his grip, his face a mask of astonishment. "Kid, don't tell me this is still the work of the demon eye." Sword Mad turned, his face devoid of any expression. "Oh, you think otherwise?" Lin Yin shrugged in response. "Whether it is or not will be revealed through trial." Jian Kuang appears to harbor an almost fervent curiosity towards the power of the demon eye. Entirely shedding the demeanor befitting an elder. He now resembles a seeker determined to pierce through the mist of mystery. Lin Yin is acutely aware of this. It is likely he has clashed with the Black Flame Demon King on numerous occasions, enduring his share of defeats, for how else could he be so infatuated with the capabilities of the demon eye, confronted by the increasingly formidable pressure emanating from ahead? Lin Yin understands that Jian Kuang has already summoned his strength. After this strike, if he remains unscathed, then 3 exchanges will have passed. Should he fail to withstand or evade, he would indeed become this fellow's disciple, which would be somewhat disrespectful to Elder Ming. Suddenly, a piercing hum reverberates through the air as Jian Kuang's figure vanishes in an instant, reappearing before the youth. His colossal hand looms like a mountain, rendering any attempt at evasion futile. Golden light palm. Utilizing the residual dark energy from Elder Ming, Lin Yin channels all his strength into his technique, his palm transforming into a black golden hue, clashing violently with Jian Kuang. An encounter marked by a power that starkly contrasts with his own realm. A resounding thud echoes, and in that moment, Lin Yin feels as though his arm no longer belongs to him. Muscles, bones, even cells, seem to shatter inch by inch. "Jian Kuang, have you lost your mind?" Jian Yin's expression shifts dramatically upon witnessing this scene. In a flash, he darts forward, catching the youth who is sent flying, using his own strength to alleviate Lin Yin's burden. Even so, the young man senses his body on the brink of disintegration. Were it not for Elder Ming's rigorous body training over the past months, he would have surely been grievously injured by this blow. Coughing, the youth's face reddens as a trickle of blood escapes his lips, his arm trembling incessantly. "Does this count as having taken it?" Xiaolan gasps, covering her mouth in disbelief. "Kid, are you all right?" "My apologies. I mistook you for the Black Flame." Jian Kuang, regaining his composure, finally allows a hint of embarrassment to surface on his otherwise impassive face. I'm fine. My skin is tough. However, I must thank Senior Jian Kuang for holding back, or I would have been reduced to a mere pile of flesh." Lin Yin steadies himself and swiftly channels his spiritual energy to mend his injured arm. "You remain as you were, striking without discretion. Yet, this kid has withstood your assault. It counts as 3 strikes. Jian Yin remarks with a sidelong glance. 3 strikes. Jian Kuang is momentarily taken aback, a wry smile creeping onto his face as he realizes he has fallen into the opponent's trap. "A deal is a deal. This lad shall henceforth be your registered disciple." Turning to the youth, Jian Yin continues, "However, I am curious, though you already have a master, why do you wish to join the Sword Pavilion?" It is like this. I had a brief encounter with Lin Yin, my junior, on Demon Jade Mountain, and I invited him to the Sword Pavilion. Initially, I held little hope for his acceptance, yet to my surprise, he actually came. Muli interjects softly. Chapter 36. A narrow path for enemies. After the battle with Jian Kuang, Lin Yin has managed to make a name for himself, although he engaged in merely 3 exchanges. It is sufficient fodder for conversation among the disciples of the Sword Pavilion. While Lin Yin does not wish to attract undue attention, it seems such recognition is unavoidable. The Sword Pavilion occupies a solitary peak, comprising both an inner and an outer sect. The outer sect houses 500 disciples, while the inner sect also comprises 500 disciples, with a mere 50 or so core disciples. Among these, the average strength of those who attain the status of core disciple hovers around that of a spirit warrior. However, there exists an exception, Lin Yin, who ranks above the outer sect yet below the inner sect. His status is that of a recorded disciple, a designation not seen in the Sword Pavilion for many years. Should Lin Yin, like Mu Li and others, become a true disciple of the Sword Madman, he could ascend to the ranks of core disciples. Yet, to proclaim one as a core disciple who has yet to reach the level of a spirit master would likely elicit ridicule. Perhaps being a recorded disciple is the most prudent solution, though Lin Yin may harbor such thoughts. In the minds of others, this seemingly low-ranked youth is already on the brink of becoming a formidable powerhouse. After all, not everyone can withstand 3 moves against the Sword Madman, and his level of cultivation does not align proportionately with his age. It is evident that a spirit user of the 8th tier, not yet 15 years old, could very well be deemed a prodigy, second only to the Holy Body. However, others do not believe that the 6 Hells Azura I could possibly rival the Holy Body. Given that the Demon Eye is a gifted physique left behind by the once dominant demon race, which surpasses humanity in strength and longevity. Sister, I believe I see a woman in the distance," I exclaimed, waving my hand in greeting. However, upon noticing the youth beside my sister, my fair complexion turned pale with fright. "Iner, what is the matter?" Approaching the young girl, Xiao Lan also sensed something amiss. The girl's previously rigid expression gradually sank into despondency as she uttered, "It's you. This situation is my fault. But what does your presence at the sword pavilion signify? Are you still a man?" Confused, Xiaoyin seemed to think that this youth had come to take revenge on her. "Am I not a man? You'll find out if you try," Lin Yin replied, a wicked smile gracing his lips as he scanned the girl's curvaceous figure. "You, sister, this guy is bullying me. Brother Xing Yin, you must avenge me." The girl appeared to be frightened by the youth's expression, resembling a startled little rabbit as she hid behind the silent Xing Yin. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Do you know Lin Yin?" Mu Li asked, momentarily taken aback by the scene. "Know him? I'm quite familiar with her," Lin Yin clarified. Taking the conversation forward, Mu Li was momentarily speechless, then inquired, "What about this girl?" Lin Yin held no fondness for her and recounted the events in detail, which left those present in a cold sweat. Fully aware of the Sword Heaven sect's ways, they understood that even if Hong Pu were not the grandson of an elder of the Sword Heaven sect, the execution of an ordinary disciple without justification would certainly provoke an investigation. "Xiaoyin, I've warned you time and again not to act recklessly. Now you've landed us in trouble." "Haven to you. Did Hong Xiao visit?" Xiaolan scolded sternly. "He did, but was dispatched by Elder Fa and it seems there's a bounty of 8,000 gold coins on his head for anyone who can kill him." Xiaoyin replied, her demeanor remarkably subdued before her sister, her head bowed. "Ha! My head is worth 8,000 gold coins. The sacred heavenly sect holds me in exceedingly high regard." A wry smile surfaced on the youth's face as he contemplated the current state of affairs. His worth had indeed skyrocketed. Not only was he being hunted by the esteemed Wu Huangshu of the imperial capital, who was willing to spend lavishly to employ assassins, but now even the sacred heavenly sect had begun to place a bounty on his head. If they were to discover that it was the same individual, it would surely infuriate them. "Lin, did you leave any traces after slaying Hong Pu? If they come knocking at our door, it could become quite troublesome." Mu Li furrowed his brows and remarked that I believe not. This is my first visit to the imperial capital. Who knows me? Lin Yin shrugged and replied, as long as they do not have a multitude of leads pointing to you, it should suffice. The martial artists in the imperial capital are numerous. Finding one whose name is unknown is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Mu Li exhaled with relief. However, just as he began to relax, a single utterance from Xiaoyin caused Mu Li's expression to drastically change. "Your identity has already been revealed to Hong Xiao. When you said, 'I, Lin, shall accompany you to the end,' Fan Lao disclosed your surname to him." Xiaoyin timidly stated, seemingly apprehensive about escalating the situation. At this revelation, the youth's demeanor darkened almost instantaneously. In the entire empire, there were but two prominent families bearing the surname Lin. The Lin family and the Lin family. It would not be particularly challenging for the sacred heavenly sect to track him down. Sigh. Has Fan Lao lost his senses? Such a surname should not be carelessly divulged, Xiao Lan expressed with a hint of regret. Gazing at the youth, if it had not been said, Hong Xiao would not have let the matter rest. "Given the current circumstances, what can I do?" Xia Yin's face bore an expression of grievance as she raised her voice. "Lin, do not worry. This predicament arose due to my sister's actions. If Hong Xiao truly seeks out the Lin family, my Xia family shall not remain indifferent," Xiao Lan assured, observing the increasingly grim expression on the youth's face. "I appreciate your sister's goodwill, but I must take responsibility for my own actions. However, it is inevitable that I will offend the sacred heavenly sect sooner or later. It is merely a matter of time." "I can manage this situation," Lin Yin replied dismissively. Given the level of animosity expressed, he had little inclination to dwell on it. Even if the sacred heavenly sect approached the Lin family, it was unlikely that the Xia family would risk their reputation for his sake. Moreover, for the time being, Hong Xiao would not be able to trace him, as the Lin family was a well-respected lineage in the imperial capital, making any investigation challenging, by the time Hong Xiao uncovered his whereabouts. Perhaps a turn of events would present itself. This was the only feasible course of action, maintaining a facade of tranquility amidst the turmoil. Lin Yan's words were somewhat cryptic, leaving Mu Li perplexed as to their meaning. Perhaps the Sword Pavilion was not particularly concerned with the affairs of the sacred Lin city, and they remained unaware of his conflict with the imperial capital. At this juncture, Lin Yan would not be petty enough to harbor grievances. He had taken the life himself, and should trouble arise, it would be his burden to bear. Furthermore, both Xiaolan and Xing Yin had previously aided him. They had assisted him in becoming a one-pattern craftsman at the Yaoyu Mountain. And Xing Yin along with Mu Li had helped fend off the assassins. Such kindness was not easily forgotten. Under Mu Li's guidance, Lin Yin arrived at the residence of the outer disciples of the Sword Pavilion, marking the first true respite along this journey, allowing him to observe the Sword Pavilion in earnest. As the young man believed, he would merely become an ordinary warrior among the thousands of Sword Pavilion. The higher-ups of the pavilion had already taken notice of him. In the Sword Pavilion's conference hall, a serene chamber, several elders sat in quiet contemplation. Among them, one elder donned a flowing white robe with the image of a long sword embroidered on the cuffs. Squinting at the assembly of elders before him, among this group was the renowned Jian Kuang, seated in a subordinate position. Jian Kuang, I have heard that the demon eye has been located. Is that true? The white-robed elder inquired, breaking the silence. Indeed, I have taken it as my disciple. Although the appearance of the demon eye was somewhat belated, it should suffice to keep pace with the next opening of the demon realm. Jian Kuang replied nonchalantly, a dry blade of grass clenched between his teeth. The atmosphere there remained as frigid and desolate as ever, steeped in an air of death, yet the Holy Heaven sect had ventured there dozens of times over the past few decades, presumably retrieving quite a few treasures. The elder mused as he closed his eyes once more. Humph, had they not assassinated He Yin, how could they have obtained the demonic aura of the six Hells Shirai? They would not have entered the demon realm so effortlessly on multiple occasions, Jian Kuang remarked, his initially tranquil expression morphing into one of ferocity as memories surfaced. Though much time has passed, you still cannot forget. However, heaven has finally opened its eyes, sending forth a new generation of demon eye inheritors. With the next opening of the demon realm, we shall at least partake in a share of its bounty. The discourse among the elders pertained to the demon realm located at the border of the Holy Land of Noer, the largest forbidden zone in the western part of the ancient Lan continent. Ever since the disappearance of the demon race, the millennium-old treasures they left behind scattered throughout the demon realm. Yet, a formidable demonic barrier prevents entry for those not of the demon lineage, which explains why the Holy Heaven sect and the imperial capital once united to slay the demon king He Yin, aiming to seize the demonic aura of the eye. Only in doing so could they safely access the demon realm. However, they overlooked a crucial detail. Once the inheritor of the demon eye perishes, the eye itself will vanish, seeking a new host. The Holy Heaven sect may have claimed the demonic aura, yet they never truly possessed the six Hells Shirai. Hence, when their demonic energy is depleted, it signifies an irrevocable end to their access. Chapter 37. The history of the demon race. The demon race stands as the mightiest of all races in the ancient Lan continent. Without exception, their existence seems akin to that of the forsaken offspring of the divine, willingly descending into the depths of malevolence. Yet, several years prior, the demon race endured numerous conflicts, including invasions of the central continent and battles against the beastly races. Despite these wars, the formidable demon race suffered little in the way of losses. Nonetheless, they inexplicably vanished, leaving behind a treasure trove that ignited the envy of all powerful factions, the city of the demon realm. Yet, for millennia, humanity has seemingly failed to uncover its entrance. Strangely enough, the two dominant forces of the Holy Land of Noer astonishingly discovered a means to access it, utilizing the physical traits left by the demon race to unlock the mirror-like demon city that appears once a year. Only through this avenue can one bypass the formidable barriers established by the demons. However, it is curious that while humans are permitted entry, the barriers remain effective. Any human warrior exceeding the rank of spirit warrior will be denied access. This point is quite explicable. When the demon clan established the restrictions, they feared human invasions and thus set these boundaries. They perceived that only those below the rank of spirit warrior posed no threat to them. Hence the limitation was placed at the level of spirit warrior. Lin Yin closed the ancient tome in his hands, taking a deep breath. The history of the demon clan was nearly entirely chronicled within its pages. The Black Flame Demon King resting within his ring may have perished due to physical limitations. The Holy Sky sect, in their pursuit of demonic energy, even allied with the Empire, truly a manifestation. Young man, do you now comprehend why I chose you as my disciple? It is not solely for the pact concerning the Black Flame, but also to safeguard you, Jian Kuang remarked, leaning against the bookshelf with a sidelong glance. Are you implying that you want me to assist you in opening the gate of the demon realm? Lin Yin inquired, his brow slightly furrowed, responding in a measured tone. Precisely. The gate of the demon realm opens once a year. An entry is not guaranteed. It depends on the strength of the restrictions. Sometimes, imperceptible forces may weaken those constraints, allowing even those below the rank of Spirit King to enter. Yet, there are occasions when the barriers are exceptionally formidable, making entry even for spirit warriors uncertain. The Holy Sky sect has ventured in several times, undoubtedly acquiring numerous treasures. This time, we must enter before them. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin began to ponder. The demon realm is recognized as the most perilous region of the ancient Lan continent, almost universally deemed a land of death. Even if the demon clan no longer resides there, who knows what terrifying creatures may lurk within? If I assist you in opening the gate of the demon clan, what will I gain in return? Lin Yin was not inclined to engage in a venture that bore no rewards. You rascal, are you negotiating terms with me? Jian Kuang remarked with a calculating glint in his eyes. What other option do I have? If I were to risk my life in such a perilous place, why should I not claim the treasures I find? Jian Kuang appeared to concede the logic of Lin Yan's argument and continued. Very well, within my capacity, I permit you to select one treasure, just one. How does that sound? The strength of the Sword Pavilion was indeed formidable. During their time at Yaoyu Mountain, Muli had been nearly at the advanced level of Spirit Master. Yet in just 2 short months, he had ascended to Spirit Warrior. Such depth of background likely surpassed even that of the Holy Sky sect. Observing Jian Kuang's seemingly indifferent demeanor, Lin Yin narrowed his eyes, sensing an underlying truth. Master, why do I feel as if I am being utilized? What do you think? Do not envision a power that has concealed itself for so long in overly favorable terms. Since my arrival here, I have sensed at least a dozen formidable auras. Should the Sword Pavilion's influence be placed within the vast central continent, it would rank among the third-tier forces. Ming Lao spoke with a hint of gravity in his tone. And what standing does the Holy Sky sect hold in the central continent? Lin Yin inquired with curiosity. The Holy Sky sect is merely a fade, relying on legions of disciples. Their true core strength is less than a third of that of the Sword Pavilion, rendering them hardly significant in the central continent. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yin experienced a moment of clarity. The Sword Pavilion, it seemed, had quietly amassed great wealth. To outsiders, it appeared to be a rather inconspicuous second-rate power. Yet its true strength had already positioned it within the ranks of the central continent, in the vast expanse of the central continent, where sects flourished and formidable ancient factions persisted. Even an ordinary sect plucked at random might wield dominion over the sacred land of Noel. One can only imagine the immense power the Sword Pavilion must possess. If the Sword Pavilion is indeed so formidable, why then do they feign trepidation towards the Sacred Heaven sect? Lin Yin articulated his doubts, noting that their indifference towards the Black Flame Demon King's demise was perplexing. Such petty calculations might deceive others, but to Lin Yin, it was evident that the Sword Pavilion sought to preserve its strength until the opportune moment arrived to surge forth into the central continent. Engaging in conflict with other sects at this juncture would indeed be premature. Elder Ming's analysis was undeniably astute, a sentiment Lin Yin wholeheartedly agreed with from the moment he stepped into the Sword Pavilion. It had become apparent that this establishment was markedly distinct from other sects, exhibiting the nascent form of a central continent power. Their criteria for recruiting disciples, seemingly constrained by imperial edicts, were in fact a selective process, one that favored those possessing extraordinary talent. That it is irrefutable that even an ordinary outer disciple of the Sword Pavilion could rival the elite disciples of the Sacred Heaven sect. These subtle machinations not only concealed their true intentions from the Sacred Heaven sect, but also deceived the world at large. The depth of Lin Yan's curiosity concerning Elder Ming intensified. Who exactly was this enigmatic old man who had appeared out of nowhere years ago, leaving behind the legacy of the demon eye? Lin Yin inhaled deeply and inquired slowly. The demon domain was a territory once overrun by the demon race in ancient times. To gain entry, one must traverse the Mirror Demon City, a veritable gateway to the abyss. Although the demon race has vanished, the demon domain remains an exceedingly perilous realm, harboring various formidable beings. Moreover, any warrior surpassing the Spirit Battlemaster level is barred from entry, significantly hindering the exploration efforts of human powerhouses. Elder Ming seemed to ponder something, pausing momentarily before continuing. These two sects are expending considerable effort to gain access, perhaps in pursuit of the demon crown of the Demon Emperor. The demon crown of the Demon Emperor? What exactly is that? Lin Yin inquired with curiosity. It is an artifact imbued with the power of the demon race, Only the demon sovereign is deemed worthy to don it, once adorned with the crown. Symbolizing power and authority, the entire demon race would submit. However, with the disappearance of the demon race, it is conceivable that the Sword Pavilion's objective is to locate the crown and harness its vast power. Positioning themselves among the elite forces of the central continent in the future, is it truly so powerful? Lin Yin chuckled softly. This is merely a legend. No one has ever seen the true form of the demon crown. Furthermore, even if the Sword Pavilion were to obtain it, they may not necessarily be able to control it. Lin Yin was not particularly intrigued by such ethereal concepts. The crux of the matter lay in opportunity. Should he acquire a treasure of the demon race, it could elevate his own strength to unprecedented heights. The demon eye represented a legacy of the demon race. Perhaps within it lay a method to master the demon eye. After all, he was currently only able to restrain the demon eye using the dandan, unable to fully unleash its power. This might indeed present a remarkable opportunity. At the pinnacle of the Sword Pavilion. Hung, a melodious and ethereal sound of swordplay resonated like the enchanting notes of an ancient zither, captivating all who beheld it. Upon the mountaintop, 3 individuals sat in contemplation: Mu Li, Xing Yan, and Lin Yan, their eyes unwaveringly fixed on the distant maiden executing her graceful yet fierce sword techniques. This marked Lin Yan's second observation of Xiaolan's sword dance. Possessing an ethereal constitution, Xiaolan seemed to radiate an innate celestial aura, enabling anyone who witnessed her performance to gain profound insights, significantly aiding their cultivation. However, this time, Lin Yin was not as fortunate. Originally relying on his connection with them, he had hoped to facilitate the further evolution of his Dan, yet it appeared his wishes would remain unfulfilled. The initial resonance of his Dan with the sword's melody was a distant memory, and this second viewing yielded little effect. In contrast, Mu Li and Xing Yan appeared utterly entranced. As if on the verge of a breakthrough, Lin Yin himself was puzzled as to why he experienced a diminished impact upon this second observation. Mu Li seemed perplexed by the youth's predicament. He simply lacks that fortune. Anyone who witnesses my sister's sword dance benefits their cultivation, yet he remains untouched, Xia Yin remarked, standing beside Xia Lan, her lips pursed in frustration, observing the girl's almost frenzied fixation upon him. Lin Yin could only manage a wry smile. He knew he could not stoop to her level of pettiness and slowly replied, I think I shall focus on my own cultivation instead. The day the gates of the demon realm open is merely a month away, and I cannot afford to remain stagnant in my progress. Indeed, my master has also instructed me to ensure your diligence in training. Initially, I intended for Xiao Lan to assist you, but it seems that yielded little effect. By the way, you should find some time to visit the alchemy chamber in the sect. They possess a variety of potency-enhancing elixirs that may prove beneficial. Mu Li suggested as he rose slowly. The alchemy chamber? Lin Yin mused, realizing he had overlooked that detail. The Sword Pavilion sought to leverage his abilities to open the gates for the demon race, and it would be unreasonable to expect such an endeavor without a significant investment. Chapter 38. The frenzied alchemist alchemy chambers are almost universally present within various factions or prominent families, playing a crucial role in their operations. While elixirs may not possess the same rarity as martial arts techniques, they are indispensable to any first-rate power. Many martial artists join a sect with the aim of acquiring superior techniques and elixirs. The former enhances their strength, while the latter serves a supportive function. For instance, Lin Yin had previously consumed a gathering essence pill, an elixir that facilitates rapid recovery of spiritual essence. Although the gathering essence pill is not particularly high in rank and, therefore, quite common, there exist exceedingly rare elixirs. One of Lin Yan's intentions for visiting the alchemy chamber was to seek out any elixirs suitable for his consumption, such as the spirit elevation pill to enhance his spirit practitioner level, or the dragon tiger pill for a temporary boost in strength, both of which are vital for martial artists of the spirit practitioner caliber. Upon his arrival at the Jian Pavilion's elixir chamber, Lin Yin was truly astounded by the sight before him. That a magnificent twin-tower structure stood proudly at the center of the plaza, its steps meticulously crafted from pure white marble. 4 golden pillars supported the twin towers, adorned with gilded, clawless dragons that appeared almost lifelike. This place served as the foundation and essence of a powerful faction, and Lin Yin could vaguely sense several immensely potent auras emanating from within the towers, likely belonging to the elders tasked with safeguarding the elixir chamber. His own family possessed an elixir chamber as well, albeit one that was strictly off-limits to him and the younger generation until they reached the rank of spiritual master. The family's elixir chamber was rather rudimentary, merely a converted ordinary dwelling, and the elixirs housed within were generally of second to third grade quality. As for fourth grade elixirs, the family only had two, closely guarded by his father and the grand elder, only to be consumed in dire circumstances. It is evident how crucial elixirs are for martial artists. While Lin Yin was lost in thought, several martial artists emerged from the Twin Towers, engaged in lively conversation, their attire not that of the Jian Pavilion, but rather the distinctive pure white robes of alchemists. Each bore alchemical insignias of varying ranks on their chests. Though most were merely first or second-grade alchemists, despite their low ranks, they would inevitably rise to become third or even fourth-grade alchemists, at which point any one of them could wield the power to summon the winds and rain. The Jian Pavilion had a separate alchemist association dedicated to concocting elixirs for its disciples. It was rumored that Elder Hua Yi was to publicly impart his alchemical knowledge. He had been in seclusion for nearly 5 years, and such an opportunity should not be missed. Indeed, Elder Hua Yi was one of the few fourth-grade alchemists residing within the Twin Towers, commanding respect even from the outer sect's leader, listening to the whispers of passing alchemists. Lin Yin began to comprehend the situation. No wonder so many alchemists were entering and exiting. Today marked the day of the alchemical teachings from the Elder, a rare and fortuitous opportunity for lower-grade alchemists. The teachings of a renowned alchemist would undoubtedly help them avoid many pitfalls on their path. Initially intending merely to procure an elixir, Lin Yin found himself intrigued by the alchemists, though he held the status of a creator. He believed that acquiring more skills could only benefit him. The Jian Pavilion was quite accommodating towards its disciples, welcoming anyone wishing to observe, regardless of their status as alchemists. However, Lin Yin noticed few martial artists attending, as those who could not aspire to become alchemists would find little use in mere observation. The alchemist is a rare profession on the continent, and the foremost requirement to become one is possessing a strong mental fortitude coupled with an inherent affinity for fire attribute spiritual essence. These represent merely two of the fundamental prerequisites. Alchemists must also meet various additional criteria. To illustrate a few examples, one must exhibit control, endurance of spiritual essence, and substantial financial resources. Naturally, these are not exhaustive. In summary, it is indeed quite challenging to aspire to be an alchemist. Amidst a group of several dozen alchemists, Lin Yin blended into the crowd of the Twin Towers. These alchemists displayed a certain arrogance, rendering it unlikely that anyone would notice an inconspicuous low-level warrior among them unless one possessed terrifying strength, for it is quite difficult to earn the respect of an alchemist otherwise. However, should Lin Yin reveal his identity as a creator, it is probable that these individuals would regard him with entirely different eyes. Upon entering the Twin Towers, Lin Yin encountered an array of vessels, including alchemical furnaces for potion crafting and gathering fire cauldrons for weapon forging, essential tools that no alchemist would be without. If one were fortunate enough to stumble upon an alchemist ring, it would likely contain either potions or such items. During the tedious wait, Lin Yin witnessed what true vastness of resources looks like. He roughly counted over 30 alchemists present in the room. This formidable assembly of alchemists would wield considerable influence in any faction within the imperial capital. Cough, cough, please settle down. An elderly man in a white robe descended from the Twin Towers, his somewhat diminutive stature contrasting with the 4 hammer insignias emblazoned upon his chest, which stood out conspicuously. As the elder spoke, the 30 or so alchemists fell silent, their gazes filled with admiration and reverence, with some even displaying a near-fanatical devotion. After all, he was a 4th rank. Many alchemists spend their entire lives without ever crossing the threshold into this prestigious rank, a fact Lin Yin was well aware of. Even the esteemed Fan Lao of the Xia family was merely a 3rd-rank alchemist, seemingly destined to never ascend to the 4th rank, even as his lifespan wanes. Elder Hua, it is rare for you to have the time. We arrived quite early. What new breakthroughs do you have this time? A 2nd-rank alchemist inquired eagerly from him. Does this young brother have something to say? Elder Hua asked gently, stretching his neck to gaze at the youth. No, not at all. Lin Yin hastily waved his hand. Is he an alchemist? Indeed, though he hardly seems like one. How did I not notice earlier? Lin Yin felt a tad awkward as all eyes turned toward him, lowering his head slightly. However, he could hardly blame them. All the alchemists donned white robes symbolizing nobility and elegance, while he alone wore a gray robe procured from a second-hand market. It was no wonder that amidst a sea of white, he stood out like a solitary speck of gray. No need for concern. Our twin towers welcomes all, regardless of whether one is an alchemist or not. Perhaps this young friend will become an alchemist in the future. Elder Hua seemed in good spirits and did not appear overly concerned. Elder Hua, please do share your new breakthroughs so that we may also bask in your glory, exclaimed a rather impatient alchemist. Hee, since everyone's enthusiasm is so high, I shall share the results of this seclusion, a mid-level mystical technique, the 9 rotating flames technique. Should one master such an art, even without being an alchemist, one could concoct first and second grade elixirs. That a hint of pride was evident on Hua Yi's face. Suddenly hearing this, Lin Yin, who had been seated in the corner, could no longer remain composed, judging by the old man's tone. Could it be that even those who were not creators could forge techniques? When did the ancient land of Lan transform so drastically? What then is the value of his identity as a creator? Lin, my boy, do not heed this old fool's nonsense. The creation of techniques is an exclusive ability of creators. This 9 rotating flames technique was not crafted by him. Rather, it was modified, merely altering the flow of spiritual essence to enhance fire attribute essence. For those lacking fire attribute essence, one could forcibly condense fire seeds using the modified flow. The words of Elder Ming provided Lin Yin with a sense of relief. He had initially thought it to be a remarkable breakthrough. After 5 years of seclusion, to produce such a trivial item, while it may seem inconsequential to Lin Yin, for those almost fanatically obsessed with alchemy, it was indeed extraordinary. Elder Hua's statement held true. A first-grade alchemist, his eyes filled with fervor, fixated on the technique in the old man's hand, exclaimed, "Haha, is there any doubt? You must be a first-grade alchemist, that I can assure you. If you master this 9 rotating flames technique, you will barely be able to concoct second-grade elixirs." Hua Yi raised the technique and proclaimed, at this declaration, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. This revelation did nothing to diminish their yearning for it. After all, nearly everyone present was a first to second-grade alchemist, and if there were any third-grade alchemists, they were likely the presence of a small elder from a considerable distance. Lin Yin appeared quite intrigued by this technique. He had yet to genuinely create a technique of his own, not for lack of ability, but rather due to time constraints. The old man's modified technique might prove beneficial to him. Within the realm of elixirs, numerous techniques existed. What would happen if they were to be fused or altered together? Contemplating these possibilities stirred a flicker of excitement within Lin Yin. Truly, a mad alchemist, to dare modify techniques. He must understand that without the elixir to sustain the flow of meridians, truly practicing such a technique could result in severe backlash. Before even producing an elixir, Elder Ming possessed considerable expertise in technique creation and instantly discerned the notable risks inherent in the technique. Chapter 39. A dangerous experiment. As the number of alchemists within the Twin Towers grew, Hua Yi began to unveil his ulterior motives. He intended to use the guise of teaching alchemy to recruit individuals for experimenting with the technique's viability. Before Lin Yin could recover from his shock, the old man descended from the high platform, holding the 9 rotating flames technique aloft, and proclaimed, "Dear comrades, the labor I have endured to create this technique is solely for the enhancement of our Twin Tower strength. After all, the prestige of martial arts has now eclipsed ours. Therefore, who among you is willing to assist me in testing this technique? Whoever is the first to experiment, upon success, I shall prioritize the impartation of this technique to them." Who? Upon hearing these words, the alchemists present exchanged glances, each casting greedy looks towards the technique. However, to their disappointment, not a single individual stepped forward. Lin Yin had long since discerned this truth. The technique was not something that could simply be wielded upon creation. Even with his own Dan of binding, he understood that caution was paramount after its formulation. After all, the technique belonged to the category of distortion-type auxiliary skills, forcibly altering the flow of spiritual energy. This carried both advantages and disadvantages. On one hand, it could unleash extraordinary combat prowess, while on the other, excessive flaws in the technique could lead to backlash, resulting in injuries to the meridians or even the loss of one's cultivation, and in severe cases, pose a threat to life itself. Elder Hua Yi, I am Ao Feng. Seeing that I have surpassed the prime age for promotion, my progress in second-tier alchemy has been stagnant, and I have often faced ridicule from my peers. Today, I shall take a risk, Ao Feng stated, stepping forward slowly. Some might argue that merely becoming an alchemist is a tremendous stroke of luck. Who would dare mock? Perhaps ordinary individuals held him in reverence, but among fellow alchemists, the reality of remaining at the foundational level despite advancing in years was indeed a source of derision. Haha. Well then, since you possess such courage, come forth and give it a try. If your experiment succeeds, I shall honor my word and prioritize imparting the 9-will divided flame technique to you, allowing you to touch the realm of third tier. Hua, he exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with amusement. It appeared that Ao Feng's yearning for the third tier had bordered on madness. Otherwise, why would he risk so much to be the first to step up? To experiment with a technique does not equate to mastering it, for such skills cannot be acquired overnight. What does experimentation entail? It signifies executing the technique according to the prescribed flow of meridians, yielding only a fraction of its true power. This was akin to Lin Yan's initial attempt at the golden light palm. Even with the assistance of the Dan of Binding, he could hardly unleash its potential. It required dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of iterations for one to genuinely comprehend the formidable strength encapsulated within a technique. The attendees held their breath, as if in unison, retreating cautiously, fearing that the technique might run amok and cause an explosive disaster. Lin Yan took this opportunity to push forward. He feared not the potential explosion, and moreover, a modified mid-tier technique would hardly reach the level of catastrophic detonation. Approaching the front allowed him to witness the reformed technique firsthand. Perhaps this old coot's 5 years of effort would benefit him. Ao Feng grasped the scroll, his eyes glinting with avarice as he gazed at it for a few moments before swallowing hard. Elder Hua Yi, it's not that I lack trust, but what if? Rest assured, should any mishap occur, I shall exert all my strength to protect you, Hua Yi replied, appearing somewhat impatient as he waved his hand dismissively. With the esteemed promise from the venerable Hua Yi, Ao Feng had no reason to falter. Gritting his teeth, he unfurled the scroll, and a fiery crimson radiance burst forth, dazzling like heavenly fire. In that instant, only Lin Yan, standing close by, could observe the effect with clarity. His gaze involuntarily darted. At first glance, it seemed no different from an ordinary technique, yet he stood too far to discern its true nature. Haha, Ao Feng, are you afraid? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It appears that you are destined to refine only second-tier elixirs for the rest of your life. Observing the evident trepidation in the other party's demeanor, some alchemists began to incite, while Hua Wai, far from discouraging them, merely smiled with an air of encouragement, surrounded by individuals younger than himself, of a similar rank, and even one who had already ascended to the third tier. Ao Feng could not tolerate such provocation. His mind ignited with fervor as he tightly grasped the scroll, immersing himself entirely in the intricacies of the technique. As Ao Feng commenced his experimental endeavor, all present held their breath. Even Hua Wai was deeply focused, uncertain of what might transpire in the next moment. The perception abilities of alchemists far surpassed those of ordinary warriors. They inherently understood that Ao Feng had begun to apply the descriptions from the technique in his experiment. At that moment, Lin Yan, standing 3 paces away from Ao Feng, felt a sudden stillness in his gaze. As tendrils of dark energy filled his pupils, a manifestation of his demonic sight that allowed him to perceive what others could not. This was indeed an advantage. Wah! Ao Feng gasped in horror. Watching the scorched fabric of his white robe at his wrist. It's nothing, just a minor flaw. Continue, Hua Wai urged, his eyes brimming with an insatiable thirst for success, seemingly indifferent to the life of the other. Gritting his teeth, Ao Feng pressed on with the experiment. As the flow of spiritual essence accelerated, the flames beneath his skin intensified, surging with each passing second, perhaps reaching the limits of his body. Just when everyone believed success was imminent, 2 blazing flames erupted from Ao Feng's shoulders, extending to his wrists and back, enveloping him in fiery red inferno. Ah, it's so hot. Hua Wai, save me. Ao Feng instantly discarded the scroll, rolling on the ground like a human torch. The alchemists present turned pale at this sight, perhaps reflecting on their fortune at not being the first to experiment, lest they become the next victim. Damn it! What went wrong? Hua Wai wasted no time. His withered palms were suddenly cloaked in an aura of extreme cold, transforming into an icy expanse of several square meters, enveloping Ao Feng entirely. Spirit King, Lin Yan's expression momentarily froze as he sensed the chilling presence, realizing that not only was the opponent a 4th-tier alchemist, but also a formidable Spirit King. However, this was not surprising, for Hua Wai had long been a renowned powerhouse in the sacred land of Noer. Despite the overwhelming cold aura enveloping Ao Feng, the flames upon his body did not diminish. Rather, they flared up, as if provoked. A desperate shriek erupted, as Ao Feng became a complete human inferno, teetering on the brink of turning to ashes. A mere mid-tier profound technique, could it possibly defy the heavens? Hua Wai extended his hands, suddenly grasping, and a colossal aura rippled outward, forcing the observing youth to retreat several steps, as did the other alchemists. Releasing the full might of a spirit king, Huawei barely managed to subdue the raging flames. Yet, the hidden fire beneath Ao Feng's skin showed no sign of abating. It was undeniable that once Huawei's spiritual essence was depleted, Ao Feng would likely face the fate of being reduced to ashes. "Assist me." Huawei's countenance darkened as he bellowed at the gathered alchemists. Suddenly awakened, the alchemists hurriedly stepped forward, yet before they could advance, they were obstructed by a youth who had taken a single step ahead. "Elder Hua, this is due to the internal meridian issues. Controlling the external flames merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. Perhaps that I can assist you," Lin Yin remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips. Initially, he could have intervened at the first sign of danger during Ao Feng's experiment, but upon reflection, he deemed it prudent to allow the situation to unfold, especially considering the presence of a fourth-grade alchemist, should danger arise. He might gain a favor in return. Upon hearing this, Huai abruptly turned his head, pausing for a few seconds before murmuring, "Kid, your cultivation is merely at the spirit level. Can you truly control flames that even I, a spirit king, cannot manage? This is a matter of life and death. Do not jeopardize everything for the sake of pride. Indeed, I would advise you to keep your distance. Should the flames spiral out of control, you might find yourself engulfed in their fury," sneered a second-grade alchemist, casting a scornful glance at the youth. This sentiment was echoed by the other alchemists present, who regarded him not only as an outsider but also as a lowly martial artist who had intruded. Feeling the whispers of doubt swirling around him, Lin Yin furrowed his brow and replied in a voice tinged with gravity, "If you do not trust me, then so be it. It is of no concern to me." As he spoke, Lin Yin directed his gaze towards Ao Feng, who was writhing in agony on the ground. "Elder Hua, that I feel as though my body is disintegrating. Let him give it a try." Ao Feng gasped, clutching his head and barely managing to utter the words. Huai hesitated for a moment. Considering the validity of Ao Feng's plea, he realized he had no means to dispel the flames within him. Should he cease his efforts, Ao Feng would surely perish. Perhaps this young man was not merely speaking empty words. "Very well, let us see what you can do. Should you fail, I trust you understand the consequences." He acquiesced. Lin Yan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he disregarded Hua Yi's warning and gradually approached Ao Feng. At that moment, the core within him began to surge with fervent energy. Chapter 40. The favor of a spirit king. The onlookers regarded the youth's calm demeanor with contemplation, secretly weighing whether he possessed genuine skill or was merely posturing for attention. "Wait a moment. I see you are unfamiliar here. Surely, you cannot have joined the Sword Pavilion in recent years. Might I inquire your name?" asked one alchemist, furrowing his brow after a lengthy pause. Tio Hua Yi. The unfamiliar faces were overwhelming, especially after his 5-year seclusion, during which countless martial artists and alchemists had joined the Sword Pavilion. Thus, he paid little mind to the inquiry, and upon being prompted, he nodded in agreement with the other alchemist's question. "I joined the Sword Pavilion just a few days ago, from Shenglin City, the Lin family." "Lin Yin," the youth replied confidently. Observing the self-assured expression on the young man's face, Hua Yi furrowed his brow, then abruptly retracted his power, causing the chilling aura surrounding Ao Feng to dissipate. In that instant, the flames within Ao Feng broke free from their restraints, seemingly poised to consume all flesh and blood. Lin Yin, though not exceptionally versed in the intricacies of runaway techniques, understood that for a core formation, this was not overly complicated. After all, the purpose of the core was to facilitate and create pathways for the flow of spiritual essence. Otherwise, anyone could forge techniques. Gradually lifting his arm, the youth seized Ao Feng's arm. As if the core within him sensed its master's call, its rotational speed exponentially increasing, waves of subtle energy radiating outward. The moment Lin Yin made contact with Ao Feng's body, he meticulously analyzed every flaw and imperfection in the cultivation technique. Within the briefest span of time, he devised a safe flow route for the vital essence. As Lin Yin began to channel a substantial amount of spiritual energy through Ao Feng's meridians, the initial surge of energy swiftly dissipated the flames that had been obstructing the latter's body. It was effective. Observing the flames around Ao Feng dissipate, the alchemists were left utterly astounded. It was evident that a technique which even a spirit king found insurmountable was effortlessly subdued before this young man. Such prowess is not possessed by just anyone. Lin Yin's audacity to boast stemmed, in part, from the technique's rank. After all, At this moment, his alchemical essence was merely at the first tier, making the control of a profound-level technique not overly challenging. Had Ao Feng employed a spirit-level technique or a higher one, the youth would have had to tread carefully as the flames grew weaker. Not only did the onlookers exhale in relief, but Hua Yi's taut nerves also began to ease, though they remained shrouded in the heavy shadow of failure. After dispelling the last flicker of flame, Lin Yin finally felt a sense of relief. It appeared that the advantages of the alchemical essence were not insignificant, at the very least alleviating his concerns about unforeseen accidents during the creation of techniques. The flames had been vanquished, yet Ao Feng's entire body bore severe burns, leaving him nearly devoid of strength. Alas, it has all dissipated. Who would have thought that my painstaking research over 5 years would falter at the most fundamental of experiments? Hua Yi sat exhausted on the steps, his wrinkled visage seemingly aged by another decade. Renowned as a wildly eccentric alchemist within the Sword Pavilion, Hua Yi typically shunned the crafting of pills and weapons, preferring to delve into realms that others deemed uninteresting. Nevertheless, he had produced numerous beneficial creations for the Sword Pavilion, yet now found himself bested by a technique of modest rank. It seemed those 5 years had been in vain. Little brother, I owe you a debt of gratitude today. I shall not dare to presume. Ao Feng, being carried by several alchemists, strained to bow towards the youth with all his might before departing, that I hope such an opportunity never arises. Lin Yin smirked slightly, muttering to himself, then offered a gentle smile to the departing figure. What was intended to be a grand experimental conference ultimately culminated in failure, leaving all the alchemists who had come to observe disheartened. Young friend, why do you not take your leave? Hua Yi raked his disheveled white hair and looked up at the still smiling youth. Inquiring. I believe Elder Hua may require assistance. Lin Yin casually twirled the disguised silver ring on his finger, responding with a calm smile. Upon hearing this, Hua Yi's previously unfocused gaze abruptly sharpened. What do you mean by that? Young friend, the technique you devised indeed enhances fire attributes, and quite effectively. However, the sole flaw lies in your complete neglect of the meridian flow route, which is a grave taboo for alchemists, should one fail to control the flames properly. Even with enhancement, it would merely lead to calamity, Lin Yin remarked nonchalantly as he pulled a high-back chair and sat down slowly. Alas, I am well aware of this matter. The martial artist's meridian system comprises 327 primary channels and 4,827 secondary ones. With the total number of spiritual channels exceeding 10,000, even disregarding the inherent dangers, experimenting with each one would necessitate no less than 50 years that I fear I may not live to see that day. Sighed Hua Yi heavily. His words held truth. The complexity of a martial artist's body surpasses that of an ordinary individual, as the myriad of chaotic and intricate meridians makes for a convoluted system. Many of the secondary channels are so numerous that they are challenging to enumerate, particularly the spiritual channels, which lie concealed among the primary and secondary ones, tasked with the vital role of transporting spiritual essence. Should a technique go awry, these spiritual channels would become akin to a knotted rope, obstructing all spiritual essence in one place, rendering it difficult to clear. If I were to say that I could assist you in the modification of your technique, would you believe me? Lin Yin inquired, his tone laced with a hint of skepticism. You? What did you say? Hua Yi's complexion suddenly shifted, his voice faltering. That I possess an innate sensitivity to techniques. Perhaps I could help identify any flaws. Lin Yin asserted, refraining from claiming to be a creator, for that would blatantly reveal his identity. Young friend, if you truly can assist me in perfecting this technique, I would owe you a favor. As long as it lies within my capabilities, I shall agree to any condition. Hua Yi could not let such an opportunity slip away, having witnessed Lin Yin assist Ao Feng in unblocking his meridians. He naturally harbored a glimmer of hope. Elder Hua, you flatter me as a disciple of the Sword Pavilion. It is my duty to assist an elder in need, Lin Yin replied with a tone of politeness. He expressed this because he had yet to determine what he truly desired. The other party was a 4th-grade alchemist, which implied the ability to concoct 4th-grade elixirs. He certainly could not act hastily, choosing instead to wait until he had a genuine need to approach him. Young friend, though you are youthful, your demeanor and conduct exhibit remarkable wisdom. Indeed, heroes emerge from the young. In that case, I shall not be modest. If you can truly effect improvements, I shall repay you. If not, it matters little, for creators have long since become extinct. The number of martial artists proficient in techniques across the entire continent is likely few. Hua Yi declared, rising without any airs of superiority and patting his backside as he laughed heartily. While Lin Yin alone could not guarantee 100% success in the modifications, he had the assistance of Elder Ming. And such a low-level technique alteration should not pose significant difficulty. Accepting the scroll, Lin Yin bowed and took his leave, for he had yet to engage with this technique and needed to thoroughly investigate what this old fellow had discovered over the past 5 years. Barely half an hour after the youth departed, a formidable aura emerged within the Twin Towers as a black-faced elder, also a 4th-grade alchemist, slowly appeared before Hua Yi. This lad must be the inheritor of the demon eye. I did not expect his understanding of techniques to be quite profound, the black-faced elder remarked with a nod. Haha, I could not care less about any demon eye. If this lad can successfully improve the fruits of my 5 years' labor, I shall take him as my disciple. Hua Yi laughed maniacally, almost on the verge of madness. You old rascal, did you not vow never to take a disciple for life? The black-faced elder retorted, rolling his eyes to there always an exception to every rule. I perceive this lad to be rather extraordinary. I have just heard that he managed to withstand 3 moves from the sword madman. And notably, he has yet to reach the level of a spirit master, as Hualong expressed with profound admiration. Haha, you may be in for disappointment. This young man has already been accepted as a named disciple by the sword madman. What? A named disciple? Hualong was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. Perhaps he has already acquired a mentor, which is why he has become a named disciple of the sword madman. Humph. Apart from the pavilion master and a few elderly pedants from the Sacred Heaven sect, who in this entire sacred land of Noor possesses the qualifications to challenge the sword madman? Hualong replied, her face set in disbelief. Do not underestimate the situation. Aside from the pavilion master, the old fellows of the sword madman and the Sacred Heaven sect are all the apparent powerhouses of the sacred land of Noor, and compared to the vast central continent, they are hardly worth mentioning. The gray-faced elder remarked in a low voice. You may be formidable, but I cannot be bothered to argue with you. I am off to enter seclusion. I hope that when I emerge next time, this young lad will present me with a miracle. Hualong huffed, waving her hand dismissively as she slowly departed, originally intending to visit the Twin Towers to procure some elixirs. Lin Yin unexpectedly reaped a considerable benefit from this excursion. It was not in vain, as he not only became familiar with the Twin Towers, but also secured a favor from a 4th-grade alchemist and a formidable spirit king, alleviating any future concerns regarding elixirs. Chapter 41. Troubles that follow one after another. The path of cultivation is invariably accompanied by monotony and tedium, aside from the fleeting exhilaration derived from perceiving an increase in strength. One is left with but a meager sense of ambition. This continent is rife with temptations capable of corroding one's very soul. Any warrior is susceptible to this. If you possess exceptional talent yet fail to wield it wisely, you will garner only fleeting accolades from others. Lin Yin harbored an intense yearning for the temptations surrounding him, yet he was acutely aware of the burdens he bore and understood his current standing. Thus he could not afford to disappoint those around him, that he must bear the weight alone. The only thing he could do for now was to cultivate and grow stronger. Exhaling a breath of pent-up air held for the young man stretched his limbs, emerging expressionlessly from a dark energy entity. Over the past few months, Lin Yin had lost count of how many times he had subjected himself to extreme body tempering, and the strength exerted by Elder Ming had been subtly increasing each time. This time, he distinctly felt that the density of his muscles had ascended to a new level, although his physique did not exude an overwhelming presence. It felt solid within, every inch of skin and flesh tightly knit together like a stubborn rock. Your perseverance has indeed impressed me. I never anticipated you would persist to this extent, Elder Ming remarked with a smile, his hands tucked into his sleeves. Then, Master, how long did you initially predict I would last? Upon hearing the elder's approving tone, Lin Yan's taut face broke into a smile. I guessed you would last at most a week. I have a keen eye for people, yet I did not expect to make an error this time. The corners of the young man's mouth curled into an almost imperceptible smile as he lifted the teacup on the table and took a delicate sip. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the tea had not yet been swallowed, and the cup surged with ripples, spilling some liquid over the rim. The young man's brow furrowed. Could it be that the alchemist's concoction had exploded during the refining process? Lin Yin resided at the outer gate of the Sword Pavilion, in close proximity to the independent Twin Towers. Thus, the youth couldn't help but associate the sound of the explosion with the commotion caused by an alchemist. Come out and take a look. The elder of the Holy Heaven sect is attacking the outer gate. Just as Lin Yin dismissed the notion, A resounding shout echoed from outside, that I in an instant. The disciples of the outer gate, startled like frightened rabbits, rushed out from their respective quarters to witness the spectacle. The Holy Heaven sect assaulting the sword pavilion. Was it a jest? The youth was momentarily bewildered and hurriedly opened the door to investigate. The Holy Heaven sect and the sword pavilion were both formidable powers within the imperial capital. Fully aware of each other's immense might, they would never resort to conflict unless absolutely necessary. Even if one side emerged victorious, the cost would likely be devastating for both, making such a confrontation seem absurd. However, as Lin Yin stepped out of the door, he felt an exceedingly subtle yet overwhelming aura enveloping the outer gate. Such a pervasive pressure could only be wielded by someone of Spirit King level. "Lin, come out. Return my grandson's life." This chilling shout left Lin Yan's face ashen. Hong Xiao. It appeared that the death of his grandson had driven him nearly to the brink of madness. This reaction was understandable. After all, that was his only legitimate grandson. Anyone in his position would be consumed by an intense vendetta, likely leaping 3 feet in fury, brandishing a weapon in search of the culprit. Just as Lin Yin was at a loss, a gust of wind surged from the outer gate, and a voice called out towards the distant elder clad in a gray robe, "I am Jian Yin, elder of the Sword Pavilion's outer gate. May I inquire why Elder Hong Xiao is in such a rage? Enough of the pleasantries. Have all those surnamed Lin roll out, or else." Hong Xiao's wild hair billowed as a formidable aura surged menacingly towards Jian Yin. Upon hearing such reckless threats, Jian Yin's expression shifted dramatically. He murmured, "Elder Hong, let us speak amicably. The Sword Pavilion is one of the foremost sects in the imperial capital. Your provocative approach is rather excessive." "Haha, presumptuous. Do not think that being near our Holy Heaven sect grants you superiority to defy. The Holy Heaven sect claims second place. Who dares claim the first? I advise you to hand over all those surnamed Lin, or I shall not rest until I have my vengeance." Hong Xiao laughed maniacally, his words laced with sharp intensity. "Surnamed Lin, is there truly anyone bold enough to provoke you, you stubborn mule?" Jian Yin nearly burst into laughter but restrained himself. It was surprising to see this elder, who held considerable sway within the Holy Heaven sect, lose his composure so thoroughly. "Bring out your grandson. I shall slay him and see how composed you can remain." "Oh, so your precious grandson has been killed. What a pity, such a prodigious talent snuffed out so prematurely," Jian Yin mused, masking his amusement behind a facade of sympathy, internally applauding countless times. "Indeed, my dear grandson. A genius of unparalleled potential," Hong Xiao lamented in a frenzy, then furiously shouted, "Quickly hand over the one surnamed Lin. I shall flay him alive, grind him to dust." Lin Yin stood at a distance, unable to suppress a smirk. Was the psychological fortitude of a Spirit King truly so fragile? In that moment, he bore no semblance of a formidable figure, resembling more a deranged old man on the street. "Elder Hong, what kind of words are those? How can you be so certain that a person with the surname Lin resides in my sword pavilion? Just days ago, we both recruited disciples, and countless martial artists flocked to the Twin Emperor Mountain. Your Holy Heaven sect has been deceitful, luring away all the martial artists. Even if there is someone named Lin, it is entirely possible that they are within your sect as well." Jian Yin squinted, his expression devoid of any emotion as he spoke. "There is no need for your interference. The number of disciples our sword pavilion has recruited is but a handful. Bring them forth to confront me." At that moment, Hong Xiao suddenly emerged from the side, dragging forth a man shackled by iron chains. The man's pupils were vacant, his expression wooden. It was evident that being held captive by a Spirit King, especially one driven to madness, had left him in a state of near insanity. The fact that he was still alive was nothing short of a miracle, and he was none other than the innkeeper who once served Lin Yin. "I regret to inform you, but my sword pavilion cannot be dictated to by an outsider like you. That if word of this spreads, what will become of our pavilion's dignity?" "Haha, dignity indeed. Very well, I shall grant you your dignity." In a fit of madness, Hong Xiao unleashed his Spirit King pressure, a torrent of overwhelming force crashing down upon Jian Yin, forcing him to stagger back several steps. It was clear that Jian Yin, merely a high-level spirit warrior, stood no chance against a Spirit King. "Do not forget your own identity. Do you wish to instigate a war between the two great factions?" Jian Yin retorted furiously. However, to a madman who had lost his grandson, perhaps any words from Jian Yin were but empty echoes. Just as Jian Yin prepared to dissuade him once more, Hong Xiao suddenly struck, a gale infused with immense spiritual essence rushing forth, bearing down upon Jian Yin. "You madman!" Jian Yin's countenance shifted dramatically. He could hardly believe that the opponent would disregard the non-aggression pact established between the Holy Heaven sect and the Sword Pavilion. Faced with the onslaught, Jian Yin could not afford to retreat, for there were hundreds of outer disciples watching. If he showed cowardice, what reputation could he maintain henceforth, possessing profound knowledge of the sword path? Jian Yin understood the other's intentions well. He brought his fingers together, conjuring an elusive, ethereal longsword from between them. The dust upon the ground was instantly swept away by the sword's aura. Spreading outward in an organized manner, the ethereal long sword collided with Hong Xiao. A brilliant explosion of spiritual sparks erupted. In that fleeting moment, the disparity in power became glaringly apparent. Even a sword cultivator with formidable attack power could scarcely bridge the gap in strength. Jian Yin, defeated. It seemed that during my previous battle with Jian Kuang, he had never exerted himself. This is the true power of a spirit king. Lin Yin stood rooted in place, reflecting on the fact that he possessed no means of retaliation against a foe of such caliber. With a cough, Jian Yin spat forth a mouthful of blood, retreating several dozen steps before barely steadying himself against a stone pillar. Hong Xiao, cease this at once. You must consider the consequences. Jian Yan's expression darkened as he shouted. If this grudge is not avenged today, I shall never leave. Hong Xiao swiftly darted forward, almost instantaneously reaching Jian Yan's side. Pointing a finger, the ethereal long sword in Jian Yan's grasp shattered into luminous fragments upon meeting the immense force. I do not intend to kill you, but should you dare to make another move, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Hong Xiao seized the innkeeper and pulled him close, gesturing towards the hundreds of disciples ahead. The once terrified attendant scrambled to his feet, hastily approaching the sword sect disciples who stood frozen in place, each of them casting wary glances. Lin Yin had emerged somewhat later than the others, lingering at the back of the group, yet the threat loomed ever closer. The attendant's eyes widened as he surveyed each face, shaking his head in denial. That moment, his gaze suddenly fixed on a pale-faced youth lingering at the rear of the crowd. Chapter 42. Timely arrival. Under the direct stare of the attendant, Lin Yin held his gaze steady without flinching, standing resolutely in place, his fingers lightly caressing the silver spirit ring beneath his seemingly tranquil exterior. Anxiety gnawed at him. Hong Xiao had gone mad. If it were revealed that he had killed the man's grandson, escape would likely be impossible. Yet, fleeing at this juncture was clearly not the wisest course of action. Had he not been discovered? Observing the attendant's expression, Hong Xiao immediately inquired. The attendant seemed to sense an unprecedented chill emanating from the youth's eyes, momentarily hesitating to point him out. Was it truly him? Hong Xiao coldly questioned several disciples standing before Lin Yin. This action sent a wave of fear through the disciples, their faces paling as they instinctively recoiled a few steps. The attendant, trembling, whether from fear or denial, seemed to dismiss the notion, prompting a fleeting glimmer of hope in Hong Xiao's heart, only for his expression to darken in an instant. His hand, like a hawk's claw, gripped the attendant's throat tightly. Though he exerted no physical force, the attendant felt as though he bore an immense weight. Despite his struggles, Hong Xiao's grip remained unwavering. Are you mocking me? Hong Xiao's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he glared at the attendant, each word dripping with menace, feeling the threat to his life. The attendant summoned all his strength to point toward the youth standing at the back of the crowd. It appeared there was no escaping fate. A bitter smile crept across Lin Yan's lips, his hand covering the silver spirit ring, bracing for whatever might unfold. Cough, cough. You promised to let me go. The attendant's face flushed red as he struggled to utter a few words. Then I shall release you. Hong Xiao abruptly released his grip, unleashing a wave of colossal energy that erupted like a sonic boom. The attendant was violently hurled dozens of meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, reduced to a mere puddle of mud. The expression of despair and terror etched upon his face forever imprinted in the youth's memory. You've hidden yourself quite well, thief. Did you ever consider that I would come looking for you? Hong Xiao waved his sleeve slightly, conjuring a fierce wind that swept aside all the disciples blocking Lin Yan's path, revealing a clear passage. I did think about it, the youth replied, his eyes narrowing slightly. A nonchalant tone in his voice. If you knew he was my grandson, would you still have the heart to strike? Hong Xiao, having identified the culprit, seemed in no rush to enact swift retribution. In his heart, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for the youth. How could he not take the time to torment him properly, to honor his grandson resting in the netherworld? I think I would. Lin Yin shrugged slightly, feigning indifference. The disciples present were profoundly shaken by the youth's calm demeanor. Yet, Their minds swiftly recalled a recent figure of renown from the outer sect, none other than the boy who had matched the formidable sword Mad in 3 exchanges. Are you to accompany me now, or shall I compel you to leave? From a considerable distance, Lin Yin could even perceive the accelerated beating of the other's heart. The earth trembled, and the air hung still. It was as if a frenzied beast was poised to pounce at any moment. At that instant, the youth truly comprehended the immense power that a spirit king possessed. He had perhaps always believed that a spirit king was not invincible. Yet now, this naive notion was shattered by the overwhelming aura that surged towards him. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yin thought, if the mere presence of a spirit king could crush him, then all his arduous training over the past year must appear as nothing but the antics of a buffoon in the eyes of the powerful. How could he ever contend with an empire 3 years hence? Hong Zhao's expression darkened as he took a step forward, his formidable pressure intensifying once more. Some younger disciples, lacking in strength, turned pale, and a few broke into a cold sweat, barely managing to remain upright with the help of their peers. Young man, if you cannot withstand it, do not force yourself, Mei Lao remarked coolly, observing the boy who clenched his fists tightly. Without a word, Lin Yin gritted his teeth and surged forward in a frenzy. In that moment, all the spiritual energy within him boiled violently. The blood-red light flickered in his grasp as he swung the black prison blood blade towards the elder without holding back. I do not know who has granted you the audacity to challenge me, but for that alone, I can spare you a few days of suffering. Hong Xiao remained stationary, suddenly stomping his foot. A ripple of air emanated from the center, akin to a whirlwind, sending the still-approaching youth hurtling backwards, with no possibility of resistance. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted forth as the boy crashed heavily to the ground. The blood blade spinning through the air before embedding itself firmly beside his ear, mere inches from his forehead. Is this my strength? The youth scoffed bitterly upon seeing his shattered knuckles, since you possess the ability to join the sword pavilion. You must have a master. I am curious. Has no one ever taught you how to act in the presence of the powerful? Hong Xiao approached the boy step by step, a mocking sneer on his lips. An ominous gray aura having inexplicably gathered in his palm. As Hong Xiao's words fell, an imperceptible surge of energy radiated from the youth's chest, lasting only a brief moment. Even the less skilled warriors failed to notice it. However, Hong Xiao, as a spirit king, suddenly froze in place, his brow furrowing. Was it an illusion? After a moment's hesitation, he disregarded it, directing the highly corrosive gray energy towards the youth with a slight flick. Seemingly devoid of any fluctuation, yet potent enough to dissolve flesh, Sword Mad abruptly swung his arm, the long sword crashing down like a colossal mountain, unleashing all its energy. How did he arrive here? Lin Yin gasped, clutching his chest as he struggled to rise, astonished by his own words. It seemed that with the danger averted, the latent yet immensely powerful wave within his chest finally settled. Hey, kid, are you all right? Sword Mad turned his head and asked casually. Thank you, master, for saving me. I am unscathed. Lin Yin gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. Undeniably, had it not been for Mei Lao's specialized body training, that first strike from Hong Xiao would have likely shattered his bones. Sword Mad, do you dare to obstruct me? Hong Xiao exclaimed in fury, sensing the immense power behind the opponent's strike. Hong Xiao, your audacity has grown bolder, daring to wreak havoc in Sword Pavilion. Take advantage of my restraint and leave at once. Jian Kuang, with a carefree demeanor, appeared utterly dismissive of his opponent. Truly, Jian Kuang embodies the essence of recklessness. After enduring a century of arduous cultivation of corrosive power, who among my peers could rival me? Today, this lad's life is as good as mine. Suddenly, Hong Xiao swept his sleeve, unleashing a tempest infused with potent gray energy. Yet, Jian Kuang remained unyielding, his sword poised before him, executing a swift horizontal slash. A matching hurricane surged forth, dissipating the surrounding gray energy entirely. The formidable sword aura he wielded attested to Jian Kuang's undeniable status among the spirit kings. The sword pavilion, revered as a once-in-a-millennium embodiment of the sword's essence, indeed possesses considerable might. Let us engage in battle today. Observing Jian Kuang's assertive stance, Lin Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. His unique constitution likely played a role in this confrontation. Had he been merely an ordinary disciple, the Sword Pavilion would hardly risk enmity with the Holy Heaven sect. It is undeniable that should he perish, the demonic eye's essence would vanish, leaving no one to unlock the gates of the demon domain. Humph! Do you even think you are worthy? Jian Kuang's words were not merely a taunt towards Hong Xiao, but also a reminder of his own decades of experience, though he may not appear older. His ascension to the rank of Spirit King far surpassed Hong Xiao's, significantly slowing his aging. This clash between Spirit Kings left the outer disciples in awe. Such a confrontation between titans is not a spectacle one can witness at any moment. Fueled by a thirst for vengeance, Hong Xiao seemed to have forgotten Jian Kuang's esteemed reputation and strength in the imperial capital. Launching himself into battle without a second thought, the two collided in an instant. A thunderous crash echoed, and as the dust settled, Jian Kuang stood firm, while Hong Xiao staggered back several paces before regaining his footing. Spirit King level 7. When did you reach Spirit King level 7? Hong Xiao, in the midst of battle, accurately gauged his opponent's prowess, astonished to find Jian Kuang at such an exalted level. This pinnacle of strength was typically reserved for the reclusive elders of his sect. To think even the Sword Pavilion possessed such formidable might. You would do well to recognize your limitations. I have no desire to quarrel with you. Let us part ways. Jian Kuang always wore an expression of indifference, which only served to intensify Hong Xiao's ire. Lin Yan, utilizing the demonic eye, had barely discerned the opponent's strength, initially believing Jian Kuang to be at Spirit King level 5. To his astonishment, he now realized Jian Kuang was at level 7. While Hong Xiao's strength barely reached level 3, that the apparent minor difference in power revealed itself to be a chasm in combat at that moment. A voice from the mountain peak reverberated, shaking the air with a deafening resonance, yet devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, as if the sound bypassed lower-tier warriors, targeting only Hong Xiao. Grand Elder. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Jian Kuang's eyes as he gazed toward the summit. Murmuring to himself, originally, Hong Xiao would not relent so easily, but to Lin Yan's astonishment, fear etched across Hong Xiao's face, as if he trembled at the mere mention of the voice's owner. How infuriating. Youngster, regarding today's matter, I assure you that I shall not let it rest so easily. You may evade me for a moment, but you cannot escape forever. I will keep a vigilant eye on you. Hong Xiao, suppressing his urge to unleash his fury, transformed into a streak of light and vanished instantaneously from the gates of the Sword Pavilion. Lin Yan gazed curiously, seemingly sensing a vast energy that appeared to merge harmoniously with the heavens and the earth, casting its gaze over the entire Sword Pavilion. Chapter 43. The Master of the Dark Flame Demon King. Originally seething with rage, Hong Xiao retreated in a disheartened manner upon hearing the thunderous roar of the heavenly tribulations. This unexpected turn left all the disciples in disbelief, and even Jian Kuang's expression shifted slightly. At the distant mountain peak, a formidable figure, second only to the pavilion master, has long safeguarded the Sword Pavilion. For a century, any challenger to the authority of the Sword Pavilion who encountered him had no choice but to flee. As Lin Yan stood in astonishment, a voice echoed once more. You must be Lin Yan, the inheritor of the demon eye. The tone was gentle and benevolent, yet it concealed an overwhelming power that left the youth in a daze. Had it not been for Jian Kuang's deliberate cough, he might still have been lost in his thoughts. Senior, this lad is indeed Lin Yan. Haha, quite right. I am the Grand Elder of the Sword Pavilion. Please come here. I have matters to discuss with you. Suddenly hearing these words, Jian Kuang raised an eyebrow slightly and then nodded towards the youth. Master, what realm is he in? Why do I sense only elusive and ethereal power? Lin Yan inquired slowly, feeling the power emanating from the voice. Though it was challenging to discern that it appeared that some force enveloped the Sword Pavilion, suppressing the perception of souls. I could not fathom what this mysterious power was that even the enigmatic Ming Lao could not unravel. Though Lin Yan's mind was filled with questions, it was evident that this was not the time for inquiries. This elder of the Sword Pavilion had no ties to him, nor were they master and disciple. Why would he wish to converse with him? Could it be due to his unique constitution? Observing the youth's hesitance, Jian Kuang approached him and said, Rest assured, the Grand Elder means you no harm. Go on. Lin Yan nodded slightly, and amidst the envious gazes of all, he made his way towards the mountain's summit, the embodiment of the Sword Pavilion's formidable power. That a shortcut led to the peak, designated for the elders and high-ranking officials of the Sword Pavilion. After all, one could not ascend the mountain through the outer and inner gates, lest the disciples witness it and incite a wave of fervent requests for mentorship. Much like Jian Kuang, where countless prodigies sought his tutelage, yet most found themselves without a mentor as he walked along the tranquil path, flanked by towering trees with sharp, elongated branches and leaves resembling daggers. Known as iron sword trees, an exclusive flora of the sword pavilion. Moreover, these trees, if allowed to grow for over a century, could have their branches harvested to forge weapons, constantly nourished by rich spiritual essence. The weapons crafted from these branches might surpass the sharpness of ordinary steel swords. It is likely that the cultivation of iron sword trees partly serves to provide alchemists with materials for weapon crafting. As Lin Yin ascended further, he felt an increasing density of spiritual essence surrounding him. While the spiritual energy in the outer sect had been quite rich, it paled in comparison to the several-fold intensity present here. It seemed that the majority of the spiritual essence of the entire Shuangdi Mountain converged upon the peaks of the Holy Heaven sect and the Sword Pavilion. Under such conditions, cultivating here would likely outpace the efforts of those toiling outside by several times. After approximately half an hour's journey, Lin Yin finally reached the summit. However, the scene before him was starkly different from his expectations. He had envisioned the Elder's dwelling to be a resplendent and towering pavilion, or perhaps a cave of exquisite beauty. To his surprise, there were only a few modest thatched huts atop the mountain. The peak was frigid, with icy winds sweeping through, and the snow on the roofs of the huts appeared to be centuries, if not millennia, old. It was apparent that the mindset of the strong was indeed distinct. Their singular pursuit of the ultimate martial path had rendered their material and spiritual needs to a bare minimum. Showing little concern for the trifles of daily sustenance and shelter. As he approached, a voice echoed once more. Lin Yin turned his gaze towards one of the thatched huts, swallowed hard, and slowly walked over. The creaky wooden door swung open, and the moment he stepped inside, a wave of warmth enveloped him, in stark contrast to the bone-chilling winds outside. At that moment, Lin Yin finally beheld the true visage of the Grand Elder, a nondescript old man with a white beard. A few age spots gracing his face, clad in a simple robe of coarse fabric, smiling gently at him. Out of respect for the powerful, Lin Yin bowed deeply. Disciple Lin Yin pays respects to the Grand Elder. Ah, no need for formalities. Please take a seat, the Grand Elder replied warmly, with a slight flick of his sleeve, summoning a chair that had likely not been occupied in ages to position itself before the young man. Feeling somewhat awkward, Lin Yin sat down, but before he could speak, he noticed the old man had been fixated on him since his entry. Did he possess something that intrigued this elder? I'm not entirely sure about that. Lin Yin scratched his head and said nonchalantly, when I was young, I encountered a powerful being who asked if I wished to become strong. I replied affirmatively, and then an unfamiliar strength manifested within me. At that moment, the Grand Elder's gaze sharpened, as if weighing the credibility of the young man's words. However, after a brief scrutiny, he seemed to set aside his doubts, appearing to accept Lin Yan's account. It appears that after my disciple's passing, the demon I underwent a lineage transfer, and subsequently it was bestowed upon you. The Grand Elder spoke slowly, a shadow of melancholy crossing his features. This revelation. A subtle shock flickered across Lin Yan's face. A disciple. Could it be that the Black Flame Demon King was this elder's pupil? He had perished centuries ago, having reached the pinnacle of Spirit King strength. Could it be that this old man before him was a Spirit Emperor? Heavens, a Spirit Emperor! Lin Yin stifled his astonishment. Instinctively reaching to cover the silver spirit ring adorning his finger, he could hardly fathom the consequences should the Grand Elder discover that his beloved disciple had been transformed into a puppet. The thought left Lin Yan's expression somewhat uneasy. What troubles you? The Grand Elder's keen gaze pierced through, immediately discerning that something was amiss with the young man. It is of little consequence. I too have heard tales of the Black Flame ancestor, who once commanded great respect in the sacred land of Noer, only to be betrayed and meet his untimely demise, eliciting a certain lamentation. Lin Yin harbored uncertainty about whether his companion would believe such words. Nonetheless, the fact that the Black Flame Demon King was reduced to a mere puppet must remain undisclosed. Who knows how this old rogue might react? Have you heard about my disciple? A grave expression surfaced on the Grand Elder's countenance. The murder of the Black Flame Demon King was known only to the upper echelons of the Imperial Capital and the Holy Heaven sect. Outsiders merely believed he perished due to a backlash from the demon while ascending to the Spirit Sovereign level. Damn it! Loose lips sink ships, Lin Yin quickly realized, instinctively clenching his fist. In the presence of such a formidable being, it was likely that his little secret had long been discerned. Do not be anxious. Since the demon has chosen you, it is essential that you make the most of its power. Perhaps this is destiny, the Grand Elder remarked nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by how much the youth comprehended. This only deepened Lin Yan's curiosity. Given the Grand Elder's immense prowess, why did the Sword Pavilion remain passive while the Black Flame Demon King was besieged, merely watching a peerless powerhouse fall? Grand Elder, forgive my boldness, but why did the Sword Pavilion not intervene to rescue the Black Flame ancestor during his assault? The Grand Elder's expression grew bittersweet. In this empire, many matters lie beyond the grasp of your current realm. We too wished to act when the Black Flame was slain, yet for the greater good of the Sword Pavilion, we were compelled to endure, perhaps in due time, as you grow in strength. You shall comprehend all the underlying reasons. Ultimately, even peak powerhouses cannot wield absolute dominion. The constraints imposed upon martial artists by this continent are exceedingly severe. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan ceased his inquiries. Had the Black Flame not perished, he would never have acquired the Demon Eye, nor would he have encountered Elder Ming. Perhaps this is what one might call fate. Observing the youth, the Grand Elder continued. Since you share the same constitution as my disciple, I am more than willing to offer you guidance. Do you have any queries regarding martial arts or cultivation? At this, the young man's brow furrowed slightly. To be honest, ever since he had the omniscient Elder Ming by his side, there was little he required in terms of guidance. However, since he was here, he might as well express a few requests. Not only himself, but even those outer sect elders, such as Jian Yin and Jian Kuang, would surely yearn for the tutelage of a peak powerhouse. Thank you, Grand Elder. Since my arrival on the mountain, I have sensed an abundance of spiritual essence here. I wonder if I might cultivate in this place. Lin Yan spoke hesitantly. Haha, I may have anticipated this. You know why the spiritual essence here is more concentrated than in the outside world? The Grand Elder replied with an expression of foresight. What do you mean? That is because this location is sealed with the shape-shifting power that the Sword Pavilion has protected for a millennium. If your strength does not reach the high tier of a spirit warrior, cultivating here would distort your meridians, proving detrimental to you. However, if you can demonstrate abilities that earn my recognition, I may grant you permission. The Grand Elder stated without reservation. Just as those words fell, Lin Yan distinctly felt a surge of warmth emanating from the stone in his chest, only to dissipate almost immediately. If I can withstand the distortion, does that mean I can cultivate here? Indeed. Upon receiving the esteemed elder's permission, a look of surprise blossomed on Lin Yan's delicate face. Although she had never heard of this so-called formative power, she speculated that if she could practice it here, she might ascend to the rank of spirit master in the shortest possible time. Back in Shenglin City, her fervent training over the course of a month had yielded an average advancement of 1 minor level. Thus, it seemed entirely plausible that she could achieve the status of Spirit Master within a month here. Chapter 44. Formative Power, Ascension. Upon hearing this, a smirk played upon Lin Yan's lips. So, you have your eye on someone else's treasure? Master, what exactly is this formative power, and why must one attain the strength of a Spirit Battle Master before approaching it? She inquired. It was said that even a Spirit King from a millennium ago would not dare to draw too near. For although it contained immense power, it was not something that everyone could wield. Lin Yan felt an intensified curiosity about this entity, which warranted the protection of several formidable elders from the Sword Pavilion. After the patient explanations provided by Elder Ming, Lin Yan finally grasped the essence of the formative power. This power did not belong to ancient times or any specific race. Rather, its emergence appeared to be a gift from nature to humanity. Seemingly formless and colorless, it could mimic any creature within the natural world. To elucidate, as the name suggests, formative power originates from countless beings, yet belongs to none. Anyone capable of mastering it, provided they possess sufficient strength, can conjure vast creatures from their imagination using their spiritual essence. For instance, a spirit battle master could concentrate and envision a fierce tiger, and in a fleeting moment, the formative power would manifest it as such. This is the source of its formidable nature. In combat, the ability to create hundreds or even thousands of avatars or spiritual beasts using formative power greatly amplifies one's combat prowess. However, this is contingent upon the strength of one's spiritual essence. Otherwise, one may exhaust their energy before even materializing the creation, rendering them incapable of inflicting harm on their opponent while leaving themselves in a severely weakened state. This explains why those who have not reached the rank of Spirit Battle Master cannot approach. The formative power can inadvertently distort one's energy, resulting in blocked meridians. Only those who attain a high level of spirit battle mastery can withstand such effects. For centuries, countless elders of the Sword Pavilion have endeavored to harness the formative power. Yet all have met with failure. Elder Ming, if this formative power is indeed so potent, why have we never seen an elder from the Sword Pavilion possess it? Even if not everyone can master it. Surely they should at least attempt it, the youth inquired, perplexed. It is not so simple, Elder Ming replied. They are likely waiting for someone capable of wielding it to emerge. Perhaps the elders atop the mountain are adapting, biding their time for the day when the formative power chooses them. Elder Ming's analysis seemed quite reasonable, prompting Lin Yan to nod in agreement. Then, does that mean I cannot train at all? A tinge of regret welled up within Lin Yan as she spoke slowly. Should I wield my strength to protect you? The path of cultivation would surely pose no challenge. Once you have truly matured, it may be worth attempting to probe the enigmatic power of the formative force, for such formidable strength, if possessed, would undoubtedly result in a significant enhancement of one's capabilities. Having obtained permission to cultivate atop the mountain, Lin Yan wasted no time and promptly ascended. The relentless passage of time instilled a sense of helplessness, as the duration afforded to him was exceedingly brief. Thus, seizing every opportunity for growth was imperative to redeem himself in 3 years' time. At the summit, as long as the Grand Elder granted consent, anyone could enter. Lin Yan encountered no hindrances as he arrived at a modest cave nestled among the heights. Upon entering and scarcely settling down, he sensed an elusive awareness permeating the entire cavern. It seemed that from the moment he stepped onto the summit, every movement of his was being scrutinized, not so much as surveillance. But perhaps the Grand Elder wished to ascertain whether he could withstand the distortive forces of the formative power. While the act of cultivation itself was innocuous, the moment Lin Yan sat cross-legged and formed his hand seals, he perceived a transformation occurring in the surrounding air, akin to ripples on the surface of a pond. An abundance of spiritual essence coalesced effortlessly, flowing into his meridians without conscious effort. While this bore its advantages, the drawbacks were equally apparent as his meridians began to warp and distort. In a distant thatched hut, the Grand Elder squinted, sensing the alterations within the young man's body, a bitter smile creeping upon his lips as he shook his head and murmured to himself, "It appears he has not brought me any surprises." The formative power is indeed formidable. Lin Yan promptly ceased his cultivation. Though his practice had lasted less than half an hour, his meridians were already in a state of disarray. Should he persist, unforeseen consequences were inevitable. After a moment's hesitation, he queried, "Master, what should I do?" Suddenly, the elder emerged from the stone, hovering in midair, enveloped by a shroud of dark energy, perhaps to evade detection. After ensuring adequate concealment, the elder's withered palm manifested an invisible magnetic field, resembling an enormous balloon that encased the entire cave, forming a natural barrier. Once the barrier was established, Lin Yan distinctly felt the surrounding air distort and gradually dissipate. "Yes, that should suffice," the elder stated, his hands tucked into his sleeves as he nodded at the young man. Granted permission, Lin Yan wasted no time, once again forming his cultivation hand seals. This time, no mishaps occurred. A vast reservoir of spiritual essence surged forth, flooding into his being. Even the long-dormant demon eye seemed to quiver, attempting to accelerate the pace of autonomous cultivation. Every cell in his body felt like a ravenous beast, voraciously seizing the essence from the air, and he remained in this meditative state for an entire day. This young man, to the surprise of all, the venerable elder within the thatched cottage suddenly found his eyes alight, followed by a subtle smile that carried an enigmatic undertone. With the presence of an exceptional cultivation haven, Lin Yan resolved to attempt seclusion for the first time. This endeavor was rather unfamiliar to him, as his strength had yet to reach a level capable of withstanding fatigue and hunger. However, he was well prepared, with a month's worth of sustenance stored within the silver spirit ring, which might just enable him to break through to the 9th level of a spiritual practitioner. No language could adequately encapsulate the passage of time. After closing his eyes, Lin Yan opened them once more to discover that 7 days had elapsed. Had it not been for the gnawing hunger urging him to awaken, he might have continued for even longer. However, as soon as Lin Yan retrieved his provisions, he felt an unexpected turbulence within his energy sea. This tumultuous upheaval arrived without warning. Could it be that he had inadvertently brushed against the barrier of the 9th level of a spiritual practitioner? This belated surprise invigorated the youth. Should he manage to ascend to the 9th level within such a brief span, this journey would undoubtedly be worth it. Holding his breath once again, Lin Yan forcefully formed hand seals, and his energy sea rapidly expanded in tandem with the surge of spiritual essence. He greedily absorbed any stray energies from the surroundings. As his cultivation speed intensified, The surrounding atmosphere thickened with an increasingly concentrated energy. Visible even to the naked eye, breaking through to the 9th level of a spiritual practitioner was no trifling matter. It was a peak, a significant threshold that, unlike the transition from the 7th to the 8th level, required considerable effort to breach. Yet, perseverance would yield its rewards. Despite the formidable challenges, miracles often occur when one is resolutely determined to overcome them. The most critical juncture of his advancement, Elder Ming naturally appeared to oversee the process. The transition from the 8th to the 9th level of a spiritual practitioner represented a pivotal watershed in martial arts, offering substantial benefits to one's future cultivation. Should he fail, the next opportunity for advancement would be beyond reckoning. Suddenly, the youth spread his palm wide, and a gentle breeze emanated from his body, dispersing the spiritual essence entirely. He then clenched his hands together, gathering it once more. With each opening and closing of his hands, the spiritual essence, laden with abundant energy, surged against the seemingly impenetrable barrier of the 9th level. Observing the youth's increasingly adept cultivation, the elder's visage broke into a rare smile. However, this time, Elder Ming refrained from intervening, perhaps due to the inexhaustible reservoir of energy present in this locale, rendering any concerns of energy depletion during cultivation moot. The youth's abdomen contracted fiercely as the spiritual essence was compressed within his energy sea. With every breath, the purity of the essence reached unprecedented levels. As time flowed on, a droplet of condensed spiritual essence began to form slowly within the youth's body. To his astonishment, engrossed in this endeavor, more than half a month had slipped by, and it was nearly a month since he had arrived at the Sword Pavilion. The youth dared not prolong this further. After yet another 7 days of vigorously absorbing spiritual essence, it was time to challenge the 9th level. When the last remnants of spiritual essence were drawn in, the youth's energy sea momentarily stagnated, only to be followed by an eruption of energy akin to a volcanic explosion, quickly saturating every meridian within his body. Under the overwhelming impact of the spiritual essence, the barrier of the 9th level swiftly crumbled and disintegrated, releasing the pent-up frustration accumulated over the past 2 weeks. Lin Yin felt as though his body had undergone a qualitative transformation. However, he did not exhibit any overwhelming surprise. After all, he had stored up spiritual essence for 7 days. If he did not advance now, it would indeed be a pity. Chapter 45. The journey begins. Following his advancement, Lin Yin entered a brief period of consolidation. Only when the tumultuous spiritual essence within him calmed completely did he dare to stretch his limbs. His body resonated with a series of crackling sounds. After more than half a month without a drop of water or any movement, his bones had long since hardened. It would likely take 2 or 3 days for him to recover fully, a drawback of prolonged cultivation for low-level warriors. Nevertheless, for Lin Yin, who was wholeheartedly aspiring to reach greater heights, it was all worth it. Seated in the cave, the young man retrieved the provisions he had prepared in advance and swallowed them hastily. Although he did not chew, his shriveled stomach, akin to a vampire, extracted every bit of energy it could from the food. After consuming for over an hour, his gaunt abdomen finally swelled, with a satisfied belch. He took a deep breath, eager to discover just how powerful a 9th-layer spiritualist could be. Heavenly Seat Shadow. The young man let out a low roar as a golden-black light burst forth from his feet. His form approached the speed of an afterimage, and in the next moment, he leaped dozens of meters away. Compared to before, not only had his speed increased, but the distance he could cover had also significantly extended, making the execution of his techniques far more effortless than at the 8th layer. Just as Lin Yin was about to unleash his powers once more, he sensed a commotion outside the cave. The voices suggested it was Mu Li, Xing Yin, and others. "You rascal, we've been searching everywhere for you. If it weren't for the Elder's rare intervention to inform me of your whereabouts, I would have had quite the trouble finding you," Mu Li remarked, grinning as he approached the youth emerging from the cave. "That Mu Li, what brings you here?" Lin Yin responded, momentarily taken aback by Mu Li's armed appearance, complete with dual swords. "Have you lost your mind in your training? These days mark the opening of the North Wilderness Demon Region, that we must enter the Demon Region before the Holy Sky Sect does. Which is why I came to find you. Oh, I nearly forgot. Are we leaving right now? Of course. Are we to wait until after dinner?" Mu Li scoffed. Is there such urgency? Has the Holy Sky Sect already departed?" Lin Yin inquired, his brow furrowing. It seemed his time in seclusion had been far longer than he had anticipated. Missing the opening of the Demon Region would indeed be a costly error. "Yes, I received intel this morning that the Holy Sky sect dispatched 5 core disciples to the Mirror Demon region that we must set off immediately. If we delay, they'll likely discover us, Muli replied thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin realized he was already late. The Mirror Demon City lay to the west, and it was the only way to ultimately reach the North Wilderness Demon region, a journey that would take nearly a day. If they could not reach it in time, they might have to wait until the following year for another opportunity. Very well, let us depart at once, Lin Yin decided, unwilling to rest any longer. Just then, 2 figures approached from the distance, Jian Kuang and the Elder. Have you finished your seclusion? The Elder squinted at the noticeably enhanced youth, a fleeting expression of surprise gracing his features. Are you all prepared? Jian Kuang inquired as he slowly approached the trio. Prepared for a synchronized response from the trio, Jian Kuang nodded slightly, then produced a horn crafted from bone, blowing a few notes toward the sky. Observing this scene, Lin Yin instinctively looked upwards, and there, a colossal flying beast descended from the heavens, a third-tier demon beast, the storm giant eagle. Uttering the name of the beast, Lin Yin couldn't help, but the foundation of the sword pavilion was indeed formidable. Although the storm giant eagle was a third-tier beast, it soared daily at altitudes of several thousand, even tens of thousands of meters. Capturing it would be a Herculean task, let alone taming it. The crux of the matter lay in its attributes. Able to ride the winds, it could traverse even the harshest of weathers with ease, making it an exceptional mount. With this creature, one could reach the Mirror Demon City in less than half a day. Ascend now, hold on tight. There is no hope for survival should you fall from such heights, Jian Kuang said slowly, waving his hand. Given his words, it seemed he wished for Lin Yin and the others to reach the Mirror Demon City swiftly. Had Lin Yin emerged from his seclusion a day earlier, he might never have encountered the storm giant eagle. With a roar that pierced the skies, the giant eagle landed, its cry echoing and reverberating through the clouds, a sound both jarring and soul-stirring. Muli nodded slightly towards Jian Kuang, then leaped onto the expansive back of the giant eagle, standing firmly atop it, followed closely by Xing Yan. Witnessing their effortless stance, Lin Yin hesitated no longer and leapt aboard. But as soon as he did, he felt his feet slip, nearly tumbling off the eagle's back. Do not exert too much force. Its feathers are exceedingly smooth. Take your time, Muli offered a steadying hand. Speaking gently, Lin Yin nodded slightly, then relaxed until he could stand securely, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Though the eagle's back was broad, it could not accommodate 3 individuals comfortably, compelling them to stand. Muli, Xing Yan, I entrust Jian Kuang to your protection, he instructed, his tone calm yet firm. Understood, Master, Muli replied with a nod. Young one, since you possess the demon eye, do not squander it. Once we enter the demon domain, if possible, avoid lingering and head straight to the demon city, the elder advised the youth, his voice deliberate. Elder, it appears that only Haiyan has ventured to the demon city once, and since then, no one else has dared to tread there. Their strength likely confines them to the outskirts, Jian Kuang remarked slowly upon hearing the elder's words. Haha, he has a knack for delivering surprises. Let us hope this time will be no different. The elder replied with an encouraging smile. Upon hearing this, Jian Kuang seemed to grasp something profound. The mere fact that he could cultivate at the pinnacle of the sword pavilion without having reached the spirit warrior level was astonishing enough. Perhaps within him lay an undiscovered strength. As the giant eagle unfurled its vast wings, a tempestuous wind swept across the ground, scattering dust and propelling Lin Yin and his companions skyward, experiencing flight for the first time. The youth began to understand why warriors yearned for the freedom to soar unobstructed in the skies. Not only did it offer a broad vista, but it also facilitated combat. The lethality of lower-tier warriors diminished in the air, rendering them less effective in battle, thus making ground combat more advantageous. If a formidable warrior were to engage in combat on the ground, it is likely that the surrounding area, spanning 100 or even 1,000 miles, would be affected. Thus, many peak experts prefer to battle in the skies, not only allowing those below to witness the might of the powerful, but also to demonstrate the absolute status of these warriors as they traverse the air. As the giant eagle ascended to greater heights, Lin Yin began to feel the rapid beating of his heart. We are almost there, Muli remarked, gazing down at the ochre earth below with a slight inclination of his head. After flying for half a day, Lin Yin finally caught a glimpse of a vast expanse of rolling hills in the distance, an endless wasteland where not a blade of grass dared to grow for nearly 1,000 miles. This was not the true northern desolation demon domain, The harshness of the environment rendered it inhospitable for ordinary people. If it were the genuine demon domain, one could only imagine the dire conditions. Indeed, just as recorded, let us descend. Muli's face was etched with astonishment, as though he could hardly contain his eagerness to enter the demon domain, a place coveted by every warrior as a treasure trove. The demon clan once thrived, plundering endless treasures not only from humanity but also sparing none from the other 3 continents. With Muli's horn echoing once more, the giant eagle began a swift dive. Ultimately landing upon a desolate hillock. As Lin Yin stepped into the realm of the mirror demon domain, his internal demon eye seemed to resonate, emitting waves of energy that battered against the constraints of his core. However, it was not long before the core forcefully suppressed it. Damn it, we have indeed arrived a moment too late. Muli suddenly noticed a few slender, yet remarkably swift firetail wolves in the distance. These creatures were specially trained by the Sacred Heaven sect to serve as mounts for the elders. They too were third-tier beasts, only slightly slower than the giant eagle that it appears they have already entered. Muli spoke slowly, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin felt perplexed. Aside from the vast desolation, there was scarcely a trace of humanity if disciples of the Sacred Heaven sect had passed through. How could they not have noticed? About 5 miles ahead lies the boundary of the Mirror Demon City. At this juncture, we must exercise utmost caution. The number of personnel dispatched by the Sacred Heaven sect exceeds ours. If we encounter them, they will undoubtedly strike without hesitation, Xie Yin stated expressionlessly. Those ruffians, I have long wished for them to witness the might of the Sword Pavilion. Muli clenched his fist. Seething with anger, let us not forget our master's instructions. If we can avoid confrontation, we must, Xie Yin reminded, firmly holding on to the words previously imparted by Jin Kuang. Just as they were conversing, Lin Yan's eyes erupted with a brilliant dark light. With the assistance of the demon eye, the once barren wasteland began to transform. 0.5 miles away, it was as if a thunderous barrier had emerged, beyond which loomed a colossal floating city, its grandeur rivaling that of the most prosperous towns in the sacred land of Noer. However, a thick mass of dark clouds gathered above the city, perpetually flashing with lightning and thunder, while black mist engulfed the entire Mirror Demon Domain. Only by safely traversing the Mirror Demon Domain can one truly step into the Northern Desolation Demon Domain. You must have seen it, right? Xie Yin, aware of the characteristics of the demon eye, inquired slowly. Yes. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Yin furrowed his brow, his pupils contracting sharply as he discerned several faint white dots materializing within the Mirage Demon City. Though indistinct, their movement suggested they were disciples of the Sacred Heaven sect, surprising Lin Yin with their early arrival. Isn't Muli a disciple of the Sacred Heaven sect? Also frowning, he inquired. Indeed. Lin Yin replied with a slight nod. Let us depart and follow them. With a change in expression, Xing Yin was the first to leap down the hill, dashing towards the Mirage Demon City. Chapter 46. The other side of the mirror, the Mirage Demon City, was not a true realm of demons. Rather, it resembled a mirage, drifting across the desolate plains. Yet, due to the overwhelming demonic energy of the demon realm, the city remained perpetually shrouded in ominous clouds and lightning, akin to a ghost city rising from the depths of hell. Devoid of life and teeming with sinister spirits. As the trio approached the city, they beheld a colossal, transparent barrier of lightning stretching for thousands of miles, dividing the city from the outside world. This seemingly ordinary barrier was, in fact, the essential restriction for entering the demon realm. Should it detect an intruder who was neither demon nor demonic entity, the lightning would strike without hesitation, illustrating the formidable power of a restriction that even Spirit King-level beings dared not breach. Standing before the barrier, Lin Yin inhaled deeply and slowly extended his arm, gently tapping the surface with his index finger. Instantly, ripples spread outward, and a small aperture began to materialize. It's ready. You go ahead. I will hold it open, Lin Yin declared. Sensing the opportune moment, he stepped through, supporting the barrier that sought to close. Xing Yin and the others nodded, then swiftly darted into the opening, the youth following suit. Just as the 3 departed from the barrier, the surrounding lightning coalesced rapidly, and the barrier neared closure. At that moment, a shadowy figure darted through the impending fusion of the crack, its speed almost terror-inducing. The shadow seemed intent on evading Lin Yin and his companions, vanishing shortly after entering, leaving only an echo of potent sword intent in its wake. Upon truly stepping into the depths of the Mirage Demon Realm, Lin Yin grasped the terrifying nature of this place. It reflected the scenes of the North Wilderness Demon Realm at all times, and through the demonic eye, one could even glimpse the drifting undead of the demon race in the distance. These powerful beings, long deceased for millions of years, remained unwilling to fade away, transformed into lifeless entities devoid of consciousness, sensation, or vitality. As Lin Yin pondered this, Muli produced a map from his bosom. Scrutinizing it carefully, this map had been crafted by the Black Flame Demon King upon entering, detailing every blade of grass and tree with remarkable precision, likely surpassing even the sacred heaven sect's knowledge of the demon city. It seems that to reach our destination, we must traverse the undead region, Muli remarked, furrowing his brow. Is it dangerous? The youth's expression shifted slightly as he gazed at the seemingly endless undead in the distance. This is our first visit. It will undoubtedly be perilous. The disciples of the Sacred Heaven sect come here annually to seek treasure amidst the demonic energy. Thus they have long become immune to the reflections of the undead. Muli mused, scratching his head in concern. What would happen if we fell into the mirror? The youth inquired, his worry evident. I recall Master stating that initially, the Sacred Heaven sect, alongside our ancestor Hyan, dispatched over 50 disciples who unitedly ventured into this realm. Ultimately, only a mere handful survived from the mirror, and many perished before reaching the demon domain. When they finally emerged, it was only our ancestor and a few formidable disciples of the Sacred Heaven sect. Led by Muli, who vividly recounted the ordeal, it seems that these 5 individuals ahead were also selected from the countless core disciples of the Sacred Heaven sect, or perhaps their original number was substantial. But after many years of attrition, only 5 remain. Xingyan glanced at the 2 and remarked, "It appears we have no choice but to take a risk, as long as our resolve is unwavering. These phantasms created by the dead will not inflict any harm upon us." Muli, invigorated, declared, "As long as we remain unafraid, these illusions will shatter effortlessly." He then stepped forward, making his way towards the realm of the dead. Lin Yin, confident in his extraordinary will, believed that after years of soul-devouring and the unique training from Elder Ming, he might be able to overcome the illusions. As the group delved deeper, the previously drifting demonic spirits began to cluster ominously. They exuded a chilling aura, devoid of life, and Lin Yin could distinctly perceive the intense resentment radiating from the specters. The moment one drew near, a bone-chilling cold enveloped him. Despite the trio's efforts to evade these spirits, they could not escape unscathed. They clung to them like parasites, inescapable and relentless. Begone! Muli suddenly unleashed a formidable aura of a spirit warrior, attempting to repel the advancing phantoms. However, as his energy surged, Xingyan's expression shifted dramatically. Before Xingyan could finish his warning, several specters lunged forward with clawed hands. Muli repeatedly launched attacks, but they proved utterly ineffective, inadvertently hastening the formation of the illusions. Within moments, Muli found himself completely surrounded. "Curse it!" Lin Yin observed this scene with a grim expression, ready to assist, but was halted by Xingyan. "Do not intervene. He has already succumbed to the illusion that we must proceed." "What? Are we to abandon Muli here?" Lin Yin's brow furrowed in concern. "What other choice do we have? If we go to save him, we risk our own lives. That we must use this fleeting moment to escape as far as we can. If Muli breaks free from the illusion, he will follow us." Just as Xingyan turned to leave, he noticed the youth beside him losing focus, his body swaying precariously. A specter, as intangible as the air, circled before Lin Yin, extending its skeletal claws to unleash a wave of potent resentment. The young man felt as if his essence was being drained by a soul-devouring beast, unable to muster even a shred of spiritual energy. Sighing deeply, Xingyan abandoned any thoughts of Muli and Lin Yin, hastening alone towards the demon city. Unbeknownst to Lin Yin, who had unwittingly fallen prey to the illusion, his consciousness began to blur, and he experienced fleeting hallucinations. What is happening? Glancing at his increasingly insubstantial form, the youth found himself ensnared in a predicament. At that moment, the skeletal figures surrounding the youth suddenly transformed into a swirling mass of black mist, which darted into his body through his nostrils. Lin Yin felt as though he had been lifted off the ground, and upon landing once more, he found himself above a colossal altar. Surrounding the altar were 8 towering stone pillars, each bound by iron chains as thick as an adult's arm. And upon these pillars were 8 corpses, now mere desiccated remains, firmly nailed to their perches, caught in a trap. A bitter expression instantly surfaced on Lin Yan's face. Curiously, within this mirror, he retained his consciousness and was acutely aware of his presence in this reflection. It seemed to differ fundamentally from an illusion, which typically ensnares a martial artist, rendering them oblivious to reality and lost in a haze, ultimately leading to their demise within. Yet this mirror bestowed awareness, while simultaneously ensnaring one within its confines. Tistikiste, you have finally arrived. Just as Lin Yin meticulously surveyed his surroundings, a voice emanated from behind him. The boy's countenance darkened as he swiftly turned around, only to behold another youth, enshrouded in black mist, standing in place, a wicked grin upon his face. Who are you? Lin Yin demanded, his fists clenched tightly, his tone measured. You inquire about my identity? Ha! I am you. Fool! The shadow suddenly dispelled the surrounding darkness, revealing a visage strikingly similar to Lin Yan's own, yet bearing an unsettlingly malevolent smile that belied his youthful appearance. Despite the uncanny resemblance, Lin Yin discerned a stark difference. This doppelganger exuded an aura of malice, with eyes as dark as coal, devoid of vitality, resembling a Lin Yin lost to madness. Humph! Merely a long-dead specter, daring to impersonate me. Lin Yin scoffed, his fingers twitching as the blood blade of the abyss materialized in his palm. Ha ha! A specter? Would I ever be compared to those wretched corpses? The shadow abruptly cast its hand, forcefully dragging forth a spectral figure bound by chains, its form nearly dissipating from weakness. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Yin found himself momentarily at a loss, his expression shifting drastically. The specter had indeed ensnared him, yet this other self was now thrashing it to near oblivion. How peculiar, regardless of who you are. Daring to impersonate me shall ensure your utter annihilation, Lin Yin exclaimed, violently swinging the blood blade, a potent aura of murderous intent emanating from him. Impersonate you? Were it not for your cursed binding suppressing me, your body would have long since been mine, and you would not have the opportunity to prance about here. The shadow roared, brimming with rage. Hearing these words, the youth was rendered momentarily stunned. His expression turned ashen. Could this be the demonic eye residing within him? Heh, you guessed correctly. I am the Six Hells Shura Eye, a demonic spirit subjugated by your feeble humanity. Come, take a look at the corpses bound to these pillars. The shadow sneered, gesturing towards the 8 pillars. Before Lin Yin could fully absorb the shock of this revelation, he suddenly cast his gaze upward, and to his horror, he recognized that all the corpses nailed to the pillars were indeed human, with one unmistakably familiar figure among them, the Black Flame Demon King. The youth gasped in astonishment. Fear not, I have saved a place for you. The shadow pointed towards the center of the altar, unleashing a surge of dark energy, and then, suddenly, a stone pillar, similarly bound by an iron chain, rose from the ground, devoid of any corpses, yet nails hung ominously upon it. Surely, these must be the remnants of the eye of magic from various eras. Lin Yan's countenance darkened as he pondered aloud. Indeed, humanity has always naively believed they could control me. However, in the end, none have managed to unleash my full potential. How could my power be tamed by mere mortals? I have lost all faith in you. Thus, I shall no longer heed the commands of humankind. The shadow behind him spoke these words with a near roar, evidently harboring deep-seated grievances against humanity. Unlike them, if you choose to assist me, I shall elevate you to the pinnacle of the continent. Lin Yin seemed to seek to persuade his counterpart. You are no different from them. They too have uttered similar words. Take a look at him, the first inheritor of the Eye of Magic, who, due to his arrogance, failed to ascend to the spirit saint level, daring to confront the formidable demon clan alone, only to meet a fate of utter annihilation. The shadow paused momentarily and continued, perhaps that is too distant for you. Consider your predecessor, a fellow named He Yin, who, at the mere spirit king level, was besieged and met a tragic end, leading to my inheritance by a being devoid of any cultivation, subsequently being extracted by that ancient wretch and placed upon someone like you, who is not even a spirit master. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yin could only manage a bitter smile, realizing that persuading him was nearly impossible. An inevitable battle against himself loomed ahead. Chapter 47. When it gets serious, even I will strike myself observing the Eye of Magic, which yearned to break free from its shackles. A wry smile graced. Initially, he had believed the eye merely to be a simple physical trait, yet it astonishingly possessed sentience. It manifested as a spiritual entity, harnessing the power of the undead. However, this was not entirely unexpected. The Eye of Magic had endured for millions of years. Even if it lacked intelligence in the beginning, it had now autonomously cultivated, possessing a profound wisdom incomparable to that of ordinary physiques or inherited powers. So, are you implying that this battle is unavoidable? Lin Yin shrugged nonchalantly, responding with indifference. This is my homeland. I intend to imprison you here, so I may soon liberate myself. The shadow inhaled deeply, seemingly intoxicated, savoring the dark energy emanating from the mirror magic city, and spoke slowly that I fear I cannot satisfy you. There are numerous matters I must attend to if I were to perish due to my own physique. What face would I have left to discuss cleansing my disgrace? Lin Yan's pupils constricted, the blood blade emanating a chilling aura, its cold gleam aimed directly at the shadow. Then let me see what qualifications you possess to control me. The shadow likewise drew forth the blood blade, a wave of pitch-black energy instantly enveloping the abyssal blood blade, its intense malevolence transforming into a series of soul-stirring roars, sharing the same essence. Lin Yin had no reason to cower. To battle was perhaps the only chance to escape the mirror. To refrain from fighting would likely condemn him to an eternity trapped here, becoming yet another among the countless undead of the magic city. The eye of magic transformed into a streak of black lightning, trailing a residual shadow several meters behind, the sword's tip slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh, aimed directly at the boy's brow. Faced with the formidable and violent energy ahead, Lin Yin remained utterly still until the sword tip was a mere 3 fingers' breadth from his forehead. With a sudden twist of his foot, the blood blade plunged resolutely into a stone pillar, unleashing tremendous destructive force that shattered the entire pillar into fragments. The celestial seat's demon shadow, as Lin Yin watched the opponent unleash their technique. A slight frown creased his brow. It appeared that the magical eye was equally adept at the art he had learned, perhaps even more formidable than his own execution. The initial strike failing seemed well within the magical eye's expectations. Suddenly, it drew forth the blood-red blade, which caused the stone pillar to crumble to dust in an instant, the blood blade of the black abyss surging forth with murderous intent once more. Clang! The twin blades clashed, producing a dazzling array of sparks. The two combatants engaged without any discernible technique. It was purely a chaotic exchange of blows. Yet, intriguingly, regardless of how swiftly the magical eye attacked, Lin Yin managed to effectively counter each strike. Conversely, no matter how the martial arts youth struck or calculated his moves, the magical eye appeared to comprehend every action, akin to one's left hand anticipating the right hand's maneuvers. Even with eyes closed, this led to an awkward stalemate. Neither could inflict harm upon the other. In this mirrored battlefield, Lin Yin felt no depletion of spiritual essence, yet he was beset by hunger. If the magical eye were to prolong this engagement for 2 or 3 years, survival would be utterly impossible. By that time, he might already be dead, his body entirely under the magical eye's dominion. Suddenly enlightened, a hint of anxiety surfaced on Lin Yan's face as he hastily patted his chest. Master, spare yourself the futility. This is our world, impervious to intrusion by anyone, even deities, await your demise. The magical eye charged forth once more with a whoosh. Now acutely aware of the rules, Lin Yin effortlessly parried the magical eye's attacks and began to contemplate a strategy. What, have you given up? Observing the boy devoid of fighting spirit, the magical eye's lips curled into a slight smirk, only to soon contort into a snarl. I should have anticipated this. Your journey to this day is solely thanks to that decrepit old man. Without him, you would have been slain long ago. Upon hearing this, the boy remained unperturbed, his expression a mask of neutrality as he swung his sword, deflecting the blows. Lin Yin was uncertain whether time moved faster or slower within the mirror. The combat had persisted for what felt like an eternity, with neither party suffering harm. Yet, he still could not devise a countermeasure, and his once tranquil heart began to stir with anxiety. Boom! A violent eruption of spiritual essence surged forth, and Lin Yan's eyes blazed crimson as he bellowed. Enough! The boy's furious roar startled the magical eye, its expression shifting momentarily before being shrouded once more in a dark, ominous aura. Are you anxious? You cannot escape. I possess ample patience to wear you down to in 3 years. All your aspirations will crumble, and at that time, you shall willingly surrender your body to me. The magical eye laughed maniacally. In that instant, upon hearing the opponent's words, rage once again flared within Lin Yin. Why had he come here? Ultimately, it was to strengthen himself, to purge the agony wrought by the 3-year pact, if what the magical eye claimed were true. He would indeed die unrest. With his eyes ablaze, the youth stepped forward, his piercing gaze locking onto the magical eye. Do not presume that I cannot harm you. Witnessing the rekindled fighting spirit in the boy, the magical eye's lips curled slightly upwards as it brandished the blood blade and charged forward. Lin Yin suddenly dove, a brilliant golden light coalescing at the center of his palm, sending shockwaves through the surrounding air. Bang! This time, Lin Yin was thoroughly incensed by the demonic eye. Unleashing nearly all of his strength in the heart of the youth, the elegant maiden stood as a figure of paramount importance, even surpassing his own hands. Life could be sacrificed, but his principles were inviolable. With whip-like kicks, side elbows, and straight punches, he employed every part of his body capable of inflicting damage, raining down attacks upon the demonic eye like a torrential downpour. Ha ha! The demonic eye received the blows with a calm demeanor, laughing heartily and without a care in the world. However, just as the demonic eye believed that the opponent could not possibly inflict harm, a crimson blood blade unexpectedly descended from above. With a swift motion, the demonic eye caught the blade with one hand, its countenance shifting drastically. Had it not been for its quick reflexes, its wrist would surely have been shattered. Nonetheless, it sustained a grievous wound from the blood blade. "You'd have injured me." Staring in disbelief at the gaping wound in its palm, the demonic eye was momentarily rendered speechless. "Do you understand why I can see through your techniques?" Lin Yin remarked coolly, gripping his own injured hand. "Why? Because I possess several things that you lack." Lin Yin forcefully plunged his long sword into the ground, fissures spreading from the impact, and continued with a serene tone. "It is emotion. It is aspiration. It is a beating heart." As each word tumbled from the youth's lips, the demonic eye's expression darkened, the playful demeanor evaporating, replaced by a newfound seriousness. Though Lin Yin had succeeded in wounding the demonic eye, he realized that his own palm bore an inexplicable injury, signifying that he and his adversary had become one in battle, every clash a contest against himself. Concealing his injury, Lin Yin regained his formidable resolve. Here lay an advantage. He need not worry about the depletion of his spiritual essence, allowing him to fight with abandon, his attacks becoming increasingly ferocious. "Taha! Do not presume that merely wounding me will grant you your freedom. Settle in here for the rest of your days." Trembling violently, Lin Yin came to a stark realization. In the face of his own hands, he could not bring himself to be ruthless. If he truly were to unleash his full ferocity, he might even strike himself, perhaps creating an opportunity. Observing the youth's increasingly peculiar expression, the demonic eye's countenance darkened suddenly, realizing that it could no longer fathom the depths of its opponent's heart. Seizing the moment of the demonic eye's distraction, Lin Yin darted forth, not aiming at the eye itself, but rather the stone pillar behind it. Misinterpreting the youth's attack as his own, the demonic eye swiftly evaded. Yet Lin Yan's figure surged like a tempest toward the pillar. As he approached, Lin Yan's palm once again coalesced with golden light, an inexhaustible stream of spiritual essence converging, pushing the golden palm to its utmost limit. Boom! A resounding strike split the pillar asunder, the cracking sound echoing as the massive structure began to topple, heading directly toward the retreating demonic eye. Cursed be it, the demonic eye's form shifted rapidly, its expression shifting drastically. Having barely evaded one strike, it had no time to react. As the dust settled, other pillars fell in an orderly fashion, and soon the entire altar was engulfed in a tumult of rubble and dust. "You do not assist me, but instead obstruct my path. What use are you to me?" Utilizing the dust as cover, Lin Yin charged forth with the blood blade, imbued with a fierce intent to kill. Carving a path through the haze, the blood-tinged blade hurtling toward the demonic eye. Crash! The radiant blade traced a resolute line across the flesh of the demon eye's arm, penetrating deeply to the very sinews and bone. Similarly, a searing agony coursed through Lin Yan's arm, leaving him no time to assess the damage. The youth charged once more, this time positioning the bloodied blade directly against his opponent's throat. "You lunatic! You are nothing but a madman, even willing to slay yourself." A flicker of terror finally manifested on the face of the demon eye. Out if he were to be the one to drag the youth to his demise, he could gradually corrode Lin Yan's body, ultimately claiming it for himself. However, should Lin Yan choose to take his own life or be slain in a fleeting moment, the demon eye would suffer a significant diminishment. The legacy of the demon eye, passed down through 8 generations, was acutely aware of the torment that accompanied the loss of a host, wandering the world in search of a new one. Would he relent or not? Lin Yin glared fiercely at the demon eye, his voice laced with fury. "Let go. I dare you to." Before he could finish his threat, the razor-sharp bloody blade began to slice through the demon eye's neck, blood trickling down its edge. Wait. Chapter 48. Ice Demon. This time, when drawn into the mirror realm, Lin Yin did not witness the true might of the undead. Rather, he found the demon eye within himself. Ever since inheriting the demon eye, It had never communicated with him through words or thoughts. Yet now, it could harness the power of the undead to manifest within the mirror. Lin Yin felt a twinge of dread regarding this restless, ticking time bomb inside him. Had he not taken a firm stance, he might have been forever trapped in that mirrored existence. Nevertheless, this ordeal imparted a profound lesson. All things possess a spirit, even the humblest of flowers and grasses, let alone an ancient lineage that has endured for millennia. With a deep breath, Lin Yin suddenly opened his eyes wide, surveying his surroundings with heightened vigilance, only to discover that he remained in the same location as before. This revelation suggested that the so-called mirror was merely a spiritual realm where the soul was drawn. As long as one's resolve was unwavering, there would always be a chance for escape. The youth was uncertain whether to feel sorrow or worry. The altar he had just occupied was not the product of the undead-esque creation, but rather a mischief wrought by the demon eye. Ultimately, he had yet to encounter the true nature of the undead's mirrored as Lin Yin pondered. Several drifting specters began to coalesce, seemingly intent on seizing the youth's soul. Begone, observing the undead around him. The youth unleashed an intense aura of malevolence. Within this ferocity, there was a subtle infusion of the demon eye's powers, far more potent than the passive enhancements he had previously experienced, which filled him with unexpected delight. It appears that I have managed to defeat the eye of demon. It has begun to exhibit a semblance of recognition towards its master. However, it is precisely at such moments that one must exercise utmost caution, for it may launch a counterattack when your vigilance wanes. The surrounding undead have been repelled by the demonic aura emanating from the youth's body. To untie the bell, one must first fasten it. Thus, when dealing with demonic undead, employing a body imbued with demonic essence is far more effective. It is likely that the Black Flame Demon King reached the depths of the demon realm by mastering the ability to control a portion of the Eye of Demon. Lin Yin swiftly approached Mu Li, his hand, resembling a claw, forcefully grasped the latter's forehead, as a surge of black energy forcibly invaded Mu Li's mind. At that moment, Mu Li found himself drawn into a deathly realm akin to a sword tomb, fervently battling the undead. When he abruptly looked up, a colossal demonic claw, comparable to a towering mountain, extended from the heavens. Mu Li. If not now, then when? The voice resonated like a great bell, as the claw seized Mu Li's soul with the ease of catching a chick, forcibly extracting it from the mirror eye. In the instant of departing from the sword tomb, the entire mirrored world crafted by the undead began to collapse, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. Cough, cough. Abruptly awakened, Mu Li broke into a fit of violent coughs, clutching his chest, momentarily unable to comprehend his surroundings. Brother Mu, are you all right? Lin Yin inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. That was close. The power of the undead is indeed formidable. Were it not for you, I would have found it quite challenging to escape. Mu Li replied, still shaken, as he clasped his hands in gratitude. The youth nodded, his eyes glimmering with a hint of dark light as he gazed towards the colossal city, suspended in midair. Xingyan is likely nearing the Mirror Demon City. We must hasten our pace. The two exchanged a knowing glance, then set forth toward the demon city that lay both tantalizingly close, yet seemingly distant. This place is referred to as the Mirror Demon City because it serves as a perfect reflection of the true city within the demon realm. The potent demonic energy condenses here into substance. And in ancient times, it was the sole gateway to the human world. As they drew near the demon city, Lin Yin began to feel waves of chill emanating from all directions. This coldness was peculiar. It did not resemble naturally occurring frost, merely invading the skin, but instead penetrated deep into the bones, leaving even the spiritual essence stagnant. This compelled both Lin Yin and Mu Li to forcibly circulate their spiritual essence in a bid to counteract the chilling sensation. However, the more they resisted, the more intense the cold became, akin to a piece of hot coal dropped into an icy abyss. Unyielding resistance would only lead to being encased in ice. Exhaling a breath of mist, Lin Yin rubbed his hands together. His somewhat thin gray robe offered little protection against the biting cold. Before long, he felt his entire body shiver, and his spirit waned considerably. Damn it. What a bizarre place this is. That fellow Xing Yin has certainly made a swift escape, Mu Li muttered with a hint of annoyance, then turned his gaze toward the nearly transparent magic city ahead. It appeared he had misunderstood the nature of this location. It was not a mere reflection, but a magic city constructed of ice sculptures. Perhaps it had not seen sunlight for millennia. resulting in an intensifying chill that ultimately transformed the mirrored magic city into a realm of... As they walked along the narrow path paved with icy bricks, a series of long-forgotten corpses came into view. These bodies bore an unsettling appearance, with their skin as black as coal, red-tinged pupils, and tufts of dark mane adorning their necks and arms. Protruding from their elbows were uneven bone spikes, resembling daggers, and their sharp fangs seemed capable of crushing even the toughest iron, igniting the imagination regarding the formidable strength these ancient races must have possessed. These were lowly demons, likely exiled to this desolate place. Emily gazed at the lifeless forms, swallowed hard, and remarked nonchalantly. Driven by curiosity, the young man cautiously approached, his fingertips gently brushing against the ice sculpture. No.at that moment, Muli instinctively attempted to intervene, but the boy's finger had already pressed against the ice, with a piercing shriek that echoed from within the sculpture, akin to nails scraping against a smooth metal surface. Lin Yan, standing closest, felt as though his ears would explode. He quickly recoiled, and in an instant, the ice sculpture shattered, disintegrating into a shower of frost. Even in death, these beings harbored a lingering resentment within their bodies. It was best not to disturb them, lest something troublesome be awakened. Muli wiped the cold sweat from his brow and cautioned, "Something, besides the undead, what else remains in this barren land?" Lin Yan furrowed his brow slightly and replied coolly, "We once sent individuals to the Holy Sky sect to inquire about this place, and they mentioned that the mirrored magic city is home to a creature from the same era as the demon race, known as the Ice Demon. Encountering one of them leaves little chance for survival, so it is wise to exercise caution." Upon hearing this, the boy's expression became somewhat uneasy. It was fortunate they had not attracted the attention of an ice demon, or they would be in serious trouble. The ice demon was likely a small pet once kept by the demon race, but they should not be underestimated. After all, most who venture into the mirrored magic city are below the level of spirit kings. By this reasoning, the strength of the ice demon could be comparable to that of a human spirit warrior, just as Lin Yan and Muli prepared to ascend the magic city. Several figures in the distance came sprinting toward them in a near frenzy. The first to react was Muli, who was filled with an intense dread of the ice demons. "Damn it. Is that an ice demon? Quickly, hide." Muli's complexion changed drastically, and he yanked the boy, diving behind a cluster of ice pillars. The figures rushing toward them were not ice demons, but rather 5 disciples of the Holy Sky sect, all of whom were of spirit warrior caliber, varying in strength, and seemingly all around the age of 25 or 26. "Holy Sky sect, running at such speed, this is absurd," Lin Yan remarked with a frown. However, before he could finish his thought, trailing behind the already distant disciples was a disheveled man, his body marked with several gashes, one sleeve entirely missing, his hair wild and unkempt. That Xingyan, Muli exclaimed in shock. Staring at the pitiful figure in the distance, Lin Yan's eyes emitted a faint black aura as he suddenly noticed a colossal creature, as robust as an ox and covered in ice spikes, galloping fiercely several hundred meters behind Xingyan, its target clearly the latter. "This is bad. Xingyan is in danger. What is happening?" Muli furrowed his brow and remarked, "Sigh, don't mention it. I had already entered the demon city, intending to wait for you there. Who would have thought that a sudden shriek from somewhere would awaken the dormant ice demon? And then I encountered disciples from the Holy Heaven sect. I had originally planned to form an alliance with them to eliminate the ice demon first, but to my surprise, they turned and fled. If it weren't for the protective sword talisman given to me by the elder, I would have likely been riddled with 1,000 ice holes by now," Xingyan said, his face turning ashen with anger. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's lips curled into a slight smirk, his expression growing increasingly unnatural. It seemed that by merely brushing against the corpse of the demon race, he had inadvertently caused trouble for Xingyan. Emily glanced at the boy's awkward demeanor, a bitter smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he asked, "What should we do then? If that beast continues to guard outside the demon city, we won't be able to enter at all. Its icy armor is too thick. Even the Grand Elder's sword talisman, comparable to a strike from a spirit king, only managed to inflict minor damage upon it. With just the 3 of us, we stand no chance of killing it." Xingyan appeared extremely wary of the ice demon, clearly reluctant to engage in battle with it. "What are we afraid of? If we cannot enter, then neither can that bunch from the Holy Heaven sect," Muli said slowly. "Indeed. How could I have forgotten about them? Let's seek them out and form a temporary alliance to deal with the ice demon first," Xingyan suddenly exclaimed, invigorated. Chapter 49. deceptive intentions. The Holy Heaven sect and the Sword Pavilion seem to maintain a facade of mutual non-interference. Yet beneath the surface, there are indeed some conflicts. However, the Sword Pavilion is quite low-key and typically avoids significant confrontations with the Holy Heaven sect. Xing Yan's desire to form an alliance was met with Mu Li's immediate disapproval, while Lin Yan was indifferent. After all, he had come in search of treasures, not conflict. Unless the ice demon outside the demon city is eradicated, no one will be able to enter. The majority rules. Those willing to ally should speak up, Xing Yan said, gazing at Mu Li and the others with a calm demeanor. Humph! How could that bunch of scoundrels possibly ally with us? I don't wish to put my warm face against their cold rear. Mu Li snorted disdainfully. Observing the two, Lin Yan appeared distinctly awkward. Should he agree or disagree? After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he ultimately sided with Xing Yan, for it was evident that the three of them alone would stand no chance against an ice demon whose defensive capabilities and strength far surpassed that of humans. The young man shrugged and said, "Brother Mu Li, I believe we should indeed form an alliance. Let's enter the demon city first. If they attempt any tricks, we can always leave midway." Observing the two individuals striving to form an alliance, Mu Li appeared to have anticipated this development long ago. With a wry smile, he nodded. Had it been an ordinary beast, he would have likely charged in wielding his twin-horned swords. However, when confronting such ancient entities, even a formidable spirit king must tread with caution. The trio that reached a consensus swiftly advanced in the direction the disciples of the Holy Heaven sect had departed. At the outermost edge of the demon city, a temple, seemingly left behind by the demonic race, stood solemnly upon the desolate land. Within the temple, 5 men bore expressions as grim as iron, seemingly engaged in a serious discussion. Among them, a man who appeared to be the leader gently caressed the golden spear in his hand and remarked, "I truly wonder how the Sword Pavilion members infiltrated our ranks, awakening the ice demon. We have visited this place nearly every year, maintaining a status quo, yet I suspect the awakening of the ice demon was a deliberate act by the Sword Pavilion." This man, wielding the golden spear, was none other than Gu Meng, a prominent figure of the Holy Heaven sect and one of its 10 core disciples, known throughout much of the empire. "Senior brother, I believe we should take decisive action. Let us locate that fellow and eliminate him. After all, this is the Mirror Demon City. Should we slay them, the Sword Pavilion can hardly shift the blame onto us," suggested a man with a fierce demeanor. "That's out of the question. The power of the ice demon is beyond our capacity to contend with, even if we expended all our strength to kill it. What are the odds of us finding the demon crown upon reaching the northern wasteland? Moreover, our supply of demon eye energy is dwindling. If we fail this time, who knows when we might gain entry again." Gu Meng shook his head in disapproval. "Alas, it has been centuries. Our Holy Heaven sect has ventured here hundreds of times, yet we have only reached the central region of the northern wasteland. We have never even approached the interior. The elders regard each journey into the demon realm as a form of training," one disciple lamented. "What do you know? That is only because senior brother Gu Meng was not present. With him here now, we are bound to penetrate deeper into the demon realm," a sinister-looking man retorted angrily. "Qi Yuan, do not exaggerate my capabilities. If we fail to find it, would that not be a slap in my face?" Gu Meng waved his hand dismissively, seemingly skeptical about the myth surrounding the elusive demon crown, especially since no one had truly laid eyes on this treasure of the demonic race for centuries. Just as the disciples debated on their subsequent course of action, 3 powerful auras drifted in from outside. "Friends within, I am Xing Yan of the Sword Pavilion, here to discuss a matter of great urgency. Might we step outside for a dialogue?" Xing Yan called into the temple with calm assurance. Swish, swish, swish. No sooner had he spoken than 4 disciples of the Holy Heaven sect surged forth, swords drawn. On high alert as they regarded the 3 newcomers, that Ji Meng was the last to emerge, stepping forward from among the 4, and addressed Xing Yan, who appeared to be another core disciple of the Sword Pavilion, saying, "Though I am uncertain how you managed to infiltrate our ranks, it is evident that you are responsible for awakening the ice demon. We have yet to settle the score with you. Yet here you come knocking at our door. What did you say?" Mu Li retorted, his expression darkening with fury as he abruptly drew his hefty twin-horned swords. "Are you denying it?" Gu Meng suddenly opened his eyes, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy radiated instantly. Lin Yan, who had been squinting in silence, felt the formidable aura of the other man and was slightly taken aback. It appeared that this individual's prowess was on par with Xing Yan, possibly even surpassing it. Let us consider ourselves fortunate for having awakened, though this was not our intention. With the ice demon blocking the outer gate, none of us shall gain entry. It would be prudent to form an alliance and jointly vanquish it. How about we proceed inside first? Xingyan shrugged nonchalantly and spoke. Haha, an alliance? What a jest. You two spiritual warriors think you can persuade us five to ally with you. That is quite the lofty expectation. Qi Yuan remarked, barely lifting his eyelids, his expression one of disdain. Observing the man who had effectively ignored him, Lin Yan's eyes glinted sharply, indicating that the opponent's strength was indeed commendable, as he had instantly discerned Lin Yan's cultivation level. The lack of enthusiasm from the other party seemed to align with Xing Yan's expectations. If an alliance is not feasible, that is acceptable. After all, we infiltrated this place without any intent of going far. Xing Yan would not be foolish enough to divulge the matter of the demon eye, and shrugged indifferently. Upon hearing this, Guming furrowed his brow, hesitating for a considerable time before expressing his doubts. Forming an alliance is not out of the question, but I am concerned that during the battle, you might intentionally hold back. How would we settle such an account? Rather than worrying about whether the adversaries would pull their punches. He found himself suspecting his own side, which left Xing Yan somewhat amused and exasperated. Finally breaking his silence, Lin Yan slowly stepped forward and said, "You need not worry. Our sword pavilion has always upheld its word. When confronting the ice demon, holding back would be detrimental not only to you but to us as well." Although Gu Ming acknowledged this statement, he held a deep-seated disdain for those beneath his level. Especially for a warrior who was not even a spiritual master, he slowly replied, "Then let us form an alliance, but you shall take the lead." Damn it, with so many people, we still have to take the lead. Mu Li was thoroughly incensed this time and shouted. Xing Yan waved his hand to signal Mu Li, saying, "All right, I agree." While the two teams appeared to have reached a consensus, each harbored their own ulterior motives. Xing Yan's primary concern was that if they were to slay the ice demon, these individuals might seize the opportunity to turn against him. Conversely, Gu Ming was preoccupied with the question of how to justify keeping the other party here permanently after the ice demon was defeated. Thus, with their hidden agendas, they made their way towards the ice demon. To Lin Yan, the dynamics of the team were quite apparent. Their mutual suspicion brought no advantages, only detriments that a team rife with distrust could never unleash its full combat potential. However, this temporary alliance should not be underestimated, as it was composed of 7 formidable spirit warriors, in the Holy Lin City. Each family typically boasted only 1 or 2 exceptionally powerful spirit warriors. Yet here, amidst the 2 colossal factions of the empire, so many had gathered. It seemed that nearly all the talents of the empire had converged within these 2 sections after the 2 teams reached an agreement. They pressed onward to the outskirts of the demon city. As the instigator of this farce, Lin Yan felt a twinge of guilt. Had it not been for the chaos, they would likely have already arrived at the northern wilderness demon realm. Yet, there was no choice but to confront the situation. Among this group, his strength was the weakest, and apart from Xing Yan and Mu Li, who were somewhat aware of his capabilities, the other 5 merely viewed him as a mere 9th-level spirit practitioner. Mu Li, if you engage the ice demon, ensure Lin Yan's safety. If possible, try to keep him out of the fight, Xing Yan said, glancing at the young man leading the way before turning to Mu Li. Rest assured, I will keep him close to me and guarantee his safety, Mu Li replied confidently, patting his chest. At this moment, the team had arrived at the demon city, utilizing the massive ice pillars to conceal their presence. Here we are, you go ahead, and we will follow shortly, Gu Ming said, observing Xing Yan's tense expression. Humph, if we go first, you'll just sit back and watch? How does that work? Mu Li retorted with a scoff. Do not underestimate us from the Holy Tian sect. We understand the significance of this matter, and you need not remind us, Gu Ming replied with a hint of disdain. Enough, Mu Li, come with me. Xing Yan gestured. Lin Yan sighed in resignation, shaking his head as he was about to move, but was halted by Qi Yuan. Kid, I advise you not to be a hindrance. Even a spirit warrior is powerless. And you, a mere 9th-level spirit practitioner, will face certain death if you get too close. Hearing the unabashed contempt from the other party, Lin Yan furrowed his brows and slowly turned to respond. Have you heard of the tiny on that can be fatal? I haven't, but I've heard of the ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating its own strength. As Qi Yuan's voice faded, a chorus of derision erupted from the other disciples. Perceiving Lin Yan merely as a flamboyant jester, a mere beneficiary of others' brilliance, observing their disdainful mockery, Lin Yan narrowed his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips at that moment. Xing Yin and Mu Li, who had already surged forward, appeared in unison several meters ahead of the ice demon. Upon witnessing Lin Yin being impeded, Mu Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had initially feared that the Sheng Tian sect would compel all three of them to confront the foe, but it seemed they too wished to spare the youth from being a hindrance. This, however, was of little consequence, as it allowed him to focus entirely on the battle. Roar! The ice demon, suddenly aware of the two newcomers, shook its massive head and let out a series of roars, its crystalline armor expanding ominously, seemingly eager to demonstrate its formidable power to those who dared challenge its authority. Mu Li, when the battle commences, aim for its eyes. That is its most vulnerable spot, Xing Yin declared as he unsheathed his longsword with a calm demeanor. Understood. Mu Li appeared eager to engage with this ancient creature, his foot crashing against the ground with tremendous force, sending tremors that shattered the ice bricks beneath him. The dual horns, removed from the iron bull's head and expertly forged by a master alchemist, had been transformed into a colossal sword brimming, complemented by Mu Li's imposing physique, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Chapter 50. Inconceivable. The ice demon, provoked, let out a thunderous roar, its consciousness consumed by sheer rage, an unending fury. Enraged, the ice demon charged towards Mu Li, its mountainous form barreling forward. Should it collide, even the sturdiest of bodies would likely fare poorly. Be careful, Xing Yin exclaimed, gripping his sword tightly as he dashed forward, swiftly forming hand seals. All laws converge. Divine sword, unleash. Mu Li gripped the hilt of his sword with determination, steadying his trembling arm. But it's not about strength. The ice armor is simply too heavy. Our weapons, though uniquely crafted by the alchemist, are largely ineffective against it, Xing Yin remarked with a wry smile. Repeatedly provoked by humanity, the ice demon grew only more furious. With each step it took, the earth trembled, charging relentlessly towards Mu Li and his companion. Do you intend to simply spectate? Lin Yan's eyes glimmered with a dark light as he gazed at Gu Meng, speaking coolly. Unfazed by the youth's words, Gu Meng tightened his grip on the spear, seemingly awaiting the perfect moment. True to his nature, Lin Yin could not stand idly by while his friends faced the threat of the ice demon. In an instant, his feet were enveloped in a veil of black arcs, and he surged forward, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. Driven by a desperate desire to save his comrades, the youth showed no restraint. After all, to hold back against a powerful being like the ice demon would be tantamount to suicide. The opportunity has arrived. Everyone, unleash your full might upon its head, and do not hold back, Gu Meng bellowed, his eyes fixed on the rampaging ice demon. At that moment, the ice demon remained oblivious to the other lurking figures beyond the trio before it. Wholly intent on crushing the young boy into a bloody pulp, suddenly, 5 individuals appeared, each unleashing their signature techniques. Despite their earnest efforts, several among them refrained from employing their ultimate abilities. In an instant, a cacophony of multicolored spiritual energy erupted, crashing haphazardly against the head of the ice demon. At this moment, both Xing Yin and Mu Li held nothing back in their renewed assault, and the 7 formidable spirit warriors summoned their utmost strength. Bang! Boom! The ice demon, besieged by the ferocity of the assault, staggered back several paces before crashing heavily to the ground, the icy armor atop its head significantly weakened. Observing this scene, Lin Yan's lips twitched. The attacks from this motley crew were utterly devoid of strategy. His aim had been to obscure the demon's awareness by targeting its head, but it was hardly surprising that a creature armored to the teeth would not underestimate the significance of its cranium, for it was likely the most resilient part of its entire being. Has it worked? Xing Yin gasped, whispering faintly. With a guttural roar, the ice demon rose once more, emitting a series of low growls that, rather than instilling terror, conveyed a profound sense of its current state. Everyone, unite, deliver the final blow, and slay this beast. Gu Meng, wielding a spear, was the first to charge forth, followed closely by the rest of the group. The previously scattered fighters, as if in perfect synchrony, unleashed their most potent techniques in a chaotic barrage of crackling sounds. Lin Yin remained stationary, his eyes glimmering with dark energy, as he desperately sought a After an exhaustive search, he discovered that this monster was indeed fully armored, with every inch of its body encased in heavy ice. However, amidst his observations, he detected a faint crack beneath the demon's neck, an imperfection likely caused by Xing Yan's sword talisman attack. Though minuscule, it could very well be the key to vanquishing the ice demon. Everyone, attack. Just as the youth was about to announce the weakness, the ice demon retaliated fiercely. In any other realm, 7 spirit warriors would have easily vanquished it. But within the mirror demon city, where the cold was pervasive, the conditions significantly enhanced the ice demon's powers, making it a formidable adversary that ordinary warriors could scarcely withstand. With a resounding thud, the ice demon's counterattack injured several disciples of the Holy Sky sect, leaving only a few, like Xing Yin, unscathed. Damn it. We have expended too much energy here. Prolonging this battle serves no purpose that we must retreat. Gu Ming's face turned pale as he shouted to the disciples behind him. Observing the exhausted group, Lin Yin offered a rueful smile. It seemed he could not escape the necessity of taking action himself. Just as Xing Yin was contemplating their next move, a fleeting shadow zipped past him, snatching a long sword in its wake. I will hold it off as long as I can, when the opportunity arises. Charge in, the youth declared as he seized the sword. Then, without hesitation, lunged toward the ice demon's neck. With unparalleled speed, the sharp longsword sliced through the air with a piercing sound, aiming directly for the neck of the ice demon. Despite exerting every ounce of strength, the blade failed to fully penetrate, becoming lodged at the tip against the demon's neck, with not a single drop of blood flowing forth. It was over. Xing Yin's expression changed drastically as realization dawned upon him. The others were equally startled by the youth's audacity, having anticipated a miracle that, alas, did not materialize. The longsword had not successfully breached flesh, an act that was undeniably tantamount to courting death. Sensing its life threatened, the ice demon erupted into a frenzy, the surrounding chill transforming into a relentless torrent of icy waves, coiling around Lin Yin like a vortex, leaving those on the periphery unable to approach. Indeed, the Sword Pavilion's members were all madmen. However, this spared them the need to waste further time. His sacrifice was not in vain. Ing sheathed his spear and gestured to the others behind him, swiftly making his way toward the demon city. They had no desire to confront Xing Yin and his companion, prioritizing the preservation of their strength, for deeper within the northern wasteland's demon realm lay new challenges awaiting them. Xing Yin, his gaze frosty, observed Ing and the others without delay, pulling him along to follow suit. At this moment, Lin Yin found himself in utter despair, being hurled about by the ice demon, utterly oblivious to his current location. Boom! With a violent crash, a thick ice wall shattered, finally bringing the ice demon to a halt as it shook its body violently. Attempting to dislodge Lin Yin from its back. Beast, is that the extent of your abilities? The youth planted his feet firmly, gripping the sword hilt, effortlessly leaping back onto the ice demon's back. Common weapons are ineffective against you. I refuse to believe I cannot contend with you. Lin Yin's fingers twitched, and a black blood blade was swiftly drawn forth, infused with spiritual essence. The blood blade gleamed brilliantly as he swung it resolutely toward the demon's neck. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Lin Yin swung the blood blade with near-manic fervor. Layer upon layer of the thick ice armor was sliced away. Perish. Chapter 51. The Blood Spirit Artifact. Just as Lin Yin found himself at a loss, the Elder Ing slowly emerged from the pendant, albeit appearing somewhat weakened this time. His already translucent form seemed on the verge of vanishing. Teacher, you. Noticing the stark difference in the elder's demeanor, the youth inquired with concern. Do not worry. The necromantic aura of the demon city is overwhelmingly potent, exerting significant pressure on spiritual entities. The elder waved his hand dismissively and continued, "What do you need from me?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yin was momentarily bewildered, yet he hesitated not to comply. Gently pressing his finger against the blood blade with slight force, a drop of crimson blood slid from his fingertip, landing upon the blade, transforming its original blue hue into a vibrant blood red, far more vividly scarlet than the initial blackish red. Just as Lin Yin stood at a loss, a terrifying scene unfolded unexpectedly. It seemed this blood blade was no ordinary item. If my conjecture is correct, it must belong to the demon race, likely unearthed by the Black Flame Demon King when he ventured into the depths of the Northern Wasteland's demon realm. The Elder Ing remarked with a look of astonishment. Given that it is an artifact of the demon race, after all these years, why would it still exhibit such anomalies? Observing the increasingly potent aura of the blood blade, Lin Yin furrowed his brow and inquired. In the past, the demon race possessed 3 formidable artifacts, the foremost of which was the demon crown of the demon emperor, a relic no one has ever beheld. The second was the long-lost demon spirit curse. And the third is the blood spirit artifact. As of now, it appears to be the Black Abyss Bloodblade, spoke Ming Lao in a voice laden with gravity, gazing at the weapon that had accompanied him for nearly a year. Lin Yin felt an indescribable ecstasy swell within him. He had not anticipated that from the Black Flame Demon King, he would not only gain numerous advantages, but also acquire a weapon that was a treasure of the demon race. Since it is a treasure of the demon race, its power must exceed mere appearances, Lin Yin pondered as he weighed the Bloodblade, which had evidently grown heavier. Indeed, its power is far from trivial. The blood spirit artifact is forged from the essence of the demon emperor's blood, and a particularly elusive blood spirit, is not merely sharp. If you offer your essence and blood to the spirit within, it can unleash astonishing might. However, one must exercise utmost caution when wielding it as a human. Should you become enamored with its power and sacrifice copious amounts of blood and essence, the repercussions could be dire. It is not inconceivable to be drained completely if one is not careful, Ming Lao stated, his expression tinged with seriousness. Upon hearing this, the young man's lips curled into a slight smile that seemed he had obtained a means of self-preservation. From the moment he had dripped his blood, he could distinctly sense the intense malevolence emanating from the blood blade, now more potent than before. This was merely a drop of ordinary blood. Should he apply his essence, perhaps he could even contend with a spirit warrior-level fighter. Although curiosity tugged at him, he dared not act recklessly, for if he were to be drained, he would find no solace in lamentation. Moreover, the chain-like tendrils appeared almost sentient. If they were to forcibly siphon his blood, given their current capabilities, he would indeed be unable to resist. It seemed they would only manifest with his consent. A fact that offered Lin Yin a modicum of reassurance. The Black Abyss Bloodblade had not awakened without cause. It likely stirred upon sensing the demon race's aura in this place. Had he never ventured into the demon city or vanquished the ice demon, he would remain oblivious to the Bloodblade's hidden potential. Unless it is of utmost importance, please refrain from summoning me. I am constrained here, and each passing second drains my soul. Ming Lao's voice trailed off, dissipating into a wisp of black mist before the youth. Yes, teacher, Lin Yin responded, retracting the Bloodblade of the black prison. Only then did he come to the realization and began to scrutinize his surroundings. He found himself deep within the heart of the demon city, resembling an immense ancient castle, with narrow yet elongated corridors branching out in all directions. Devoid of any signs indicating locations, previously guided by the ice demon, he had been unable to memorize the path he had taken. It seemed he would have to search painstakingly, little by little. X possessed a map of the demon city, and perhaps they had already entered the northern wilderness demon domain. Naturally, he could not afford to lag behind, so finding an exit as swiftly as possible became his utmost priority. Having traversed almost the entirety of the demon city, he found that aside from the cold, crumbling ruins, there were only the endlessly wandering undead, and he could not locate any pathway leading out. This predicament caused Lin Yan's expression to darken increasingly, teetering on the brink of despair. Here, there was no sense of time. The clouds in the sky gathered ominously, making it impossible to discern whether it was day or night. Most crucially, from the depths of the demon city, low growls occasionally echoed, unmistakably the awakened ice demons. However, they too might be lost, roaming aimlessly within the city. Lin Yin could only pray not to cross paths with them. Otherwise, he would not be as fortunate as before. This time, there would be no 7 spirit warriors to engage in a war of attrition on his behalf. The wind howled mournfully as he proceeded, stopping intermittently. Lin Yin was uncertain how long he had been walking, but each time he turned a corner, he etched a mark on the wall to avoid losing his way. As he groped his way forward, perhaps fortune smiled upon him. When he was on the verge of giving up, he beheld a dilapidated stone door standing majestically at the highest point of the demon city, surrounded by 6 stone tablets, inscribed with either demonic script or ancient characters, perhaps even some obscure runes. One of the tablets appeared relatively new, still bearing the traces of time, estimated to be nearly 1,000 years old. Yet, to his relief, the inscriptions upon it were in the common script of the continent today. In ancient times, humanity was not the dominant force. The continent was divided among various races, each possessing their own languages and scripts. The other 5 tablets likely bore the writings of those races. Removing the thick moss from the stone tablet revealed the words teleportation portal etched prominently upon it. Seemed this was the entrance to the northern wilderness demon domain. This was Lin Yan's first encounter with such a portal. Typically, teleportation portals were constructed only for travel between continents, necessitating spatial energy, making them exceedingly costly. This, however, attested to the former might of the demon race. Lin Yan did not wish to linger within the demon city for too long. He needed to locate X swiftly, lest he become lost in the northern wilderness demon domain, unable to discern east from west. As his palm lightly brushed against the stone door, a thunderous sound erupted, and the door swung open. Gazing into the world beyond the door was akin to peering into a distorted mirror. Though hazy, he could clearly see the boundless wasteland outside. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yan stepped through the threshold. The instant he did, a wave of even colder air surged from all directions, far more intense than that of the demon city. After all, the demon city merely reflected the chill. The northern wilderness demon domain was the true desolate expanse, devoid of life and utterly barren. Upon entering the stone gate, Lin Yan truly comprehended the meaning of traversing vast distances in a single step. Though he remained within the confines of the imperial capital, he found himself, in the blink of an eye, transported to the northern wasteland's demonic domain. The marvel of this portal was beyond his comprehension. Yet he could not help but marvel at the might of the being who had constructed it. Indeed, it was a realm unfit for mere mortals. Shuddering slightly, Lin Yan gazed out over the boundless expanse of the desolate plains, where the ground was strewn with bones, each a testament to the annihilation of the demon race. Now, they lay corroded, reduced to shattered remnants, and if these bones could speak, they might convey the most harrowing accounts of the demon's demise. Some skeletal remains had dried out, leaving only a mere shell, yet their expressions lingered, frozen in terror and helplessness, as if the horrors had unfolded just yesterday. That if human corpses were to endure such a passage of time, they would have long since turned to dust. The constitution of the demon race was indeed grotesquely formidable. This realization prompted Lin Yan to ponder whether there existed any force capable of obliterating a civilization as powerful as one that could sweep across the entire ancient lawn. Perhaps, at this moment, he was still too insignificant to fathom the magnitude of a power that could annihilate a civilization. However, one thing was certain: should such cataclysmic energy be unleashed upon humanity, the world might very well be transformed into an entirely different reality. Out of respect for the deceased, Lin Yan deliberately avoided the shattered bones and hastened toward a road partially obscured by the sands of time. Faintly, he discerned a colossal kingdom in the far northern horizon, seemingly reaching toward the heavens. It was likely the true demon city. Yet, for centuries, only the Black Flame Demon King had traversed there, and Lin Yan did not consider himself significantly more powerful than he. Thus he resolved to keep his aspirations grounded. Chapter 52. The undying heart. The path to the demon city appeared singular, though Lin Yan harbored thoughts of taking a shortcut. However, traversing this vast wasteland was far from the simplicity it seemed on the surface. Otherwise, countless martial artists would not have ventured here over the past century, for they were not foolish and could easily discern safe havens from perilous zones. Deities seemed his conjecture was not unfounded. He had not wandered far when he felt the earth tremble beneath him, as if some entity lay buried deep within. The tremor's frequency was not overwhelmingly high, yet it could not be disregarded. To compound matters, the deadly hurricanes emanating from the wasteland posed a significant threat. These tempests, composed of frigid air and arid winds, uprooted the very ground, casting debris thousands of meters into the sky. Any ordinary martial artist caught within would likely be torn asunder in an instant. The path beneath his feet remained relatively stable, yet the hurricanes multiplied, with one particularly menacing storm descending from above, gradually approaching the thoroughfare. Perhaps these tempests represented the greatest obstacle to martial artists' progress. Lin Yan persevered, navigating onward, surrounded by remnants of crumbling edifices. The architecture of the demon race was indeed robust, yet it could not withstand the relentless assault of the sand and wind. Just as Lin Yan sensed he was drawing nearer to the demon city, an ancient tower emerged, obstructing the road ahead. Atop the towering structure coiled a massive dragon, its claws bared, as if proclaiming its dominion to the world. A martial artist of the 9th tier, a spirit practitioner, still hopes to escape from the clutches of the ice demon. When did your sword pavilion descend to such lowly standards? Qi Yuan would certainly seize any opportunity to disparage the sword pavilion, bursting into laughter at once. Damn it! How dare you criticize others? If it weren't for your deliberate leniency, how could the ice demon possibly escape? Mu Li, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "What do you mean by that?" Upon gazing at the seemingly unscathed youth, Muli was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in shock. Not only that, but even Qi Yuan's expression darkened significantly, while Gu Ming, who had remained silent, revealed a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. It was undeniable that had he been the one dragged away by the ice demon, escaping without exhausting all his resources would be a daunting task. No matter, I fortuitously discovered the ice demon's weakness and went through a good deal of trouble to slay it. Gu Ming sputtered out the water he had been about to swallow, eyeing the youth with a vigilant expression. To speak of slaying the ice demon so casually, an entity comparable to a peak human spirit warrior, was as though it held no significance for him. We at the Sword Pavilion are indeed lowly. Did we even need to intervene to slay the ice demon? Muli glanced at Xing Yin before bursting into laughter at Qi Yuan. Observing their mutual ridicule, Lin Yin couldn't help but smirk. Surely, they had been wagering on his survival in his absence, and it seemed Mu Li had emerged victorious, now that the youth had successfully survived unscathed. Xing Yan's anxious heart could finally relax. With everyone gathered, they decided to wait until the hurricane had passed before proceeding. Subconsciously, Gu Ming appeared to have regarded the youth as an equal. Upon entering the ancient tower, Lin Yin began to survey his surroundings. The first thing he noticed was a circular water pool at the center of the tower, long dried up since centuries past. Yet, at the center of the pool stood a protrusion resembling a plate, leaving Lin Yin pondering its true nature. Observing the youth's curious demeanor, Muli approached slowly and inquired, "Are you intrigued by this object? If that's the case, why have so many martial artists come here without the intention of gaining strength?" Lin Yin asked, a hint of skepticism in his tone. As if anticipating the youth's question, Muli replied, "This is an altar for sacrificing to the demon god's kin. Placing a human heart upon it bears no effect. Even if it did, one would need a willing soul to offer their blood for the sacrifice, or else it would be futile." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's lips twitched. Truly, the ways of the demon race differ significantly from those of humanity. The price for gaining power demands the lives of others. Even if humans could do so, it is unlikely anyone would be willing to drain their blood to fill the pool, and that individual must be wholly selfless and willing. As Lin Yan's gaze swept over the pool, he discerned that this ancient castle had lost all other significance. It seemed that the so-called treasure hunt merely revolved around this fortress, which had been thoroughly pillaged. Even the demonic statues flanking the castle had not been spared, their weapons stripped away. Given that the Holy Heaven sect had visited this place numerous times over the past century, it was likely that this was the farthest they had ventured. Once the swirling sands of the outside world began to subside, the group contemplated setting out. However, as they turned back and forth, no one seemed willing to take the lead, which struck Lin Yin as exceedingly strange. The demon city was almost within reach, a mere half-hour run away. It is the first time in a century that the Sword Pavilion has set foot here. Why not allow you to take the lead into the demon city? Gu Ming, who had remained silent until now, slowly stepped forward and extended his hand at the entrance. No need. We merely came in for some training and have no intention of entering the demon city. Please, you go ahead. Xing Yin replied with a forced smile that failed to reach his eyes, his tone icy. Observing the two factions that had previously been eager to enter the northern wasteland's demon realm now hesitating, Lin Yin sensed that the situation outside was likely far from simple. Perhaps it was indeed as recorded in the ancient texts. The demons still harbored some formidable creatures unknown to mankind. Driven by an intense curiosity, Lin Yin cautiously approached the grand door and peered out. What he beheld was enlightening. The reason for their indecision became clear in the wake of the tempest. The path leading to the demon city was almost overrun with lowly demons, as if they had materialized from thin air, meandering about with various demonic weapons in hand. This peculiar series of events reminded Lin Yin of the specters drifting within the mirror demon city, and these external entities were likely the shells of the departed. Strangely, while their souls had been captured by the mirror demon city, their corporeal forms remained here, enduring the torment of the raging winds and frigid cold. Prior to arriving at the ancient tower, the tremors of the ground were probably the result of these demonic shells at work. As Lin Yin observed the stalemate among the few individuals, he began to feel an increasing sense of foreboding, for Gu Ming had begun to exude a faint aura of murderous intent. Sensitive to this aura, Lin Yin estimated that no one would dare utter a word against it. In that case, I must apologize. Gu Ming's expression shifted in an instant as he suddenly drew his spear. The others, caught in a chain reaction, swiftly unsheathed their weapons. Their expressions taut as they regarded the three who stood alone. "Are you truly intent on fighting here?" Xing Yin inquired, his brow furrowed, his voice devoid of emotion. "Humph, who would know if I were to kill you here? Even if they did, with your sword pavilion's cowardly disposition. You wouldn't dare retaliate against us," Qi Yuan declared, his eyes radiating a fierce murderous intent, seemingly eager to leave the sword pavilion disciples behind. The implication of his words was a blatant provocation. Even Xing Yan, who was typically composed, sensed the ominous shift in the atmosphere. Though Lin Yin might be capable of contending with a spirit warrior, they were merely 3, while their adversaries numbered 5. All core disciples of the Holy Heaven sect, the disparity in strength was evident, and should the commotion awaken the demons outside, it would likely spiral out of control. Numbers are inconsequential. If you believe you can keep us here, feel free to make your move. Mu Li suddenly unleashed a powerful surge of energy. At this juncture, you are left with but 2 paths. The first leads to your demise at our hands, leaving you eternally ensconced here as a mere shell. The second requires you to forge a path for us beyond these confines, lest you face dire consequences. Ji Yuming entirely disregarded the imposing aura emanating from Mu Li. As his spear gradually became enveloped in a layer of phosphorescent glow, it was likely a fine weapon, meticulously crafted by an alchemist. Moreover, the spear's hilt bore a crystal that emitted a faint crimson light. Undoubtedly a beast core of considerable rank. A bitter expression washed over Lin Yan's face. He had initially intended to navigate this place while avoiding the Holy Heaven sect, only to find himself, through a moment of carelessness, entangled with forces better left undisturbed, nearly losing his life in the process, and now being specifically targeted. At this moment, Lin Yin discerned the levels of the 5 spirit warriors opposing him. Gu Ming was a 4th-tier spirit warrior, and with that spear, his combat prowess was likely comparable to that of an ordinary 6th-tier spirit warrior. Qi Yuan stood at the 2nd tier, while the others were all in the early stages of their training. On Lin Yan's side, both Xing Yin and Mu Li were also early-stage spirit warriors, merely at the 1st tier, and even with the addition of his puppet, victory seemed a daunting prospect. The only recourse was to suppress his rage and lead the charge into the demon city. After all, death awaited them regardless, so perhaps it was worth a gamble. Chapter 53. Where virtue is a foot high, evil is a mile higher. As he observed the imminent clash between the two sides, Lin Yan's expression darkened slightly. In truth, the attacking shells possessed little offensive power. However, they were demonic entities, and their weapons were imbued with a potent malice. A careless scratch could result in injuries that would not heal easily. The demonic energy and spiritual essence were fundamentally incompatible, and once tainted by demonic energy, even a minor affliction could lead to madness. This was precisely why these warriors feared taking the lead. Even a pinprick-sized wound could prove fatal, for no one would treat their life as a trifling matter. Feeling the walls closing in around him, Lin Yin, with a grim countenance, declared, "Since the Holy Heaven sect prefers to cower behind others, we shall grant them this opportunity. For a century, no one has breached the demon city. Perhaps today we can alter this ancient and immutable decree." Such words were of little consequence. If they were to charge, it would be together. Lin Yin cast a disdainful glance at Gu Ming, retrieved a long sword from his ring, and stepped forth boldly, with Mu Li following closely behind. They exited the ancient tower. The wandering shells seemed to catch the scent of humanity, gathering in an orderly fashion, nearly congregating along the main thoroughfare. The distance from the ancient tower to the demon city was nearly 10 miles. A mere breath for speed-oriented warriors, yet the ocean of shells would impede them at every turn. "I shall test the waters first," Mu Li declared as he leapt forward, summoning his horned twin swords in an instant, and struck at a solitary shell. Crash! A dull thud reverberated as Mu Li wielded his colossal double-edged sword, which, while not exceptionally sharp, surpassed the quality of ordinary weapons by a considerable margin. Yet, when it struck, it was akin to a wooden stick hitting a sandbag. The shell was merely knocked back several meters by Mu Li's formidable strength, sustaining no injury. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yin truly comprehended the astonishing defensive capabilities of the shell. The repelled shell, its form nearly disassembling, staggered and rose once more, slowly advancing towards Mu Li. At a single strike had only succeeded in repelling it. The multitude of shells before him, akin to a vast sea of stars, suggested that relying solely on brute force might not suffice, even if they were to fight for days on end. Moreover, the mirror demon realm had manifested for a mere few days. Should they miss this fleeting window, escape could become exceedingly difficult. Having attempted their hand, could they truly reconsider? Gu Ming observed the three who remained motionless, his brow furrowed in concern. Noticing the eagerness on their faces, Lin Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. He then stepped forward, subtly brushing his fingers against the silver spirit ring. In an instant, a figure cloaked in black robes surged forth, standing resolutely before the young man, exuding an intense aura of pure black energy, devoid of any semblance of life. Who goes there? Gu Ming's expression changed dramatically at the sudden appearance of the shadow, initially suspecting it to be a concealed master from the sword pavilion. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned the lifelessness that enveloped the figure and gasped, This is a puppet." Upon hearing this, the other disciples of the Holy Heaven sect turned their gazes in unison, their eyes glimmering with avarice as they beheld the shadow. Puppets had nearly become extinct in the sacred land of Noor. Without a creator, where could such a puppet have come from? Lin Yan shrugged helplessly. Were it not for the relentless pressure from the beasts behind him, he would not have dared to employ the Black Flame Demon King to forge a path. Yet, this was part of his strategy. Puppets, devoid of intellect and life, were naturally impervious to the corruption of demonic energy. "Onward," Lin Yan murmured, and as his thoughts stirred, the puppet instantly received its command that a surge of black energy erupted forth, its feet sinking deeply into the earth, with a powerful burst of force emanating from its legs. It charged towards the demon city like a small mountain, sending all shells in its path flying. The sight of such a relentless and swift puppet left all present in especially Gu Ming, whose greed seemed to intensify with each passing moment. Unable to tolerate the presence of something so remarkable, Xing Yin was not one to lag behind. His fingers deftly formed several seals, and the sword in his hand soared forth, while several ethereal blades coalesced in the air, resembling arrows that swept away all obstacles before the puppet. With Mu Li's participation, their inaugural charge yielded significant results. The three formed a tacit triangular formation. The puppet led the way. Xing Yin cleared the shells flanking them, while Mu Li positioned himself on the opposite side, encircling Lin Yan. Thus, they surged forward, covering a distance of several dozen meters in one swift motion. Gu Ming, the disciples of the Holy Heaven sect have never set foot beyond the ancient tower. Are we truly to breach it today? The numbers were growing ever more formidable. Mu Li discovered that for every one he repelled, 2 would emerge. For every 3 he warded off, 6 would appear. Almost an endless cycle. The most lamentable aspect was that his weapon was utterly incapable of vanquishing them. He could only force a path forward. Fortunately, the mobility of these husks was not particularly swift. Otherwise, a mere prick could herald the end of life itself. A phantom divine sword coalesced from the void, transforming into an arrow under Xing Yan's strenuous control, carving a path to the side. Lin Yan sensed the opportune moment and commanded the puppet to make a sharp turn, as if the three had conspired to alter their course simultaneously. This shift was not without consequence. The husks swiftly occupied the space behind the trio, isolating Gu Ming and his companions, devoid of a puppet unafraid of demonic energy to carve a path. Gu Ming and the others fought hesitantly, too fearful to engage up close. You seek death. Qi Yuan felt ensnared by the enemy's cunning, his face flushed with anger. Were it not for the husks blocking their way, he would have charged ahead. Ha. Splendid. A clever strategy to use husks against us. But you underestimate our holy celestial sect. Gu Ming lamented the loss of the prime opportunity to pursue, and in a moment of desperation, he unleashed his trump card. The silver spear expanded to several times its original size, akin to a soaring dragon, cleaving a broad path back the way they had come. Master brother, are we truly to conceive like this? Chapter 54. The shadow that emerges midway in an instant. All the husks were repelled several meters back by the combination of the puppet and the phantom divine sword. Those that lunged forward were thwarted by Mu Li's forceful barrier. Earth shield. Mu Li's face reddened as he sheathed his dual-horned giant sword, his fingers deftly forming several seals, which he then struck upon the ground. Almost instantaneously, the earth beneath them began to churn violently, and towering walls of soil erupted from the ground, standing like a row of solemn sentinels, safeguarding their territory. With the puppet, the phantom divine sword, and now Mu Li's earth-based techniques, a long and secure passage manifested in the blink of an eye, repelling all the husks that lay ahead. This rabble thinks to use us. Mu Li laughed heartily. Although Mu Li and Xing Yan had exerted their utmost to protect their path, Lin Yan remained somewhat apprehensive. Countless formidable beings had traversed this place over the centuries, yet none had succeeded. This indicated that these husks might merely be the minions guarding the way to the demon city, with the true threats possibly lurking behind. Just as this thought surfaced, a roar resounded from above, potent enough to shake the very soul, causing Mu Li's previously relaxed demeanor to darken once more. Indeed, it is true. It is Jiao Yuan, Xing Yan exclaimed. Gazing up at the colossal figure in the sky, the name Jiao Yuan might still be unfamiliar to Lin Yan, yet he had perused some ancient texts containing references to it, like the ice demon. It was once a pet and steed of the demonic clan To think that even after the fall of the demon race, these ancient beings had survived with such tenacity. All the husks seemed to sense the formidable aura emanating from the sky, gradually dispersing in an orderly fashion to form an encirclement spanning several dozen meters, ensnaring Lin Yan and his companions within, resembling an arena where these husks acted as spectators. How unfortunate. Retreating, Xing Yan cast a glance at the figure in the sky, cursing unprecedentedly. What? Is this creature truly formidable? It is merely a pet raised by the demon race, Lin Yan inquired slowly, his brow furrowed. This being is not comparable to the ice demon. The ice demon is merely a pet of the ordinary demon race, while the Jiao Yuan is a pet reserved for high-ranking demons, possessing strength that has reached the level of a human spirit king. Fear flickered in Xing Yan's eyes as he spoke with a measured tone. A wave of air rippled outward. The pure power of the puppet was already on par with that of a high-level human spirit warrior, yet such martial prowess had no effect on the Jiao Yuan, which swatted the puppet to the ground, embedding it over half a meter deep. With a gasp, Mu Li and Xing Yan simultaneously inhaled sharply, their hearts teetering on the brink of retreat upon witnessing the formidable strength of the Jiao Yuan. I relish challenges. The youth's lips curled into a slight smile, no longer concealing his intentions at this juncture. With a subtle motion of his fingers, a blood blade radiating intense malevolence fell into his grasp. The moment he gripped the hilt, it seemed as though the youth's strength surged, for this was the awakened blood spirit weapon, incomparable to its former self, his feet enveloped in black arcs of electricity. The youth executed the celestial shadow of demonic seat, reaching an apex of speed. After narrowly evading several lethal strikes, the blood blade lunged unhesitatingly toward the Jiao Yuan's chest. Clang! A crisp metallic clash resonated, a shard of black scale shattering beneath the blood blade. Lin Yan's expression shifted dramatically as he sprang off the Jiao Yuan's chest, astonished that the blade, famed for its sharpness, had merely breached the opponent's scales. This creature is practically a treasure trove, brimming with weapons and artifacts. Even without joining the Sword Pavilion, he is likely to become a formidable force in the future, Xing Yan remarked, his gaze flickering with intrigue. No wonder he was so reluctant to bow to his master. He likely has a mysterious powerhouse backing him. Otherwise, with the limited resources of Shilin City, he could not have been nurtured into such an exceptional genius. Mu Li added, echoing his sentiments. Having achieved nothing with his strike, Lin Yan naturally did not withdraw, instead gazing toward the eternal kingdom behind the Jiao Yuan, gritting his teeth, his nails surreptitiously carving a wound on his index finger. Blood flowing forth. The blood spirit within the blood blade, detecting the scent of blood, greedily extended its iron chain tendrils to absorb several drops entirely. I have bestowed my blood upon you. Should you fail to demonstrate a power that satisfies me, do not expect to taste blood again in the future, Lin Yan murmured as he positioned the long sword before his chest. With a hum, as if sensing something, the blood blade began to glow faintly red, ultimately transforming as though it had been immersed in a sea of flames, not only becoming searingly hot, but also increasingly ferocious. Ha! With a low growl, the young warrior raised his bloodied blade high. And with a sudden, forceful downward stroke, a fiery crescent arc surged forth, imbued with a potent malevolence, striking heavily upon Jiao Yuan's neck. A heart-wrenching roar echoed through the heavens. This strike, however, was not powered by Lin Yan's own strength. It was purely the result of the blood spirit's autonomous manifestation, having absorbed fresh blood. Yet, the outcome was somewhat unsatisfactory. Jiao Yuan remained unchanged. Only the black scales had been severed, revealing the dark skin beneath. Perhaps Jiao Yuan's might did not stem from the resilience of its scales, but rather from the formidable hardness of the skin underneath, which surpassed even the icy armor of the ice demon by several folds. However, one could not fault the blood spirit for its lackluster performance. Had the sacrifice been infused with essence blood, the result might have been markedly different. Yet, Lin Yin understood deeply the significance of essence blood to a low-level warrior. To put it plainly, 1,000 drops of ordinary blood were worth but a single drop of essence blood. Essence blood is the very source of power within the body, encompassing vast spiritual energy and infused with vital essence. Were his strength to reach that of a spirit warrior, Lin Yin would not hesitate to utilize a few drops of essence blood. However, at present, he dismissed such thoughts to safeguard his foundation. Provoked, Jiyuan lunged forward with bared fangs and claws, prompting the three to evade in unison. The massive creature barreled towards them, crushing no fewer than 100 obstacles in its path. There was no denying that this beast was far beyond their level of combat. They could only regard this encounter as a trial of sorts. Xingyin forced a bitter smile and gestured dismissively, fully aware of the razor-sharpness of Lin Yan's weapon. If even such a blade could not breach that flesh, his own weapon stood no chance. The audacity to come and go as one pleased was undoubtedly the greatest insult to Jing, which was loath to let intruding humans escape unharmed. It positioned itself at the path leading to the ancient tower. Its colossal head raised as it emitted a series of low, resonant growls. "This beast truly seeks death," Muli exclaimed, his expression darkened with fury that if the three of us, along with the puppet, do not unite our strength, we may find ourselves eternally resting here today. Xingyin spread his arms wide. A tempestuous and powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted forth like a flood unleashed from a dam. "You finally mean business," Muli observed, shaking his head with a wry smile as he noticed the escalating power of Xingyin. Lin Yin, too, did not hold back, releasing several drops of fresh blood into the blood blade once more, channeling all his energy to augment its might, striving to unleash the most formidable strike possible. Though the three stood ready, Jiyuan grew increasingly agitated, perhaps out of fear of the blade in the young warrior's grasp, or perhaps for other reasons, displaying none of the ferocity one would expect of a creature of the demon race. Damn it! Could it be the guardian of the demon city again? What terrible luck! Muli fumed, his curses flowing freely as he raged, clearly having never encountered such setbacks in his numerous visits to the demon city. "Who are you?" Lin Yin gripped the blood blade tightly, eyeing the figure warily. Judging by its ability to hover motionlessly in midair, it likely possessed considerable strength. Among human warriors, only those of Spirit King caliber could briefly levitate. Could it be that this entity was indeed a Spirit King? Yet, was the demon city not accessible only to spirit warriors? "What? Cannot you discern my true nature?" The heir to the magical eye, shrouded in shadow, slowly lowered his head and addressed the youth in a deliberate tone. With just a glance, he discerned the depths of Lin Yan's being, instilling a sense of unease within him. Chapter 55. The races of the outer seas roar. Just as Lin Yin and his companions remained vigilant, observing the shadowy figure, the once-immersed Jiao Yuan suddenly erupted with frenzy. Its enormous claws carved deep trenches into the ground, while fiery red eyes shot forth serpents of flame that reduced everything in their path to ashes. "Let us disregard him for now. We must first subdue Jiao Yuan," Xie Yin declared, abruptly drawing his longsword. "Since you have already stripped Jiao Yuan of its dragon scales, I shall take over from here." The shadow gracefully descended, treading upon the void. Lin Yin's eyes glimmered with strands of dark brilliance, as he perceived an extraordinarily intense presence of water elemental energy emanating from beneath the youth's feet. It seemed that the ability to walk upon air was not solely a testament to his strength, but rather his adept manipulation of the water and wind elements surrounding him. Just as Jiao Yuan prepared to retaliate, the shadow suddenly extended an arm, pointing a finger towards it while murmuring incantations in a language incomprehensible to Lin Yin. After a series of chants, droplets of water materialized from the arid air, creating an illusion as if a torrential downpour had just occurred within a radius of nearly 100 meters around the shadow. The speed at which the droplets gathered was astounding. Such formidable elemental fluctuations. It is impossible for a human to wield elemental power. Who exactly is this being? Xie Yan's eyes flickered as he spoke in a low tone. "Have you ever heard Master mention a distant sea, accessible only to souls, located in the far west?" Upon hearing Xie Yan's words, Muli furrowed his brow, seemingly recalling something, and replied coolly, "Are you implying that this individual hails from the Spirit Sea?" "Indeed," Xie Yan affirmed, gazing at the nearly oceanic assembly of water elements above. "Things are about to get lively. It appears that the demon crown coveted by the Emperor of the Demon City is desired by all. Even those from the Spirit Sea have traveled great distances to reach the demon realm." Muli let out a wry smile, acknowledging the gravity of their conversation. Lin Yan's expression grew increasingly. He had always heard that the demon crown was merely a legend. Could it truly exist? If so, its emergence would undoubtedly incite a storm of bloodshed at that moment. Zhao Yuan abruptly opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of green slime, which, combined with the flames in its eyes, was hurled towards Lin Yin and his companions. At this juncture, the shadow seemed to have completed its incantation, and with a sweeping motion of its hand, a deluge akin to a mighty river surged down from the air, transforming into monstrous waves. Water is omnipresent, yet Zhao Yuan's scales possess remarkable water-resistant properties. Perhaps this shadow waited for Lin Yin to breach Zhao Yuan's defenses before making its move. Moreover, it seemed that the shadow had visited several times in the past few years, but the warriors of the Holy Tian sect had never managed to penetrate Zhao Yuan's defenses. Zhao Yuan's scales are capable of regeneration. If it is not vanquished this time, its scales will regrow by next year. Even if it had sustained injuries in previous years, such wounds would hold little significance by now. As the aquatic element grew increasingly potent, these omnipresent droplets began to seep through the skin of Zhao Yuan, infiltrating the flesh and blood. Initially, the invasion was not too overwhelming, but as time progressed, the intrusion intensified, and Zhao Yuan's mobility began to deteriorate sharply. After 3 long years, I sincerely hope this time does not lead to disappointment. The shadow uttered in a somber tone before suddenly exerting greater force, causing a torrent to surge almost entirely into the neck. Zhao Yuan's massive form began to sway unsteadily, and the venom spewed forth from his gaping maw gradually transformed into water, cascading down like a waterfall. When comparing the imperial palace of the Holy Land of Nowhere to the Demon Realm's palace, it is akin to the heavens and the earth. Although the Demon Palace has succumbed to the ravages of time and is now in a state of disrepair, it still emanates the aura of a once mighty race, incomparable to human architecture. Upon entering the palace, the shadow abruptly halted, its azure eyes fixated on 5 colossal statues within. Each statue bore a bizarre appearance. Some had 3 heads, others possessed 6 legs, and still others had 3 eyes, truly a spectacle of untold oddities. These statues represented the 5 great demon emperors prior to the resurgence of the demon race, renowned across the continent by illustrious titles, such as the 3-headed demon emperor and the ancient Strider demon emperor, with some even lacking recorded names. Yet, at the center of the 4-stone sculpture stood a notably taller statue, that of the Demon City Emperor, the first in demon history to transform the demon city into the most prosperous and powerful realm of ancient times. Upon entering the magnificent palace, all were awestruck by the scene before them. Lin Yin immediately spotted the statue with 3 eyes, which prompted the young man to contemplate the 6 Hell's Azura eye within himself. Could it be that this demonic eye is a legacy from this emperor? Then could that be the demon crown? Mu Li's expression tightened as he glanced at the skull-shaped demon crown adorning the statue's forehead, exclaiming in astonishment, "Indeed, that is the demon crown." The shadow swallowed hard and instinctively approached the statue with slow, deliberate steps. Lin Yin, however, did not focus on the shadow but rather on the statue's hand, which was sculpted in a gripping position, as if clutching something that had long since vanished. Without a doubt, it must have held the Black Abyss bloodblade from his silver spirit ring. Yet, new questions arose. When the Black Flame Demon King took the weapon, why was the crown, so readily accessible upon the statue's head, left behind? Why choose to lie, claiming the crown was merely a legend, when he had never laid eyes on it? Before these questions could be pondered further, the shadow suddenly unleashed a powerful surge of aquatic elemental energy, conjuring a wave that propelled it towards the demon crown. How infuriating! Should I intervene, or will the crown be snatched away? Mu Li swiftly drew his dual-horned greatsword, seething with rage. "Do not panic. Since the demon clan dares to place the demon crown here, they must not fear theft. Perhaps there are unseen obstacles that we have yet to discover." Lin Yin attributed the reason behind the Black Flame Demon King not taking the crown to the secrets concealed within it, thus advising against the risk of snatching food from the tiger's mouth. It seems the youth's speculation was not unfounded. The moment the shadow made contact with the crown, a faint halo of black light radiated outward, and in that instant, time appeared to stand still. The dust suspended in the air was clearly visible, frozen in place, as if even the air itself had become stagnant. Unable to move, the youth furrowed his brow, shaking his body vigorously, only to find his veins felt as though they were filled with solidified lead. Even his spiritual energy had entirely frozen, rendering him as motionless as a statue. Just when the others thought their fate was sealed, Another wave of blackness surged forth, engulfing Lin Yin and his companions in a world of utter darkness, where one could not see their own hand before their face, devoid of sky or earth, let alone the cardinal directions that Li, Xing Yan. Gazing at the chaotic surroundings, Lin Yin called out desperately, yet received no response. Chapter 56. Reverse scale all around was an expanse of blackness, occasionally illuminated by a distant flicker of phosphorescence. Lin Yin could not discern his location. It felt akin to the mirror images conjured by the necromancers of the Mirror Magic City, yet the reflections there were likely just the tip of the iceberg. Or perhaps the necromancers were merely granted insignificant powers by the crown. Darkness signifies danger, particularly when one is powerless to act. This helpless despair, even fear, could only be truly understood by Lin Yin, who found himself in this void. Is this the coronation ceremony? The youth murmured to himself. It seems his conjecture was indeed correct. The dying emperor removed the crown, symbolizing imperial authority, and personally placed it upon the head of the third prince. In that instant, all civil and military officials erupted in applause, and nearly all the noble families of Shenglin City, except for the Lin family, were present. In a corner, Uncle Wu wore a smile, as if everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. However, the lively coronation ceremony was abruptly silenced by a loud voice. It's bad. It's bad. Your Highness, someone is disregarding the Imperial Guard and has stormed into the Grand Hall. Ha! The Lin family child, I never expected he would truly dare to come. Uncle Wu exclaimed, stepping forward, surveying the already controlled situation with a hearty laugh. Humph, he has arrived. How fortuitous. Today, I shall wed Yuhan as the new empress, and let him serve as my horse attendant. Personally delivering Yuhan to me. The third prince's gaze was sharp as he roared towards the Grand Hall's entrance, as if the entire empire could hear him. Standing in the void, Lin Yin watched as a gray-robed youth approached the Grand Hall step by step, a peculiar glimmer flickering in his eyes. Is this truly me 3 years hence? Royal whelp, I have come to fulfill the 3-year promise. Let us battle. With that, the youth removed his gray cloak, gazing down upon the man in the dragon robe, and declared, that moment. The third prince suddenly shattered the dragon robe, his eyes bursting forth with radiant light, and he instantly descended, standing opposed to the youth with unwavering resolve. What was initially anticipated to be an earth-shattering battle, instead transformed into darkness once more as Lin Yin watched, transfixed. Damn it. Huh? Are you jesting? Could I possibly lose? Staring blankly at himself kneeling before the third prince. The youth's visage twisted in agony, as the powers once sealed by the void began to stir like a great dragon awakening, violently thrashing. How dare you? The boy's face contorted into a fierce and ashen mask. Summoning the blood blade in an instant, he swung it fiercely towards the third prince. However, the crescent strike, imbued with a palpable intent to kill, merely grazed the third prince's waist, passing through without inflicting a scratch. The third prince, stepping upon the youth's chest with a bemused expression, remarked with a languid smile, "You worthless fool, do you still remember the promise you made back then? Should you fail, I shall do with you as I please. Of course, I shan't take your life. I'll spare your wretched existence, allowing you to escort Yuhan to my harem, ensuring she arrives properly. Should you succeed, perhaps I shall permit you to remain here forever as my dog." Upon hearing these words, the youth, observing closely, clenched his fists tightly, his delicate features contorted in anguish, perhaps due to the immense pressure. Crimson droplets of blood trickled from his fingers into the blood blade, releasing an overwhelming aura akin to a tempest. Consumed by fury, the youth gradually raised the blood blade, its form swelling with the infusion of his lifeblood. Then, with a sudden, fierce downward strike, an energy surge capable of leveling half a mountain erupted forth, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Yet, regardless of the energy unleashed, the scene before him remained unchanged, as if this power were but an illusion. At that moment, the most unwelcome sight unfolded before him, his defeated self, extending a hand to support Yuhan, stepping resolutely into the palace, the wedding venue. The gaze of nearly 1 million citizens converged upon the youth, alongside the Huang and Xiu families, as well as the holy heavenly sect. Their disdainful looks were unreserved, piercing him like 1,000 swords, leaving him bereft of any chance to breathe. That a dragon has its reverse scales. To touch them is to invite death. Ha! I fear not your retaliation. The third prince, observing the frenzied youth, suddenly waved his hand, and behold, dozens of carriages emerged from the crowd, within which Lin Jintian, the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and even his elder brother were imprisoned. Almost all the scions of the families had been captured. Lin Yin, you who are faithless, seeking to assassinate me despite your defeat. Today I shall enact the majesty of the Emperor, the Lin family. Humph! I shall exterminate your entire clan, wiping them out completely, with a sweeping gesture. The third prince commanded several executioners wielding heavy blades toward the prisoner wagon. No, this cannot be real. Cease. Under the sway of rage and despair, the self-proclaimed calm youth neared the brink of collapse. Even if this spectacle were merely a fabrication, it mattered not. In the very instant the executioners swung their blades, the space abruptly froze, and all illusions came to a halt. At that moment, two colossal and ferocious super beasts erupted from the ground. Howling towards the heavens, their deep roars capable of shattering the earth, collapsing space, and obliterating all existence. At that moment, a man emerged slowly from the void. He bore two horns upon his head, draped in a black robe. Towering and imposing, with a countenance that was stern yet exuded an unapproachable authority, the youth, seemingly unable to restrain himself, extended his hands to accept the man's offering. Very well, I shall grant your wish. The man declared, abruptly sweeping his hand. The previously tranquil universe erupted into chaos as two colossal beasts barreled through, transforming the entire sacred land of nowhere into ashes in the blink of an eye. As if struck by a meteor, the end of all living beings was upon them. The man turned his gaze and continued, do you see? Those who obstruct you, belittle you, or harbor enmity towards you, have all crumbled into ashes under the power of greed and desire. The youth's gaze grew increasingly distant, seemingly lost, as he approached the man with an expressionless demeanor. Just then, a phantom figure materialized from the ether. Its face ashen, standing suspended in the void, as a withered hand suddenly pressed down, wielding enough force to uproot mountains. This power enveloped the youth entirely, with a resounding thrum, akin to a great bell. The youth was jolted awake from his stupor. Teacher. Upon seeing the elder's pallid visage, the boy instantly regained his composure. Humph. Regardless of whether you are the demon crown or the demon emperor, my disciple is not someone you can touch at will. With a wave of his hand, the elder, Ming Lao, split the chaotic cosmos asunder, revealing one half shrouded in darkness and the other in light. At that moment, the previously formidable man began to swell, ultimately bursting forth with a resounding explosion, transforming into a swirling cloud of pitch-black mist that coalesced into a gigantic skull in midair, emitting a series of ear-piercing shrieks. What are you lingering for? I shall pull you out. Ming Lao suddenly seized the youth by the collar and hoisted him up, just as he intended to exit the illusion. Yet, the skeletal black mist retaliated, seemingly unwilling to release the youth, pouring forth all its might to pierce through Ming Lao's radiant barrier, instantly plunging into the youth's being. Coughing violently, the youth expelled a large pool of dark blood, collapsing onto the ground in excruciating pain. As if countless tiny insects were gnawing at his flesh, the agony did not endure for long, and when he opened his eyes, all illusions had dissipated, revealing him lying within the palace of the demon city. Alongside Mu Li, Xing Yan, and the mysterious shadow, all sprawled on the ground, unconscious and unaware. Chapter 57. The Surge of Power. Upon awakening, Lin Yin immediately sat cross-legged, continually forming hand seals, as the dormant spiritual energy within him gradually radiated vitality. However, the condition within his body was not as dire as anticipated. Surprisingly, a small black energy had transformed into a diminutive skull, hovering motionless beside the eye of the demon. At that moment, Ming Lao slowly appeared before the youth, though his expression was exceedingly grim, bearing an air of desolation. Teacher, this. The boy looked up at the elder, uncertain of what to say. It seems that the demon crown has chosen you, yet it has expended much of its power breaking through my radiant prison, and poses no threat at present. Why would so many choose me? The youth inquired, bewildered. Perhaps it is due to the eye of the demon. When the power of the demon crown entered your body, it surged directly toward the eye, becoming a symbiotic existence. Ming Lao replied, shaking his head. Are there any drawbacks? Certainly. There are flaws to consider. My immediate concern is that the demon eye must not absorb the power of the demon crown. Otherwise, even the slightest mastery over the Dan would become nearly impossible. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin suddenly realized, no wonder the Black Flame Demon King, despite having the opportunity, refrained from acting against the demon crown. It appears this artifact is not as formidable as legend suggests. capable of wielding the power of the Emperor of the Demon City merely by possession. Should this wisp of black gas be consumed by the demon eye, it is likely I would lose control, rendering the Dan useless. Alternatively, while the Dan may still serve a purpose by restraining the demon eye from making any moves, once the Dan vanishes or I choose to withdraw it, no one can predict the ensuing chaos. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yin, however, overlooked a more pressing matter: his cultivation. While minor fluctuations in his cultivation could typically be disregarded, he now distinctly sensed a significant increase in the intensity of his spiritual essence, with the efficiency of energy circulation through his meridians nearly doubling. Could it be that he had broken through? The youth hurriedly assessed his cultivation, and indeed, as expected, his level as a spirit practitioner had surged from the 9th layer directly to the 2nd layer of Spirit Master, and he vaguely felt himself brushing against the threshold of the 3rd layer. It seems that even if I weaken the power of the demon crown, it still forcibly enhances my strength. Old Ming's expression bore no trace of joy. Instead, it was marred by concern. Observing the furrowed brow of Old Ming, Lin Yin inquired, "Master, is the increase in strength not a good thing? It is indeed beneficial. But do you recall what I mentioned before? Should you ascend to the rank of Spirit Master, it will necessitate the sustenance of the Ancestor Crystal for any further advancement. Currently, we have no leads on the Ancestor Crystal. If you approach the 3rd layer of Spirit Master, you may very well be drained instantaneously." Listening to the Elder's unwavering assertions, Lin Yin's countenance darkened, though he had entered the ranks of Spirit Master. Any future progression would hinge upon the presence of the powerful Ancestor Crystal, implying that without it, he could never advance. If he were to spend a lifetime without finding it, would he not be forever confined to the Spirit Master tier? Sighing softly, a shadow of melancholy crossed the youth's face. Though he had hastily glimpsed things he should not have in the illusion, he could not allow it to become a reality, with 3 years to prepare. Should he lack the requisite strength, he would pay with his life to cleanse all disgrace. Noticing the boy's downcast eyes, Old Ming slowly approached, hands tucked within his sleeves, and calmly stated, "Let us choose a day to journey to the central continent, where the flow of information is most advanced. Perhaps we might uncover leads regarding the Ancestor Crystal. After all, the chasm between spirit practitioners and spirit masters is not trivial. Spirit masters possess not only a vastly greater reserve of spiritual essence, but can also wield the Dan effectively. Should you now study advanced techniques of the spirit tier, the results would likely be exponentially rewarding." As Lin Yin contemplated his next steps, the slumbering figures of Xing Yin, Mu Li, and the dark shadow gradually awakened, their eyes glinting with a veiled intent to kill. Perhaps they, too, had witnessed things in the illusion that they wished to avoid, yet the demon crown had not chosen them. How infuriating! To my astonishment, I beheld that as he spoke, Mu Li fiercely struck his fist, seemingly reluctant to broach the subject of his sorrow. Fortunately, the demon crown remained intact. Xing Yin gazed at the black skeleton upon the statue and remarked with a hint of detachment. Just then, a shadow abruptly darted forth, a forceful suction erupting from its palm, causing the once motionless statue to shatter. The demon crown, firmly affixed atop, was instantaneously wrenched away. "Damn it, this demon crown is meant for all. Do you intend to monopolize it?" Mu Li appeared exceedingly unwilling, bellowing in fury, "I have declared that the demon crown is mine. Should you seek to wrest it from my grasp, I advise you to abandon that thought, lest I confine you here forever." The shadow coldly regarded the trio, devoid of any emotion. "Humph. Only through combat shall we ascertain the outcome." Xing Yin suddenly drew his longsword, his murderous intent intensifying. Observing the imminent clash among the individuals, Lin Yin could not help but smile bitterly, utterly perplexed as to what made the demon crown so coveted. Perhaps it was the legends that rendered it alluring, igniting the greed and desires of others. Yet to possess it would make one wish to distance themselves by 3 feet. "Brother Mu, since this gentleman has acquired it, let him take it away. Believe me, you would prefer not to lay hands upon it." Lin Yin said with a wry chuckle. Of course, his words were not without reason. Firstly, the power of the demon crown had already been absorbed by himself, leaving only remnants of its magical energy. Secondly, this artifact would bring calamity to whomever possessed it. As the saying goes, a gentleman is blameless, yet possesses a jewel that invites trouble, especially with several disciples of the Holy Heaven sect lurking outside. Lin Yin, do not forget your identity. The quest for the demon crown has been the aspiration of my sword pavilion for countless generations, that I cannot simply relinquish it. Mu Li retorted angrily. Hearing Mu Li's furious words, Lin Yin felt a pang of pain, though he could understand it. The sword pavilion was certainly no paragon of virtue. He was uncertain what ideologies the inner elders had instilled in Mu Li and the others. Yet he could not stand idly by and witness the demise of a friend who had once aided him. So, are you implying that you wish to fight? The shadow tucked the demon crown close to its chest and suddenly removed its cloak, revealing a face devoid of any vitality, strikingly similar to the outer shell. It is said that the beings of the spirit sea can only venture forth by inhabiting the bodies of others. And it seems that is indeed the case, Xing Yin remarked warily, his tone icy. The spirit sea is home to a unique race known as the spirit clan. They can only exist within the ocean for their entire lives. As ethereal beings, they cannot set foot on the mainland unless they inhabit the corpses of deceased humans, yet this comes at a cost. They may only survive for 10 years. Once that decade elapses, the body, deprived of vital essence for too long, collapses into a lifeless husk. However, the actual duration of survival is not a strict 10 years. It depends on the realm of the corpse in life. If it were a spirit king or spirit emperor, surviving 2 to 3 decades would pose no issue, yet the shadow clearly belonged to the pinnacle of spirit warriors, likely surviving no more than a decade or so. So what? As long as I obtain the demon crown, my mission will be fulfilled, and I shall enter the eternal sea, forever united with my ancestors. The shadow rigidly displayed a ghastly smile. Then go perish. Mu Li suddenly swung his colossal sword with great force, the immense power crashing down upon the shadow, sending ripples of air scattering in all directions. Bang! The shadow swiftly waved its sleeve, unleashing a tempest interspersed with droplets of water, propelling him backwards and causing his swords to fly from his grip. He was then forcefully slammed against a massive boulder, the water droplets seeping into his skin and invading his internal organs. Infuriating, Xing Yin was instantly consumed by rage, forming a seal with his fingers as a divine sword descended from the heavens, striking the shadow's back with tremendous force, nearly piercing through. This corporeal vessel is merely a tool for my emergence from the spirit sea. Your attacks are futile against me. The shadow's body flickered momentarily, delivering a heavy blow to Xing Yan's chest, causing the water element to rapidly infiltrate. In less than a moment, both Xing Yin and Mu Li fell unconscious, blood trickling from Qi Qiao. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yin couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. It seemed he had no choice but to intervene. Yet, what were his chances of success, faced with the indestructible and unbreakable water element? Unless he possessed fire attributes, there was no room for resistance to it. Is your turn. A sphere of water element materialized within the shadow's palm as it coldly addressed the youth. That I merely wish to ascertain what you have done to the two of them. Lin Yin, glancing at the unconscious duo, spoke devoid of any emotion. They should be on the brink of death. If you withdraw the water element, I will allow you to leave. Should anything happen to them, I will ensure you remain here. Believe me, I can make it happen. The youth's visage appeared somewhat sinister, his aura exceedingly violent, the blood blade manifesting unknowingly, exuding a menacing aura. The shadow hesitating for a moment, seemingly feeling a flicker of fear rising within. With a slight movement of its fingers, the tumultuous water element within Mu Li and Xing Yin was swiftly extracted, and without lingering, the shadow dashed towards the outside, vanishing from Lin Yan's side in an instant. Watching the threat recede, Lin Yan slumped wearily to the ground, his gaze turning towards the two who had escaped the clutches of death. Finally exhaling a sigh of relief, the sky darkened further, indicating that the mirror demon domain would soon close. This journey into the demon domain had yielded both gains and losses. It could not be deemed in vain. Chapter 58. Familial turmoil. Xing Yin and Mu Li had been gravely injured by the water element. Their strength severely diminished, yet their lives were preserved. However, their expressions were far from pleasant, for the purpose of their expedition was to seek the demon crown. Although it had proven easier to locate than anticipated, the emergence of a powerful spirit clan adversary had thwarted their plans, and not only had they been robbed, but it was unlikely they would recover from their injuries without months of recuperation. Infuriating. I knew it. That wretched group from the Holy Heaven sect must have clashed with the spirit clan's powerhouse. Mu Li kicked the corpse in frustration, laughing heartily, observing the water element oozing from the body. Lin Yan's lips curled into a slight smile, speculating that they had likely been waiting for him in the ancient tower. Little did he expect to encounter a spirit clan formidable opponent instead. It was apparent that a fierce battle had ensued between the two parties, though it was evident that the Spirit Clan had emerged victorious, leaving the Holy Heaven sect in disarray. Jiu Ming is not within the corpse. Perhaps he has already exited. We must hasten, for the Mirror Demon City is on the verge of closing, Xing Yin remarked, gazing at the gathering storm clouds in the sky of the Demon City. Subsequently, the three individuals hastened their steeds, racing towards the outside world. At that moment, a multitude of powerful figures, varying in strength, gathered outside the Demon City, predominantly comprising members from the Holy Sky sect and the Sword Pavilion. However, the expressions of these elders were far from pleasant. Each one gazed at the Demon City with a countenance of grim determination. After waiting for approximately half an hour, three figures suddenly emerged from the depths of the Demon City, standing resolutely upon the desolate expanse. "Humph, at last, they have appeared," remarked an elder from the Holy Sky sect, his demeanor icy as he regarded the distant trio. Just then, Jian Kuang and his companions also began to advance, an indescribable expression manifesting upon their faces. It seemed that our entry into the Demon City had already been revealed to the Holy Sky sect, remarked Xing Yin, warily observing the approaching crowd. "Disciples of the Sword Pavilion, I am uncertain how you managed to infiltrate, but this Mirror Demon City was opened by our Holy Sky sect. It is said that you have ventured deep into the city. Please present the Demon Crown." A gaunt elder slowly stepped forward, an indistinct aura of power emanating from him. I believe you are mistaken. The Demon Crown is not in my possession. Did Guming not inform you of the presence of Spirit Clan warriors within? Xing Yin furrowed his brow, responding. The gaunt elder's face immediately contorted with anger. Nonsense. When Guming emerged, he was lying right at your feet, not only grievously injured but with 60% of his internal organs damaged. Pray tell, what Spirit Clan could inflict such harm upon a core disciple of our Holy Sky sect while you remain unscathed? Unscathed? Damn it. Mu Li's face flushed with rage upon hearing this, nearly succumbing to a fit of anger. His own internal organs were approximately 30% damaged. Had it not been for the opponent's restraint, he would likely be a lifeless corpse by now. Enough of this chatter. Surrender the Demon Crown. This crown does not belong to any individual or faction. It rightfully belongs to the Empire, and we, the Holy Sky sect, have been— The elder appeared deeply fixated on the Demon Crown, invoking the Empire to bolster his claim that it is simply not present, Xing Yin replied, casting a glance at the increasingly irate elder from the Sword Pavilion. Speaking without a hint of fear. Humph, do you take me for a child of 3? Look at the tempest within the Mirror Demon City. It is nearing dissipation. Its power derives from the Demon Crown within. If the crown were not missing, would the storm cease? The gaunt elder raised his staff, pointing towards the swirling storm clouds that intermittently revealed themselves within the Mirror Demon City. Upon hearing this, Jian Kuang slightly furrowed his brow. There was truth in the elder's words. The Mirror Demon City was indeed markedly different from before. Could it be that the Demon Crown had truly been taken? Given the modus operandi of the Holy Sky sect, had they acquired the crown, they would have long since departed, rendering the charade of accusing others unnecessary. Not only Jian Kuang harbored such thoughts. Even the Grand Elder shared the sentiment. The benevolent and gentle Grand Elder stepped forward, a glimmer of wisdom illuminating his eyes as he regarded Xing Yin, murmuring, "You need not fear them. Recount the events as they transpired. Even if you possess the Demon Crown, without my permission, I doubt they would dare to act against you." As the second most formidable man of the Sword Pavilion, he was well within his rights to utter such words. It was undeniable that the Grand Elder had honed his swordsmanship to its pinnacle. Had he not concealed his true prowess, he would have undoubtedly become one of the most prominent superpowers in the sacred land of Noer. Great Elder, we are certainly not afraid of the Holy Heaven sect. However, it is undeniable that the Demon Crown has indeed been taken by the Spirit Clan. If you doubt this, you may search me. Xing Tian stepped forward and declared. Upon hearing this, the other elders exchanged glances. With their presence, Xing Tian would never utter falsehoods, for they understood that these few elders from the Holy Heaven sect posed no real threat to the Great Elder and Jian Kuang. Thus there was no need for fear. Old man, I believe that a mysterious powerful being has indeed entered the Demon City. The wounds on your sect's disciple are infused with a potent which is beyond the capabilities of ordinary humans. I shall take my leave now, as I cannot linger. Something grave must have occurred in my family, particularly with the third elder being injured for no apparent reason. With this thought, the youth grew increasingly anxious for his father. Wait, have I permitted your departure? I suspect the Demon Crown resides with you. Why the haste to leave? The emaciated elder stepped forward, blocking the youth's path. I do not comprehend what you are implying. The demon crown has already been taken by a formidable being of the spirit clan. If you continue to obstruct me, as he spoke, a glimmer of dark radiance flickered in the youth's eyes. Dazzlingly bright, suddenly sensing an extraordinarily familiar aura, the emaciated elder's expression shifted dramatically. This sensation felt eerily reminiscent, yet he could not place it, as if it belonged to a distant past. What the elder sensed was the piercing, murderous intent emanating from the demon eye. In this world, aside from those gods of death who have taken countless lives, there could hardly be a more formidable aura of killing than that of the demon eye. Old man, I propose this. Once Gumeng awakens, you may inquire further. If it is indeed the work of my sword pavilion, then we shall concede regarding the matter of the demon crown. If it is not our doing, it would imply that a powerful being from the spirit clan, Jin Kuang, has emerged. He gestured for the youth to leave. Lin Yin cast a grateful glance at Jin Kuang, and then leaped onto the giant eagle that Jin Kuang had summoned, soaring towards the direction of the sword pavilion. The emaciated elder was about to intervene, but was halted by Jin Kuang's drawn blade, who angrily stated, "Very well, I concede that I am not your match. However, once Gumeng awakens, should the disappearance of the demon crown truly be attributed to your sword pavilion, next time, it will not just be me who comes." Listening to the heavily laced threats, Jin Kuang shrugged nonchalantly on the back of the giant eagle. The youth felt an increasing. This sensation was unlike anything he had ever experienced before, yet it caused his heart to race intensely. The current Holy Lin city was firmly under the control of the Lin family, and the Huangqiu families posed little threat. What could possibly compel the third elder to endure grave injuries and travel 100 miles to find him? With these questions weighing on his mind, the youth hurried onward. After a prolonged period of rapid flight, the sword pavilion came into view. The youth could hardly contain his impatience, halting mid-air without waiting for the giant eagle to land. He leapt down from dozens of meters in height, the powerful impact sweeping the dust from the ground. At the second young master? Outside the sword pavilion, the third elder, who had been waiting with bated breath, trembled as he grasped the youth's hand with his frail, withered fingers. Observing the third elder, who appeared markedly different from before, Lin Yan's expression darkened further, and he hurriedly inquired, "Third elder, what on earth has transpired? How did you sustain those injuries? What has happened to my father?" Alas, the heavens have wreaked havoc upon the Lin family. Just a few days ago, the Lin clan was living in harmony, with everything progressing towards the best possible outcome. However, out of nowhere, a frenzied spirit king appeared, unleashing a relentless assault on the Lin family. Had it not been for the family head employing the Tiger King mountain suppression technique to safeguard the younger generation, the entire Shenglin city might have been erased from the sacred realm of Noer. With a voice choked with tears, the third elder lamented, "Tell me, what has happened to my father?" The youth, on the brink of madness, roared in response, "The family head has been captured. I was gravely injured," and he explicitly stated that if Lin Yin does not appear within 3 days, the consequences will be dire. Suddenly, the boy felt a resounding thrum in his head. A wave of murderous intent surging stronger than ever before, felt even within the sword pavilion. Chapter 59. Return to Shenglin City. Do you know who the assailant is? The third elder inquired, his expression one of astonishment. As doubts swirled in his mind, it had only been a short time since they had emerged, and yet they had already offended a spirit king. However, it must be said that despite the boy's brief absence from Shenglin City, his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Were he to confront his current self, the chances of victory would be slim. The boy remained silent, but within him, turmoil raged like a tempest. He had merely incurred the wrath of Hong Shao from the Holy Sky sect. Yet unexpectedly, the adversary dared not stir trouble at the sword pavilion, but instead sought out his family in Shenglin City. Perhaps he felt cornered, attempting to leverage his family to draw him out. However, from the third elder's words, it appeared that Hong Shao had not revealed his identity. This was fortunate. Even if he were to slay Hong Shao, the Holy Sky sect would not uncover the truth so swiftly. This time, he intended to settle old scores along with new grievances. Elder Ming spoke with a calm demeanor. "Even if it means walking into the jaws of death, I must go. I strive to grow stronger to protect those who deserve protection. If I cannot achieve this, what purpose does my pursuit of ultimate power serve?" Indeed. Your resolve is commendable. I shall assist you with all my might. Let us set forth." Elder Ming appeared increasingly pleased with the youth. Laughing heartily, once he regained his composure, The third elder noticed the colossal eagle soaring majestically in the skies above, leaving him utterly astounded. Truly, the great sects were extraordinary. Even a rare beast like the giant eagle could be tamed. If only he possessed one, he could dominate Xianglin City. Yet, as he indulged in his fantasies, the third elder steeled himself, trembling as he settled atop the giant eagle. Without hesitation, the youth guided the majestic creature toward Xianglin City. At that moment, Xianglin City was a scene of an entirely different nature. The other three prominent families, aside from the abducted Lin family, had gathered at the city lord's mansion. This venue was traditionally where the city convened in the face of insurmountable challenges. However, this time, they lacked the sense of impending doom. Instead, their expressions bore a hint of delight. What is your take on the Lin family's abduction by a spirit king? The nominally powerful city lord posed the question. Awaiting deliberation from the other families before making a decision, that I believe this meeting is utterly unnecessary. While it is true that Xianglin City was attacked by a spirit king, the target was not the entire city. Did you not hear him say that it was solely the Lin family? As long as we do not interfere, we shall face no threat, Huang Jia, the head of the Huang family, remarked nonchalantly. What the head of the Huang family has stated is indeed correct. Such a formidable being as the Spirit King is a rare presence even within the entirety of the imperial capital, and their terrifying strength is beyond what we, mere mortals, can contend with. Thus, it is prudent for us to refrain from intervening. As Qiu Yi has also expressed his stance at this moment, two of the three prominent families have already declared their unwillingness to offer assistance. The pale-faced Lu Yang, lurking in the corner, is even less likely to side with the Lin family, as he himself is in a precarious position. Were it not for the prospect of becoming the future national consort, it is likely that the Huang and Qiu families would have already taken action, eager to eliminate the Lin family without hesitation. Since all parties have agreed not to assist, let this be our resolution, facing a spirit king. Unless a divine being descends from the heavens, the Lin family is doomed to extinction. Lord City Master, this is bad. This is terrible. A guard rushed in, panic-stricken. What are you so flustered about? Do you not see I have guests? The city master retorted angrily. I greet you, esteemed heads of the families. The guard bowed in terror to the distinguished guests present, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he continued. City master, our holy Lin city is under attack by demonic beasts. Humph, what is there to fear? Are not the esteemed heads of the families here? Furthermore, the most formidable beast within the Yaoyu mountain is merely the 8-backed iron bull, which, I believe, has already been slain. The remaining rabble should not frighten you so. The city master waved his hand dismissively. My lord, it is not the beasts of Yaoyu mountain. It is a giant eagle. An adult giant eagle, the guard shouted in terror. Upon hearing this, not only did Huang Zhao's expression shift, but even Qiu Yi was similarly affected. Although this giant eagle is merely a third-tier beast, it belongs to the raptor classification, and combined with its unique wind attribute and aerial superiority, it poses a significant threat even to peak human spirit warriors, warranting vigilance. How curious! Why does such bizarre phenomena keep occurring in Holy Lin City? Take me to see, the city master commanded with a wave of his hand. As the entire assembly exited the room, they beheld a massive giant eagle soaring low over Holy Lin City. Its trajectory aimed directly at the Lin family. Could it be that my suspicions were correct, and there are powerful allies aiding the Lin family? The city master mused, furrowing his brow. Perhaps not. If it is once again trouble seeking the Lin family, their entire clan may indeed face annihilation. Huang Xiao thought to himself, harboring deep desires for the Lin family's downfall. This would not only secure the gold mine, but also allow him to glimpse the position of the foremost family. Meanwhile, Lin Yan stood atop the expansive back of the giant eagle, his blood-red eyes fixated on the Lin family. As anticipated, there was scarcely a trace of life within the Lin household. Even the nearby well-traveled roads were devoid of any signs of life. It seems the citizens of this area, fearing for their safety, have long since evacuated. Within the Lin family, in a room that was neither overly large nor brightly lit, nearly 30 high-ranking members of the Lin family were ensnared by overwhelming energy. Their pupils dilated, emanating faint wisps of gray aura. As time progressed, it became increasingly evident that the vitality within their bodies was waning. High above, the youth sensed the pervasive corrosive power enveloping them. A sensation with which he was all too familiar. It was this very tactic that had rendered Jian Yin defenseless in an instant. This compels the youth to hasten with urgency, while the colossal eagle emits piercing cries that resonate through the air. Atop the highest tower of the Lin family, an elderly figure draped in a flowing black robe stands silently, gazing at the majestic eagle above, a hint of maniacal glee flickering across his face. "Ha ha, thief, at long last. You have arrived. I was beginning to think you would remain forever coiled within the sword pavilion." The elder, Hong Xiao, booms with laughter as he observes the youth. "Who told you that I am Lin Yan?" Just as Hong Xiao believed he had successfully drawn Lin Yan's attention, an unexpected raspy voice emanated from a distant figure clad in gray robes, exuding an aura of formidable strength that was on an entirely different level compared to before. After arranging matters with the third elder, Lin Yan had donned the gray robe, concealing his visage completely, and ingested a pre-prepared elixir capable of altering his voice. "You are not Lin Yan. How is that possible? Who exactly are you?" A sense of unease washed over Hong Xiao as he bellowed in fury. "Coincidentally, I share some ties with the Lin family. Upon hearing of their plight, I rushed to offer my assistance." The voice from within the gray robe croaked slowly that, "Ha ha. Who would believe your words? I am not blind." Hong Xiao laughed once more, dismissively. For Lin Yan, his disguise was not intended for Hong Xiao's eyes, but rather for the countless citizens below Shenglin City. Most crucially, it was for the two families of Huangqiu. Should his power be revealed at this moment, it would imply he possessed the strength to contend with the Spirit King. If such news reached the ears of the third prince and Uncle Wu, he would undoubtedly not survive to see the next dawn. After all, who among the entire continent could transition from being a mere waste to opposing a Spirit King within a year? Believe it or not, I advise you to release the members of the Lin family before I unleash my wrath. I might just spare your life." Lin Yan raised a finger, a flicker of violent energy swirling around it. His words laced with unabashed menace. "It has been nearly a century since I heard such words. I am truly curious to see how you intend to take my life." Hong Xiao's eyes glimmered with madness as the overwhelming aura of a Spirit King erupted forth in a sweeping wave. Alas, yet another formidable presence has emerged. It seems Shenglin City is indeed on the brink of upheaval. Observing the impending clash between the two in the sky, Qiu Yi and the others collectively sighed and shook their heads. Chapter 60. A clash of wills. Though Lin Yan has presently attained the second tier of spirit mastery, he remains woefully inadequate when facing a Spirit King. As the saying goes, beneath the Spirit King, all are but ants. Whether one is a spirit warrior or at the pinnacle of spirit warriors, the prospect of defeating a powerful Spirit King is almost non-existent without risking one's life. In the face of the relentless pressure emanating from Hong Xiao, the youth remained undaunted, his gaze shimmering with a dark glint as he scanned the Lin family estate. In a seemingly modest yet overcrowded chamber, he detected a familiar aura. His father, Lin Dingtian. Suppressing his inner fury, Lin Yan abruptly unsheathed the blood blade of the dark prison, which had undergone a significant transformation since its awakening, now radiating a crimson hue, and infused with a potent aura of malevolence. The second tier of spirit mastery. Hong Xiao suddenly perceived the realm of the young man, and a look of astonishment flickered across his aged face, tinged with a hint of mockery. In the face of a vengeful Spirit King, Lin Yan dared not hold back in the slightest. In an instant, he carved a wound into his palm, allowing the blood to be entirely absorbed by the blood spirit within the blood blade. His strength surged dramatically. He ascended several tiers, nearing the 6th level of spirit mastery. Indeed, it was no wonder that such a treasure belonged to the demon clan, although I am unaware of who bestowed upon you the audacity to challenge me. Now that you have come, do not leave. Join the Lin family in their demise." Hong Xiao abruptly lifted his withered palm, and a mass of deep gray energy began to converge violently, its potent corrosive force palpable from 10 miles away. As the aura of the Spirit King enveloped the area beneath St. Lin City, every martial artist with even a modicum of ability scrambled onto rooftops, with a few audacious souls daring to approach within a mere 100 meters. The battle of such a Spirit King was far beyond the comprehension of the martial artists of St. Lin City, for it had been centuries since a confrontation of this caliber had occurred here. How could they possibly miss such a spectacle? Who exactly is this gray-robed man? I have never heard of the Lin family being acquainted with a warrior capable of battling a Spirit King, Qiu Yi remarked, furrowing his brow as he gazed at Lin Yan. Perhaps he is an old acquaintance of Lin Ying from days gone by, for only Lin Ying of the Lin family and the elder Huang from the Lu family have reached the level of Spirit King in St. Lin City. Huang Xiao noted, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Lu Yang stood at the back of the crowd, seated upon a portable chair, his eyes shimmering with indescribable emotions. The current state of the Lin family was nothing short of astounding to him. They had already risen above the concerns of St. Lin City, and even those they had offended were no longer of consequence compared to their confrontation with the Spirit King, unable to fly. Lin Yin could only engage in battle atop the back of a giant eagle, a limitation that significantly hampered his agility. The pressure of such combat was palpable, yet he could not allow his opponent to underestimate him. If the fight were to take place on solid ground, it was likely that Hong Xiao would show no mercy. Such relentless assaults would surely devastate the Lin family's surroundings for miles. As a renowned figure of the Sacred Heaven sect, Hong Xiao employed an unknown technique that rendered his ability to walk through the air as fluid as flowing clouds, devoid of any discernible flaw. As if he were merely standing on solid ground, with a fierce shout, Hong Xiao unleashed the corrosive power he had been gathering in his hand for some time. As it sliced through the air, it created ripples, and had it been any stronger, the very fabric of space might have been corroded and distorted. Blood spirit slash. Lin Yin gathered all his strength and struck towards the void with a simple, yet powerful crescent slash. Imbued with lethal intent, colliding without hesitation against Hong Xiao's corrosive force. Boom! Following an earth-shattering explosion, the formidable crescent slash was utterly obliterated by the corrosive energy, merely managing to slow the gray force, with no hope of opposing it. Ultimately, a Spirit King is still a Spirit King. Witnessing the overwhelmingly one-sided situation in the sky, Xiao Yi exclaimed in shock, revealing that this mysterious gray-robed figure was no match for the Spirit King. Swipe. In the most critical moment, Lin Yin dared not exhibit any negligence that he abruptly summoned the puppet, which forcefully collided with the corrosive force. Fortunately, the Black Flame Demon King, in his lifetime, was at the pinnacle of the Spirit King realm, and his physique was sufficiently robust, preventing him from being reduced to mere shards by the corrosion. However, his upper garment was entirely eroded, revealing large patches of gray skin. How could there still be such formidable beings? Huang Xiao was momentarily taken aback, his expression growing increasingly somber. To withstand the corrosive force head-on required a level of audacity that ordinary warriors would scarcely dare to possess. It was evident that at this moment, Liu Yang's countenance had nearly turned ashen. That he had initially believed that the Lin family was about to be annihilated, an outcome that would alleviate his own inner turmoil. Yet unexpectedly, mysterious powerful allies continued to emerge to assist the Lin family. Stubborn and unyielding, Hong Xiao transformed his astonishment into fury, his figure surging forth in an instant, accompanied by a series of piercing gusts of wind. As he rapidly advanced, his aura ascended once more, nearly reaching its zenith. Faced with the Spirit King, the youth possessed no strength to resist. Glancing down at the Lin family, he clenched his teeth, subtly raising his fingers that a trickle of blood, radiating a faint golden glow, was drawn from his veins. This was none other than his essence blood. Having entered the second tier of spirit mastery, the quantity of his essence blood had indeed increased, provided he did not overexert himself. The risk to his body would not be excessively great, which prompted the youth to unleash his most potent power. This time, the blood blade distinctly sensed a powerful essence permeating the air, greedily extending dozens of iron chain-like tendrils that eagerly latched onto the essence blood. Perhaps due to the overwhelming strength of the essence blood compared to ordinary blood, the absorption was not excessively rapid. Hong Xiao repelled the puppet with a palm strike, his claw-like hand reaching for the latter's neck. A sharp eagle's cry pierced the air, as the gigantic claws of the eagle, akin to those of an adult, collided fiercely with it. The young man wielding the sacrificial blood blade was thrust backward along with the eagle, tumbling several dozen meters. After all, it was the mount of the sword madman, flapping its wings a few times to barely stabilize itself. Upon absorbing the essence blood, the power of the blood blade was evidently augmented. An ethereal skull formed behind the youth, exuding an air of terror, as if it were a harbinger from the depths of hell, radiating a malevolence more vicious than mere ominous energy. Today, you shall serve as the offering for my blade. Lin Yin raised his arm high, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury, and struck down with ferocity. The skull that had materialized behind him surged forth like a bolt of lightning. If calculated correctly, this strike could rival that of a peak spirit warrior. However, instead of bursting forth as the youth had envisioned, the skull, akin to a frenzied beast, fixated intently on Hong Xiao, intermittently exhaling clouds of black mist that shrouded the sky above the Lin family in a thick haze. Wretched, the clash between the corrosive force and demonic energy caused a viscous liquid to form midair, which, upon descent, corroded the ground and structures alike. creating pits of varying sizes. Is this the essence of the blood spirit after absorbing the essence blood? The youth murmured softly, beginning to sense a wave of weakness surging through him. His realm was too low, and expending essence blood undoubtedly resulted in an early loss of resistance. Seizing the opportunity, while the skull entangled Hong Xiao, Lin Yan immediately commanded the puppet to engage in battle. Hong Xiao appeared to have been provoked, as a substantial amount of gray mist surged from his palm. With his other hand, he unleashed a powerful wave of spiritual energy, instantly forcing the skull to recoil several meters. Perhaps due to insufficient essence, the skull began to fade, as if it were on the verge of vanishing in the next moment. Is this truly the extent of my power? With a bitter smile, the young man abandoned his ranged assault, his eyes brimming with a more profound, killing intent. He commanded the giant eagle to charge forth violently, swinging the blood blade downwards with ferocity. Humph! I dare you not to come. Hong Xiao snorted coldly and decisively released a spiritual explosion, shattering the energy-depleted skull and hurtling toward the young man. The spiritual explosion was a unique technique of the Spirit King, for one who attained such power could not only battle in the skies, but also possessed exceptionally dense spiritual energy. By extracting the energy from within and compressing it at close range, an explosion would ultimately ensue. Although it could not rival battle-grade techniques, it was certainly not inferior to spirit-grade ones. Witnessing his painstakingly assembled skull being obliterated, the young man could only smile wryly, for the disparity in their levels was far too great. Clang! With a single strike, the two forces collided violently. Hong Xiao did not direct his attention toward the giant eagle, but rather charged straight for Lin Yan. Intercepting the blood blade with his bare hands, he then struck the young man's chest with tremendous force, causing Lin Yan to feel as though he had been struck by spitting out blood and nearly tumbling from the giant eagle. Humph! Apart from entangling, you possess no true substance. Do you truly believe this meager strength qualifies you to battle with me? Since the onset of the fight, Hong Xiao had sustained virtually no injuries, while Lin Yan had been incessantly entangled. It is already quite remarkable that you have managed to delay a Spirit King for such an extended period. Do not strain yourself. The voice of Elder Ming gradually emanated from the pendant, and a formidable force quietly began to ascend, gradually revealing itself. Thank you, Master, having been nearly gravely injured by Hong Xiao's strike. Elder Ming's timely restoration granted the young man a moment to breathe that he chuckled. What thanks are necessary? I am quite disinclined to seek out another inheritor of the demon eye, though Elder Ming's words seemed devoid of warmth. The young man could still sense the elder's sincere concern. How many years has it been since I last fought? Today, let me stretch these old bones. Elder Ming slowly materialized, his spiritual energy enveloping the young man. To an outside observer, the young man now appeared to be encased in a resplendent, transparent armor, with Elder Ming's power augmenting him. The young man felt an unprecedented lightness throughout his body, even his feet gradually lifting from the ground. No longer constrained by the giant eagle, this signified his ability to unleash his strength without reservation. Yet outsiders failed to perceive this. Throughout the battle, everyone believed that this mysterious figure in gray robes could not possibly contend with the Spirit King. The sudden surge of energy made Hong Xiao's expression even darker, as if the unexpected foe before him was more formidable than he had anticipated. Regardless of the power you wield before me, you are merely a clown. To perish at my hands would indeed be your fortune. The killing intent in Hong Xiao's eyes intensified as he exerted force, sending out a wave of powerful fluctuations that shattered his clothing, revealing a physique that belied his age. Chapter 61. The might of Elder Ming. With Elder Ming's involvement, Lin Yan not only sensed a surge in his strength, but also experienced an exhilarating sensation, unprecedented in its intensity, as if merely twitching a finger could cause the very heavens to tremble. Regarding the venerable Ming Lao, Lin Yan had never harbored any doubts. It was merely that he had yet to witness the true extent of Ming Lao's formidable power. This time, he was fortunate enough to behold the prowess of a strong man. I am unaware of the techniques you employ to enhance your strength, but this energy certainly does not belong to you. Hong Xiao remarked with a somber expression. In response, the youth shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "What of it? As long as I can keep you here, that is sufficient." There was an elusive hint of soul power in the boy's voice, which resonated with remarkable clarity. The expressions of the Huangqiu families, who had been observing from below, grew grim as they focused their gaze on Lin Yan, seemingly attempting to uncover his true identity. Yet their minds were devoid of any recollection. Hong Xiao appeared unconcerned about the mysterious figure's energy augmentation. He swiftly darted forward, his withered palm unleashing a devastating force in a frenzied assault. Too slow, the youth evaded in an instant, sweeping his hand, and a torrent of profound soul power intermingled with demonic energy surged forth from a distance. It seemed as though a colossal tempest of darkness raged around the boy. With a resounding impact, Hong Xiao's countenance finally shifted to one of seriousness as he staggered backward for several meters. Interesting, it appears that if I do not reveal some genuine prowess, it would be rather inappropriate. A haze of gray flickered in Hong Xiao's eyes, and his chest, marred by old wounds, suddenly expanded, the sound of cracking bones echoing as his physique appeared even more formidable than before. Who is this person? To compel a spirit king to such a state? Qiuyu furrowed her brow, a thread of fear creeping into her heart. Should this spirit king prevail, it would be well and good, but if he were to be defeated, they could not hope to contend with him in the future, and should this formidable adversary return, it was likely that their families would hardly suffice to satiate his appetite. As the battle intensified, Ming Lao's strength grew ever more formidable, nearly surpassing Hong Xiao's. Yet Lin Yin was acutely aware that this power did not belong to him. Thus he wielded it with caution. Otherwise, the repercussions would be too great a price to pay. Observing the ever-strengthening Hong Xiao, Lin Yin suddenly raised his arm, a tumultuous surge of potent fusion energy roiling violently. This dark energy not only contained Ming Lao's power, but also intertwined with the essence of blood spirits. Emanating a pressure that dispersed in waves, perhaps sensing the moment was ripe, Lin Yin struck decisively at Hong Xiao's forehead, subsequently forming a hand seal, the immense energy being deftly controlled. Whoosh, an intensely lethal energy swept past Hong Xiao's face, merely grazing his skin, yet this undoubtedly provoked a hearty laugh from him. Haha, I expected some astonishing force, but it seems you are merely posturing, he chuckled. Did you think I came for you? The youth's lips curved into a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Hong Xiao's expression grew grave as he abruptly turned, only to witness the black energy hurtling toward the Lin family estate, detonating above without hesitation. A powerful shockwave obliterating the corrosive barrier he had erected. The roof of the Lin family's dark chamber was blasted away, soaring several meters into the air, before Hong Xiao could fully comprehend the situation. The puppet that had been standing still suddenly dove down, accompanied by the long-hidden third elder, both landing beside the trapped family members. Think you would forsake the opportunity to injure me in favor of saving others? Hong Xiao furrowed his brow and declared, Then I shall simply kill them all. Do you believe there is still a chance? As the youth spoke, his words flickered momentarily, and from behind him, a small beast suddenly materialized. It appeared harmless, yet within mere seconds, it grew several meters in size, nearly towering over an adult man. Before Hong Xiao could make a move, the creature had already approached, beginning to unleash clouds of mist. Each swirl infused with a ferocity that erupted in violent bursts wherever it traveled. The air itself seemed to freeze in astonishment, and a palpable tremor could be felt below. The chain reaction of explosions ensnared Hong Xiao firmly within a circle of destruction. Should he attempt to break free, even if he were not gravely injured, he would certainly endure significant harm. At that moment, the corrosive power that Hong Xiao had conjured was forcefully eradicated by Lin Yan, granting relief to the higher-ups of the Lin family. Lin Dingtian's eyes immediately fell upon the ravaged remnants of the Lin clan. Third elder, Yinner is up there. Lin Dingtian gazed fervently at the mysterious figure in the sky, who was wielding formidable powers, his heart a tumult of shock and profound gratitude. The stubborn, unyielding youth had now completely transcended the confines of Shanglin City. Not only had he taken refuge under the Sword Pavilion, but he had also allied himself with superlative forces capable of contending with spirit kings. This was perhaps the greatest surprise. While the third elder was aware of who resided above, he could only manage a wry smile. After all, Lin Yin had repeatedly instructed him to heed caution. In times past, he would have easily dismissed such concerns, yet now the youth had surpassed him by a considerable margin. It was likely that the fortunes of the Lin family, its rise and fall, would be intricately linked to the young man. Perhaps even directly so. Observing that his father and several elders were safe, Lin Yin finally exhaled in relief, his aura coalescing as he prepared to bring this to a close. Allow me to take over. You have performed admirably. The voice of Elder Ming emerged softly. Upon hearing this, the young man furrowed his brow. Master, do you doubt me? I have believed in you from the beginning. Otherwise, I would not have chosen you. However, what lies ahead is the full-force strike of a spirit king. Even with my protection, you may still suffer collateral damage. Although Elder Ming's tone lacked a grave undertone, Lin Yin nodded quietly, understanding the necessity of swift resolution. He must act decisively before other formidable beings were drawn to the fray. As Hong Zhao's power surged, Lin Yin abruptly unleashed the force of blood blades, enveloping the skies above the Lin family in a crimson haze, obscuring the view of those below. Even so, several capable spirit warriors, including Qiu Yi, could faintly discern a glimmer of clarity. Let me bring this to an end. Once I eliminate you, I shall not believe that scoundrel will not appear. Hong Xiao unleashed his spirit king-level power to its fullest extent, enveloped in corrosive energy, charging forth with reckless abandon. At that moment, Elder Ming suddenly surged forth from the young man's being, transforming into a fleeting apparition. The elite fighters below were left astonished as they witnessed this ethereal silhouette emerge from the mysterious figure. Is this not a soul projection? Qiu Yi exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Impossible. How could an ordinary warrior execute a soul attack? We must investigate this person's background. Sensing a threat, Wang Xiao began to take the situation seriously, issuing orders with urgency. Not only that, but Lin Dingtian and the others were also present. Yet they could not fathom the nature of this martial art. Quickly, prepare to pay with your life, Hong Xiao bellowed, his body soaring like a released arrow, hurtling towards the young man with ferocity. In this critical moment, a withered and ethereal hand suddenly emerged, gripping Hong Zhao's neck with a vice-like hold, revealing a countenance that appeared gentle yet dripped with disdain. Who are you? In a state of terror, Hong Xiao unleashed his strength in a desperate bid to break free from the grasp of the ancient figure. Who I am is of no concern to you. It is time to end this, the ancient figure said coldly, stepping forward with an imposing presence that only a spirit king could exude. A tremendous pressure cascading over the scene. Yet, all the spirit warriors below Lin Yin were oblivious to any unusual occurrences. Humph, for today, I shall spare you, but this debt shall be settled in the future. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, Hong Xiao finally felt fear grip him, seemingly devoid of the will to fight. However, as an elder of the Holy Sky sect, he could not allow his pride to falter. And thus he uttered a fierce retort, intending to depart. In the future? You underestimate the situation. The ancient figure vanished in an instant, reappearing before Hong Xiao, seizing his collar once more with a gnarled hand. A force that no one could rival emanating from him, hurling Hong Xiao downward with great force. A thunderous explosion reverberated across the heavens as Hong Xiao's body plummeted like a missile, creating a 10-meter-wide crater upon impact. 1.1 strike. Witnessing the Spirit King being tossed aside like a mere chick, Qiu Yi felt as if his mind could scarcely comprehend the gravity of the situation. The disparity was staggering. To see an elder, long accustomed to positions of power, reduced to such a state ignited a fierce rage within Hong Xiao, and he spat a mouthful of thick blood. Recklessly unleashing his spirit essence, the overwhelming pressure scattering nearby warriors within a 10-mile radius, those who dared to approach turned pale, nearly crouching low, unable to lift their heads. This is intolerable. I care not who you are. Today, I shall risk self-destruction to ensure your demise. Only then did Lin Yin grasp why the ancient figure had urged him to retreat. It was clear that an enraged spirit king could distort the very fabric of space. Had he engaged in battle, even with the ancient figure's assistance, sustaining severe injuries would have been a mild outcome. The ancient figure seemed to regard his opponent with utter contempt, with a slight movement of his hand. A powerful suction erupted abruptly, causing Hong Xiao to feel his body uncontrollably drawn towards the ancient figure, too late to halt his fate. It is time to end this, Elder Ming, infused with an overwhelming force that could move mountains and rivers, struck toward the crown of his opponent's head with unparalleled speed. In that moment, Hong Xiao realized he had kicked against an iron plate. Crucially, he had never revealed his identity as an elder of the sacred Tian sect. Should he fall in this humble city of Shenglin, it is likely that the sect would remain oblivious for some time. Chapter 62. The revelation of the Creator's identity. At this juncture, the situation became painfully clear. The Huang and Qiu families beneath Shenglin City could no longer maintain their composure. They hastily commanded their strongest warriors to emerge, each one fully armed, feigning eagerness to assist. As Hong Xiao beheld the colossal energy within his adversary, his countenance shifted dramatically. The ferocity he had once exuded vanished entirely. In an instant, a powerful fluctuation of spiritual essence surged through his feet, and he took flight, fleeing desperately into the distance. Elder Ming exhibited no emotion, merely pointing a finger toward the horizon. With a flash, a slender beam of dim light, akin to a strand of hair, shot forth from his fingertip, piercing directly through Hong Zhao's chest. Deity appeared tranquil, yet decisively penetrated his heart. What are you? Hong Zhao, feeling the weight of despair, slowly turned his head to inquire of the elder. Have you heard of the Ming clan? Ming replied with a chuckle. I do not die in vain. Upon learning the elder's identity, Hong Zhao uttered a subdued response before his body plummeted earthward like a kite severed from its string. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yin abruptly commanded his giant eagle, drawing Hong Zhao into the silver spirit ring just 3 meters above the ground. This was premium material for crafting puppets. Should he acquire high-quality demon crystals, he could replicate Hong Zhao's strength entirely. At that moment, he would possess a puppet of Spirit King caliber. After slaying Hong Zhao, Elder Ming transformed into a wisp of black mist, gradually dissipating. The young man, feeling the pendant on his chest, finally relaxed. Master, what did Hong Zhao just ask you? Lin Yin inquired with a furrowed brow. It was nothing of consequence. This victory over Hong Zhao was purely fortuitous. It seems you must expedite your strength's enhancement. Otherwise, fortune may not favor you next time, Elder Ming stated, falling into silence, gradually immersing himself in contemplation. In this battle, Hong Zhao had initially held the upper hand. Had it not been for his trepidation towards Elder Ming, he likely would not have fled, thus denying the elder the chance to strike. Ultimately, it was fear that led to Hong Zhao's downfall. Had he encountered a truly fearless opponent, the outcome of this confrontation would have been vastly different. With the Spirit King felled, a brief stillness enveloped Shenlin City. In the eyes of martial artists, a Spirit King represented the pinnacle of existence, an unparalleled force to ordinary people. Such figures were akin to deities. Yet, now one had been slain above the Lin family, and in the midst of a chaotic retreat. Qiu Yi and Huang Zhao's expressions were nearly contorted with disbelief. Nevertheless, they steeled themselves and shouted toward Lin Yin. Senior, I am from the Qiu family of Shenlin City, and this is the Huang and Lu families. We beseech your aid against the invading forces. Alas, we cannot ascend ourselves, but we would surely assist you if we could, Qiu Yi said, forcing a somewhat stiff smile as he clasped his hands in respect. Spare me the pleasantries. I had no expectation of your assistance, Lin Yin replied coldly, gazing downwards with an indifferent demeanor. Upon hearing such unrelenting words, all present displayed expressions of discomfort, yet none dared to retort. Merely watching in silence. Thank you, esteemed senior, for saving my clan. Please accept my family's deepest bow. Lin Ding Tian hurriedly gestured for the 100 or so individuals to kneel. Only the third elder wore a bitter smile, uncertain whether to kneel or stand. Witnessing this scene startled the young man. A father kneeling was indeed a harbinger of divine retribution. Ming Lao, Lin Yin urgently called out at that moment. The pendant around his neck emitted a faint glow, and an invisible wave of spiritual energy radiated outward, lifting Lin Ding Tian and the others who were about to kneel. There is no need for such formalities, Master Lin. I am merely fulfilling the request of young Master Lin to come to the rescue. Since the matter has been resolved, it would be inappropriate for me to linger, Lin Yin interjected with a calm tone. Lin Yin turned to the ever-pale Lu Yang below and suddenly shouted with a commanding voice. You are the head of the Lu family, Lu Yang? Hey, why are you dawdling? Qiu Yi was taken aback, quickly kicking Lu Yang's chair with his leg. Coming to his senses, Lu Yang slowly raised his gaze and replied, I am indeed Lu Yang. May I inquire what instructions you have, esteemed senior? Haha, there are no instructions to speak of, merely that I have heard young Master Lin mention you. The young man continued, as he rode the giant eagle soaring into the sky, initially intending to glance at Yuhan, only to discover that this old curmudgeon had truly placed Yuhan under house arrest. This time, he was determined that this old fellow would not remain obstinate any longer. Watching the giant eagle vanish into the distance, Lu Yang clenched his fists tightly, clearly hearing the grinding of his teeth. Before he spat out a mouthful of blood, waving his hand and slowly departing the scene with the support of a few subordinates. Alas, had Lu Yang not been so stubborn in the past. Casting aside a son-in-law capable of summoning a spirit king, it is likely that the current Holy Lin city would have already fallen into the hands of the Lu and Lin families. Qiu Yi remarked, observing Lu Yang, who seemed to have aged a decade, with a hint of detachment, and yet he criticizes others. Fortunately, Lin Yin is not one to bear grudges. Had he allowed that mysterious powerhouse to take action, We might have faced annihilation ourselves. Huang Xiao pointed towards the deep pit created by Hong Xiao, commenting that I have only completed a small portion of my cultivation method. Observing the giant eagle land, Jian Kuang waved his hand, and the giant eagle immediately soared into the sky, circling above him. After a moment, an unusual expression appeared on Jian Kuang's face as he looked at the young man and asked, "You weren't injured in the battle, were you?" Spirit kings are not easily dealt with. Suddenly confronted with this question, Lin Yan's expression shifted, and he regarded Jian Kuang warily, muttering, "You were following me? I have no desire to invite trouble upon myself. As for my steed, it has entered into a contract with me. Though I may not see your actions, I can sense them that I did not expect you to conceal your strength so well. Capable of even slaying a spirit king," Jian Kuang replied, exuding an air of profound wisdom. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan quietly exhaled, relieved that the identity of the deceased had not yet been discovered as a senior elder of the Holy Heaven sect, thus delaying the revelation of the truth. However, Jian Kuang now seemed to know all his secrets. Meanwhile, Hua Yi squinted his eyes and smiled, asking, "Have you completed my cultivation method, Creator?" Upon unexpectedly hearing those words, the youth's expression transformed dramatically, his eyes sparkling with brilliance, and his wariness surged anew. "How do you know this?" He chuckled. "You have made your identity as a creator far too evident that I cannot count how many prodigies I have encountered. Yet I have seen many like you. Initially, I held no substantial doubts, but everything you have done today surpasses the capabilities of an ordinary spirit master. Thus, I dare assert that you are indeed a creator. And behind you stands a formidable powerhouse of immeasurable depth." Hua Yi paused momentarily before continuing, "Do you believe my words to be true?" Watching the other party lay his cards on the table, Lin Yan could only chuckle wryly, shrugging his shoulders in tacit acceptance. Suddenly seeing the youth acquiesce, not only Jian Kuang, but even Hua Yi's countenance transformed into one of exquisite intrigue, as if gazing upon a rare treasure. Scrutinizing the boy once more, "You truly are a creator," Hua Yi murmured in disbelief. "There is no need for concealment. I am indeed a creator." Lin Yan waved his hand dismissively. Were it someone else posing such a query, he might have reacted with heightened caution. However, upon reflection, as a disciple of the Sword Pavilion and under the tutelage of Jian Kuang, he deemed it unlikely that revealing his identity would pose significant danger. "Ah, how foolish of me. I should have realized you were a creator, given your demon eye physique. Throughout the ages, anyone seeking to control the demon eye must traverse two paths. The first is possessing remarkable willpower, and one must also attain the level of spirit warrior while absorbing the demon eye. The second path involves possessing a creation pill." With Hua Yi's explanation, everything began to make sense. The Black Flame Demon King had ventured into the demon domain as a spirit warrior and absorbed the demon eye, bolstered by his willpower's recognition from the demon eye, allowing him to swiftly ascend to the spirit king level. Lin Yan realized that his own strength would never suffice to control the demon eye unarmed, leading to the exposure of his identity. Fortunately, this was a secret known only to the upper echelons of the Sword Pavilion. Ordinary individuals would never comprehend that the demon eye could be constrained by the creation pill. Chapter 63. The shaping power chooses its master. Though Lin Yan's identity as a creator had been unveiled, Jian Kuang and Hua Yi appeared to have conspired in silence, both determined to keep the secret. Seemingly intent on safeguarding the youth's anonymity, Lin Yan was well aware of their little scheme. Hua Yi likely wished to protect him from the repercussions of abandoning the completion of the unique technique, while Jian Kuang might have ulterior motives, perhaps desiring his assistance in crafting a specialized technique, or even seeking to refine puppets. Only Jian Kuang truly understood his own intentions that in the tranquil Saintland city. The peace was once again shattered by the sound of two gusts of wind. Two elderly figures, cloaked in white robes, suddenly hovered in midair, emanating a faint aura that would be difficult to detect for those of lesser strength. TSK. As one of the 10 elders of the Holy Heaven sect, I never imagined that Wan Hongxiao would meet his demise in such a trivial town, remarked the diminutive elder, hands tucked into his sleeves. Speaking nonchalantly, I am quite curious, which formidable beings in this holy land of Nor could so effortlessly eliminate a spirit king, inquired another elder, his eyes narrowed, a gigantic bat perched upon his shoulder. Alas, at the heart of the matter lies the excessive burden of Hong Xiaofan's heart. The death of his grandson has thrown him into utter disarray, and when questioned, he remains reticent, retreating here alone, leaving no trace of his remains. Why not simply descend and casually inquire about the events that transpired a month ago? there is no need. It would be unwise to attract the attention of others. In the entirety of the sacred land of Noor, it is estimated that no more than 10 individuals could contend with Hong Xiao, yet those capable of ending his life are likely a mere handful. The elderly man, draped in white, gazed at the dim sky and proclaimed, "That simplifies matters." As he spoke, the old man retrieved a piece of fresh meat from his ring and offered it to the bat perched upon his shoulder. After murmuring a few soft words, the bat suddenly swooped down towards the ground. After a brief flight at low altitude, it returned with a feather, which it presented to the elder. Upon seeing the feather, the old man's brow furrowed slightly, and suddenly, a blazing flame erupted from his hand, reducing the feather to ashes in an instant. This must be a feather from a giant eagle, he mused. However, the youth hesitated to cultivate. Lacking the ancestral crystal, which would render his practice exceedingly arduous, should he inadvertently touch the threshold of advancement, it was likely that his meager reserves would be insufficient to withstand the devouring of the demon eye and the dandan. Strangely enough, the location of Lin Yan's cultivation was atop the sword pavilion, within the control range of the formative power. Although he had not engaged in cultivation, one would expect to feel its influence in ordinary circumstances. Yet this time, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. It was perplexing that Elder Ming had not intervened, leaving the youth in a state of bewilderment. Even more astonishing was his newfound ability to perceive the formative power clearly. It was not distorted and appeared akin to ordinary energy. That moment, Elder Ming slowly emerged from the pendant, a peculiar smile gracing his face. I never anticipated that this is the true formative power. It seems I have been mistaken all along. Upon hearing Elder Ming's words, Lin Yan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Master, what do you mean? Is there something amiss with the formative power?" "Well, I initially believed that the formative power existed in the form of an energy body or a spiritual entity. However, today I have come to see that it emanates from the heart's intent," Elder Ming replied, extending his ethereal hand to forcibly draw spiritual essence from the air. Suddenly, in his palm, he conjured a small figure, no larger than a palm's breadth. This figure was Lin Yan. Witnessing this miraculous display, the youth's face was instantly awash with astonishment. Could it be that Master has already mastered the formative power? No, this is merely a result of my forcibly extracting a trace of the formative power from the air, Elder Ming clarified, dispersing the spiritual essence in his hand. The formative power is born of the heart. Yet it requires the amalgamation of various energies to be ultimately absorbed and transformed into another form of power. This is a conclusion I have reached after several days of observation. Oh, I understand now. Within my body reside the dandan, the demon eye, and the demon crown. Could it be that these energies are related? Lin Yan pondered, his brow furrowed. Precisely. If you possessed only the dandan, you would never be able to sense the primordial formative power. The same principle applies to the demon eye. You once held both, yet they did not attract the favor of the formative power. However, now that you possess the dandan, the demon eye, and the demon crown, 3 forms of power, the formative power has ceased to reject you. Upon hearing the profound words of the Elder Ming, Lin Yan experienced a moment of enlightenment, as if a veil had been lifted from his understanding. Put it simply, the power of shape manifestation resembles a mold, while the force serves as the material. Only by introducing diverse materials into the mold can one sculpt the tangible form envisioned in one's mind. The power of shape manifestation distinguishes strength based on the quantity of energy within the body, which explains why the elders of the Sword Pavilion, despite their relentless efforts to grasp this concept, ultimately found themselves at an impasse. Their singular focus on the sword path, wielding their swords to shake the heavens and earth, rendered their energy rather homogeneous, thereby making them oblivious to the nuances of shape manifestation. Had Lin Yan not acquired the demon crown, the third type of power, he would likely have been in the same predicament as the elders of the Sword Pavilion, achieving little even after a decade or two of contemplation. It is also crucial to note that the demon eye and the demon crown do not belong to the same lineage of the demon race. The demon eye, known as the 6 Hell Shura eye, dates back to ancient times, having existed long before the demon race became prevalent, thus acquiring the moniker of the demon eye and absorbing a myriad of demonic energies. However, it is ultimately not a true artifact of the demon race. In contrast, the demon crown embodies the consolidated power of the demon emperor, representing a genuine artifact of the demon race. The 3 forms of energy originate from distinct sources, which is why the power of shape manifestation can be so readily discerned. Furthermore, The Dan of creation is an exclusive energy of the creators, akin to the demon crystals of monstrous beasts. However, unlike demon crystals, which autonomously emit energy for their masters, the Dan of creation does not. Therefore, Lin Yin had no intention of meddling with the Dan, as it is fundamental to his creation of puppets and techniques. He would only consider forcibly extracting energy from the Dan in dire circumstances. With a faint luminescence emanating from his eyes, Lin Yin realized that since the power of shape manifestation no longer rejected him, why not pursue comprehension? If he could harness the power of shape manifestation for himself, his strength would undoubtedly increase without the risk of an unwanted advancement in rank. Seemingly perceiving the youth's intent, Elder Ming slowly stepped forward and suggested, why not seize this opportunity to comprehend the power of shape manifestation? Its essence dates back to primordial times, boundless and infinite. Even if you succeed, the people of the Sword Pavilion will remain oblivious. Upon hearing this, a smile blossomed on the youth's face. With this newfound resolve, he settled into a meditative posture, entering a state of contemplation. The power of shape manifestation is somewhat unique. It necessitates a formidable shaping ability. After all, its remarkable trait lies in its capacity to transform any energy into the forms one imagines, a feat unattainable by any conventional technique. Take the Lin family's Tiger King suppression, for instance. Mastering this technique to its zenith allows one to conjure a dazzling tiger behind them, significantly enhancing defense and wielding immense power. Yet, the manifested Tiger King remains a fixed form. In contrast, the power of shape manifestation can freely create a tiger from energy, and even ancient divine dragons are not exempt from this capability, underscoring its formidable prowess. Even though Lin Yan's current cultivation level is relatively low, should he manage to manifest some fearsome entities, it would suffice to intimidate his foes, even if not to vanquish them. Moreover, the power of shape manifestation will naturally amplify in strength as the energy within him increases and diversifies over time, ultimately revealing its true formidable power. Upon entering a state of profound contemplation, Lin Yan began to merge the three distinct energies within him, releasing them quietly, akin to a gentle spring cascading forth in a continuous flow. Although he could not yet truly control these energies, Lin Yin was confident that once he comprehended the essence of the symbolic power, he would possess a portion of its energy. This alone constituted a significant advantage. As his mind settled into tranquility, Lin Yin began to envision various peculiar entities, the foremost being the soul-devouring beast that had tormented him for several years. With a sudden thud, Lin Yin spread his hands, and a stream of multicolored energy erupted, coalescing in his palms into a vague yet discernible outline of a small beast. Observing his effortless manifestation of the symbolic power, the youth felt no overwhelming joy. After all, this was not genuine mastery, but merely a consequence of the abundant symbolic energy present here. Reminiscent of how the Elder Ming forcibly extracted it from the air. He knew that if he were to leave the summit of Sword Pavilion, he would undoubtedly struggle to recreate this feat. Undeterred by his initial failure, Lin Yin immersed himself once more in the surrounding drifting symbolic energy. As time passed, these ethereal energies began to converge, forming an intangible mass the size of a fingernail within the young man's spiritual core. "Teacher, is this the symbolic power?" Lin Yin exclaimed in delight as he flicked his fingers, controlling the formless energy within his grasp. "This is not yet the full manifestation of symbolic power. Consider it merely a seed. It must be integrated with your three energies to germinate and ultimately flourish," the Elder Ming observed, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he watched the seed almost effortlessly coalesce. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin was overwhelmed with joy, marveling at his fortunate circumstance. Yet he understood that this was entirely due to the contributions of the three energies within him. Were it not for their distinctly different auras, the symbolic power would likely have ignored his attempts altogether. Now that the symbolic power had taken shape, Lin Yin felt no reason to hesitate, and he swiftly drew the formless energy into his body through his meridians. Upon entering, the intangible seed began to expand, racing through his channels before finally reaching his energy sea, akin to a droplet of clear water plunging into a dye vat, transforming from formless to tangible in an instant. A black seed. Lin Yin gasped in astonishment, witnessing the shifting hues of the once formless energy. It seemed he could hardly contain his eagerness to unleash its power and discover the extent of the energy safeguarded by the secrets of Sword Pavilion. Chapter 64. The Sword Pavilion Conference. Once the symbolic power entered the energy sea, it began to react, seemingly merging successfully with the eye of demon and the crown of demon, even drawing in the energy of the Dan formation, resulting in a turbulent black vortex of fury. Influenced by the eye of demon, Lin Yan's spiritual essence had remained unstable. However, it appeared that his spiritual essence had now solidified, while others might possess a vibrant red fire attribute. He found himself endowed with a subtle and elusive dark attribute. Such spiritual essence rarely formed naturally, as humans did not possess the innate dark constitution characteristic of the demon race. Thus, acquiring it by nature was exceedingly difficult. Though it was not impossible to develop it through acquired means, as the black flame pulsated in the palm of his hand, the young boy was instantly filled with delight, eagerly envisioning the images that danced within his mind. Suddenly, a miniature soul-devouring beast took form from his palm, its creation flowing more smoothly, and its shape more defined than the previous forced attempts. However, he still lacked proficiency. Manifesting a creature of true soul-devouring beast proportions remained an unrealistic goal. Nevertheless, this indicated that he had successfully absorbed the power of manifestation, gaining effective control over it. "Master, is this the power of manifestation?" he inquired. "Indeed, it is," came the response. "However, the current power of manifestation is still quite feeble. Typically, the human body cannot harbor multiple energies, but controlling the power of manifestation fundamentally requires at least 3 types of energy. You have merely met the basic requirements. Hence, your strength will not see a significant increase. Perhaps in the future, if you discover the ancestral crystal, you might integrate it with the power of manifestation to enhance its might." Yet, participation in this grand assembly was not open to everyone. One's identity must be that of an inner disciple or a core disciple to gain entry. Fortunately, Lin Yan was a registered disciple of the Sword Madman, placing him above the outer disciples and allowing him to participate, albeit with some reservations. Speaking of the upcoming assembly, Lin Yan had already heard whispers of it. A month prior, Elder Hua had mentioned that the Sword Pavilion would hold a grand ceremony and would send a disciple to the central continent as Chi sect to partake in the once-in-a-century dragon seizing tournament. This was hardly a secret, as all disciples of the Sword Pavilion were well aware of the cordial relations between their sect and the Chi sect of the central continent. This was easily understood. The Sword Pavilion was unwilling to remain confined within the sacred land of Noer, and sought to establish a foothold in the central continent, without a modicum of worldly knowledge and connections there. Such ambitions would be utterly unattainable. Lin Shitty, I must say, your talent exceeds ours. Have you truly reached the 2nd tier of Spirit Master in just a few days? Muli remarked, patting the young boy's shoulder with a slow smile. Upon hearing this, the boy smirked slightly. He had actually entered the 2nd tier of Spirit Master long ago while in the demon domain. However, at that time, both he and the 2 others had sustained varying degrees of injury, diminishing their perceptive abilities, and he had chosen not to mention it, resulting in his achievement being overlooked. Hearing this, the boy could only chuckle wryly. It appeared his initial suspicions were not unfounded. The Sword Pavilion indeed possessed profound depth, seemingly capable of elevating a Spirit Master to the rank of Spirit Battle Master without excessive difficulty. In contrast, such a feat would be considered a fantasy in smaller families or sects. Lin Yan exchanged a few pleasantries with the 3 before making his way toward the venue of the assembly. To his surprise, a considerable number of participants had gathered, the inner disciples, along with the elders, numbered several hundred, effectively clogging the entire venue. The highest point of the venue. A few chairs had been prepared, presumably for the elders. The disciples engaged in hushed conversations. Several elderly figures clad in elder robes emerged from below the stage, including Sword Madman, Sword Yan, and other elders whom Lin Yan had never encountered before. However, the Grand Elder was absent, likely weary of the annual ceremony and choosing to refrain from attending. Upon ascending the stage, Sword Madman waved his hand slightly, and in an instant, the entire venue fell into silence. It appeared that he would preside over the tournament this time. In recent years, Guangfu had always been dispatched. However, this time, Jin Yin continuously scanned the surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Lin Yan, who was clad in the attire of an ordinary disciple. He turned and inquired, "What do you think of Lin Yan?" Upon hearing this, Jin Kuang appeared somewhat hesitant, stating, "Guangfu is undoubtedly one of the most outstanding young talents within the inner sect. Only by sending him can we truly demonstrate the sincerity of our Sword Pavilion. Though Lin Yan possesses astonishing talent, his strength remains insufficient." He paused, adding, It is not solely the might of an individual that can reflect our pavilion's earnestness. Do not forget this fellow's background. He is not only a bearer of the demon eye inheritance, but also a forger. You must be aware of the influence a forger holds across the continent. If the Chi sect learns that our sword pavilion can still attract a long-lost forger, they will undoubtedly regard us with newfound respect, which will benefit our establishment in the central continent in the years to come. Jin Yin seemed to harbor ulterior motives regarding the youth, speaking slowly. That is indeed true. Guangfu is the grandson of the second elder. Despite his youth, he is not only stern but also has a fiery temperament. What if he refuses? Moreover, Guangfu is quite enamored with the young daughter of the Chi sect's leader, eagerly longing to venture to the central continent. If we were to dismiss him, would it not? Jian Kuang's brow furrowed slightly as he spoke. Not to worry. At our age, should we still fear a junior? Jian Yin chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. When have I, Jian Kuang, ever feared anyone? I merely worry that this fellow might cause trouble for Lin Yin. Jian Kuang laughed heartily. Then isn't it all the more favorable? Let him and Lin Yin engage in a contest. Do not be deceived by Lin Yan's seemingly carefree demeanor. His ruthlessness is no less than that of any disciple present. While Guangfu is known for his foul temper, Jin Yin's words appeared to clarify his intentions, seemingly aiming to let Lin Yin temper Guangfu's sharpness. Very well, I shall announce it now, Jian Kuang replied with a faint smile, gradually making his way to the front of the stage. The disciples below, noticing Jian Kuang's emergence, ceased their conversations, their expressions remarkably indifferent, as if they had grown accustomed to the routine, for they knew this was the moment to announce the sole opportunity to venture to the central continent, which would undoubtedly be bestowed upon Guangfu, the undisputed first among the inner disciples. Moreover, this occasion not only granted the chance to journey to the central continent, but also allowed representation of the sword pavilion in the Chi sect's dragon seizing tournament. Such a favorable opportunity, with benefits aplenty and no drawbacks, was something everyone coveted, yet few possessed the courage to contend with Guangfu. As Lin Yin contemplated leaving out of boredom, his gaze suddenly sharpened. A man, mature in appearance yet somewhat austere, was making his way through the crowd, prompting all disciples who beheld him to instinctively part ways. Lin Yin sensed an exceptionally potent wave of energy emanating from this man, estimating his strength to be at least at the 5th level of spirit warrior. Within the inner sect, achieving the 5th level of spirit warrior categorized one as a core disciple, far surpassing the others in that rank. Elder Jian Kuang, I assume there is no need for an announcement. I have already prepared my respects and am ready to depart, Guangfu declared as he stepped forward, bowing towards Jian Kuang above. Guangfu's confidence stemmed from the fact that he had journeyed to the Chi sect for 5 consecutive years, which seemingly had become his exclusive domain, leaving no room for competition. Dear cousin Guangfu, I have heard that the central continent is currently quite tumultuous. As the sole legitimate grandson of the esteemed second elder, I believe it would be prudent for you to venture there next year, relinquishing your spot. Jian Kuang, however, lacks the means to articulate this to the younger generation and can only wave his hand, intending to conclude matters hastily. This assertion did not sit well with Guangfu, whose expression shifted dramatically. After all, he had awaited this opportunity for an entire year. How could he simply forego it? Elder Jian Kuang, I have been personally instructed by my grandfather since childhood, and I pride myself on possessing the ability to escape even from formidable spirit kings. Therefore, there is no cause for concern. Guangfu maintained a stern demeanor as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Jian Kuang could only manage a bitter smile. Should this fellow realize that standing behind him was an anomaly capable of slaying even spirit kings, the situation would surely transform. Chapter 65. Sparring. The disciples present, upon hearing Jian Kuang's words, displayed expressions of intrigue. It seemed almost customary for Guangfu to journey to the central continent at this time of year. After all, who would dare offend a powerful spirit warrior for the sake of such a trip? Dear cousin Guangfu, the individual I have chosen for this occasion should be familiar to you. He possesses the physique once held by our revered ancestor, the 6 Hells Azura eyes. Since it belongs to our ancestor, we must take good care of it, Jian Yin remarked, his brow furrowing as he stepped forward. As soon as these words were uttered, all disciples exhibited a look of astonishment, subsequently turning to scan the crowd, eager to identify this individual. Not only were the disciples taken aback, but even the previously disinterested youth at the back was struck with shock. He had merely intended to attend casually and had no intention of vying for anything. Yet, Jian Kuang had astonishingly bestowed the qualification to enter the central continent upon him. It is well known that the central continent is the realm of all human martial artists, a domain ruled by the strong, where no weakling can survive. Furthermore, the journey to the central continent is fraught with peril, which is precisely why Elder Ming insisted that one must first attain the rank of Spirit Master before considering such a venture. However, possessing a pass issued by the Sword Pavilion would alleviate many troubles along the way, as various bandits, robbers, and minor factions would show deference to the Sword Pavilion. Though Lin Yin yearned for a pass from the Sword Pavilion, he had never contemplated acquiring it in such a manner. Since joining the Sword Pavilion, he had heard numerous tales regarding Guangfu. Years ago, he had successfully escaped from a spirit king, who pursued him to the Sword Pavilion but was repelled by Jian Kuang and others. For ordinary martial artists, a spirit king is a legendary figure. To escape from such a notable individual is a testament to Guangfu's strength. Humph. If we are to promote newcomers, I have no objections. But they must possess commensurate strength. Since Elder Jian Yin insists on his participation, I shall not overestimate my capabilities and will seek to challenge Guangfu, he declared with indignation. Hearing the rising anger from the front, Lin Yin could only manage a wry smile. These two old fellows certainly knew how to create trouble for him. Even without a pass from the Sword Pavilion, he would eventually make his way to the central continent. And it would be sooner rather than later. Sparring is certainly acceptable. Jian Kuang slowly stepped forward, his sharp gaze instantly locking onto the youth at the back of the crowd. Tiske, young man. You are indeed fortunate. Since my arrival at Jiangu, I have yet to engage in a duel with Guangfu. To spar with a formidable opponent is of great benefit. Mu Li, entirely unconcerned with Lin Yan's demeanor, patted the latter's shoulder and said that in response to this, the youth could only manage a wry smile. After all, he had slain even spiritual kings and cared little for a mere spiritual warrior. Of course, such sentiments were best kept to himself. Hey, since both elders hold you in such high regard, why do you continue to hide? Guangfu suddenly turned, his voice resonating with waves of spiritual energy. Lin Yin gradually stepped out from the crowd, a smile gracing his face as he respectfully bowed towards the two elders above him. Is he truly the inheritor of the demon eye? Murmured some onlookers, recalling that he was likely the one whom the spiritual king had sought out during the last outer sect incident. Indeed, I heard he even clashed with an elder of the Holy Heaven sect. Could it be that he too possesses the strength of a spiritual warrior? As this speculation circulated among the observing disciples, Lin Yin could only shake his head in resignation. He had yet to unleash his spiritual energy. Were he to do so, this crowd would instantly discern the layers of his cultivation, that in the presence of warriors of equal or slightly superior rank, he was confident in his ability to conceal his true strength with the demon eye. Yet these inner sect disciples, being the prot-gs of various elders, were no pushovers that it would be quite unrealistic to hide his prowess under their watchful gazes. You are Lin Yin, the inheritor of the demon eye? Guangfu remarked, looking at the seemingly harmless youth. Indeed, it is I, Lin Yin, the young man replied with calm composure. Such composure. Even core disciples would not dare to speak so boldly in my presence. Guangfu exclaimed with boisterous laughter, seemingly unaware of the source of his confidence. This display left several female disciples utterly entranced, as many girls dreamt of having a respected partner with a formidable background. Tisich, a bunch of infatuated fools. Xiao Lan muttered discontentedly from a distance, clearly unimpressed by Guangfu. That is only natural. Only those who stand at the pinnacle of the masses are worthy of my Xiao Lan. Mu Li chuckled innocently. Brother Mu Li, please refrain from mocking my little sister. I lack such fortune, Xiao Lan interjected, her words laced with a hint of indignation. But look at Brother Lin Yin. Ever since I met him, he has remained an enigma. Just last time in the demon realm, he casually cast forth a puppet at the peak of the spiritual warrior realm and then wielded an exquisitely sharp crimson blade. I suspect his future achievements will be remarkable. That if possible, I would hope for you too. Brother Mu Li. What are you saying? Who knows if you are merely flattering him? Xiaolan's face flushed crimson, adopting a petulant demeanor as she retorted before Mu Li could finish. Brother Guangfu, I do not intend to contend for the opportunity to proceed to the central continent, that I hope for your understanding. Lin Yin stated as he approached the forefront of the crowd. No matter. Since you share the same constitution as my ancestor, I am curious to see the extent of your strength. Rest assured, I will show you mercy, Guangfu declared, his posture exuding arrogance as he regarded the youth. That is reassuring, the young man replied with a narrow-eyed, tranquil smile. With the purpose of sparring in mind, Yin stepped forward and addressed the two. In this contest of skills, it is widely known that the two elders on stage orchestrated the event. This fact is rather peculiar, as nearly all the disciples radiate fervent gazes. Point 1 is a newly emerged genius possessing a physique akin to that of the Black Flame Demon King, while the other is Guangfu, a figure already renowned within the inner sect. Their battle promises to be exceptionally intense. At this juncture, Lin Yin has no choice but to unleash his spiritual essence, gradually enveloping his body. This release, however, inadvertently reveals his cultivation level. Originally, the onlookers had been keen to observe the spectacle, but upon discerning the youth's prowess, their interest waned significantly. I had thought him to be on par with Brother Guangfu, but it turns out he is merely a practitioner at the second level of the spiritual master realm. There is no need for my senior brother to intervene. I could handle him myself. Indeed, it seems this young man must have offended the elders, likely set up to embarrass him. Instantly, a flurry of whispers circulated among the crowd, their sentiments indicating a complete lack of faith in Lin Yin. After all, the disparity of a whole realm creates an insurmountable chasm for ordinary warriors. Second level of the spiritual master realm, Guangfu murmured, his brow furrowing as he sensed the fluctuations of spiritual essence within his opponent. Since this is a friendly spar, I suggest Brother Guangfu refrain from holding back. Lin Yin took 2 steps forward and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Haha, even when hunting a rabbit, one must use full strength. Since 2 elders have deemed it worthy of their attention, I cannot simply regard you as an ordinary warrior. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin nodded inwardly. It appeared Guangfu indeed possessed some real strength. Able to discern his uniqueness at a glance, To triumph over him would require displaying considerable prowess. Then let us begin. As the youth assumed an attacking stance, Guangfu's lips curled into a subtle smile. He then abruptly shook his shoulders, unleashing a wave of intense sword intent that spread rapidly, almost rivaling the legendary sword manifestation. Those with heightened sensitivity could feel that this sword intent transcended the sword manifestation, albeit still falling short, as the latter was wielded by an experienced master with refined techniques. Boom! As Lin Yin launched his initial attack, the arena erupted into a chorus of gasps. The audacity of his opponent, showing no hint of fear, was indeed impressive. With Lin Yin taking the lead, Guangfu made no move, merely extending his arm. Instantly, a sharp aura emanated from between his fingers, resembling an invisible longsword. This technique had been employed by sword manifestation before, indicating that Guangfu had reached the stage where sword energy could take form, albeit slightly inferior to sword manifestation. Crash! The sword energy collided with the golden palm, creating a shockwave that refreshed the air around them. It was evident that neither party had exerted their full strength. They were merely probing each other's capabilities. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the spectacle, while experts discern the subtleties. The female disciples could only gasp in astonishment, while Mu Li and others recognized that, based on standard attacking postures, should both parties perform normally, they might well be able to contend with each other. However, Guangfu possessed skills beyond mere sword energy manifestation. Junior Brother Lin, as an inner sect disciple, I cannot afford to lose to you. Therefore, I shall now employ my full strength. If you feel unable to withstand it, do not hesitate to call for a halt. Guangfu sheathed the illusory longsword, his fingers delicately lifting, and a longsword gleaming with golden light promptly fell into his grasp. Isn't that the golden scale sword once wielded by the second elder? I had no idea it had already been passed on to Guangfu. Indeed, it appears this young lad possesses considerable skill, enough to provoke the famed Guangfu to draw his sword. The onlooking disciples seemed to recognize Guangfu's long sword at a glance. Since the opponent has revealed their weapon, Lin Yin felt no qualms in doing the same. That he abruptly drew the Hell's Blood blade from his silver spirit ring, emanating an intensely powerful black aura. The stark contrast between the black blade and its crimson hue suggested that this sword was certainly no ordinary item. Chapter 66. Close Quarters Combat. Sensing the red blood blade in his opponent's grasp, Guangfu furrowed his brow, seemingly aware that this blade was on par with his own. Given that this was a sparring match between disciples of the Sword Pavilion, it would be remiss not to compare swordsmanship. Just as the crowd gazed greedily at the blood blade in the young man's hand, Guangfu suddenly swung the golden scale sword, and a phantom golden dragon flickered around the blade, as if it could devour all in its path. That weapon in the lad's hand seems familiar. Jian Kuang's eyelids snapped open in realization, muttering, "Indeed, it does seem quite recognizable. Could it be that this boy's mentor is also a formidable figure from the sacred land of Nor?" Jian Yin appeared to regard Lin Yan's long sword as a gift from a powerful ally, prompting this line of thought. Upon hearing Jian Yan's remark, Jian Kuang scratched his head, deciding not to dwell on it further. If Lin Yan's long sword had not awakened, perhaps Jian Kuang could have identified it at a glance. However, the blood blade had undergone significant alterations over the years. After all, it had been hundreds of years since the Black Flame Demon King wielded it. Even if Jian Kuang did recognize it, he would likely have forgotten by now that I have heard that Jian Kuang has taken you as his disciple. Elder Jian Kuang's swordsmanship in the Sword Pavilion has reached an unparalleled level. Allow me to experience it. Guangfu positioned his long sword before his chest, and the golden dragon immediately unleashed a torrent of blazing flames. With a sudden swing of his sword, the dragon, fierce and imposing, was released, capable of shredding anything in its path to pieces. So it's just a golden dragon, is it? I can do that too. A slight smile graced Lin Yan's lips as he caressed his sword. With a clang, he gently flicked the blade, and in an instant, a blood-red dragon surged forth from the sword, remarkably similar to the golden dragon. Of course, Lin Yan had not learned the sword techniques of the Sword Pavilion. This blood dragon was purely a manifestation of his symbolic power, its essence merely the malevolent energy contained within the blood blade. Isn't the frenzied dragon slash a technique exclusive to the second elder? When did Lin Yan learn it? Jian Yin, witnessing this scene, suddenly sprang to his feet in astonishment. The surrounding disciples gasped in unison upon seeing Lin Yan execute the same technique, recalling how Guangfu had almost been invincible within the Sword Pavilion when he employed the frenzied dragon slash. To their surprise, this mere second-level spirit master had also mastered it. The two colossal dragons suddenly expanded, forming in midair, and as both sides intensified their power, they ultimately collided, with a resonant roar. The two dragons exploded with a force that shattered the golden dragon's might, yet the golden dragon too could not escape the fate of dissolution. The frenzied dragon slash? Impossible. When did my grandfather teach you this technique? Who exactly are you? Although Guangfu held the upper hand with this move, his expression remained grim as he exclaimed in anger, This technique was not imparted to me by the second elder. I merely learned it on the spot. Lin Yan replied with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. While Lin Yan's frenzied dragon slash might deceive ordinary warriors, it is all too apparent to the sword-mad Guangfu, whose profound mastery of martial arts allows him to discern its flaws with a mere glance. Guangfu's version of the frenzied dragon slash is characterized by its distinct form and techniques, whereas Lin Yan's execution is nebulous, lacking the clarity of form, and even his blood dragon pales in comparison to the golden dragon. The moment of collision between the twin dragons, Lin Yan realized that his malevolent blood dragon was no match for the golden dragon. Fortunately, Guangfu mistakenly believed it to be another frenzied dragon slash, which led to the activation of the golden dragon. Otherwise, with only his nascent understanding of the power of imagery, he would have stood no chance of contending against it. Learning and applying on the spot. Even though my sword sect is brimming with talent, never has there been one capable of comprehending techniques without prior study. Therefore, I shall employ a technique commonly utilized by inner disciples, the escape sword. Should you manage to execute it, I shall grant you 3 moves. With those words, Guangfu swiftly plunged the golden-scaled sword into the ground, his fingers deftly forming a seal. Instantly, the golden-scaled sword seemed to burrow into the earth like a serpent, vanishing in an instant, as if it had slithered beneath the soiled. As Lin Yan focused intently, he sensed a subtle ripple beneath him, prompting him to invoke Heavenly Throne Phantom, transforming his form into a fleeting shadow that darted several meters away. In that fleeting moment, the golden-scaled sword erupted from the ground, reappearing at the very spot Lin Yan had just occupied. Had he hesitated even for a second, the sword might have pierced through his foot. Observing Guangfu's expression, Lin Yan grasped the situation. It seemed Guangfu had comprehended his intent, considering he was an intermediate spirit warrior while Lin Yan was merely at the initial stage of spirit mastery. If he allowed the battle to drag on, what would others think? In the face of Guangfu's onslaught, Lin Yan remained composed, retreating sharply as the blood blade transformed into a tempest, sweeping forth with almost no discernible technique. Confronted by the ferocity infused within the blood blade, Guangfu did not dare to underestimate it. Having experienced his share of setbacks, exercising cautious control, Guangfu retaliated to block, allowing Lin Yan to narrowly evade a potentially lethal strike. As their combat intensified, the onlooking disciples began to take notice. The seemingly ordinary youth was managing to exchange dozens of moves with Guangfu, who was still merely a novice spirit master. Golden light palm. Crash. Another clash ensued as Lin Yan's technique met Guangfu's bare fists. Even with the technique compensating for the disparity in their strengths, Lin Yan felt a numbing sensation in his arm that a sword cultivator focuses solely on offense, neglecting defense. Yet Guangfu's physical prowess proved formidable, receiving the golden light palm with remarkable composure. If these are all the techniques you possess, I advise you to concede, Guangfu remarked as he shook out his arm, his feet pounding against the ground as he charged once more. Observing Guangfu's escalating strength, Lin Yan abruptly executed the heavenly throne phantom, leaping away several dozen meters, before harnessing the recoil to swing the blood blade head-on. Guangfu's sword techniques were diverse and unending, yet Lin Yan realized he had only the golden light palm left to rely upon, alongside the escape of the heavenly throne phantom. Despite being a creator master with hundreds of techniques swirling in his mind, it seemed imperative to find time to learn additional techniques. Otherwise, he would suffer significant losses in battle. These two individuals have yet to unleash their full potential. Muli observed the ongoing duel, shaking his head with a wry smile. Observing the growing impatience of his opponent, Lin Yan's lips curled into a subtle smile that a swordsman of his caliber, one must wonder, if he were to part with his sword, would his combat prowess remain as formidable? Intrigued by this very question, Lin Yan seized the opportunity to investigate further. With a plan long in the making, he surged forward, and the blood blade erupted with a formidable aura of malevolence. At that moment, the blood blade resembled a colossal magnet, crashing forcefully against the golden-scaled sword. Suddenly, the young man's wrist twisted, forcefully plunging the blood blade into the ground, which consequently ensnared the golden-scaled sword as well. Seizing the moment, his palm ignited with a burst of golden light that momentarily staggered Guangfu back several steps. In an instant, Guangfu's fists rained down upon the young man's chest like a torrential downpour, and Lin Yan reciprocated in kind. The spectacle of two beasts engaged in battle left Jian Yin and Jian Kuang momentarily dumbfounded. It seems Guangfu has fallen for this lad's scheme. Jian Yin laughed heartily. Indeed, Guangfu appears unaware that Lin Yan has only recently joined the sword pavilion, that in terms of true swordsmanship, any disciple with a modicum of talent could easily surpass him. However, when it comes to physical strength, this fellow is likely a match for you, Jian Kuang remarked, nodding at Jian Yin. Lin Yan lunged forth, his fierce fists cloaked in a shroud of dark energy, imbued with the explosive might of the magic eye and magic crown. For an ordinary warrior, a single strike could render them utterly defenseless. Stop, Guangfu exclaimed, extending his hand to block the advancing fist, his voice laced with fury. This is clearly a sword duel, yet you forsake your weapon for a brawl. I concede defeat, for I do not believe I can withstand your onslaught. It was evident that Lin Yan's relentless attacks, despite Guangfu's spiritual energy shielding, were painfully effective, leaving him with no choice but to admit defeat. The sudden acknowledgement of defeat by Guangfu left several disciples agape, their jaws dropping in disbelief as they stared at the two combatants. Brother Guangfu, you flatter me. If it were a true sword duel, even 3 Lin Yans would not pose a challenge to you. I merely seized upon an opportunity, Lin Yan replied, maintaining a humble yet assertive demeanor. Chapter 67. Embarking on a journey. You truly are an enigma, managing to best Guangfu, Muli remarked, seemingly sharing Lin Yan's sentiments, under the impression that Guangfu had surrendered due to his lack of prowess in close combat. Humph, look at you gloating, Xiaolan remarked, her eyes narrowing as she regarded the grinning youth with discontent. Does Sister Xiaolan wish to spar with me? Lin Yan teased, his eyes narrowing as he appraised Xiaolan's alluring figure, his tone carrying a hint of mischief. Listening to Jian Yan's instructions, Lin Yan nodded. According to Jian Yan, he was to set off for the central continent the following day, indicating the need for thorough preparation. This would mark his first journey to a distant land, and he would be departing from the sacred grounds of Noer. Jian Yan sighed softly, then gradually made his exit at that moment. Jian Kuang appeared before the youth, his demeanor far more serious than usual. Lin, do you have any questions regarding your upcoming journey to the central continent? Jian Kuang inquired earnestly. Not much, really. I am merely curious as to why you all allowed Guangfu to lose to me. What was your objective? Lin Yan's expression momentarily froze as he posed the question. Upon suddenly hearing these words, Jian Kuang's expression darkened unexpectedly, only to be replaced by an enigmatic smile as he remarked, "Haha, indeed, you are the heir of that fellow He Yin. Your temperament likely mirrors his. Since you have already deduced this, revealing it now would not be considered a breach of confidentiality." Jian Kuang forcefully drove his long sword into the ground and leaned upon it. Continuing, "In truth, allowing Guangfu to concede to you this time signifies that our sword pavilion holds aspirations for your advancement. After all, should the Six Hells Azura I reach its full potential, it will undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of martial arts." "Is it really that simple?" Lin Yin inquired, skepticism evident in his gaze. In fact, it seems that our elder Chang has acted unnecessarily. Allow me to clarify, Guangfu deliberately lost to you under the directive of the second elder. The purpose was merely to ensure that you would accept the pass issued by the Sword Pavilion without any hesitation, nothing more. Jian Kuang shrugged nonchalantly. "This indeed appears to be superfluous," Lin Yin responded with a wry smile, reflecting on the inscrutable nature of the Sword Pavilion's dealings, leaving him utterly perplexed regarding their intentions. "Well, this is not the crux of the matter. You must remember, the Qi sect is by no means a reputable faction. Once you step outside the sacred land of Nowhere, you could reach the borders of the central continent within 2 days if you travel swiftly. That area falls within the Qi sect's jurisdiction. Should you encounter any disciples of the Qi sect, regardless of their actions, you must act as if you have not seen them. Is that understood?" Jian Kuang said, narrowing his eyes with a meaningful expression. "Does the teacher possess knowledge of the rumors surrounding the Qi sect?" Lin Yin asked. "Well, I am not well acquainted with such small sections, however. Long ago, there existed a sect somewhat akin to the Qi sect. They did not practice body refinement or cultivate spiritual essence. Instead, they specialized in capturing unprotected or lone powerful individuals, ranging from spirit masters to spirit emperors. They imprisoned these strong beings, absorbing their energy to enhance their own cultivation. However, they incited public outrage and were ultimately eradicated by the 5 leading sects of the central continent. It seems that, after all these years, remnants of the original Qi sect persist, likely evolving into the current iteration." Upon hearing the words of Elder Ming, Lin Yin suddenly grasped the situation. In a wonder, Jian Kuang advised him to turn a blind eye. It turned out that the Qi sect was engaged in disreputable activities. The Sword Pavilion, in its quest to infiltrate the central continent, was willing to associate with dubious factions, casting a heavy shadow over what was once a revered and untouchable institution in his eyes. While the Holy Sky sect may also act arrogantly, at least their actions were visible. The Sword Pavilion's dealings felt obscured and secretive, cloaked in a guise more cunning than any. Nonetheless, these matters did not concern him directly. Since he was headed to the central continent in search of the ancestral crystal, even if the Qi sect were unscrupulous, it was of no consequence to him. There was no need to offend a sect potentially more formidable than the Sword Pavilion. "This is a secret," Hua Yi remarked with a knowing smile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Yin resolved not to linger any longer. Seizing the opportunity while it was still early, he aimed to depart promptly and reach the central continent as swiftly as possible. The central continent, situated at the heart of the human realm, sprawled over an area many times larger than the sacred land of Nowhere, teeming with numerous sects and ancient families. Faced with such a vast expanse, Lin Yin found it hard to fathom. Ultimately, he was but a speck of dust upon this continent. No, he was scarcely even that. Although these 5 major sects may not all be genuine sects, for the sake of convenience, the powerful humans are collectively referred to as the 5 pinnacle forces. Each of these forces possesses the capability to instill fear across vast realms. However, they are merely bright vessels among the multitude of beings on the central continent, which is home to countless sections. The immense power contained within these 5 forces is beyond the comprehension of ordinary warriors. They are akin to the main artery within a giant's body. If one were severed, the whole would be imperiled. In ancient times, humanity engaged in thousands of battles against the races of foreign realms, and of the victories that humanity enjoys today, 50% of the credit is due to them. Thus, their status on the continent remains unassailable, and naturally, no one dares to provoke them. Forces like the Qi sect, which have infiltrated the mid to lower tiers through unscrupulous means, are in no position to compare. Chapter 68. Old friends, saving lives. It has been 2 days since leaving the Sword Pavilion, and Lin Yin has maintained a calm demeanor throughout his journey. He now finds himself at a fortress on the border of the Holy Land of Noir. Known as the Holy Dragon Fortress, this is the sole fortress through which one may exit the Holy Land of Noir, heavily guarded by troops who meticulously scrutinize all who enter or exit, whether they be warriors or ordinary citizens. Perhaps due to its proximity to the border of the central continent, the soldiers here are particularly vigilant, each one a seasoned veteran, likely having survived numerous battles. The central continent is devoid of nations. It is merely a gathering place for warriors, unlike the Holy Land of Noir, which is accompanied by the existence of the Holy Heaven sect. After all, in a continent where the 5 great forces stand tall, no nation would dare to annex territory that it is estimated that even before dispatching their elite forces, a single punch from each of the 5 sects could obliterate any such nation. The chaos of the central continent can partly be attributed to the absence of legal constraints. Warriors engage in battles without regard for the consequences, resulting in countless strong individuals perishing daily and numerous talented warriors emerging forcefully. In short, it is a land brimming with marvels. Among the throngs of people, most are warriors, and Lin Yin follows closely behind them, gradually making his way out of the Holy Dragon Fortress, with the pass issued by the Sword Pavilion. He is spared most of the troublesome procedures, and the guards do not trouble the disciples of the Sword Pavilion, but on the ground of the Holy Dragon Fortress lies a boundary line forged from fine steel. Crossing this line signifies Lin Yan's complete departure from the Holy Land of Noir. Should any incident occur beyond this line, the soldiers would take no action, even if they were to witness a death, without offering assistance. The youth gazes back at the mountain stretching for tens of thousands of kilometers, exhaling a long breath. Ultimately, he has indeed left the Holy Land of Noir, yet this also signifies that a long-closed door to his path of strength has been opened, revealing a myriad of temptations awaiting him beyond. Upon leaving the Holy Dragon Fortress, Lin Yin follows the map towards the Qi sect. There are 2 routes to the Qi sect. One is a dim forest path that is quite short, allowing entry into the Qi sect's territory within a day and night, albeit fraught with danger, as bandits and robbers abound in these mountainous areas. The second route is a wide road, jointly constructed by the Qi sect and several nearby minor sects, featuring some small branches of the Qi sect along the way. In order to avert unnecessary conflicts, Lin Yin chose the broad path. Yet, this path was not necessarily devoid of danger. After walking for a short while, the young man noticed a figure ahead of him, moving with remarkable speed, followed closely by 3 men clad in identical golden attire. "Hey there, little beauty. Why the rush? Come and entertain your elder." As the figure approached, it became clear that she was a strikingly beautiful girl, radiating an ethereal charm. However, her hair was disheveled, and her face bore the semblance of a frightened little kitten. One could discern from her terrified eyes that she was undoubtedly being pursued. "Please, I beg you, spare my father." The girl pleaded, completely exhausted from running, retreating step by step while imploring for mercy. You wish to offer yourself in exchange? That can be arranged, provided you satisfy us 3 brothers. Perhaps then I might grant your old man a reprieve," the foremost man said, his gaze filled with greed and lasciviousness as he appraised the girl. "Are you Lin Yin?" the girl asked, her clear, untainted eyes shimmering with tears, her voice trembling. "Who are you? Do you know me?" Lin Yin replied, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized her, seemingly trying to recall something, desperately sifting through the murky memories of his mind. Suddenly, a familiar name surfaced, and he exclaimed in surprise, "You are Shui Yong. You little brat, get lost at once. The Qi sect's affairs are none of your business." The man, evidently accustomed to arrogance, lunged forward, throwing a punch aimed at the young man's forehead. Bang! Lin Yin remained motionless, firmly grasping the man's fist with one hand. His internal energy surged, and a burst of golden light erupted from his palm, causing the man's fist to feel as though it had been struck by a hammer, stumbling him back several steps. "Heh, I never claimed I would assist. Such presumptuousness is quite unbecoming," Lin Yin remarked, flicking his sleeve and squinting as the young man effortlessly repelled the attacker. Shui Yang's beautiful eyes relaxed, seemingly feeling a sense of salvation, and she hurriedly exclaimed, "Benefactor! Benefactor! I implore you, please save my father." Tears streamed down her face like rain, as she clutched desperately to the only lifeline she had. "Hey, you little brat. Don't think that just because you possess some strength, you can act superior. Our Qi sect fears no one," the man retorted, shaking out his fist in anger. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. Had he not known that the other party was a disciple of the Qi sect, would the man's arm still be intact? Haha, so you're an accomplice of the Qi sect. Look at this. Fighting amongst ourselves. What a pity. I hope my senior brother won't take offense. Lin Yan's previously somber expression transformed in an instant. He forcefully embraced Shui Yang, feeling her delicate form, and after a brief pause, added, "This girl truly doesn't know her fortune, to be favored by my senior brother and still attempt to flee. Thinking of death, it's not that simple." With a flick of his finger, he effortlessly split the dagger in Shui Yang's hand into two. Hey, don't try to cozy up to me with the Qi sect. Speak up. Who are you?" The man inquired, eyeing the young man warily as his emotions shifted unpredictably. "I am a disciple of the Sword Pavilion, and this is my pass that on the orders of the Elder, I have come to participate in the dragon seizing tournament of the Qi sect." Lin Yan presented the pass and remarked, "Isn't it always Guangfu who comes from the Sword Pavilion? Why has there been a change in personnel?" said the man. Senior brother Guangfu is in seclusion for a breakthrough. In a hurry, the Elder sent me, Lin, in his stead. If you have any doubts, feel free to verify it at the Sword Pavilion," Lin Yan retorted, tossing the pass aside. Upon glancing at the pass, the man finally broke into a smile. Nodding, "Haha, it's a misunderstanding. This indeed belonged to Guangfu before. It turns out you are one of us." Watching the two appear as if long-lost brothers, Shui Yang's beautiful eyes gradually dimmed, feeling that her innocence was on the verge of being tarnished by this beastly-hearted youth. "Guests are to be treated as such. Since you are sent by the Sword Pavilion, this young lady shall be your welcome gift. The branch is just ahead. Follow me." The man waved his hand and said. Another man, upon hearing this, immediately expressed his discontent. "Elder brother, this girl is exceptionally beautiful, a rare find in 10 years. Are we simply going to give her away? Come now, Lin Shitty could never be an outsider. Besides, he has had his fun with her already." The man dismissed him with a wave. "Beast, brute." Shui Yang's delicate face flushed with anger, trying desperately to struggle, but the youth's arm was like an iron clamp, allowing her no movement whatsoever. "Don't move if you wish to save the old master. Then listen to me. Otherwise, I shall hand you over to them." Lin Yan glared at the girl, whispering harshly. The innocent Shui Yang finally understood the youth's intentions, and a glimmer of hope sparked in her originally despondent eyes, akin to an injured kitten curling up against his chest, ceasing her struggles. Seeing the girl quiet down, the man was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "Haha, I never expected Lin Shitty to possess such skills. I am truly impressed. I have yet to inquire about your name, senior brother," Lin Yan responded with a smile. "Call me Jian Cheng," the man replied. "Very well, then please lead the way. Jian Shixiang, I have endured much on this journey and could use some rest." Upon hearing this, the man glanced again at the girl in the youth's arms, seemingly understanding something, and gave a meaningful grin before leading the other two disciples toward the branch. Chapter 69. Ruthless Methods. The Qi sect's branch is situated on the side of the main road, composed of 2 pavilions and a tower, housing 10 disciples, 1 spirit warrior, for spirit masters, and the remaining 5 being rather ordinary Qi sect disciples with generally low strength. According to Elder Ming, the Qi sect cultivates by siphoning the energy of other martial artists. They established these branches along the main road under the pretense of protecting travelers, but in truth, they covertly seek out competent masters. If a solitary martial artist, or one without any influential backing, were to mistakenly wander in, they would likely be swiftly abducted by the Qi sect. Lin Shitty, in 3 days, the dragon seizing tournament will commence. Rest here for the night, and I shall send someone to escort you early tomorrow morning," Jian Cheng said with a smile. "Do not rush. While I was at the Sword Pavilion, I overheard some elders and junior brothers speaking of your esteemed Qi sect. Today, encountering you indeed confirms their extraordinary reputation. I have heard that your Qi sect possesses a divine technique capable of absorbing the strength of others for one's own use, which I find most enviable. Since I have the fortune to meet senior brother Jin today, might you indulge me by offering a glimpse into this remarkable practice?" Lin Yan spoke with a hint of impatience. Listening to the youth exalt himself, a sense of pride emerged on Jian Cheng's face as he patted his chest and declared, "Rest assured, junior brother Lin, within this branch, aside from the elder guardian of the tower, I hold the greatest authority. Should it be anyone else, even if they were to prostrate themselves, I would not reveal the secrets of our Qi sect. However, since you are a disciple of the Sword Pavilion, I shall make an exception this once and take you to witness it." Upon hearing these words, Lin Yan feigned surprise and hastily expressed his gratitude. Under Jian Cheng's guidance, Lin Yan arrived at a pavilion, beneath which lay a hidden passage. Within this passage were 4 martial artists of the spirit master level, their bodies shackled tightly in chains. Clinging to them was a repugnant, worm-like beast, its mouthpiece affixed to the necks of the martial artists, incessantly siphoning their spiritual essence and vitality. After purification, this energy could be released, allowing the disciples of the Qi sect to cultivate at a speed exponentially greater than that of ordinary martial artists. These martial artists, ensnared by the worm-like beast, were doomed to a life of servitude, ceaselessly generating spiritual essence and vitality, ultimately to be dissipated. It was undeniable that such torment would drive anyone mad. Even if they were to survive, it appeared that the sword pavilion would suffer a significant loss in Lin Yan's esteem. He was disheartened to find that even such ruthless sects would engage in such treachery. Indeed, as the elders had spoken, this method of cultivation would surely elevate one several realms above their peers within a mere 3 years. No wonder my previous full-force strike was only able to push senior brother Jin back. Lin Yan mused, clicking his tongue in astonishment. Yes, Jian Cheng replied, scratching his head awkwardly. I recall that prior strike. Are there not higher realms among these spirit masters? Lin Yan inquired, attempting to strike up conversation while searching for which of the 4 was the old estate owner. These individuals were merely captured by the elder guardian of the tower and could not be compared to those at the headquarters. The Qi sect's headquarters. There are over 1,000 spirit master martial artists, and no fewer than 500 spirit battle masters. Particularly, we have captured no less than 20 spirit kings. Although a few have perished, it is of little consequence, Jian Cheng stated with a touch of pride. Are there any spirit emperor-level experts among them? Lin Yan lamented, contemplating the implications of nearly 20 spirit kings. In the sacred land of Nor, they would be an unstoppable force. Yet here they were, ensnared by the Qi sect, condemned to be mere vessels for others' ambitions. That I cannot disclose, Jian Cheng chuckled. My authority extends only to the level of spirit battle masters. Beyond that, I lack the qualifications to know. And the information regarding spirit kings was learned through my own inquiries. I am unsure if any have been captured recently. Since there is uncertainty, it signifies that the Qizong must have captured a formidable spirit sovereign. After all, Qizong has held dominion over the central continent for many years, and its foundation is not insignificant. With nearly 20 spirit kings serving as their cauldron, Qizong far surpasses the sword pavilion in strength. One wonders what entices the sword pavilion to form an alliance with them. Could it be the power of form manifestation? Although this speculation remains unverified, Lin Yan is certain that if the energy within him were ample, the power of form manifestation would unleash capabilities beyond his imagination. Cough, cough, you beasts, return my daughter. At that moment, an elderly man in the dungeon, disheveled and with a vacant expression, frantically broke free from his chains, roaring incessantly. Yet, regardless of his strength, he was powerless against chains forged from fine steel. Nevertheless, his outburst spared Lin Yan considerable effort. It appeared that this man was indeed the old patriarch. Given his advanced age and the torment he had endured, it was likely that even if rescued, his life would not be long. However, having promised Shuiyang, he was determined to fulfill that vow. A man of honor cannot speak without ensuring his words are kept. Old fool, what are you clamoring about? Your precious daughter will be sent to you once my brothers have had their fill of her. Jian Cheng sneered at the elder. With that utterance, the old patriarch's face turned crimson, and he spat out a mouthful of dark blood, gasping for breath. If Jian Cheng continued, the patriarch might very well die from rage. It seems this fellow is itching for a fight. Just as well. I have recently practiced a new technique and was lamenting the lack of a sparring partner. I shall use you as my target. Lin Yan rolled up his sleeves, tossing Jian Cheng a small cloth bag containing several condensed essence pills and a third-grade healing elixir. Assuming a fierce demeanor, after all, he could not act recklessly without the elder's consent. Junior brother Lin, this old coot doesn't have long left. His death is merely the passing of a worthless life. If you wish to practice, go ahead. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens. Jian Cheng greedily accepted the pills, asserting with conviction. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan felt a surge of joy, hastily expressing his gratitude before pushing open the door and slowly approaching the old patriarch. Jian Cheng leaned against the doorframe with keen interest, curious about the elder's thoughts. Upon seeing someone enter, The old patriarch frantically rose, his hands clawing towards the youth. However, the chains restricted him, and no matter how hard he struggled, his fingers could only reach the youth's eyes, golden light palm. The youth suddenly drew upon his energy, and a burst of golden light erupted from his palm. In an instant, the golden radiance transformed into a dark hue, crashing fiercely against the old patriarch's chest. Bang! Spit! Struck with tremendous force, the old patriarch immediately expelled a mouthful of dark blood, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground, utterly dazed. TSK, junior brother Lin. You struck a bit too hard. If possible, avoid killing him. Jiansheng observed the youth's unrestrained attack, finally feeling at ease as he slowly exited the cell. Watching Jiansheng depart, Lin Yan let out a slight sigh of relief. That prior strike had forcibly expelled the accumulated foul blood from the old patriarch's chest. Although it appeared potent, it merely served to regulate his internal energies. Cough, cough. Why did you save me? The old patriarch opened his murky eyes, gazing at the youth with a dazed expression. The old estate owner, I trust you are well. Lin Yan slowly raised his head, revealing a youthful yet resolute visage, his gaze firmly fixed upon the elder. You are Lin Yan of the Lin family. The elder appeared to hold a particular memory of this young boy, recalling that had it not been for him, his daughter would likely have been abducted long ago. Fate, it seems, has a curious way of intervening. Once again, it is he who has come to my rescue. Indeed, it is I. Rest assured, old estate owner, I have already subdued Shuiyang. Please endure for a moment longer while I devise a plan to extricate you. Lin Yan gently assured as he grasped the elder's hand. My greatest concern has always been for my daughter. Now that she has been rescued by her benefactor, I no longer mind. Take her as far away as you can. The old estate owner remarked with a knowing smile, his expression reflecting a profound understanding of life and death. Fear not, for even if I cannot devise a perfectly harmonious solution, there is no one within this tower who can impede my efforts to rescue you. Lin Yan declared, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing these words, the old estate owner was momentarily taken aback, only to recall the recent battle of the spirit kings that transpired in Shenglin City, where a mysterious powerhouse had effortlessly vanquished a spirit king. Surely, this young lad must have summoned that formidable ally. That he may well be correct. Within this tower, there is but one elder who is still in training as a spirit warrior. It is rather unrealistic to expect to detain a youth capable of summoning even a spirit king. That I cannot kneel in gratitude, the old estate owner said weakly, leaning against the corner, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. There is no need for such formalities, old estate owner. Please rest. I shall devise a means to rescue you forthwith. Once outside the prison, Lin Yan began to ponder how best to effect a rescue. The few disciples in this loft were of low skill. Eliminating them would be a mere trifling task. However, the specifics of the spirit warrior elder remained unknown. While it was certain he could rescue the old estate owner, he feared exposure of his identity, especially since he had come to participate in the Chi-Sex dragon seizing tournament. Offending them now could lead to dire consequences from the Sword Pavilion, making it imperative to devise a plan urgently. Benefactor, I am no saint. Faced with such primal temptation, how could I possibly withstand it? Observing the blushing youth, Shuiyang blinked her enchanting eyes and delicately retrieved an ice-blue pendant from her neck, radiating a glimmering chill. Benefactor, this is the most precious item I possess, a fourth-tier demon crystal gifted to me by my grandfather when I was very young. That I implore you to accept it. Shuiyang pleaded, extending her porcelain-like wrist, cradling the ice crystal pendant with an alluringly earnest expression. Chapter 70. A thief crying thief. Gazing at the pendant in the young girl's hand, Lin Yan's eyes instantly sparkled with brilliance. A demon crystal equates to a puppet, and a puppet equates to salvation. Take it, for since it is a cherished memento from your grandfather, I cannot simply seize it from you. Rest assured, tonight I shall rescue the old estate owner. But before that, you must assist me in staging a performance, Lin Yan stated, his demeanor returning to seriousness. Yes, as long as it leads to my father's rescue, I am willing to do anything. Shuiyang bit her rosy lip, clearly anxious, her delicate hands nervously fidgeting with the hem of her garment. Ahem. Well, do not let your thoughts wander. In truth, it is nothing much, merely a casual call to Lin Yan. He had long sensed the presence of someone vigilantly patrolling outside the door, uncertain whether it was mere peeping or surveillance. However, since they had arrived, he decided to put on a performance, which would facilitate his actions later at night, thus averting any suspicion. We are to present the beautiful maiden to this fellow. Yet why is there no commotion within the room? What is the hurry? What hour is it? Let us wait a bit longer. Outside the young man's door, two furtive figures crouched, the very same individuals who had chased after Shui Yang during the day. It seemed they were still driven by their thieving instincts, hoping to catch a glimpse. Miss Shui Yang, I'd ought to apologize for the intrusion. Lin Yin, seizing the opportunity when the girl was unsuspecting, swiftly lifted her and stepped toward the bed. Shui Yang was startled by the young man's sudden action, letting out a cry of surprise. TSK TSK. The show is about to begin. The men outside, upon hearing the girl's melodious exclamation, rubbed their hands together in a lecherous manner, nearly drooling. Whoosh! Lin Yin sat cross-legged on the bed, his fingers deftly releasing a stream of energy towards the candlelight, extinguishing it in an instant, plunging the room into darkness. What are you doing? With the candlelight snuffed out, Shui Yang immediately sensed the steady, rhythmic breaths beside her, her face paling, though a hint of bashful crimson tinged her cheeks, accompanied by a sense of dizziness. Feeling the warm, jade-like body beside him, Lin Yin inhaled deeply the natural fragrance emanating from the girl, then hastily composed himself. It appeared that a solitary man and woman should not remain in the same chamber. Were it not for the urgency to save, he could not guarantee his own actions. Damn it! Why extinguish the light? What's the rush? Once this fellow has had his fill, it will be our turn. Just as the two men were lewdly conversing, a sudden loud crash resonated, shattering the door. A shadow, carrying the girl, darted out at an astonishing speed, vanishing almost instantaneously into the night. Capture him! Quickly! Seize him! Following closely behind was a disheveled Lin Yin, shouting angrily in the direction of the fleeing shadow. Lin Shitty, what is happening? The two men, regaining their senses, inquired with grim expressions. Damn it! I was in the midst of something, and now a thief dares to make off with my woman. Suddenly struck by these words, the disciples of the Qi sect froze, their faces paling. Could it be that the girl has been abducted? How infuriating! She is a beauty rarely seen in a decade. Brothers, you must help me. Capture that thief, and I will ensure he pays dearly. Lin Yin glared fiercely ahead, seething with rage. Why is this fellow so enraged? One man furrowed his brow. Wouldn't you be furious if you were interrupted at such a moment? Another disciple of the Qi sect retorted sharply. Who dares to rob me? With a swift stride, Jian Cheng, a disciple of the Qi sect, unleashed his 6th-level spiritual prowess, fiercely thrusting his sword toward the puppet. The motionless puppet, under Lin Yin's control, suddenly waved its sleeve, a gale of pure force sending Jian Cheng several meters back, following up with a leap, its withered, bloodless hand, resembling an eagle's claw, reached out menacingly toward Jian Cheng. Be careful, brother Jian. Lin Yin hurriedly stepped forward, and the blood-red blade materialized before him, striking the puppet with a resounding clang, sending it hurtling backward as if feigning injury. Thank you, junior brother Lin. Allow me to take his life. Jian Cheng, still trembling from shock, rose to his feet, eager to unleash his techniques. However, before he could form the necessary hand seals, the puppet lunged at him once more, this time with no regard for restraint, delivering a devastating blow aimed squarely at Jian Cheng's forehead. Should he be struck, it would likely result in his instant demise. Just then, the elder guardian of the tower, arriving in response to the commotion, acted with remarkable swiftness, colliding forcefully with the puppet. Both parties staggered back a few steps. Who dares intrude upon the sacred grounds of our Qi sect? The elder inquired. Gripping his numbed wrist with a wary tone, the puppet, indifferent to the elder's presence, advanced a few steps, delivering a mighty punch that shattered the iron bars of the prison cell, subsequently tearing apart the steel chains with sheer force, all while carrying the old master on its back as it moved towards the exit. Observing the puppet's utter disregard for him, the elder's expression darkened further. My friend, has our Qi sect apprehended someone dear to you? If that is indeed the case, allow me to offer my apologies. Could we perhaps speak in the tower? The elder's complexion shifted dramatically as he swiftly darted forward, striking the puppet's chest with a decisive palm. With a resounding impact, he broke through the protective barrier formed by the surrounding energy, landing a solid blow on the puppet's chest. Yet, the puppet merely quivered slightly, showing no sign of concern. Impossible! Even a peak spirit warrior would not remain so composed after receiving my heart-shattering palm. Who are you? No sooner had the elder spoken than the puppet charged forward again, This time, Lin Yin mustered all his strength, and the puppet, living up to expectations, burst through the encirclement, leaping into the night and vanishing from sight. Elder, are we simply to let him escape? Jian Chung exclaimed, his face a mask of frustration. Fools, a bunch of useless fools. It was only after this scoundrel made it to the prison that you realized. Had we discovered him sooner, he would never have made it inside, the elder retorted with indignation. But, Jian Chung began, only to be interrupted. But what? His power surpasses mine. Even if all of you combined your efforts, you might not be able to subdue him, the elder said, his wisdom far beyond that of the younger disciples. His seemingly clouded eyes turned to the youth, his voice low and grave. Who are you? Cough, cough. I am Lin Yin, a disciple of the sacred land, the Knower Sword Pavilion, sent by the elder to pay a visit. Lin Yin replied, clutching his chest and coughing lightly. You are injured? The elder inquired, observing the pale complexion of the young man. Junior brother Lin took a blow for me just now. It may be an internal injury. Jian Chung interjected, Do, since you are a disciple of the Sword Pavilion, then come with me. I have healing elixirs available, the elder offered. Thank you, elder, but it is unnecessary. When I left, Elder Hua Yi provided me with some elixirs. So I am quite well, Lin Yin replied hastily, cupping his hands in gratitude. Hua Yi. Haha. That is splendid. That it seems the elder guardian is acquainted with one of the foremost alchemists from the sacred land. He thought, slowly departing without further suspicion. With the immediate danger averted, Lin Yin quietly exhaled in relief, knowing the puppet could not stray too far from him. Thus, he decided to temporarily settle it in a small grove. It appeared that they would have to leave by dawn. Within the grove, there was a cave, seemingly carved out by some creature. Though modest in size, it was sufficient to accommodate 2 people. My young friend, I have been quite concerned for your well-being. To my surprise, you have emerged so swiftly. The aging master, seated cross-legged, bearing a pallid complexion, remarked with a faint smile. Hee, that should be easy enough, Lin Yin said, feeling a small sense of pride, as he glanced at the girl curled up in the corner. Has Shuiyang fallen asleep? Yes, she hasn't slept a wink all night. She was worried. Just as the words escaped his lips, the master's face flushed crimson, and a spurt of fresh blood erupted forth, his body beginning to sway precariously. Chapter 71. Apprenticeship. Upon witnessing the master's ashen visage, the youth furrowed his brow. The master, advanced in years and lacking in strength, had endured considerable torment from the blood-sucking demonic beasts. It was a miracle he had persisted thus far, but surely his time was running short. Master, this is a 3rd-grade restoration pill. Please take it, and I shall assist you in recovering some of your spiritual essence. Lin Yin shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that having rescued him, it would be remiss not to offer some aid. Cough, cough. There's no need, the master said, leaning against the wall and waving his hand to decline the youth's kind intentions. I am well aware of my own condition, and I do not wish to squander any medicinal resources that I in that case. Do you have any final words, master? While I cannot guarantee anything, I will surely remember your wishes, and if it lies within my ability, I shall fulfill them, Lin Yin asked earnestly, displaying genuine concern for the dying elder. My young friend, I have seldom asked anything of anyone throughout my life, but at this moment, I will set aside my pride and earnestly request that you look after my little girl. The lineage of the Shui family has reached its end with my generation, leaving only her behind. She is inherently kind-hearted, and her eyes have been healed. If you do not mind. Hold on, master, that might not be appropriate. I am already bound by a marriage contract, and my own life is fraught with peril. I cannot guarantee my own survival, much less that of another, Lin Yin replied, a bitter smile gracing his lips. The path ahead promised to be exceedingly arduous. Although the girl was exceptionally beautiful, he could not afford to indulge in such distractions at this critical juncture. Such indulgence could very well lead to his demise. Haha, my young friend, I have faith in your character. If you were to readily agree, I might even hesitate, the master chuckled heartily. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin could only smile ruefully. This girl seemed to be slightly older than him. To accept her as a younger sister felt inappropriate, and to regard her as an elder sister was even less feasible. Were he unencumbered, he would gladly welcome her beauty, but a seeker of the Tao must inevitably face unforeseen challenges. Well, Lin Yin found himself at a loss for words, contemplating how to refuse the elder without causing distress, lost in thought. Foolish boy, this girl possesses the heavenly oracle's divine eye. a rare and extraordinary constitution. Should you gain her assistance, it would serve as a significant boon in your future endeavors. The ancient spirit, who had been in a state of contemplation for several days, interjected unexpectedly. The meaning was clear. He was being urged to accept her. Despite her possessing the divine eye, the sealing power within her was overwhelmingly potent. What could be done? Lin Yin shook his head helplessly. What a fool! Decayed wood cannot be carved. Now that you have ascended to the second level of the Spirit Master, you should be able to glean some insights into the techniques within the Dan of Creation. It would be prudent to find a technique capable of devouring energy for her. I assure you. Within 3 months, the energies sealing her will be turned to her advantage. With a tone laced with disappointment, Ming Lao remarked. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin furrowed his brow slightly. It was evident that he had taken her and not out of utilitarian motives. After all, the Snowfall Mountain Manor was in a state of disarray, with the old lord's life hanging by a thread. If left to her own devices, the next time she was captured, she might not be so fortunate as to encounter him again. Nevertheless, since Ming Lao had agreed to take her in, Lin Yin had no objections. Given his superior strength, he might as well take her as his disciple. This arrangement would not compromise their protective bond, nor would it constitute taking advantage of her plight. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yin clenched his teeth, slowly raised his gaze to the old lord, and said, "In that case, I shall escort the Buddha to the west if the old lord does not mind. I would like to take Xuezhang as my disciple. However, my own cultivation is not particularly high. I wonder if she would be willing." Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of surprise appeared on the old lord's face. He had initially intended to court this highly esteemed youth as a son-in-law. Since that was not feasible, he had no choice but to accept this alternative. Nonetheless, having him as a disciple was splendid, especially since he was backed by a formidable powerhouse capable of annihilating spirit kings. With Xueyang following him, her safety would be assured, which was the old lord's greatest concern. The youth stirred slightly. Although the old lord's cultivation was not high, his discerning eyes seemed to have grasped the state of the youth's body. An elderly man on the brink of closing his eyes forever. Lin Yin held nothing back and leaned in to whisper, "Creator." Suddenly, upon hearing this, the old lord's eyes exploded with brilliance. As if they had been cleansed, he reached out a trembling hand to grasp the youth's arm and exhaled with effort. "Ha! Our Snowfall Mountain Manor has dealt with creators long ago. They have been absent for countless years. To encounter one before my demise is a blessing. I die without regrets." Lin Yin could see the astonishment in the old lord's eyes. After all, the Snowfall Mountain Manor existed to forge blank scrolls. With the disappearance of the creator, the manor's fortunes had plummeted, and merely surviving to this day was a testament to their resilience. It was likely that neither the old lord nor his ancestors had ever laid eyes on a true creator. "Heh, you flatter me," Lin Yin chuckled. However, as he looked upon the elderly man, the old lord's eyes gradually closed, his tightly clenched hand quietly loosening, a life drawing to its inevitable conclusion. Father, Xueyang, who had been awake and quietly observing their conversation, sensed something amiss and rushed forward. She gently placed her trembling finger on the old man's pulse. Only to find his breath had ceased, Lin Yin shook his head, expecting Xueyang to burst into tears. Yet, to his astonishment, her expression remained composed, which was entirely unexpected. "I am sorry. Your father's injuries are grave. Even if I exert all my strength, I cannot prolong his life much longer," Lin Yin said, his gaze filled with regret as he looked at the girl that I knew yesterday. "All of this is due to the Qi sect." The Qi sect? At that moment, the enchanting visage of Xueyang darkened, an expression of dread that Lin Yin had never witnessed since their acquaintance. "You little rascal, why don't you inquire whether she is willing to accept you as a disciple?" Ming Lao interjected. "Xiang, do you seek vengeance?" Lin Yin asked hesitantly, lifting his obsidian gaze. "Vengeance? Huh. What do I possess to exact revenge?" The girl, who had always maintained her composure, seemed to transform entirely, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a golden radiance. Reminiscent of the dark glimmer in the boy's gaze. "If possible, I shall take you as my disciple, assist you in dispelling the seals within you, and fully unleash the power of the heavenly oracle eye. If you devote yourself to cultivation for a few years, those few individuals from the Qi sect will be no match for you." Although Lin Yin was exceedingly reluctant to speak in a tone of exploitation, he felt he had no alternative. Is that true? Upon hearing the boy's words, Xueyang sprang to her feet, and without any forewarning, she abruptly tore open her collar, revealing an expanse of snow-white skin, tears glistening in her eyes as she declared, "If your words are indeed genuine, I am willing to offer you anything, even myself." Misunderstanding the boy's intentions, Xu Weiyang mistakenly believed that Lin Yin harbored an interest in her. Cough. Upon hearing the phrase once again, Xu Weiyang was momentarily taken aback. But she quickly regained her composure, realizing that her actions may have been somewhat excessive. Hastily adjusting her attire, "I am willing to accept you as my master," she conceded, finding no grounds to refuse. In her current state, devoid of strength, it seemed nearly impossible to survive without this boy's assistance. Those disciples of the Qi sect would undoubtedly pursue her, and moreover, she must avenge her father, Ming Lao. Although I have reached the second tier of Spirit Master, my Dandan has yet to evolve, and the highest level I possess is merely an advanced spiritual technique. Where could I possibly find a devouring technique? Upon entering the realm of the mind, Lin Yin began his search, but after a lengthy time without success, he felt disheartened. A devouring technique need not be a divine or battle-grade skill. It may very well be unassuming. Ming Lao remarked cryptically. Hearing this, Lin Yin was taken aback. Then his mind surged with energy, and 100 low-level techniques suddenly surged from the Dandan, forming a vast net that enveloped his consciousness. Lin Yin began to scan through them with remarkable speed. Ice Blood Devour Heart, low level of the Xian rank. Among the hundreds of techniques, Lin Yan's gaze fell upon one that was This technique appeared somewhat frigid but bore an ordinary hue, leaving one unable to perceive any remarkable potency. I told you so. Ice Blood Devour Heart was specifically designed for martial artists who have suffered power seals. Do not be misled by its current low-level status. Should she manage to devour the sealed energy, this technique could potentially elevate to the spirit rank. Ming Lao slowly elucidated a growth-type technique. Chapter 72. The stubborn Shuiyang. From the preceding exposition regarding Ice Blood Devouring Heart, Lin Yin gleaned a rudimentary understanding of this technique, which bore a remarkable resemblance to his own heavenly seat demonic shadow. Both techniques, upon execution, augment the practitioner's capabilities. However, the distinction lies in the fact that heavenly seat demonic shadow significantly enhances speed, whereas Ice Blood Devouring Heart substantially amplifies the body's absorption rate. In essence, once mastered, Xu Weizhang would possess the ability to reverse the spiritual essence within, drawing upon the sealed power within her body. Consequently, the heavenly vision would be poised for true awakening. The divine eye, nearly on par with the demonic eye, would provide her with a considerable advantage, as the latter is inherently tied to the demon race and could easily lead to subjugation if mishandled. Thus, Lin Yin had never dared to invoke the demonic eye proactively, leaving its true potential shrouded in mystery up to this point. In contrast, the heavenly vision, being an ancient divine eye of humanity, would not consume its host. Once effectively controlled, it could unleash its full power without the specter of adverse repercussions, allowing Shuiyang's strength to escalate at an alarming rate. Low-level Xian stage. Ice Blood Devouring Heart. Can this technique truly allow me to control my physique? Shuiyang inquired, her disbelief palpable. If all goes as planned, should there be no diminishment within 3 days post-cultivation, I shall devise an alternative approach. Lin Yin replied, his voice tinged with uncertainty regarding Ming Lao's assertions, rendering him hesitant to make absolute guarantees. Shuiyang nodded earnestly, her gaze soon suffused with a burgeoning intent to kill, though merely a flicker. It was unmistakably discernible to Lin Yin, who was acutely sensitive to such malevolence. It appeared that this young woman would inevitably become a source of considerable vexation for the Qi sect in the future. With the master-disciple relationship firmly established, Lin Yin refrained from lingering, guiding Shuiyang toward the Qi sect. Before their departure, he produced a veil and mask, enveloping her visage as thoroughly as possible. After all, the Qi sect was not a paragon of virtue, and encountering those who might covet Shuiyang's beauty could lead to complications in the central continent. At the border of the Qi sect, the sect was currently teeming with throngs of people. The Qi sect, being a prominent force in the central continent, attracted numerous minor sects eager to observe the dragon seizing competition, seizing the opportunity to curry favor with the Qi sect. This so-called dragon seizing competition was not perpetually labeled as such. During other times, the Qi sect typically hosted inter-sect competitions. However, this occasion bore a slight deviation. Lin Yin had heard during his time at the Sword Pavilion that the Qi sect had discovered a dragon scale within the central continent, purportedly left behind by the 9 Nether Dark Dragon. The purpose of this competition was to assess the prowess of the younger generation within the sect, with the dragon scale serving as the ultimate reward. Do not underestimate this solitary dragon scale. It harbors immense energy, and legends suggest that acquiring a dragon scale could enable one to resurrect a 9-nether-dark dragon upon locating its lair. Although this remains merely a legend, summoning such a formidable spectral dragon would undoubtedly be a spectacle of grandeur, not only due to the overwhelming strength of the 9-nether-dark dragon, but also its ability to command demonic beasts. After all, dragons, as ancient divine beasts, are the progenitors of all demonic creatures, and the might of a dragon is unrivaled. Upon arriving at the Qi sect, Lin Yin, following the instructions of Jian Kuang, proceeded directly to seek out the elder of the Qi sect, Mu Yuan, who was responsible for welcoming various sect emissaries. Moreover, given that the Qi sect and the Sword Pavilion were allies, it was only fitting that they received him with due respect. Upon locating Mu Yuan, Lin Yin relayed Jian Kuang's message verbatim, presenting Shui Yang as the granddaughter of the Grand Elder of the Sword Pavilion. This approach, even if it unveiled Shui Yang's appearance, might instill a sense of caution among these individuals, as it was plausible. After all, the Grand Elder had once simply raised his voice, leaving Hong Xiao utterly flustered. This is the key to your chamber, and this is the token for entering and exiting the Qi sect. Today, there are far too many participants for the dragon seizing competition, and I regret that I cannot linger, Mu Yuan remarked, hastily departing after handing the items to Lin Yin. Lin Yin understood this predicament. There were over 10,000 attendees for the competition, effectively overwhelming the Qi sect with martial artists from various factions, including some comparable to the Sword Pavilion. After all, this was the central continent, where formidable individuals were as numerous as the stars in the sky. Master, is this the Qi sect's token? Will it grant access to some of the dungeons? I wish to see those formidable beings imprisoned within. Shui Yang inquired, her jade-like hand gently caressing the wooden token. This token merely serves to deter martial artists from attempting to take advantage of the situation. It does not hold significant authority. Just as Lin Yin was about to tuck the token into his pocket, he discovered that his token was silver, distinctly different from Shui Yang's. Why is yours silver? Shui Yang seemed to have noticed as well, inquiring with mild curiosity. That is indeed peculiar, Lin Yin responded, flipping the token over to reveal a line of small script that caught his attention. Qi Sect Elder Token. Upon reading this, Lin Yin suddenly comprehended that Mu Yuan had been so hurried that he had inadvertently given Lin Yin his own token. Distracted as he was by the chaos around him. In light of this revelation, Shui Yang gazed at him with a mischievous smile. Well, even if this token grants access to the Qi Sect's dungeons, one must exercise caution, Lin Yin cautioned, having heard from Jian Sheng that the Qi Sect held many powerful beings captive. If Shui Yang, driven by a desire for vengeance, were to release them, it could incite chaos within the Qi Sect. If caught, escape would be nearly impossible, and thus, it was imperative to avoid any significant disturbances. Why not? Isn't this an excellent opportunity? Shui Yang's eyes glimmered with a hint of veiled intent, observing her increasingly distorted demeanor. Lin Yin could only offer a wry smile, realizing that this girl had buried her fury deep within. Though she did not weep or wail, a volcano was brewing beneath the surface, and he could not allow her to create trouble. However, as Lin Yin began to inspect his belongings, he discovered that the token was missing. This girl, sooner or later, a significant incident is bound to occur. Lin Yin's expression darkened abruptly. He had not anticipated that this girl possessed such cunning. Silently pilfering his token. It appeared he had underestimated her capabilities. With no other recourse, he had no choice but to seek out. Exiting the room, Lin Yin made his way towards the Qi Sect's prison. Indeed, it was rather audacious of the Qi Sect to construct a prison for formidable beings directly beneath the main tower. From the aura emanating from above the tower, Lin Yin could sense the presence of dozens of powerful entities lurking beneath the surface. Their energies strikingly reminiscent of Hong Xiao's, indicating they were all spirit kings. Naturally, the guards of the main tower were no slouches either. Each one was a peak spirit warrior, and there were fire tombs constructed above the tower. In the event of an emergency, the fire tombs would ignite, summoning all the formidable warriors of the Qi Sect. Just as Lin Yin was mired in worry, a shadow suddenly darted past him, seemingly attempting to evade his perception. Yet, this girl at that moment was not even as strong as a level 5 spirit practitioner. Slipping away from a level 2 spirit master like Lin Yin was nearly impossible. This irked Lin Yin, who was naturally hot-tempered. Just as he was about to act, a furious shout halted him. Hey, who are you two? This is a forbidden area of the Qi sect. Leave at once. Upon being discovered, the girl dashed towards the source of the shout. Senior brother, today there are numerous powerful figures around. Elder Mu Yuan sent me to inspect. Shuiyang immediately produced the token, grinning widely. Elder Mu Yuan, a guard clad in armor, slowly took the token, scrutinizing it carefully before inquiring. Isn't it usually Senior Brother Li who comes? Why the change? Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's expression dramatically shifted. It seemed this girl had indeed made a fortunate guess. There was someone who typically held the elder's token for inspections. Oh, Datum, Senior Brother Li is in seclusion, Shuiyang replied, somewhat nervously. All right, you seem unfamiliar. You must have connections with Elder Mu Yuan, the armored guard asked, somewhat uneasily. Yes, my father is a friend of Elder Mu Yuan. So? Shuiyang fidgeted with her clothing toe. Understood. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yan's face turned almost ashen. What did he understand? This guard undoubtedly misinterpreted Shuiyang as someone who had used connections, leaving Lin Yan baffled as to how this guard had attained his position. Chapter 73, The Call of Bloodline. Upon entering the dungeon, the layout here was far from the rudimentary structure of the Qi sect's branch that it could be described as resplendent, akin to an underground palace, with a narrow pathway branching out widely, flanked by several small doors presumably for cultivation purposes. As soon as he stepped in, Lin Yan felt the ethereal essence flowing here like liquid. It seemed these energies were emitted by the spirit kings, indicating that the Qi sect's cultivation likely relied on the vital essence forcibly extracted from these powerful beings. Just when the youth presumed this was the entirety of the dungeon, he beheld a colossal iron cage standing deep within the dungeon. His gaze traversed past the first bird cage, revealing several more, each standing a person's height and firmly embedded in the ground. With the cages containing elderly individuals, many spirit kings, Shuiyang gazed at the scene before her, a glimmer of coldness shining in her beautiful eyes. Did you not hear what the fellows outside said? These iron cages are protected by restrictions, and once triggered, neither of us will leave here alive today, Lin Yan remarked with a resigned shrug. His tone nonchalant. Who said I came here to cause trouble? The spiritual essence here is so abundant. I am here to cultivate, Shuiyang replied, a hint of unprecedented mischief dancing in her eyes. Observing the girl's sudden change in demeanor, Lin Yan could only shake his head in exasperation that as long as they did not provoke any trouble, he could seize this opportunity to explore. After all, these were formidable spirit kings that they walked and surveyed their surroundings. Lin Yan counted no fewer than 40 birdcages, each towering to a man's height, imprisoning martial artists of varying realms. They lay half dead within their confines, their bodies infested with insidious blood-sucking beasts that crawled over their skin, incessantly writhing and siphoning their essence, ultimately exuding a faint aura. Alas, were they not once mighty warriors, now reduced to mere pawns and sources of nourishment for others? What difference was there between living like this and being dead? Lin Yan shook his head and pressed onward. After traversing nearly a third of the way, the youth suddenly sensed a wave of spiritual essence that was both unfamiliar and eerily reminiscent. The sensation bore a resemblance to that of his father, yet he quickly dismissed the notion. His father was far away in Shenglin City, and even if the Qi sect's tendrils reached far, they could not extend to Shenglin City. With curiosity gnawing at him, Lin Yan cautiously approached, finally halting before one of the cages, gazing intently at the old man within. The elder was ensnared by the blood-sucking beasts, leaving only a contorted face visible. Twisted in agony, that he appeared to be in a state of false death. Yet something felt amiss to Lin Yan. This familiar wave of spiritual essence must have emanated from him. Yet he did not recognize the face before him. With questions swirling in his mind, Lin Yan gradually extended his perception, eager to uncover the truth. Suddenly, the elder, sensing an intruder despite his feigned death, erupted into consciousness, an overwhelming aura surging forth as the blood-sucking beasts were violently cast aside. This is not good. Sensing the elder's abnormal energy, Lin Yan swiftly retreated. The elder, in a frenzy, collided against the cage. Yet despite the display of a spirit king's strength, the cage remained steadfast, indicating that the Qi sect had placed formidable restrictions upon it, rendering any internal assault futile. Beasts of the Qi sect, if you have the capability, kill this old man. One day, when I escape from this place, I shall ensure that not a single soul from the Qi sect remains, the elder bellowed, his voice laced with fury. Though his energy waned, likely expended in this outburst after years of accumulated essence, now inadvertently awakened by Lin Yan's presence. The elder's strength dwindled. The blood-sucking beast that had been shaken off immediately clung back onto him. Predecessor, you are mistaken. I am not a disciple of the Qi sect, Lin Yan stated, his gaze softening at the sight of the elder's pitiable state. Haha, you insignificant rodents of the Qi sect. How could one who is not a disciple enter here? I foresee the demise of your sect within 3 years. When I emerge, I will surely eradicate you all. The elder glared at the youth, his voice frenzied. Very well. I shall take your words as a good omen. Lin Yan shrugged nonchalantly, preparing to depart. Whoosh! At that moment, the elder suddenly hurled an object akin to a dart, seemingly intent on launching a covert attack on the youth. Bang! Just then, Ming Lao intervened, a black aura enveloping the dart, causing it to fall to the ground. Phew! This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Indeed, the strength of this spirit king was formidable, even confined within a cage brimming with restrictions. He could unleash such hidden weapons. Had it not been for Ming Lao's timely intervention, my head would likely have been split open. Thank you, Master, Lin Yan murmured silently, just as he was about to stride towards the elder in a fit of rage, when he suddenly caught sight of the shattered jade pendant beneath his feet. Upon seeing the pendant, the youth's expression froze in shock, trembling as he extended his palm to grasp it, his eyes fixated intently. The Lin family crest. Lin Yan was all too familiar with this jade pendant. In his childhood, he often wore his father's pendant, which bore the Lin family emblem. Only the family head and a select few esteemed elders were entitled to wear it. Indeed, the old man had once plotted the deaths of 3 disciples from the Qi sect, none of whom escaped. It was astonishing that you managed to evade him, exhausted from expending all his spiritual energy. He collapsed onto the ground, nearly unconscious. Who are you? Lin Yan clutched the pendant tightly, shouting, Haha, I am your grandfather. You little rascal. The elder seemed to relish the moment, but to his surprise, the youth's expression transformed dramatically. Linning, are you named Linning? Hearing the unfamiliar term grandfather, the youth asked, his voice trembling slightly. You actually know me. Could it be that you hail from Holy Lin City and have heard of my esteemed name? The elder lifted his murky eyes, speaking, Grandfather, you are truly my grandfather. I am Lin Yan. Lin Yan grasped the pendant, his heart awash with myriad emotions, struggling to articulate his feelings. Since he could remember, he had never encountered his grandfather. Having only heard tales in Holy Lin City of a revered superpower, a remarkable figure in the sacred land of Noer, who had once roamed the continent alongside the elder of the Liu family, only to vanish shortly thereafter. Little did he know that after his disappearance, he had been imprisoned within the Qi sect. Observing the youth's serious demeanor, the elder's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had discovered numerous similarities within the boy. Linning, trembling, steadied himself against the iron bars and inquired, What is your name? Grandfather, I am Lin Yan. At that moment, the youth's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he knelt, exclaiming, Grandfather, the unfilial descendant has caused you to suffer here. Ha, I knew it. The next one must certainly be a son. Ding Tian, that lad. Didn't believe me, I named you. I once said that a son would be called Lin Yan, and a daughter would be named Lin Shui. The elder was nearly moved to tears, wishing to embrace this long-lost grandson immediately. How infuriating! Qi sect scoundrels! Rest assured, Grandfather, I shall rescue you at once. The youth's eyes ignited with fervent flames, his fingers twitching as the black prison bloodblade was summoned forth. The energy within him surging like a tempest, all coalescing upon the blood blade. Blood spirit, Lin Yan, without a moment's hesitation, directly offered his vital essence to the blood blade, which radiated a sinister aura akin to the blinding brilliance of the scorching sun, subsequently transforming into an exceedingly ferocious crescent slash. Do not worry, Grandfather. Today I shall rescue you. The youth suddenly opened his eyes, and the demonic eye, which he had never dared to awaken before, began to stir, manifesting as waves of dark energy swirling chaotically within him, ultimately restrained by the force of his nascent core. Suddenly, a billow of black mist surged forth from the youth's body, coalescing above him into a colossal eyeball, reminiscent of an abyssal chasm yet akin to the horrors of the underworld, exuding a formidable demonic power that instilled dread in those who beheld it. Tiske, I thought you would never unleash my power. At that moment, a voice slowly emanated from the demonic eye, audible only to the youth. Lin Yin disregarded it entirely, continuing to release the power of the demonic eye. This fellow. In the distance, Shuiyang slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Immediately spotting the youth, who resembled a frenzied beast summoning the demonic eye, he was attempting to avoid trouble, yet he unexpectedly initiated an assault on the prison. Had he lost his mind? Boy, quickly retract the demonic eye. If it continues to awaken, you may be devoured by the Ancient One before you even breach the prison. The voice of Ming resonated like a thunderclap, rousing the uncontrolled Lin Yan from his stupor. Teacher, could you lend me a hand? Of course. The ritual invoking the demonic eye was interrupted, yet this also signified that another formidable force awakened from the pendant worn by the youth, an intangible wave of spiritual energy enveloping the entire prison. Haha, it seems someone has come to forcibly seize a person from the Qi sect. Sighing, a few awakened spirit kings murmured, this marks the 5th time in 3 years that someone has attempted to abduct someone. I wonder if they will succeed this time. Just as Lin Yin prepared to strike with all his might, he was unprepared for the sudden eruption of flames from the pyre above the main tower. Likely triggered by the previous attack. Damn it. Lin Ying employed both soft and hard tactics, yet the youth's temperament mirrored his own from youth. Unyielding until death, if this continued, with the Qi sect's experts converging, there would be no chance of escape. In the distance, a young girl leaned against the wall, a captivating smile gracing her lips, her eyes shimmering with a hint of golden light. Why is he doing this? Could it be for me? Chapter 74. A ruckus at the Qi sect, a cacophonous sound reverberated through the heavens, and Shuiyang, observing silently, appeared somewhat pained, clutching her ears tightly. That moment, the outside world began to grow tumultuous. Awakened by the noise, warriors emerged from their quarters, gazing at the swaying main tower in the distance. Could it be that the Qi sect is under attack? Exclaimed a warrior, hastily adjusting his attire. TSK, I wonder which formidable expert dares to assault the Qi sect. Have they lost their sanity? Various factions that had gathered for the dragon-seizing tournament clustered together, seemingly eager to ascertain who would dare to attack their lifeblood, the main tower of cultivation, beneath the very noses of the Qi sect. Suddenly, 2 figures darted through the sky, standing firmly above the main tower, their gazes fixed upon it. In these past few months, the main tower has faced no fewer than 5 assaults. These reckless individuals are utterly insane, remarked an elderly man in a hemp robe, surveying the scene below. Qi, whoever comes will perish. The first 5 squads had no chance to exchange even 3 moves with us, and this fellow is no different. Allow me to deal with it. The one taking over the conversation is none other than the 5th elder of the Qi sect, while the elder clad in a hemp robe is the 6th elder. Both are notorious villains within the Qi sect. Despite their combined age exceeding several centuries, they have committed nearly every conceivable atrocity, instilling fear in any martial artist who encounters them. The 5th elder boasted a physique that belied his age, shaking it as he raised his hand, unleashing a powerful energy that surged through the main tower straight towards the youth. Thud, sensing the overwhelming pressure around him akin to Mount Tai bearing down. The young man immediately conjured a soul shield to withstand the force. Damn it, how could these beasts be so perceptive? Upon being discovered, Lin Yan's expression changed drastically, and he swiftly summoned a puppet to forcibly take the onlooking Shuiyang away. I won't leave. What are you doing? Shuiyang protested, her brows knitted in concern as she bit her lip, anger flaring. Don't create chaos. Those who provoke a spirit king will meet their end. Lin Yan understood the immense power of these martial artists at the pinnacle of their craft. Especially since 2 spirit kings were present, both at the 2nd layer. One must not underestimate the 2nd layer of spirit kings. If they united against a 6th or even 7th layer spirit king, it would be a trivial task. His previous victory over Hong Xiao had already pushed him to his limits, and old Ming had suffered greatly for it. This reckless act could very well lead to his own downfall. Silenced by the young man's words, Shuiyang ceased her struggles, being forcibly taken away by the puppet. I'm sorry, master, Lin Yan murmured, gazing at the 2 elders controlling him through the apex of the main tower. A bitter smile gracing his lips. Foolish boy, what is there to apologize for? If I wish to leave, do you think those 2 could stop me? Old Ming exuded an aura of someone accustomed to high status, completely disregarding the spirit kings. With those words, Lin Yan's eyes ignited with determination, and he suddenly charged into the heavens. Utilizing the cover of night, he skillfully concealed his form and visage to avoid recognition by the Qi sect. TSK, able to stand upon the air, perhaps he too is a spirit king. I wonder if he will reveal his name, the fifth elder remarked, watching the distant shadow with a mocking gaze. Huh, do you think your ragtag bunch is worthy of knowing my name? Lin Yin laughed heartily, a vicious expression crossing his face. Humph, such arrogance. Even if you were a celestial being, you cannot escape death today. The sixth elder declared, seemingly unwilling to prolong the encounter, stepping forward and unleashing his spirit king aura. Dare not to disclose your name. Then you must be a reclusive cultivator. Do you know the fate that awaits those captured by us? The fifth elder's eyes gleamed with greed, clearly intent on capturing Lin Yin. With him, the Qi sect could gain another furnace for cultivation. Enough of this chatter. I wish to annihilate the entire Qi sect. Lin Yin yearned to obliterate them all. Brandishing the black prison blood blade in his hand, he charged forth, overestimating yourself. The fifth elder extended his palm, a formidable grasp coalescing, as if he could tear the very fabric of space apart. Bang! With a single strike, both parties were forced back a few steps. It was only through Old Ming's assistance that Lin Yin managed to hold his ground. It seemed that his opponent had not unleashed their true. He certainly could not withstand a head-on confrontation. Suspecting that there were still many hidden powerhouses within the Qi sect, the youth's lips curled into a manic arc, empowered by the force of the ancient elder. As the power of manifestation reached its zenith, suddenly, a tempest of the same nature erupted from within the boy's being. Huh, how peculiar. Who is this formidable individual? The techniques employed bear an uncanny resemblance to those of the Qi sect. Could it be that he hails from within the Qi sect itself? Some martial artists gazed from afar at the distant shadow, striving to glean any clues from the figure. Thief, how audacious to pilfer the esoteric arts of our Qi sect. Today, I shall slay you. The fifth elder's expression darkened upon witnessing the boy's identical maneuvers, and the surging spiritual energy within him was unleashed in a torrent. With a shout, Lin Yin hesitated not a moment, instantly releasing the tempest, as two towering whirlwinds collided thunderously above the main tower. Yet, astonishingly, the whirlwind summoned by the shadow faltered and was obliterated within seconds by the fifth elder's tempest. The whirlwind, infused with the power of manifestation, transformed into a shroud of inky mist, obscuring the sky and rendering visibility to less than a meter for a fleeting few seconds. Success. Lin Yin, utilizing the illusion of the tempest to conjure the dark fog, aimed solely to escape that moment. His feet ignited a trail of fire in midair, and his form vanished from sight. Cursed be it, the fifth elder sensed an ominous turn of events, and with a sweeping gesture, dispelled the black mist entirely. That a shadow still loomed in the distance, and the fifth elder's body teleported forth, his withered hand descending upon the shadow with ferocity. However, this strike did not shatter the foe's skull as intended. Instead, the shadow dissipated instantaneously. A mere afterimage. The fifth elder roared in fury, then commanded, "Disciples, heed my words. Search with all your might for any suspicious strongholds within 100 miles of the Qi sect." Upon receiving the order, several formidable disciples among the onlookers surged forth, racing towards the outskirts of the Qi sect. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the youth had already expended all his power. After all, once the elder's strength was withdrawn, his own prowess would diminish to that of a second-tier spiritual master, rendering him inconspicuous among the throngs of martial artists. The fifth elder swept his perception over the warriors below, only to find them comprised mainly of spiritual masters and a handful of spiritual warriors. He managed to escape. It seems the opponent possesses some skill. The sixth elder, hands tucked into his sleeves, squinted and remarked blandly, "Humph, this area is firmly under the Qi sect's dominion. I refuse to believe he can elude us." The fifth elder's demeanor darkened as he vanished from sight. Watching the two elders depart, Lin Yin breathed a quiet sigh of relief, fortunate that he had drawn upon the elder's power. Once it was withdrawn, even a mighty spiritual emperor would struggle to perceive his presence. "Brother, what transpired outside?" I sensed a clash in the dungeon, within the confines adjacent to Lin Ying. An elderly figure, weary and curled in a corner, struggled for breath. Previously, upon Lin Yan's arrival, this elder had been in slumber, perhaps roused by the explosion resonating from above the main tower. "Haha, Brother Liu, that is a descendant of the Lin family. Do you recall our pact from long ago?" Lin Ying, too, seemed to sense the cataclysmic battle outside, laughing heartily though. However, the elderly man, the son of Ding Tian, slowly opened his eyes and spoke. This old man was none other than Lu Shi, who had originally traveled to the central continent alongside Lin Ying. He was the biological grandfather of Lu Yuehan. Indeed, alas, it seems we have been ensnared in this lightless abyss for far too long. Oblivious to the events unfolding outside, Tio think that Lin Yin is now capable of battling the Spirit King. I wonder if Ding Tian has also ascended to the level of the Spirit King. Lining sighed and remarked, "What? Capable of contending with the Spirit King? How many years have we been missing? Your grandson is merely in his teens. Could it be that a formidable individual is impersonating Lu Shi?" he asked incredulously. He, who would wish to masquerade as the grandson of a dying man? That lad must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity. With such growth, my Lin family is destined to dominate the sacred land of Nor, along with your Lu family. Lining chuckled. Alas, time has wrought its changes. Since childhood, Lu Yang and your Ding Tian have never seen eye to eye. Now that we are both ensnared, it is possible that the Lu and Lin families have already fractured, Lu Shi lamented. Humph, if these younger generations dare to act recklessly and jeopardize the friendship between our families, I shall not spare them, Lining declared with indignation. Indeed, they must not be treated lightly, Lu Shi echoed. Momentarily taken aback, before he sighed and continued, alas, I believe it is best to let it be. If we continue to lose our essence, we shall perish within a year. As for the affairs of the younger generation, they are beyond our control, perhaps, but I have great faith in that young lad. There may yet be a chance for our escape. Lin Ying's murky eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of brilliance, only to fade shortly thereafter. Chapter 75. News of the ancestral crystal amidst the throng. The youth felt no elation at having narrowly escaped death. Instead, he was engulfed by a profound sense of murderous intent. His blind recklessness had served as a stark lesson regarding the might of the Spirit King of the Qi sect. Their power surpassed that of Hong Shao by several folds, and this formidable adversary was but a single individual. Should the sixth elder join the fray, his chances of survival would be as slim as scaling the heavens. Master, I must grow stronger, beyond my current capabilities. The youth clenched his fists, his blood-red eyes gazing towards the main tower. Speaking with quiet determination, since I bestowed upon you the demon eye, you have performed admirably. However, the path of cultivation is not one that can be traversed in a day to attain the strength necessary to contend with an entire faction. It will likely take no less than 50 years, perhaps even a century. Moreover, this is the central continent, where prodigies more extraordinary than you abound. Elder Ming's words were devoid of embellishment, steeped in stark reality. Alas, my grandfather cannot wait that long. If I fail to rescue him within a year, those loathsome blood-sucking beasts will drain every last drop of his essence. The youth sighed heavily, a wave of helplessness washing over him. While others may require 50 or even 100 years, do not forget that our mission is to seek the ancestral crystal, which could significantly augment your power. Should we locate it, a desperate gamble may yet yield a chance for salvation. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yan's momentary surprise turned into a bitter smile as he shook his head. Since the inception of his quest for the ancestral crystal, over a year had elapsed. Yet he remained entirely at a loss, without even a vague sense of its location. In this vast, ancient land of Gulen, must he truly search every inch and every corner? It appears that the venerable Ming Lao has noticed the peculiar expression on the young man's face. He continued, do not forget that you are standing upon the central continent, a place not only teeming with formidable individuals, but also a hub of extensive information. I recall that long ago, I procured some intelligence here. I wonder if those specialized informants known as scent monkeys still exist. Scent monkey? What does that mean? Lin Yin inquired, his brow furrowing at this unfamiliar and strange term. The term scent monkeys was coined by some martial artists for these ordinary individuals who lack any martial prowess. Most of these scent monkeys spend their lives uncovering little-known secrets, which they then sell at a high price to martial artists in need of information, Ming Lao explained, seemingly well-versed in the subject. If that is indeed the case, then how much would a piece of information regarding the ancestral crystal cost? Lin Yin asked. That I cannot say. You know why I am in the sacred land of Nura? It is because I spent a considerable sum acquiring a lead from the scent monkeys, which directed me here. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's brow furrowed even deeper. It seemed that his acquaintance with Ming Lao was intricately linked to these so-called scent monkeys. Given this connection, perhaps he should explore this avenue. He might uncover information regarding the ancestral crystal. Master, let us seek out the scent monkeys and swiftly obtain the news about the ancestral crystal. Lin Yin declared, as if rekindling his fighting spirit. Time is of the essence. There is no need to participate in the Qi sect's dragon seizing tournament. Ming Lao remarked nonchalantly that I had no intention of participating. The Qi sect, I shall annihilate it one day. A fierce glint of murderous intent resurfaced in the young man's eyes. Annihilate them. Splendid. When, just as the boy's face was filled with a murderous aura, a bright and melodious voice floated past his ear. Shui Yang, adorned with a captivating smile, gazed at the young man. Seeing Shui Yang, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, Lin Yan furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed he had forgotten about her. He slowly replied, Shui Yang, my identity has not been revealed yet, so I am still safe for the time being. Please participate in the dragon seizing tournament on my behalf. If anyone dares to bully you, simply invoke the name of the Grand Elder of the Sword Pavilion. That I believe that even in the Qi sect, very few would dare to offend someone of such high standing. This place is not only a gathering site for martial artists, but also a confluence of information. Each day, nearly 10,000 individuals flow through here, most of whom are seeking to auction off or acquire items. After 2 days of relentless inquiries, Lin Yan finally gleaned some information about the scent monkeys. Surprisingly, it turned out that the traces of ordinary individuals could be more elusive than those of the ostentatious martial artists. Following the lead he had acquired, Lin Yan arrived at an opulent tea house. This establishment had been reserved by a mysterious figure for an extended period, clearly indicating that the individual was not lacking in wealth. Such a significant expenditure suggested that this person was likely either a scent monkey or an alchemist. Esteemed guest, I apologize, but this place has been booked by someone. I must ask you to go elsewhere. Upon hearing the attendant's disinterest in the monetary offer, Lin Yan could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. It seemed his suspicions were correct. Even a mere gatekeeper was indifferent to the several dozen gold coins he offered. Is there any way to meet the proprietor inside? I have pressing matters to discuss, Lin Yan stated, his impatience evident. That I'm sorry, but the master is unwell today and refuses to see any guests. You must leave, the attendant waved dismissively, preparing to depart. Humph, I beg your pardon. In an instant, the young man's expression shifted, and he dashed forward with remarkable speed, intent on colliding with the attendant. That moment, the attendant suddenly sidestepped, a smile gracing his lips as he extended his arm, firmly grasping the rushing youth. A spirit warrior. After a brief moment of shock, Lin Yan swiftly unleashed his powers, his speed surging as he retreated from the tea house. A mere second-tier spirit master should not entertain the thought of meeting my master. Even a spirit king would find themselves disregarded if my lord felt displeased. The attendant continued to gaze at the young man with a cheerful demeanor, remarking, It seems your master is quite the scent monkey, isn't he? With such words, I must insist on seeing him today. Lin Yan's fingers twitched, and the blood blade of the black prison instantly fell into his grasp. Ready to force his way through. Ahem. Just as tensions escalated between the two parties, a dry cough echoed, followed by a refined voice stating, Let us not be so harsh with our guests. If he wishes to enter, allow him to do so as you wish, my lord. Upon hearing the voice from above the tea house, the attendant finally made way. Lin Yan cast a sidelong glance at the attendant and slowly ascended the stairs of the tea house. Upon entering the lavishly adorned upper chamber, he beheld a handsome man clad in resplendent feathered robes, leisurely sipping tea in a rocking chair. Upon noticing the youth's entrance, the man rose and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, Thank you, young friend. Thank you, for what? Lin Yan furrowed his brow at the seemingly nonsensical words. Haha, I thank you for 3 reasons. First, for sparing my subordinate from harm. Second, for not bringing trouble to my doorstep. And the third? Well, you fortuitously arrived just as I needed funds. So surely that warrants gratitude, the man replied with a smile. Observing the man's eccentric demeanor, Lin Yan chose to ignore him, casually pulling out a chair and sitting down with a thud. Since you are aware of my purpose, let us dispense with pleasantries. Inform me of the whereabouts of the ancestral crystal, and name your price. Ah, how refreshing. The ancestral crystal is indeed the most sought-after information on the continent. Dozens have visited me this past month, yet I had no need for money then, so I turned them away. Today, however, you have stumbled upon a fortunate moment. Hearing the man's whimsical words, Lin Yan's lips curled slightly. Then I must thank you for your financial predicament. Now, tell me, how much gold do you require for the information on the ancestral crystal? The man continued. Information on the ancestral crystal is categorized into 3 price tiers. A general location for 5 million gold coins, specific details for 7 million, and comprehensive information for 10 million, a single coin less, and I am afraid I cannot assist you. The man took a sip of his tea, unperturbed, upon hearing the exorbitant sums being quoted. Lin Yin swallowed hard. He had never been particularly interested in gold coins, content only to have enough for his needs. Where would he procure tens of millions in gold coins after defeating Hong Xiao? His silver spirit ring was still dominated by a powerful soul imprint, making it impossible to access at the moment. Even if he could, he had no idea if it contained any gold. Considering the elders of the Holy Heaven sect had little interest in monetary wealth, observing the young man's expression, the man continued, "Which of the 3 price tiers do you find suitable? Could I perhaps defer payment until I have the funds, and then present them in full?" Lin Yin replied, his face flushed. "Is this your idea of a tab?" The man said, a hint of mockery in his tone that I have long been aware that matters are not so simple. Various factions within the mainland are eagerly vying to seek out the ancestral crystal. If it were so easily obtainable, it would indeed be peculiar. How about this? I possess numerous martial arts techniques, which could serve as a counterbalance to the gold coins. What do you think? Never mind, I am not a martial artist, as you know. Even if you were to present me with a divine-level technique, I would have no interest. If you cannot produce the requisite funds, then I kindly ask you to take your leave, the man said, turning his back on the youth. Are you not afraid that in a moment of desperation, I might compel you to divulge your information? Lin Yan's eyes ignited with a crimson rage that he chuckled, responding, "If I were afraid, I would not have allowed you to enter." The man dismissed the boy's threat and continued, "I do happen to have a few lucrative paths to wealth, though I cannot say whether you would be inclined to pursue them." "Speak." Lin Yan gestured dismissively. "In this Qi sect, wealthy merchants and noble families abound. If you truly possess the capability, it would be quite easy to seize a few million gold coins. If all else fails, simply act as a hired thug to eliminate someone's enemy. Such money can be acquired swiftly." The man spoke casually. Hearing the other's unabashed words, Lin Yan's mouth twitched. It seemed that robbing was indeed the easier route. Chapter 76. The task. In light of this, why not resort to thievery? However, I remain uncertain as to whether you genuinely possess information regarding the ancestral crystal. Allow me to pose a question. Should you answer correctly, I shall retrieve the reward. Lin Yan thought to himself. Probing. Go ahead. The man replied with a smile. As long as it pertains to information not exceeding 1,000 gold coins, I shall consider it a gift. Are you aware of the Holy Land of the Noer Empire, specifically St. Lin City? The man smiled faintly, slowly approaching a bookshelf. With a flick of his fingers, a silver thread shot forth from his sleeve, resembling some contraption, and subsequently, a tome fell into his hands. After a brief perusal, he remarked, "The Holy Land of the Noer Empire rose to prominence a millennium ago, with the Wu family claiming the throne through the excavation of gold mines. St. Lin City is situated in the northern part of Noer, hosting 4 prominent families, the Lin, Lu, Xiao, and Huang families, among others. Enough with the preamble. Just speak of the Lin family." Lin Yin interjected, lacking the patience to hear a detailed account. The Lin family is indeed a considerable lineage within the Holy Land of Noer, holding